Chapter 1131. The visitor is Yiqing. Mangyu had been hesitant earlier about revealing the Five Elements fan's flight ability in front of Gu Mingxing, but now that someone could give her a ride, she was naturally happy. After all, it wouldn't matter if Gu Mingxing arrived a little late, but she couldn't afford to be late herself. So, she got back on the Five Elements fan, activated its concealment formation, and flew toward Deyue Tower. However, before she could reach Deyue Tower, Mangyu's divine sense detected someone causing trouble again. But this person hadn't even gotten close to Deyue Tower before being stopped. It was a young woman, appearing delicate and frail. The one stopping her was naturally someone sent by Gu Ming according to Gu Dongxing's orders. "Don't stop me. I want to go to Deyue Tower to eat," the young woman said. Mangyu's eyes narrowed. This young woman was Yiqing, who had been hiding for 2 days. The leader blocking Yiqing's way, expressionless but polite, said to her, "I'm sorry, but Deyue Tower has been booked today. No one is allowed near it except those attending the Southern Gu engagement banquet." Yiqing's eyes darted around. "I'm here to attend the Southern Gu engagement banquet." The tall leading man looked the young woman over and asked, "Are you from the Southern family or the Gu family?" The young woman seemed startled for a moment, then said, "I'm a friend of the bride-to-be." "Let me through." The tall man shook his head. "Today, only members of the Southern and Gu families can attend the engagement banquet. And even among them, not everyone is allowed. You should go back." Yiqing's eyes flickered again. "I'm a friend of the bride-to-be. Let me through." The tall man still shook his head. "I'm sorry, but you can't go in." Yiqing's expression changed. "If you won't let me in, I'll force my way in." With that, she tried to push past the tall man and rush toward Deyue Tower. The tall man quickly moved to chase Yiqing, but she was fast, shouting as she ran. Gu Dongxing abandoned his childhood sweetheart to cling to the Southern family, driving his mother to suicide. Gu Dongxing quickly instructed the tall man, "This is Yiqing. Seize her immediately." At that moment, seeing Yiqing trying to force her way upstairs, Mingyu quickly sent a telepathic message to Gu Dongxing. "The visitor is Yiqing. Have someone capture her quickly." But their actions were still a bit too slow. Just as he reached out to grab Yiqing, she immediately ran into the street, shouting to the crowd, "Everyone look." Gu Dongxing, to climb up the social ladder by marrying the Southern family's daughter, abandoned his childhood sweetheart and drove his mother to suicide out of shame. She even pulled out some flyers from a cloth bag she carried and tossed them into the crowd. The people on the street found it strange. The marriage alliance between the Southern and Gu families was a wonderful thing. Why would Gu Dongxing's mother oppose it? And to the point of suicide? Everyone scrambled to grab the flyers, and a few even caught the boxes of tapes Yiqing had scattered. Seeing all this from afar, Mangyu was furious. What was wrong with Gu Dongxing? He had clearly set everything up in advance. How could he not even catch one person? And he let her scatter those flyers? Mangyu noticed that among the thrown flyers, there were even some tapes mixed in. This Yiqing was desperate, going all out to drag Gu Dongxing down. No, she was trying to drag both families down, because in her mind, Gu Dongxing's mother, Hai Shui, had already committed suicide. If she could stir up a big enough scene, she could prevent the Southern and Gu families from holding the engagement. The people Gu Ming had sent immediately tried to catch Yiqing, but the street was crowded, and many people were deliberately or unintentionally blocking them, making it impossible to seize her. Mangyu's eyes flickered. Was Yiqing bringing her own helpers? Or were the helpers not hers, but someone was secretly aiding her? Was this an enemy of the Gu family, or an adversary of the Southern family? End of chapter. Chapter 1132, Let Her Make a Scene. Nan Mingyu had originally planned to intervene, but after Yiqing shouted those words, she simply chose not to act. Since Yiqing wanted to make a scene, let her make a scene, make it so big that even the Yi family couldn't protect her. Nan Mingyu decided to let Yiqing have her way, but she had to get her hands on those tapes. So, she applied an invisibility talisman and moved through the crowd, retrieving the tapes that Yiqing had thrown away and others had picked up, one box at a time. She even got close to Yiqing, reached into her cloth bag, and pulled out the tapes inside, storing them all in her ring. As for the flyers, she didn't touch them. Without the tapes, they could still countersue Yiqing for spreading rumors based solely on the flyers. Yiqing felt someone brush against her cloth bag and quickly reached out to grab them, but caught nothing. She clutched the bag and found it full of soft items with nothing angular inside. Clearly, the tapes she had placed in her bag had been taken. She was secretly alarmed. Who had stolen her tapes? But then she thought about the content of the tapes and relaxed. Even if someone took them, the purpose was to spread the copied versions. The more people saw them, the more would know that Hai Shui had committed suicide because of her son's engagement. Later, it was old Master Yi who protected her, and then he arranged a childhood betrothal between his granddaughter and the Gu family's son. The people on the street buzzed with discussion. What's going on? Isn't that the man about to get engaged to the eldest miss of the Nan family? The Nan and Gu families have booked the Diyue Tower for the engagement banquet. They wouldn't let this woman in, so she's running around outside shouting. Gu Dongxing wants to kill her to silence her? I've heard of him. He's the eldest son of Gu Ming, the head of the Gu family, from his first wife. I know this. This woman is Yiqing, the daughter of Yisheng, the head of the Yi family, from his first wife. I heard that back then, Gu Ming's wife was found to have overseas connections, was expelled from the military, and nearly labeled a spy. Is this woman the childhood sweetheart? She's so pitiful. So that's the kind of debt of gratitude. The Yi family isn't bad. I've heard they're one of the top 10 families, and they have a favor owed to them. Why would they abandon her? Who exactly is this Gu Dongxing? And who is this woman? She's here making a scene, so she must be the childhood sweetheart he mentioned, right? Yiqing ran ahead while the men chased behind her. The scene looked as if those men were trying to hunt her down. Do you think what she's shouting is true? Who knows? The waters in those great families run deep. Yeah, too pitiful. The Gu family owed a deep debt of gratitude to her grandfather, so they arranged a childhood betrothal. Now Gu Dongxing is abandoning his betrothed to cling to the Nan family, driving his mother to suicide out of shame. I've never heard of that. But if she earned such a debt from old Master Yi, she must not be an ordinary person. It's obvious, he found a better match in the Nan family. Yeah, being abandoned is bad enough, but she was also sent to a mental hospital, and now she's being hunted down. Gu Dongxing drove his mother to suicide out of shame, and fearing I'd expose the truth, he locked me in a mental hospital. Now he wants to kill me to silence me. Seeing the pursuers break through the obstacles set by a few people and close in, she quickly jumped up and ran again, shouting as she went. This is ingratitude. Not just ingratitude, it's repaying kindness with enmity. In just that moment, Gu Dongxing was drenched in a torrent of filth. Nan Mingyu couldn't believe no one was manipulating things behind the scenes. Haha, heading out to have fun, so I finished posting before 8 o'clock. Wishing everyone a pleasant day. Chapter end. Chapter 1133, Ingratitude. After these people had splashed dirty water on Gu Dongxing, they seemed to feel that targeting him alone was not enough. Forgetting their fear of the Nan family, they then began to throw mud at Nan Mingyu. This man who clings to the powerful, does the Nan family even fancy him? I heard that Nan Mingyu of the Nan family is just a country girl raised in the countryside, with no worldly experience. Who knows what she even looks like? She's probably big and burly. So the Nan family was afraid their daughter wouldn't marry, so they found a man to pawn her off? So that's it. I heard Gu Dongxing is a handsome man and a regimental commander. Pairing him with a wild girl raised in the countryside, it's a wonder he can stomach it. It's just hard on that Yiqing from the Yi family. Yeah, a childhood sweetheart and a betrothed match, snatched away like this. Who could be happy about it? Three-legged toads are hard to find in this world, but two-legged men are everywhere. Why steal someone else's man? This Nan girl dares to steal another woman's man. Clearly she's no good. Gu Dongxing looked ahead. Dr. Huang, was the patient discharged because she was cured, or did she sneak out? You shouldn't have come out, Gu Dongxing said. He took a breath, suppressed the hatred in his heart, and looked at Yiqing. You actually came out. If not for Mingyu saving his mother, if Yiqing's scheme had succeeded, he would never have forgiven himself in this lifetime. Even if he married Mingyu, he would never be happy. That man getting engaged today, Regimental Commander Gu Dongxing. He's out, he's out. The crowd listened to the exchange, all astonished. Earlier, they had only heard Yiqing's side of the story. Though she spoke vividly, aside from those fanning the flames and echoing her words, few truly believed her. What's out? This man was none other than the much-discussed Regimental Commander Gu Dongxing. Gu Dongxing's icy gaze fell on Yiqing, murderous intent in his eyes. This woman he had thought weak had dared to poison his mother. Heavens, he's truly monstrous. Alas, a man who can be stolen, how good can he be? Just wait, that country girl will suffer for it. Yiqing couldn't hold back and roared, Gu Dongxing, you're so vicious. You sent me to a mental hospital, and now you say I shouldn't have come out. But hearing this now, it seemed Yiqing really had been sent to a mental hospital by Gu Dongxing? And sending a sane person to a mental hospital, then saying they shouldn't come out? He's just an ice-cold face, terrifying. Yiqing said smugly, that's right, I'm out. You sent me to a mental hospital for your own ulterior motives. But now that I'm out, it's your turn to be unlucky. Yeah, unless she can keep her family treating her like a treasure, so no man can bully her. By now, the people sent by the Gu family had stopped chasing, and Yiqing stood with her arms crossed, looking mockingly at the strong, handsome man who had just emerged from Diyue Tower. The crowd parted and Dr. Huang in a white coat walked out from a distance. Sorry, Regimental Commander Gu, we'll take her back immediately. He neither said Yiqing was discharged as cured nor that she had sneaked out, but directly ordered the people behind him, grab her quickly and send her back to the mental hospital. Several men in white stepped forward and seized Yiqing. Yi Qing struggled fiercely. Let me go, let me go. I'm not sick. Good morning. End of chapter. Chapter 1134. The Deceived Crowd. Yi Qing naturally knew what she had destroyed during that time. It was her instinct, her subconscious. Even she herself had only just realized that her instinctive desire was to destroy everything. She quickly changed her tone. I'm already better. The hospital cured me. Haven't you noticed that I stopped smashing things a long time ago? Seeing that she couldn't break free, Yi Qing turned to Gu Dongxing. Gu Dongxing, Gu Dongxing, the reason I got sick is because of you. You abandoned me and got engaged to that young lady from the Nan family, which made me manic. Not only did you fail to comfort me, but you also used your power to suppress me and throw me into a mental hospital. Now that I've been cured, are you trying to pull the same trick again, forcing me back into the mental hospital? You ungrateful wolf, you received my grandfather's kindness, but never thought to repay it, you worthless breed. Everyone on the street, please save me. Don't let him have his way. I'm clearly already better, yet he still wants to lock me up in a mental hospital. He's afraid I'll expose his true face. Everyone save me. Many in the crowd were swayed by Yi Qing's words and sympathized with her. Some even shouted, Gu Dongxing, you've already ruined Yi Qing. Let her go. Yeah, Gu Dongxing, Yi Qing is clearly better now. Let her go. Stop adding to your own sins. Being so ungrateful won't do. Her grandfather was kind to you, so you should repay that kindness. Instead of repaying it, you're repaying kindness with enmity. You're not fit to be a man. That's right, you're not a man at all. First of all, my mother was an orphan. At the age of 5, she was adopted by Hai Debao and his wife from Haijia Village, Jizi Commune, Kaiyang County, Nandong Province. There are adoption documents to prove it. Gu Dongxing shook his head. No matter the time, there were always deceived crowds who unknowingly became someone else's pawns. Some even tried to rush forward and lay hands on Gu Dongxing. But a single cold glance from him made them shrink back. He stood on higher ground, swept his gaze over the crowd, and raised both hands to press downward. The crowd involuntarily fell silent. Gu Dongxing spoke loudly. I think there are a few things I need to explain to everyone. First, let me talk about the kindness Yi Qing claims her grandfather showed my mother. After you hear this, think about how deep that kindness really was and whether it's worth me repaying for a lifetime. As for the Hai family, they had been poor peasants for generations, with a spotless background. My mother grew up in the Hai family, joined the army at 16, worked in the military cultural troop, married my father at 22, and gave birth to me the following year. During the Great Movement, someone reported that my mother had overseas connections based on a gold lock she kept in her cabinet. Because the lock did belong to her, she couldn't defend herself and was expelled from the military. At the time, someone indeed proposed labeling her a spy. It was said that old Master Yi opposed this, so she wasn't labeled a spy. After that, my mother divorced my father and returned to Haijia Village. It was around that time that old Master Yi verbally proposed a childhood engagement between me and his granddaughter, Yi Qing. My mother didn't object at the time, but it was never formally finalized. From the crowd, someone immediately let out an "oh" sound. Since it was a verbal agreement, shouldn't it have been finalized afterward? Why was it never settled? Someone else shouted loudly. Even if it was just a verbal agreement, it was still an engagement. Once an engagement is made, you should be husband and wife for life. How can you casually go back on it? End of chapter. Chapter 1135, Hijacking Public Opinion. Gu Dongxing glanced at that person and continued speaking. When I was 6 years old, my father remarried, and I was sent to my mother's side. From then on, I became a rural child and grew up in the countryside. For the next 10+ years, I grew up in Haijia Village until I joined the military, and later I was discharged and started a business. I never saw Yi Qing during that time. As for the Yi family, before they married Yi Qing off, they never approached my mother to finalize the marriage agreement between our two families. This shows that the Yi family never had any intention of fulfilling this engagement. As for why my family didn't take the initiative to fulfill the engagement, it's because ever since I arrived at Haijia Village and became a rural child, my mother thought, now that the two families are so far apart in status, would the Yi families still honor a verbal agreement? But she didn't want to be someone who broke her word, so she told me not to get married for the time being, and to wait until after the Yi family's daughter was married. That's why, in the first 25 years of my life, I never dated, let alone got married. So, the so-called childhood sweetheart relationship between Yi Qing and me only existed before I was 6. Before the age of 6, I didn't understand a thing. How could there be any feelings of childhood sweethearts? As for that verbal agreement, even though my mother knew the two families were vastly different, she was unwilling to be the first to break the promise. But I didn't know about this child engagement myself. So last year, when I accidentally saved a girl, I referred to her as my fiancé because of work needs. Later, during our interactions, the fake became real, and I gained the only girlfriend I've ever had in my life. That girl is Nan Mingyu, the lost pearl of the Nan family. It wasn't until last year that I heard from a friend that Yiqing, whom I knew as a child, had married her stepmother's nephew, Sun Erliang, a few years ago and was being abused by the Sun family. Upon hearing this, the crowd let out another, "Oh. Hey, why isn't anyone surprised that his mother was labeled as having overseas connections just because of a gold lock, and she was even expelled from the military? So, it was this girl who got married first." Exactly. How could a gold lock determine overseas connections? If they had really put in the effort, could she have been labeled as having overseas connections and expelled from the military? Yeah, she was the one who betrayed the child engagement first by getting married, so how can she blame others for being ungrateful? Some people directly started discussing. Yeah, if Grandpa Yi really wanted to protect a child who was adopted by poor peasants from a young age and didn't even know she had overseas connections, he probably could have done it, right? His kindness doesn't seem that great, does it? I think, for a girl who was adopted and raised in the countryside, even if her gold lock could prove her background, she herself wasn't at fault. She was raised by poor peasants and had become a child of poor peasants. How could she be labeled as having overseas connections? I also think something's off. If she had been truly taken care of, she wouldn't have been labeled as having overseas connections, let alone as a spy. Unless there was evidence that she had colluded with overseas forces, there was no reason for her to be purged from the revolutionary ranks. After all, she was just a child raised in the countryside. If someone hadn't deliberately targeted her, she wouldn't have been expelled. So Grandpa Ye's kindness, even if it counts as kindness, isn't that significant. In my opinion, it doesn't even count as kindness, let alone requiring someone to repay it for a lifetime. Hey, you're all talking about making him repay it for a lifetime, but the problem is, the Yi family didn't want to acknowledge him at first, right? Gu Dongxing was just a rural soldier back then. It was only after he became an entrepreneur that they realized he had a bright future, and then they came rushing over. End of chapter. Chapter 1136 Turning the Tables. Chapter 1136 Turning the Tables. Chapter 1135 Turning the Tables. Everyone was jolted awake by these words. Thinking back, they realized, yes, when she was in the countryside, the Yi family had looked down on Gu Dongxing. The crowd's view of Yiqing began to shift from seeing her as a victim. Mingyu sneered coldly in her heart. You, Yiqing, can hijack public opinion, can others do the same? In this regard, Gu Dongxing handled it quite well. People's impressions of Yiqing began to reverse one after another. Yes, she was the one who got married first. How could she blame someone else? Even if it was a mistake, it was Yiqing's fault. However, some still spoke from Yiqing's perspective. Just now, someone said Yiqing married her stepmother's nephew. That feels really suspicious to me. I find it strange too. A daughter from the first wife marrying into her stepmother's family, I smell something shady. Maybe Yiqing didn't do it willingly. Also, saying Yiqing is married is just Gu Dongxing's word. It might not be true. Gu Dongxing directly pulled out Yiqing and Sun Erliang's marriage certificate and showed it to everyone. Moreover, everyone felt that Gu Dongxing's words made perfect sense. Even those who wanted to defend Yiqing had nothing left to say. Right, maybe he said that to shirk responsibility. Perhaps Yiqing was never married at all. Let alone a verbal engagement, even if it was a real betrothal arranged by the elders, so what? In this new era, who takes such engagements seriously? But they had forgotten that they had been angry at Gu Dongxing precisely because Yiqing said he had abandoned his childhood sweetheart. They thought he shouldn't have abandoned Yiqing, and that Yiqing was too pitiful. When I accompanied Yiqing to the Civil Affairs Bureau to divorce Sun Erliang, she took the divorce certificate and left, casually dropping the useless marriage certificate on the ground. I picked it up but forgot to hand it in. Take a look, everyone. This is their marriage certificate, issued on October 1, 1978. It fully proves that Yiqing and Sun Erliang were once married. Yiqing, of course, also had the right to pursue her own happiness. As for whether she was really married, because marriage law stipulates freedom of love and autonomy in marriage. That childhood engagement, let alone a verbal one, even if it was a written betrothal from both families, counts for nothing. Seeing the marriage certificate in Gu Dongxing's hand, no one dared to doubt his words anymore. People always sympathize with the weak. Many times, the weak exploit this human tendency to hijack public opinion. Gu Dongxing continued, but no one expected that after Yiqing married into the Sun family, she was unhappy. She was abused and tormented by the Suns, and illness plagued her. Sun Erliang's father was also convicted after being found guilty of accepting bribes. I believe everyone in the capital knows about this. No need to say, these people must be the ones behind Yiqing. Gu Dongxing seemed to have anticipated disbelief. He went on, at the time, I didn't think Yiqing was wrong to betray the childhood engagement either. Among the crowd, many nodded frequently. This incident was indeed widely known, and most people were aware of it. However, they hadn't expected Yuqing to be the Sun family's daughter-in-law. Yuqing's body was completely worn down. Major hospitals examined her and said she wouldn't live more than 3 to 5 years. Privately, they told me that if she stayed in the Sun family, she'd be dead within 6 months at most. Remembering how her grandfather had cared for us back then, I took her to the south where I was stationed and asked my girlfriend to cure her. The people behind Yuqing immediately shouted, "You're lying again. If major hospitals couldn't cure her, how could your girlfriend? Is she better than the doctors at those hospitals?" Happy holidays. Chapter end. Chapter 1137. Reasonable and well-founded. Gu Dongxing glanced again at the person who had spoken, memorizing his appearance. My girlfriend studied under a folk miracle doctor and has her own unique methods for certain special illnesses. However, she was also somewhat helpless about Yuqing's loss of vitality. She asked me, even if she conserves her vitality, she only has 3 years left. Are you sure you want to save her? I knew that even illnesses that major hospitals couldn't cure would come at a great cost for my girlfriend to treat. But Grandpa Yi had shown kindness to my mother, and since he had passed away, I could only repay that kindness through his granddaughter. Yuqing, whose vitality had been completely drained, had already become unrecognizable, aged like an elderly woman. Although she had left the Sun family, she remained immersed in misery day after day, without a trace of happiness. I couldn't bear to see Yuqing's life ruined like this, so I replied to my girlfriend, yes, her grandfather showed kindness to my mother. If you can save her, I hope you will. I knew I was giving my girlfriend a difficult problem, but I also knew that the very fact she asked that question meant she had a way to save Yuqing. What I didn't know was that my girlfriend's method of saving Yuqing would involve using the life-saving elixir her master had given her. Her master, a folk miracle doctor, had once used 1,000-year ginseng combined with various spiritual medicines to refine 3 life-saving elixirs. Possessing one such elixir was equivalent to having an extra life. Such elixirs are rare and hard to come by. Even her master had paid an enormous price back then to obtain the 1,000-year ginseng, refining it into 3 elixirs and giving one to my girlfriend. If they truly supported Yuqing in stealing her boyfriend, and this girl, after saving someone, had her boyfriend taken away in return, would she ever dare to save anyone again? What left me helpless, however, was that after Yuqing recovered and regained her confidence, she demanded that I fulfill the childhood engagement verbally agreed upon between her grandfather and my mother back then. Listening to Gu Dongxing's words, the crowd was stunned. Gu Dongxing's girlfriend had even saved Yuqing, and Yuqing, just after being saved and given the courage to live, immediately turned around to steal her boyfriend? My girlfriend used the precious life-saving elixir her master had specially left for her to save Yuqing. If I hadn't told her that Yuqing's grandfather had shown kindness to my mother, she would never have been willing to use it. After Yuqing used this elixir, her vitality was fully restored, her bodily functions quickly recovered, and her appearance changed from that of an aged old woman back to her youthful beauty, thereby restoring her confidence. But if I fulfilled the childhood engagement verbally agreed upon between Yuqing's grandfather and my mother back then, what would happen to my girlfriend? My girlfriend used her own life-saving elixir to save Yuqing, only to lose her boyfriend in the end. Don't you think that would be too cruel to my girlfriend? Was Yuqing's face that thick? Not to mention that a verbal childhood engagement couldn't be considered valid. Even if it could, she had already married another man, and the other party's girlfriend had used a life-saving elixir to cure her illness. How dare she still demand the fulfillment of the engagement? Moreover, from what Gu Dongxing said, his girlfriend was a disciple of a folk miracle doctor, meaning she could become a miracle doctor herself. People eat grains and suffer all kinds of illnesses. Who could claim they would never fall sick? If they contracted an illness that hospitals couldn't cure, who wouldn't hope for a miracle doctor to treat them? Who could predict that they wouldn't need a miracle doctor someday? A miracle doctor, naturally, should not be offended. Thus, aside from those sent by Yuqing, the scales in everyone else's hearts naturally tipped in Gu Dongxing's favor. Good morning. The chapter ends. Chapter 1138. In modern society, who still cares about childhood engagements? You already have a girlfriend. How can you abandon her because of someone else? That's right, that's right. Your girlfriend treated someone's illness and even took out life-saving medicine. If you abandoned her, you'd truly be ungrateful. Exactly. You shouldn't abandon your girlfriend. That would be too cruel to your girlfriend. What childhood engagement? She's already married, so the betrothal is naturally void. Where's the childhood engagement now? That's right. In modern society, who still cares about childhood engagements? Gu Dongxing looked at the expressions on everyone's faces and said, yes, I already have a girlfriend. How could I possibly accept her? So, I rejected her. Unexpectedly, she believed that my girlfriend was standing in the way of her happiness. From then on, she hated my girlfriend and targeted her multiple times. But every time she acted, my girlfriend saw through her and she never succeeded. Yes, give us the solid evidence. He recounted several instances of Yi Qing targeting Mingyu. For example, Yi Qing became a goddaughter to his own mother, trying every means to drive a wedge between Mingyu and his mother. For example, she deliberately spread rumors about Mingyu's medical skills, specifically directing patients with incurable diseases that major hospitals couldn't treat to Mingyu. Fortunately, Mingyu's medical skills were superb, and she cured all the difficult cases that came to her. Gu Dongxing's face showed a very helpless expression. Earlier, Yi Qing had claimed that Gu Dongxing had received great kindness from her grandfather, but repaid it with enmity. But in reality, what kindness was that? It was merely speaking a few fair words. Back then, when the old man proposed the engagement with Gu Dongxing, it was probably because he learned that Gu Dongxing's mother was the daughter of a centuries-old family in Hong Kong. Later, when he discovered that Gu Dongxing had become a rural child, he no longer wanted to fulfill the engagement. So, he married off his daughter. When my girlfriend was admitted to the Beijing University of Chinese Medicine, she followed her there, looking for opportunities to harm my girlfriend. And yet, she still dared to say that Gu Dongxing repaid kindness with enmity. The crowd listened to Gu Dongxing's account, and their expressions turned angry. Just a few days ago, I took leave and returned to Beijing to prepare for my engagement with my girlfriend. Yi Qing found out that I was at my girlfriend's courtyard and reported us to the police station, claiming we were engaged in prostitution and solicitation. Her goal was to have the police arrest us and ruin our engagement ceremony. And Gu Dongxing's girlfriend had saved Yi Qing's life, yet Yi Qing tried every means to harm her. That was the real ingratitude, wasn't it? But the people behind Yi Qing naturally wouldn't let Gu Dongxing turn the tables so easily. They shouted, "Is that true? Give examples. Give examples." When the crowd heard that Yi Qing had reported Gu Dongxing and Nan Mingyu for prostitution and solicitation, they found her behavior utterly outrageous. Was she treating Mingyu as a prostitute and Gu Dongxing as a client? They were a legitimate couple. Gu Dongxing continued, "In fact, after discussing the engagement arrangements with my girlfriend, I left her courtyard. So, when the police arrived at my girlfriend's courtyard, she was the only one there. And after Yi Qing learned that we had escaped the stigma of prostitution and solicitation, she went home and violently destroyed things, smashing everything in her residence. I felt that Yi Qing might have a mental problem. So, I personally took her to a psychiatric hospital and had authoritative experts conduct an evaluation. In the end, the hospital confirmed that Yi Qing's mental state was indeed problematic. I left 500 yuan and had her stay in the psychiatric hospital for treatment. This chapter ends. Chapter 1139, Your mother has already committed suicide. Gu Dongxing paused and sighed. Who knows? Perhaps someone couldn't stand to see me doing well and deliberately released Yi Qing on the day of my engagement. It seems that my engagement to Nan Mingyu has stepped on some people's toes. Everyone was startled. Gu Dongxing's engagement to Nan Mingyu had touched the interests of certain people, so they deliberately came to sabotage the ceremony. What about them? Had they unknowingly become pawns, used by others? Everyone fell into deep thought. Gu Dongxing looked at Yi Qing. I don't know how much the psychiatric hospital has cured her illness. I originally thought Dr. Huang had healed you, because you no longer flew into a rage and destroyed everything you could touch like before. But judging by your behavior today, it's clear you've shifted from full-on violence to persecution mania. Just now, my people were only trying to stop your antics, yet you screamed that I was trying to silence you. By doing this, you deliberately wanted to create misunderstandings. But have you ever considered that a truly sane person would think I would silence you in the middle of the street? The crowd looked at Yi Qing, waiting for her response. But recalling what Yi Qing had said, it didn't seem entirely false. First, the childhood engagement she mentioned was real, even if she was the one who betrayed it first. And as a cultivator, he naturally knew that resurrection spells came at the cost of sacrificing oneself. His little Ming hadn't told him what price she paid, but he knew it must have been incredibly heavy. All of this was that woman's fault. And now she had done something like this today, and even now, she dared to speak this way. Was she so certain that her mother had been poisoned by her and couldn't come out to testify? This was the most critical point. Had Gu Dongxing's mother really committed suicide out of guilt toward Yi Qing because of his engagement to Nan Mingyu? This woman, killing her alone, wouldn't be enough to quell his and little Ming's anger. Once this was over, he would make her realize that death was a luxury. The crowd remembered the third thing Yi Qing had said when she mentioned Gu Dongxing's mother's suicide. She looked at Gu Dongxing and said, "You can't answer because your mother has already committed suicide. She died of shame the night before last, and here you are holding your engagement ceremony today. You are unworthy of being a son." When Gu Dongxing heard this, a flash of red appeared in his eyes. This woman had poisoned his mother and still dared to speak like this. If not for little Ming's healing, which brought his mother back to life, he dared not imagine the consequences. To Yiqing, everything else was trivial. Only this matter was her trump card. Second, it was true that Gu Dongxing had locked her up in a psychiatric hospital. Seeing that Gu Dongxing didn't respond immediately, Yiqing felt triumphant, believing that her trump card had stunned him. Third, what else had she said? Yiqing, who had been listening to Gu Dongxing, suddenly laughed again. Oh, I just mentioned that your mother committed suicide out of shame because you abandoned your childhood engagement to cling to the Nan family. Why don't you explain that? Forcing his mother to death for a woman and still going ahead with the engagement, if this got out, Gu Dongxing's reputation would be ruined. Not only his reputation, but Nan Mingyu's would also be destroyed. Most importantly, their marriage would never be happy. That was her ultimate goal. Chapter 1140, Please Call Me Nan Mingyu. Gu Dongxing coldly stared at Yiqing. You say my mother committed suicide out of shame. Did someone tell you that, or did you see it yourself? Weren't you in a mental hospital? How did you witness my mother's suicide? Speaking of this, Yiqing was also frustrated. That day, when she poisoned Hai Shui, it was her first time killing someone, and she had been utterly panicked at the time. After the murder, she first fled, then remembered that crucial evidence was still in the room, had to go back to retrieve it, and then fled again. Only later did she think of hiding Hai Shui's corpse so no one would find it. But when she returned to that courtyard, Hai Shui's corpse was gone. Still, despite her panic, checking for breath twice had told her that Hai Shui was truly dead beyond any doubt. So she forced down her fear, curled her lips into a smile, and said, since you say she didn't commit suicide, then call her out here for everyone to see. Hai Shui was already dead. Even if they found the body, it would still be a corpse. She had just exposed that Hai Shui committed suicide out of shame because Gu Dongxing abandoned his childhood betrothal and climbed the social ladder by marrying into the Nan family. If he couldn't produce Hai Shui, wouldn't that prove she was right? What's more, she still had those videotapes to prove that Hai Shui indeed had suicidal tendencies. Just then, a voice like a thrush rang out. Yiqing, you're so eager to see Aunt Hai. Are you trying to check if she was poisoned to death by you? Everyone turned to look at Yiqing. The mother was standing right there, alive and well. How could there be any talk of suicide? Yiqing was terrified at the sight of Hai Shui. Is this a ghost? No, it was broad daylight, nearly noon when yang energy was at its peak. How could a ghost appear at this time? Her eyes fixed on Hai Shui. No, impossible, impossible. You were clearly dead. I felt it. You had no breath, you were dead. How can you still be alive? You're a ghost, a ghost. Ghost. She stumbled backward in fear, turned to flee, but was grabbed. A gasp came from the crowd. This young girl was breathtakingly beautiful, her features truly unparalleled. Everyone looked and saw that the one grabbing Yiqing was that 17 or 18-year-old stunning girl. These two women, one around 40, the other about 17 or 18, walked forward step by step, giving the impression of lotuses blooming with each step. Upon hearing this, the crowd realized that the middle-aged beauty was Gu Dongxing's mother. Gu Dongxing hurried over to meet the two women. Mom, Xiaomeng, why did you come out too? Hai Shui was already considered beautiful, but with Mingyu standing beside her, she was instantly overshadowed. Yiqing, don't try to escape by pretending to be frightened. You won't get away. Yiqing was both aggrieved and furious. Jiang Mingyu, you. Mingyu smiled slightly. I have already acknowledged my father and changed my surname to Nan. I am now called Nan Mingyu. So, Miss Yiqing, please call me Nan Mingyu. Happy holidays, dear readers. End of chapter. Chapter 1141. Why did you give me 7-step gut-wrenching powder? Upon hearing their conversation, everyone realized that this incomparably beautiful, ethereal girl was Gu Dongxing's girlfriend, Nan Mingyu. Such beauty, such grace, such otherworldly charm, everyone found that the words of the world were so lacking, they couldn't describe how Nan Mingyu made them feel at that moment. Who was it earlier that said Nan Mingyu was an ignorant, rustic, rough country girl? Step forward, I swear I won't beat you to death. Facing Nan Mingyu, Yiqing felt a sense of inferiority. Yiqing had seen Mingyu before, but under Mingyu's deliberate concealment, her beauty had only shown a third of its true extent. Today was her engagement ceremony with Gu Dongxing, so she naturally couldn't hide it anymore. Moreover, she had overheard how people were talking about her. She's just a country girl raised in the countryside, ignorant and unsophisticated. Is the Nan family afraid their daughter won't marry, so they're foisting her off on some man? So that's it. I hear Gu Dongxing is handsome and a regiment commander. Pairing him with a wild girl raised in the countryside is really a loss for him. Since they dismissed her as worthless, she decided to unleash all her beauty and let them see for themselves. So, when she arrived at Deyue Tower, she went into the restroom, freshened up in her space, and released all her natural beauty. Hai Shui naturally noticed her son's thoughts and stepped forward. Yiqing. At that moment, everyone thought, if I were Gu Dongxing, I wouldn't want that ungrateful Yi girl either. Even if it meant being called a social climber, I'd rather have this Nan girl. Seeing everyone staring at Nan Mingyu, Gu Dongxing was a bit displeased. How could his girl be gawked at like this? Still, this was his first time seeing Mingyu's true appearance. Usually, she concealed her beauty and wouldn't deliberately reveal it in front of him. Now, seeing his wife's true face exposed to everyone, he felt uncomfortable and radiated coldness. Everyone's attention was drawn back to Hai Shui, the woman Yiqing had falsely claimed had committed suicide. But this only made the meticulously dressed Yiqing look like mud in comparison. She was barefaced, yet so stunningly beautiful that it was unfair. How could anyone else compete? Suddenly, someone muttered, with a lady like this descending from heaven, who would want a venomous, ugly woman? I think, even if that Gu fellow only had a verbal childhood engagement with her, he'd still be willing to bear the label of social climber for her. Yes, from the moment Hai Shui appeared, everyone had already convicted Yiqing of slander. How could she claim the woman had committed suicide when she was perfectly fine attending her son's engagement? But they didn't know that Yiqing's crimes ran far deeper than mere slander. When Hai Shui stepped forward, Yiqing panicked. She didn't want Hai Shui to speak and tried to interrupt her, but suddenly felt as if her throat was being squeezed, rendering her unable to utter a word. She desperately wanted to speak. Why couldn't she? She couldn't let Hai Shui talk. She felt that once Hai Shui spoke, she was finished. But Hai Shui looked at Yiqing, a complex expression in her eyes. Yiqing, why did you put 7-step gut-wrenching powder in the tea you gave me? Good morning. This chapter ends. Chapter 1142. Why aren't you dead? Everyone was shocked by Hai Shui's words. Yiqing put 7-step gut-wrenching powder in the tea for Gu Dongxing's mother? Even if they didn't know what 7-step gut-wrenching powder was, just hearing the name made it sound like poison. How could Yiqing, who acted so innocent, dare to poison someone? Did that mean the suicide she mentioned was actually because she had poisoned the victim? When Yiqing heard Hai Shui's question, her first instinct was to stop her, but she found she couldn't speak, couldn't utter a word. Her second instinct was to turn and run. But as soon as she turned, she was blocked, and her body was pushed back, turned around to face Hai Shui directly, forcing her to confront the situation without escape. Unable to flee, Yiqing was pushed by Mengyu to face Hai Shui. But her eyes dared not meet Hai Shui's. In her ears echoed their conversation from the night before last. Xiaoqing, why is my stomach hurting? Do you have any medicine here? It hurts, doesn't it? That's normal, because the tea you just drank had 7-step gut-wrenching powder in it. Xiaoqing, are you joking with your godmother? How could you give your godmother 7-step gut-wrenching powder? How could I joke with you, godmother? Aren't you feeling the stomach pain right now? Soon, death will come. She lied to me. I didn't know she had been married before. Once I found out, I didn't accept her. This is the prelude to destroying what you can't have. As soon as Yiqing said this, she immediately covered her mouth. How had she blurted out her inner thoughts? And just moments ago, it felt like her throat was being squeezed, unable to speak. Why was she now speaking so fluently, spilling all her secrets? I poisoned you, first to make you die and second to frame Gu Dongxing and Nan Mingyu. The video I guided you to record could prove you committed suicide to stop their engagement. If you succeeded in dying, they would feel guilty, and even for the rest of their lives, whenever they thought of you, they wouldn't be happy. Listening to Yiqing's words, everyone was horrified. She admitted it. She actually admitted to poisoning Gu Dongxing's mother. The looks in everyone's eyes toward Yiqing turned to fear. She was a true madwoman, thinking to kill a mother and frame the son, just to stop the son's engagement. Because my son cannot marry a woman who has been divorced. You're good to me? Where are you good to me? You'd rather accept Yi Ruhui as your daughter-in-law than accept me. You call that being good to me. Recalling that night's conversation, Yiqing instinctively answered Hai Shui's words, because you looked down on me for being a divorced woman and didn't want me to marry Gu Dongxing. You became an obstacle to my marrying him, so you had to die. Only with you dead could I marry Gu Dongxing. Why, Xiaoqing? Was I not good to you? Why did you poison me? Thankfully, Gu Dongxing didn't fall for her. Then why didn't you accept me? She really did poison Gu Dongxing's mother. Too vicious. Yiqing knew the game was up. With so many people hearing what she had just said, she couldn't deny it. She was truly going to prison this time. Yiqing suddenly looked up at Hai Shui, but I still can't figure it out. Since you said I gave you 7-step gut-wrenching powder, why aren't you dead now? Don't tell me someone can cure 7-step gut-wrenching powder. End of chapter. Chapter 1143, you set a trap for me. Hai Shuixing thought, why didn't I die? Of course, it's because I have a good daughter-in-law. But she couldn't say that because the ability to bring someone back from the dead would put her daughter-in-law in danger. In this world, when people learn they're going to die from illness or injury, who wouldn't want to live? Such an extraordinary ability shouldn't be known to the world. If anyone found out that her daughter-in-law possessed this power, her daughter-in-law would never have a moment of peace. So she smiled and said, because I had a small towel in my sleeve. When I saw something off about the way you poured tea for me, I drank the tea but let it all soak into the towel in my sleeve. Yiqing recalled the scene. She had indeed seen Hai Shui drink the tea. But she also saw Hai Shui wipe her mouth with a handkerchief. Other people carried small handkerchiefs in their pockets, but she preferred small towels. They were the same size as handkerchiefs, but made of towel fabric, very absorbent. Could it be that she really did drink it onto the small towel? So, was she the foolish one, naively handing her leverage over to the other party? No, you clearly showed signs of stomach pain at the time, she said, unwilling to accept it. My stomach pain was obviously faked, Hai Shui said flatly. But you clearly stopped breathing, Yiqing persisted. Stopped breathing, facing the venomous woman who had tried to poison her. Hai Shui felt a deep hatred inside, but she smiled lightly. I simply held my breath when you came to check under my nose. You checked twice, and I held my breath both times. That was it. She only said, if you don't want your mother, then your mother doesn't want you either. From now on you'll never see your mother again. Yiqing felt something was off again. No, that old hag clearly believed me, and even recorded that video for me. Why would she then suspect me and refuse to drink the tea I poured? Could it be that she had tampered with the video too? She replayed every detail in her mind and indeed found a problem. But if you hadn't panicked first, if you hadn't been so eager to escape, you would have felt my chest to check if my heart was still beating. Of course, it's winter now and I'm wearing a lot of clothes, so even if you tried, you wouldn't have felt it. In what she said, it had to be based on the premise of, if you don't want your mother, and then came the result of, then your mother doesn't want you. But Gu Dongxing had never said he didn't want his mother. Yiqing was furious. She had schemed meticulously to kill Hai Shui and frame Gu Dongxing and Nan Mingyu, ensuring they could never marry, or if they did, they'd never find happiness. But no matter how much she calculated, she never expected that old hag Hai Shui would deceive her. And never see your mother again couldn't be interpreted as a hint that she would commit suicide. It could also mean leaving her son and never seeing him again. Oh my god, that was never a hint about suicide at all. That video was completely useless. Besides, with her alive and well, even if the video really hinted at suicide, it wouldn't matter, because she had no intention of killing herself. On the contrary, it even exposed her attempt to poison her. Everything she did was to make her reveal her true colors, wasn't it? And what's more, she shouldn't have said those things, but under that old hag's questioning, she blurted them out involuntarily. She did it on purpose. She pointed at Hai Shui. You wanted to hear my true thoughts, so you set a trap for me. You tricked me. The more she spoke, the more certain she became of her conclusion. End of chapter. Chapter 1144. Yiqing has been captured. Nanshao never dreamed that the family head would personally leave the immortal sect. Moreover, as soon as he came out, he came to stop his daughter's Dao companion contract. One must know that every time someone from the immortal sect comes out, it requires not only the array-opening talismans provided by the Cultivation Alliance, but also a considerable number of spirit stones. Each time one leaves the immortal sect, they must use 100 mid-grade spirit stones or 10 high-grade spirit stones. And now, within the Kunlun immortal sect, spirit stones are becoming increasingly scarce. Especially high-grade spirit stones, which have not appeared on the market for many years. The 999 high-grade spirit stones he had accepted, Gu Dongxing's betrothal gift, could be said to be something even the entire Nan family could not produce. Nangong came out for the development of the Nan family in the mortal world, forced to come out to deliver resources. He, Nan Shao, came out to hunt down the demon cultivator Qiu Chanshan, who had harmed the Nan family's disciples, for the sake of the Nan family's dignity, forced to come out. But what is Nan Yuno, the family head of the main branch, doing here now? Could it be that he came out for his son, Nangong? Nan Shao regretted more and more that he had not directly killed Nangong when he was poisoning Mingyu and the others. Unfortunately, when he later caught up with Nangong, Nangong did not even resist and was taken away by him. If only he had resisted even a little, he would have had a reason to kill him. Now that the Nan family head has arrived, Nangong will surely be taken into the Nan family by him, and it will be absolutely impossible to kill Nangong anymore. Fortunately, the dragon head punched Nangong's dantian to pieces, and even the golden core inside shattered. For the rest of his life, he could never surpass him. The problem now is that he fears the Nan family head might play dirty tricks. After all, he is the family head. He himself is not very afraid, but he worries about his daughter and son-in-law. Originally, he planned to take his daughter into the immortal sect this time, but it seems better to leave her out for now. Nan Yuno looked Mingyu up and down. Nan Shao, is this your daughter? Don't you know that for a member of the Nan family to form a Dao companion contract, it must be approved by the family? Gu Dongxing panicked upon hearing this. Approved by the family? That means the family head must agree? He had finally managed to win over Nan Shao, his father-in-law, and now this Nan family head appears. Moreover, he could tell that this family head looked at Mingyu as if she were goods, and at him as if he were a dead man. What should he do? Nanxiao had so readily agreed to Mingyu and Gu Dongxing forming the Dao companion contract today precisely because he knew this rule. And he also knew that his daughter was set on Gu Dongxing and could only form the contract with him. Therefore, he took advantage of the fact that Mingyu had not yet undergone the ceremony of returning to her ancestral roots to let the two form the Dao companion contract first. But who could have predicted that the family head would show up at such a critical moment? Before Nanxiao could speak, Mingyu opened her mouth. I haven't returned to my ancestral roots yet, so I am not considered a member of the Nan family in the immortal sect. Upon hearing Mingyu's words, Nanxiao's expression grew even more anxious instead of relieved. Every country has its laws, and every family has its rules. The Nan family has a rule: no killing among clan members. This was the main reason Nanxiao did not kill Nangong. Therefore, if Mingyu acknowledged herself as a member of the Nan family, no matter what Nan Yuno did, he would not dare to kill her. But if Mingyu did not return to her ancestral roots and was not a member of the Nan family, she would not fall under this rule. Naturally, he could not kill her in front of him, but what about places where he could not see? That is why Nanxiao was so anxious. Heh, you haven't returned to your ancestral roots? Nan Yuno squinted his eyes dangerously. Chapter 1145, there's still a move left. Mingyu nodded vigorously. Yes. I haven't been acknowledged by the family yet. That might change later, but for now, you have no right to control me. Her meaning was clear. She hadn't been formally accepted into the Nan family yet, so he couldn't control her. Once she formed the bond with Gu Dongxing, she could be acknowledged later without issue. Nan Yunao pointed at the Nan family members around them. If you haven't been acknowledged, then why are so many Nan family members here attending your engagement ceremony? Mingyu thought for a moment and said, they're guests. I only have one father and no other relatives, so I asked him to invite people to help create a lively atmosphere. Thus, you have no right to call off my Dao partner bond. Gu Dongxing's heart stirred with emotion as he heard Mingyu's words. His little Meng was willing to forego entering the Nan family just to form the Dao partner bond with him. As he had thought, his little Meng loved him deeply. The elders of the Gu family, however, darkened with displeasure. Hadn't they gone all out to support Gu Dongxing's engagement to Nan Mingyu precisely because they hoped to rely on the Nan family as a powerful backing? But now, this Nan Mingyu was saying she hadn't been acknowledged by the family? Nanxiao, on the other hand, understood when he heard Mingyu say, I haven't been acknowledged by the family yet. She said yet, which didn't rule out the future. Moreover, just because she hadn't been acknowledged now didn't mean she wouldn't be later. If she wasn't acknowledged now, the family head couldn't control her Dao partner bond. And once the bond was formed and she returned to the Nan family to be acknowledged, could anyone force the dissolution of the bond? Truly, she was his daughter, Nanxiao's child, meticulous in her actions. What Nanxiao could figure out, Nan Yunao naturally did as well. He sneered inwardly. Fine. You haven't been acknowledged by the family now, so I have no right to interfere with your Dao partner bond. But let me tell you this, if you go through with it, you will never be allowed to return to the Nan family for acknowledgement in this lifetime. Nanxiao was instantly furious. Family head, Mingyu is my biological daughter. Nan Yunao glanced at Nanxiao. The Nan family rules state that any clan member who defies the family heads will may be expelled after discussion by the Council of Elders. She is your daughter, but if she disobeys the family head now, she will not be considered a member of the Nan family in the future. His implication was that even if she were acknowledged, she could still be expelled if she didn't comply, so it was better not to join at all. Nanxiao was deeply indignant. But for some reason, he looked at his daughter, then at his prospective son-in-law, and asked Mingyu, what do you think? Do you still insist on forming the Dao partner bond with Gu Dongxing? Mingyu glanced at Gu Dongxing, who reached out and grasped her small hand, offering silent encouragement. Warmth filled her heart as she looked at her father. I insist. Nanxiao then turned to Gu Dongxing. And you? Do you insist as well? He stared fixedly at Gu Dongxing. Without the Nan family as a sturdy backing, would he still love his daughter? Without a hint of hesitation, Gu Dongxing replied firmly, I insist. He loved Mingyu, not the Nan family. As for the Nan family being a great tree to lean on, he would grow into an even taller and stronger tree to shelter his little Meng. Nanxiao nodded in satisfaction. Ignoring Nan Yunao, he announced to the crowd, the ceremony for Gu Dongxing and Nan Mingyu to form the Dao partner bond will proceed. His daughter had never wanted to join the Nan family anyway, so even though he had publicly acknowledged her identity at the press conference, he had never demanded she formally return to the clan. Chapter 1146, You have no right to control me. In Nanjiao's view, from the fact that Gu Dongxing casually tossed out high-grade spirit stones on the day of the betrothal proposal, they were not lacking in cultivation resources. What the Nan family could offer to the secular Nan family wouldn't be much either. With the 999 high-grade spirit stones Gu Dongxing had given him, he had now become the wealthiest person in the entire Nan family. He could come out whenever he wanted, and entering once only cost 10 high-grade spirit stones. For the secular world, Mingyu being his, Nan Zhao's, daughter was enough of an identity. The secular Nan family had no one with higher cultivation than Nan Xiao. Now that they knew Nan Mingyu was Nan Zhao's daughter, the entire Nan family would protect her. As for the immortal sect Nan family, someone who hadn't been acknowledged by the ancestors wasn't considered a Nan family member. Therefore, Nan Yuneo really had no way to control Nan Mingyu. As for worrying about what would happen after entering the immortal sect, Nan Xiao, who had originally decided to take his daughter away this time, now decided not to let his daughter and son-in-law enter the immortal sect for now. His daughter was already at the Golden Core stage, and his son-in-law seemed to only need an opportunity to break through to Golden Core. Gu Dongxing, as a lightning spiritual root user, would have formidable combat power once he reached Golden Core. A Golden Core cultivator was extremely important to the family. Their Nan family was a cultivation family with 1,000 years of heritage and a population of 100,000, yet they currently only had 4 Golden Core true masters. Once the couple both reached Golden Core and entered the immortal sect, if the family head refused to let them acknowledge their ancestors, even the family head might be removed by the clan elders. He didn't know that his Nan family's Golden Core true masters had actually dwindled to 3, because Nan Gong, whom he had personally handed over to the Dragon Head, had already had his Dantian and Golden Core shattered by the Dragon Head for provoking him. Nan Yuneo snorted angrily. I hope you won't regret this. He flicked his sleeve and left. He even forgot the purpose of his visit to Nan Xiao, to interrogate him about why he hadn't brought Nan Gong back to the Nan family. Watching all this from afar, Jiang Huayu's eyes were filled with resentment. She actually managed to escape the Nan family head's interference. A hoarse voice. Although she escaped the Nan family head's interference, don't you think she's just asking for death like this?
Jiang Huayu, how so?
If she were a member of the immortal sect Nan family, and we killed her, even through someone else's hands and without evidence, the Nan family would convict us as long as they deemed it so, and then kill us. But since Nan Mingyu declared she hasn't acknowledged her ancestors, that means she won't have the Nan family as a backing anymore. Even if we toy with her to death, the immortal sect Nan family won't do anything to us. Jiang Huayu was overjoyed. Really? Of course it's true. But even if she still had the Nan family as a backing, we wouldn't be afraid. Because the Nan family's territory is in the immortal sect, we just need to toy with her to death in the secular world. Jiang Huayu breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. After a moment's thought, she added, we need to plan carefully and make use of all her enemies. First, she used Yu Qing, then she used Nan Yuneo, staying behind the scenes while watching Nan Mingyu fight them. Even if the pawns were eliminated, she suffered no loss. Jiang Huayu had come to enjoy the thrill of using others as pawns in a game of chess. At Diyue Tower, Hai Shui watched Nan Yuneo leave in a huff and looked worriedly at her son and daughter-in-law. He won't do anything to you, will he? Gu Dongxing comforted her. It's fine. His status is what it is. He won't do anything beneath his dignity. Hai Shui felt relieved upon hearing her son's words. But the Gu family elders were still worried. Dongxing, was this bond ceremony of yours really necessary? It stirred up discord in their household. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Even Gu Ming looked at Gu Dongxing with concern. Chapter 1147. I insist. Gu Dongxing glanced at them and said, don't worry, I'll handle everything. Gu Ming was instantly comforted by his confident gaze and stopped worrying, though, of course, worrying wouldn't have helped anyway. But Uncle Gu frowned. Can't you just have a proper engagement? The ceremony is already done. Why stir up trouble with this bond contract? Gu Dongxing hadn't wanted them to come in the first place, but since they insisted, he had no choice. Now that they were undermining him, he shot them a few icy glares. If you don't understand, don't speak. Mingyu and I are cultivators, so naturally we must form a Dao companion contract. This is absolutely necessary. Besides, aren't you curious why that person didn't show up during our engagement, but appeared for the Dao companion ceremony? The clan elders exchanged glances. They truly didn't understand. Third Uncle Gu asked Gu Dongxing, why? Gu Dongxing replied, because in the cultivation world, marriage doesn't mean much. Once you enter the immortal sect, worldly ties can be severed at any time. Only by forming a Dao companion contract can two people truly walk through life together as one. Only then did the Gu clan elders understand. Moreover, Gu Dongxing's mention of cultivators instilled in them an inexplicable sense of awe toward both him and Nan Mingyu. It seemed that although the two were their juniors, they already belonged to a different world. And so, under Nan Zhao's officiation, Mingyu and Gu Dongxing formed their Dao companion contract. After the ceremony, the two families began addressing each other as in-laws. Hai Shui looked at Mingyu with growing satisfaction. A girl like this was truly worthy of her son. As for Nan Shao of the Nan family, he had initially had some reservations about Gu Dongxing, mainly because his newly reclaimed daughter was being taken away by this man, which left him somewhat displeased. But when he saw that Gu Dongxing insisted on forming the Dao companion contract with Mingyu even without the backing of the Nan family, that lingering dissatisfaction vanished. He believed that this young man would truly never abandon or forsake his daughter. After the newly formed in-laws exchanged a few pleasantries, they each returned to their own homes. Gu Ming looked at Gu Dongxing's group, hoping they would come back to the Gu family with him. Shui. Hai Shui cut him off before he could finish. I've been living with Mingyu all this time, so naturally I'll go with her. Shui. Gu Ming stared at her. Even if you don't want to come back yourself, can't you at least take Mingxing to visit? She carries the Gu surname. That's her home too. Hai Shui hesitated. It was true, she couldn't stop Gu Mingxing from returning to her father's side. Moreover, only by going back to her father could she leverage Gu Ming's influence to secure a good marriage. She turned to look at Gu Mingxing. Gu Mingxing immediately said, I may carry the Gu surname, but the Gu family is not my home. My home is in Haijia village. As for today, wherever my mother goes, I go. Pain flickered in Gu Ming's eyes. Mingxing, your father has his difficulties too. Mingxing shot him a glare. But have you ever fulfilled a father's duty to me all these years? When I was born prematurely because of the harm you caused my mother, barely clinging to life while the villagers said I wouldn't survive, where were you? When I was 10 years old but had the body of a 6-year-old, with no one willing to play with me at school, where were you? When my brother joined the army and there was no man in the house, and my mother and I were bullied, where were you? So you can't abandon me when I was young, ignorant, and in need of care, and then come to claim me back when I've grown up and can be of use. That's unethical. Chapter 1148. I hope you won't regret this. Hearing his daughter's words, being pointed at and accused of immorality, Gu Ming felt a piercing pain in his heart. Mingxing was right. He had never fulfilled a single day of his duty as a father to her, so he truly had no right now to demand that she not be heartless toward him. I just thought that if you returned to the Gu family, it would benefit your future, Gu Ming said awkwardly. In reality, it was old Master Gu who had seen the beautiful and lovely Gu Mingxing and thought that if she returned to the Gu family, she could bring about a favorable marriage alliance. That was why he had brought it up to Gu Ming. But Gu Ming's desire for Gu Mingxing to return to the Gu family stemmed from his own selfish wish to make up for his shortcomings as a father, not for the sake of the larger clan. Gu Mingxing shook her head. I don't need that. I'll take responsibility for my own life. Next year, I'll get into a good university. My dream is to be admitted to Kyoto University. Good. My daughter has ambition. Hai Shui gave her daughter a thumbs up. Gu Ming felt bitter inside. His daughter clearly didn't take him, her father, seriously. But then again, how could she, when he had been absent from her life all these years? Thinking back to how the breakdown of their marriage had caused Hai Shui immense physical and emotional suffering, and how their daughter had been born prematurely as a result, inherently weak, with a frail body that had delayed her growth and development by several years compared to others. Back then, she looked 10 years old but seemed only 6. Hai Shui had even changed her age to compensate. Now, unexpectedly, the altered age seemed to have stuck. At 20, she looked like she was 16. He felt ashamed. Even if you don't want to return to the Gu family, you could at least transfer your household registration to Kyoto first. That way, you could take the college entrance exam here. Everyone knew that the admission score line for Kyoto University was lower for those with Kyoto household registration. Hearing this, Hai Shui's heart stirred. She turned to Mingyu. Mingyu, what do you think? Gu Dongxing was often away for months at a time with the military, so if Gu Mingxing were to study in Kyoto, she would certainly have to rely on Nan Mingyu. Moreover, she didn't want her daughter's household registration to fall under the Gu family's control, where they could dictate her life. By now, Gu Mingxing listened to Mingyu in everything, so Mingyu wasn't worried about Mingxing disobeying her. Mingyu thought for a moment and said, all right, Mingxing's household registration can be placed in my courtyard on Yang'an Hatong. She can stay with me from now on. But Gu Dongxing shook his head. No, if Mingxing comes to Kyoto, Mom will worry about her, and I'm not comfortable leaving Mom alone in the Hai family village either. How about this? Since I'll need to buy a house here eventually anyway, let's buy one now and transfer both Mom's and Mingxing's household registrations here. That way, Mom and Mingxing can still live together, and Mingyu can visit them whenever she wants. He knew that if Mom stayed at Mingyu's place, she would feel uncomfortable, so it was better to buy their own courtyard. Mingyu, thinking about future housing prices in Kyoto, immediately agreed. All right, you should buy a courtyard like this one too. You can plant flowers and vegetables in the yard, and Hai would definitely like that. However, none of them were very familiar with Kyoto, so they would have to rely on Luda and the others to find a place. Hai Shui, hearing Mingyu's words, felt that Mingyu truly understood her best. This daughter-in-law was the right choice. If she came to Kyoto without anything to do, she would surely feel restless. Good, then let's buy a courtyard. They're not expensive right now anyway. At this time, commercial housing didn't exist yet, but there were still plenty of private homes. Because many people had been rehabilitated and returned in the past 2 years, they had reclaimed the Sahiyuan that had been previously occupied or surrendered. But at this time, young people disliked Sahiyuan for being damp and dark, preferring to move into high-rise buildings. There were also many who, after returning, were in poor health and wanted to move in with their children, so they decided to sell their original Sahiyuan. Thus, there were quite a few people selling Sahiyuan. Chapter 1149. What you're doing is immoral. Guming had originally planned to bring his daughter to live with him by securing her an urban household registration. To his surprise, Hai Shui would rather entrust their daughter to her future daughter-in-law than to him, the child's own father. His son even intended to buy a house outright to settle Hai Shui and Min Xing. He was heartbroken. He didn't even know how he had made it back home. At home, young Meiying was still fuming. The moment she saw Guming return, she sneered sarcastically. What, lost your soul after seeing your ex-wife? She must have groveled her way into the Nan family, right? Why didn't you follow her there? Guming looked at Yang Meiying's twisted face and said calmly, Yang Meiying, let's get a divorce. Yang Meiying was startled, but she immediately jumped up and pointed at Guming, cursing. Guming, do you have any conscience? I gave you 2 sons. I'm nearly 50, and now that you've seen your ex-wife and realized she's still beautiful, you want to divorce me? I'm telling you no way. Guming suddenly turned around and bowed deeply before Yang Meiying. I'm sorry. Yang Meiying quickly stepped aside, refusing to accept his gesture. What are you doing? Guming looked at her and said bluntly, Yang Meiying, let's get a divorce. What did you say? You want a divorce? Yang Meiying pointed at Guming, unable to believe her ears. You actually want a divorce? Yes, I want a divorce. Let's get a divorce, Guming said calmly, his tone as casual as if he were commenting on the weather. No, I won't divorce you. A military marriage isn't that easy to dissolve. I won't divorce you. Yang Meiying, why bother? We've never been a normal married couple, Guming said helplessly. How are we not normal? If we weren't normal, how could we have had Gu Xing and Gu Chen? Hearing Guming's words, Yang Meiying was hurt. Yes, since marrying Guming, they had only shared a bed twice. Actually, the first time, when Gu Xing was conceived, happened before their marriage. Strictly speaking, she and Guming had only been intimate twice. The first time was after Guming was expelled from the military for Hai Shui's concealed overseas connections. The Gu family elders forced Hai Shui to leave, and Guming drowned his sorrows in alcohol. The Gu family then sent Yang Meiying to him. In his drunken stupor, Guming mistook her for Hai Shui and Gu Xing was conceived. The second time happened because Gu Xing was publicly known as the posthumous child of Yang Meiying's late husband. When some members of the Gu family threatened to kick her out for failing to bear a child after marrying into the family, she drugged Guming with an aphrodisiac. Once again, he mistook her for Hai Shui, and Gu Chen was conceived. Both times she became pregnant, she had calculated her ovulation days and taken advantage of Guming when he was unconscious or disoriented. Whether it was because she was highly fertile or Guming was exceptionally potent, both attempts resulted in pregnancy on the first try, giving her 2 sons. But aside from those 2 times, they had never shared a bed, not even the same room. She had been living like a widow. Despite all this, she still didn't want a divorce. If she divorced, wouldn't her colleagues and friends laugh at her? Besides, her 2 sons weren't even married yet. What would happen then? And although Guming never slept with her, he treated her well in other aspects. As an army commander, his salary was high, and he handed it all over to the household. She had the final say in family matters, and she never missed an opportunity to boast about it. She had no grand ambitions. She had spent her years drifting along in the cultural troupe. To be honest, she had no real talent. After all these years, she hadn't even earned a proper position. If they divorced, how would she survive? She couldn't divorce him, not even if it killed her. Chapter 1150. His daughter did not see him as a father. No, I won't divorce you. I'd rather die than divorce you. Yang Meiying shouted. Have you forgotten why you married me? If I reveal that Gu Xing is actually your son, you'll be in deep trouble. Do you want to be demoted? Over the years, she had used this threat against Guming more than once. But Guming sneered coldly. Yang Meiying, do you think no one can see that Gu Xing's face is 5/10 similar to mine? Do you really need to be the one to say it? Yang Meiying was stunned. Yes, as Gu Xing grew older, his resemblance to Guming became more apparent. Claiming he was her late husband's posthumous child was no longer believable. However, this matter had been buried for over 20 years, and no one had ever brought it up. Yang Meiying sneered back. No one pursued it before because this kind of thing is only dealt with when reported. I didn't speak, Hai Shui didn't speak, so naturally no one came after you. But if either of us speaks out now, do you think you'll still get off so easily? Gu Ming sighed. Say whatever you want. He paused, then added, by the way, Gu Hua, the son of old Third Gu, has already admitted to opening the door for you back then. Yang Meiying froze. He admitted it? She quickly laughed again. He's your nephew. His admission has no legal weight. My evidence is Gu Xing. Anyone with eyes can see he looks like you. Gu Ming sneered. Looking alike counts as evidence? Haven't you heard that a child resembles the person who raises them? I raised Gu Xing. Is it strange that he looks like me? Yang Meiying's face darkened. Yes, over 20 years had passed. Even if Gu Xing was truly Gu Ming's son, as long as he refused to admit it, what could she do? Moreover, back then, she had insisted that Gu Xing was her late husband's posthumous child. If she now claimed that Gu Xing was actually Gu Ming's biological son and that Gu Ming had raped her, would anyone believe her? People would only say that she was making up lies out of spite because Gu Ming wanted a divorce. Yang Meiying realized that the incident that had once forced Hai Shui to divorce now held no leverage over Gu Ming. Not to mention, Hai Shui had already paid the price for that matter. Logically, she could no longer use it to threaten Gu Ming. But was she supposed to just divorce him and make way for Hai Shui? Anyway, I won't divorce you. Gu Ming said coldly, you won't divorce me? Are you sure you want me to find out who Gu Chen's real father is? Yang Meiying was shocked. What nonsense are you talking about? At first, Gu Ming hadn't known that Gui wasn't his son. He had only thought that Yang Meiying was exceptionally fertile, getting pregnant both times after just one encounter. But as Gui grew older, he noticed that the boy looked less and less like him. Last year, when Gu Chen was trapped on the golden ship and nearly died, Mengyu saved him. After returning to the military, he trained hard. But despite that, earlier this year, he was severely injured during a mission. Coincidentally, Gu Ming went to visit him and offered to donate blood, only to discover their blood types didn't match. Gu Ming was type A, while Gu Chen was type O. He knew very well that Yang Meiying was type B. Their child could only be type A, type B, or type AB, never type O. Yet Gu Chen was type O. That meant Gu Chen was not his son. He was the child of Yang Meiying and another man. Chapter 1151, Let's Get a Divorce, Part 1. Gu Ming had the doctor who performed the blood test keep it confidential at the time, and also called for a soldier to donate blood to Gu Chen. Having been cuckolded, he was naturally very uncomfortable, but he thought about how he had never given Yang Meiying a normal married life, so he didn't blame her too much. He simply planned to divorce her. Thus, even if today's incident hadn't happened, he would still have divorced Yang Meiying. Today's events merely gave him an opportunity to bring up the divorce. Originally, if the divorce had gone smoothly, he wouldn't have mentioned this matter. But since Yang Meiying refused to divorce, he had no choice but to reveal the truth. Gu Ming said helplessly, you know whether I'm lying or not. In August of this year, I went to Gu Chen's military unit. It just so happened that Gu Chen was injured and needed a blood transfusion. There was no one else around, so I planned to donate blood to him. But after the blood test, the doctor told me that I have type A blood, while Gu Chen has type O blood. I couldn't donate blood to Gu Chen. Tell me yourself, I have type A blood and you have type B blood. How could we possibly have a son with type O blood? Yang Meiying was stunned. Gu Chen had always been healthy. Even when he was little and had any minor ailments, she was the one who took him to the doctor. She had done this precisely to prevent the truth about her son's type O blood from being exposed. But she never expected that Gu Ming would go to their son's military unit, nor did she anticipate that Gu Ming would happen to be there when their son was injured and needed a blood transfusion, leading Gu Ming to discover that Gu Chen was not his biological son. What was she going to do? Gu Ming took out the divorce agreement and said, sign it properly, or else just wait for me to file a lawsuit. Yes, it wasn't that Yang Meiying had a strong ability to conceive, nor was it that Gu Ming was too potent. Both pregnancies had resulted from a single attempt. The first time, Yang Meiying had schemed against Gu Ming and got pregnant with Gu Xing in one try. But the second time she tried to scheme against Gu Ming, she failed. Gu Ming had become wary and no longer gave her any opportunity. So she found another man and got herself pregnant with Gu Chen. Gu Ming left the house, slamming the door shut with a loud bang. But Yang Meiying sat there motionless. She had never imagined that the truth about Gu Chen would one day be exposed. No man could tolerate being cuckolded. But she hadn't done it because she had fallen in love with another man. She had only done it because, after successfully scheming against Gu Ming that day, she had been afraid she wouldn't get pregnant. That was why she had found someone else. She had thought that if she didn't conceive Gu Ming's child, she would conceive the other man's. After all, she had gotten pregnant with Gu Xing on her first attempt, so Gu Ming should have believed she could get pregnant again in one try. But as luck would have it, she didn't conceive Gu Ming's child, she conceived the other man's. At first, she hadn't known whose child she was carrying. But after Gu Chen was born, she secretly took her son for a blood test. When she discovered that her son had type O blood, she knew he wasn't Gu Ming's. From that day on, she had lived as if carrying a time bomb, carefully protecting Gu Chen. Whenever he had even a minor illness or injury, she immediately took him to the hospital, making absolutely sure that Gu Ming never had a chance to be alone with him. But she never expected that, even after her son had joined the military, Gu Ming would still find out. If before, at the Southern Gu Alliance meeting, she had heard that Hai Shui was indeed, as she had exposed, the legitimate daughter of a major overseas aristocratic family, she had been somewhat afraid that the Gu family elders would divorce her just as they had divorced Hai Shui. But after returning home, she had called her brother, and he had reassured her, as long as she insisted on not divorcing, Gu Ming wouldn't be able to divorce her. But now that the fact that Gu Chen was not Gu Ming's son had been exposed, could her brother still protect her? No, she had to call her brother immediately. Chapter 1152, Let's Get a Divorce, Part 2. Young Meiying lunged for the phone, dialed a series of numbers, and waited anxiously for someone to pick up. Xiaomei, what's wrong now? Yang Qingxiang's somewhat impatient voice came through. It hadn't been that long since she last called. He had already told her not to lose her composure, as long as she insisted on not divorcing, Gu Ming wouldn't be able to divorce her. Now she was calling again. Did she think he had nothing better to do? Brother, Gu Ming just brought up divorce with me. Young Meiying's voice trembled. Didn't I already tell you? You haven't done anything wrong. He's even more afraid than you are of revealing the mistake from 20 years ago. So, as long as you firmly refuse to divorce, he has no reason to divorce you. Besides, Gu Ming isn't an irresponsible person. Brother, Gu Ming found out that Gu Chen isn't his son. Yang Meiying knew that if she didn't get straight to the point, her brother might just hang up. So, she led with the most critical issue. What did you say? Yang Chengxiang was startled. Gu Chen wasn't Gu Ming's son? That's right, Gu Chen. He's not actually Gu Ming's son. Yang Meiying explained how, after she married into the Gu family, Gu Xing was still the child of her ex-husband. Since she hadn't yet born a child for the Gu family, some people expressed dissatisfaction. So, she recounted how she had schemed to sleep with Gu Ming once, then borrowed someone else's seed to conceive Gu Chen, telling her brother everything. Yang Meiying said resentfully, originally, he never found out for 20 years. But this time, he suddenly went to the military unit where Gu Chen was stationed. Coincidentally, Gu Chen was injured and needed a blood transfusion. When Gu Ming wanted to donate blood for his son, the doctor tested his blood type. He discovered that Gu Chen was type O, which didn't match either his or mine. That's how it came out that Gu Chen isn't his son. The other end was silent for a long time. Yang Meiying called out worriedly, brother. Only then did Yang Chengxiang ask, when did he go to Chener's unit? Just last month, Yang Meiying replied. Yang Chengxiang couldn't help but sneer. He had found out he was cuckolded last month, yet he had stewed in silence for 2 months without saying a word. What a pathetic man. But the most terrifying people are those who don't explode on the spot, but quietly scheme in the shadows. Earlier, when his sister told him that the Gu family elders might have Gu Ming divorce her, he didn't think it was anything to fear. But now that Gu Ming himself was the one proposing divorce, that was a different matter altogether. A man like that, if he doesn't bring it up, fine. But if he does, it means he truly wants a divorce. Especially after discovering that his sister had cuckolded him and made him raise another man's child for 20 years. If he didn't divorce, what would others think of him? So this time, Gu Ming was determined to divorce. Xiaomei, you probably won't be able to keep this family this time. You shouldn't have given birth to that bastard child. Yang Meiying deflated. But I don't want a divorce. I'm almost 48. If I get divorced now, people will laugh at me. Yang Chengxiang said helplessly, if you hadn't made such a grave mistake, I could have pressured the Gu family to stop Gu Ming from divorcing you. But you gave birth to another man's child and made the Gu family raise that son for 20 years. That was your mistake. No man can forgive a woman who bears another man's child. So now, think about what you want from the divorce. As for the children, there's not much to divide. Gu Chen will definitely go with you, so Gu Xing will have to go with him. As for money, you've been holding on to Gu Ming's earnings all these years. The most important thing is Gu Xing's company. Chapter 1153, Let's Get Divorced, Part 3. Yang Meiying cried when she heard her brother say the family couldn't be saved. She really didn't want a divorce. However, when her brother brought up the custody of the 2 children, she immediately thought of her 2 sons, the elder, Gu Xing, who was in business, and the younger, Gu Chen, who had joined the military. Although her younger son was only 20 years old and already a company commander, with a promising future ahead, she preferred to have her elder son stay with her. After all, her elder son was in business, and only he could support her extravagant spending. No, Gu Chen isn't Gu Ming's child, so he definitely won't want him. But Gu Chen, on the surface, is my ex-husband's posthumous child, so he still can't take him. That means both sons are mine. Yang Meiying said. Yang Qingxiong's eyes lit up. That's right, Guchen wasn't Gu Ming's child. There was no need to mention that the Gu family wouldn't want him, so he could only go with his sister. As for the elder son, Gu Xing, his sister, could use the excuse of him being her ex-husband's posthumous child to take him away from the Gu family as well. That would essentially mean taking the Gu family's company along with them. Would Gu Ming disagree? On the surface, Gu Xing had no blood relation to him. Would he publicly admit that Gu Xing was his biological son? For the sake of his future, he definitely wouldn't do that. This way, the sons would belong to his sister, the company would belong to his sister, and everything from the Gu family would go to his sister. Gu Ming would essentially leave with nothing. When Gu Ming heard the divorce terms Yang Meiying proposed, he agreed almost without hesitation. As long as he could get a divorce, he was willing to give up everything. However, he did make one demand. The two-story building they currently lived in belonged to the military, so Yang Meiying had to move out as soon as possible. Additionally, since Gu Chen and Gu Xing were already adults, who they chose to live with would be their own decision, and he wouldn't interfere. In the end, both sons chose to live with Yang Meiying. Gu Xing, even though he knew Gu Ming was his biological father, had always been publicly known as Yang Meiying's ex-husband's posthumous child. If his parents divorced, he had no choice but to go with his mother. Otherwise, he would be labeled an illegitimate child. As for Gu Chen, upon learning that he wasn't Gu Ming's biological son, he naturally chose Yang Meiying as well. Thus, at noon that day, Gu Ming's son Gu Dongxing was still holding his engagement ceremony at the Yue Tower. By the afternoon, Gu Ming had already gone with Yang Meiying to get their divorce certificate. However, Yang Meiying and Yang Chengxiong both forgot one thing. When they thought Gu Xing could take the company with them, they realized they couldn't take it at all, because the company didn't belong to Gu Xing personally, but to the entire Gu family. Both sons lived away from home and rarely returned. After the divorce, they came back even less. Leaving the military compound, Yang Meiying returned to her brother's house. Her sister-in-law, who had always flattered her before, now changed her attitude. Every word she spoke carried a hidden meaning that Yang Meiying could pick up on. As a result, after staying for less than a week, she rented a small apartment and moved out. As for Gu Ming, he now had the two-story building all to himself, and his salary was back in his own hands. As for the company, he couldn't care less. His salary was more than enough for his expenses. Originally, the plan was to make Gu Ming leave with nothing, but in the end, it was Yang Meiying who seemed to have left with nothing. But that's a story for later. Meanwhile, Nan Yuneo returned to the Nan family before remembering his purpose for going to Yue Tower. However, he couldn't bring himself to go back there to find Nan Xiao. He could only send a voice transmission to Nan Xiao. Nan Xiao, where is Nan gone? Nan Xiao was momentarily stunned before replying via voice transmission. Patriarch, you should know that my mission this time in leaving the immortal sect is to capture the demon cultivator Qiu Chunshan, who has been using Nan family disciples to heal himself. Chapter 1154. Let's get a divorce. 4. Nangong colluded with the demon cultivator Qiu Chunshan, setting up a blood-devouring formation in a mountain village as a trap. He then sent a squad of the dragon group into Qiu Chunshan's blood-devouring formation to facilitate the demon cultivator's healing. Among that squad was my son-in-law, Gu Dongxing. My daughter went along as well. In other words, his daughter and son-in-law were also among those sent by Nangong to be used for healing. Impossible. Nan Yuneo interrupted Nang Zhao's words. How could my son possibly collude with a demon cultivator? Nang Xiao sneered. Has the clan leader forgotten? When the demon cultivator Qiu Chunshan came to our Nang family, it was also to find Nangong. It was only because Nangong wasn't there that he stayed temporarily at our estate. Yet he used Nang family disciples as blood sacrifices to heal his wounds, which exposed his identity as a demon cultivator. He was then hunted down by our Nang family and fled the immortal sect. Clearly, Qiu Chunshan and Nangong had long been in collusion. Nangong was momentarily speechless. What Nang Xiao said was true. Qiu Chunshan was indeed Nangong's friend, though they hadn't seen each other in decades. When he came to the Nang family looking for Nangong, it was the steward who arranged for him to stay temporarily. No one expected that he would use Nang family disciples to heal himself, thereby revealing his true nature as a demon cultivator. But how could he accept that his son had colluded with a demon cultivator and even sent a dragon group squad to be used for the demon cultivator's healing? Nang Xiao knew that Nan Yuneo found it hard to accept. He sighed. I don't want to believe what Nangong has done, nor do I want to believe that, in order to help Qiu Chunshan heal, he would directly send dragon group members to be used as blood sacrifices for a demon cultivator. But this is the truth. The dragon group squad he sent consisted of 9 people, including my daughter and her fiancé. They discovered Nangong and Qiu Chunshan's conspiracy and realized that the mission Nangong, as the deputy leader of the dragon group, had assigned them was a death sentence. So they escaped from the demon cultivator's blood-devouring formation through a sinkhole into an underground river. Fearing that this squad would return and expose his scheme, Nangong, disregarding the fact that my daughter and son-in-law were among them, joined Xiao Chunshan in hunting down the squad. Nanyun Ao interrupted again. That's even more impossible. They were both Golden Core cultivators. How could a Dragon Group squad escape their pursuit? Were the Dragon Group members also Golden Core cultivators? Nang Xiao said coldly, the reason the 2 Golden Core cultivators couldn't kill the 9-member squad immediately was that you and the others had a high-grade defensive array disc. They hid inside the formation, struggling to hold out for 6 hours until the array's spirit stones were depleted and the formation collapsed. Nangong then condensed a massive golden blade, intending to kill everyone in the formation with a single strike. At that critical moment, I happened to pass by. Seeing that Yuer's life was in imminent danger, I stepped in and blocked Nangong's deadly golden blade. At that time, the Dragon Group's leader also arrived. Nangong and Xiao Chunshan tried to flee, but I, along with the Dragon Group leader, gave chase and apprehended them. Nanan Ao was furious. So it was you who captured Nangong? Nang Xiao said coldly. He colluded with a demon cultivator and tried to kill my daughter. Why shouldn't I capture him? You, Nanan Ao roared through their telepathic link. My son is a Golden Core cultivator. Your daughter is nothing but a mortal. To cultivators, mortals are mere ants. Even if my son had killed your daughter, so what if she died? Nang Xiao laughed bitterly. Your son is indeed a Golden Core cultivator, but colluding with a demon cultivator alone makes him deserving of death. Moreover, my daughter is no mere mortal. She is also a cultivator. She is only 17 years old and has already reached the foundation establishment stage. A cultivator who reaches foundation establishment at 17, and you dare say, so what if she died? Chapter 1155, Let's Get Divorced 5. Nan Zhao's eyes flickered slightly. He hadn't expected that this daughter of his, in the secular world with thin spiritual energy, could still reach the foundation establishment stage at just 17. Such talent was indeed incredibly rare. If the clan elders found out, they might treasure her like a gem, wouldn't they? When that time came, would her daughter also seize the position of his granddaughter, just as Nan Xiao had seized the position of young master? His mind trembled. It seemed this Nan Mingyu couldn't be kept around. Even if a member of the Nan family makes a mistake, they can only be dealt with by the Nan family. I won't hold your previous actions against you. Go find the dragon head right now and bring Nangong back. I want to take him back to the clan and have him punished according to clan rules. Nan Xiao flatly refused. I can't do it. He paused for a moment, then said, perhaps the clan head doesn't know yet? When Nangong originally left the mountain to deliver resources, he was supposed to return to the immortal sect, but he lingered in the mortal world and even took on the role of deputy leader in the Dragon Group. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to send that Dragon Group squad to the Demon Cultivator for healing. According to the regulations of the Cultivation Alliance, if a Dragon Group member commits a crime, as long as the evidence is solid, the Dragon Group must handle it first. No sect or family is allowed to interfere. So, if the clan head wants to take Nangong away, I'm afraid the Dragon Group won't agree. I'll handle the Cultivation Alliance myself. Everything you've said is just what your daughter and the Dragon Group members claimed. It can't be used as evidence. So, I'm ordering you now, go to the Dragon Group and bring Nangong back to me. Nan Xiao sneered inwardly and transmitted his voice. Clan head, whether what I said can be used as evidence probably isn't for you to decide. At that time, besides the parties involved, the Dragon Group squad, and the Dragon Group backup members, there were also many ordinary people watching from afar as Nangong and Xiao Chunshan attacked the Dragon Group squad inside the formation. Among these ordinary people were the 10 villagers my daughter initially rescued from the Great Formation. Although the Dragon had erased all their memories, before that, every single one of them was interrogated by the Dragon Group, and the entire process was recorded in audio and video. So, the incident where Nangong sent the Dragon Group squad to the demon cultivator Xiao Chunshan as medicine to treat his cold poison, and then tried to silence the Dragon Group squad that escaped the formation after the plan failed, was witnessed by many, had a huge impact, and is backed by solid evidence. After a long pause, Nan Xiao continued, with so many witnesses, it's impossible for the clan head to make Nangong deny his crimes. So, I won't break the law myself by going to the dragon head to demand the person. Even if the clan head personally intervenes, trying to take Nangong back to the Nan family for punishment won't be easy. Nan Xiao deliberately made it clear that the ordinary people had their memories erased after interrogation, so the only evidence left was the video footage taken during the interrogations. He was afraid that Nan Yundao might secretly kill those ordinary people. This time, Nan Yundao didn't transmit his voice for a long time, as if he had calmed down. In reality, his mind was anything but calm. If things were really as Nan Xiao said, even if he could bring Nangong back to the Nan family, the Dragon Group would surely hand over the relevant materials to the Cultivation Alliance. Therefore, given what his son had done this time, he was probably doomed. He just couldn't understand. His son was a smart man, so why did he send the Dragon Group squad to the Demon Cultivator for healing? Suddenly, a thought struck him. How did the Dragon Group squad know they were sent to heal the Demon Cultivator? Chapter 1156. What does it matter if your daughter dies? It's simple. Before the matter of the demonic cultivator's bloodsucking was reported to the Dragon Group, the local authorities had already sent 2 waves of public security officers. When they arrived at Shanbei village, they found themselves unable to leave, and then realized they were trapped inside a great formation. Not only that, but they also discovered that the 2 earlier groups of public security officers had already been used by the demonic cultivator to heal his injuries. Furthermore, they observed that the demonic cultivator had sent the village chief with a insha bottle, intending to wipe out the Dragon Group members inside the formation along with over 500 villagers in one fell swoop. Upon hearing Nangong Zhao's words, the Nangong family head was greatly alarmed. If that Qiu Chunshan truly succeeded in annihilating the Dragon Group squad and the 500-plus villagers within the formation, it would be a major incident, one that even he could not cover up, no matter how hard he tried. In the old days of the Kunlun realm, it was common for cultivators to treat mortals as ants. But as spiritual energy grew increasingly scarce, the mortal population expanded, and the number of martial artists also increased. Moreover, it was far easier for a martial artist to reach the Xiantian stage than for a cultivator to achieve foundation establishment. In reality, the combat power of a Xiantian martial artist was roughly on par with a foundation establishment cultivator, and in close combat, they were even stronger. As a result, the status of mortals gradually rose. Though they were still inferior to cultivators, cultivators could no longer casually treat mortals as ants to be exterminated at will. Even within the Kunlun immortal sect, this was the case, and in the mortal world outside, the rules were even stricter. If news spread that Nangong had colluded with a demonic cultivator, causing the deaths of hundreds in order to heal his wounds, not only would Nangong himself be unable to bear the consequences, but even the Nangong family of the Kunlun immortal sect would be implicated. Thus, when Nangong Yudao heard Nangong Xiao mention that the demonic cultivator planned to drain the blood and refine the souls of the 500-plus villagers and the Dragon Group squad within the formation, he was deeply shocked. How could Nangong have done something so foolish? Nangong Yudao suspected that his son had likely been deceived by the demonic cultivator Qiu Chunshan as well. It was highly probable that sending 2 fire attribute cultivators to help the demonic cultivator dispel his cold poison or heal his injuries was true. But the plan to drain the blood and refine the souls of all 500-plus villagers within the formation was likely something Qiu Chunshan had done behind Nangong's back. If his guess was correct, the demonic cultivator Qiu Chunshan intended to take control of this blood-draining great formation to condense a nascent soul in one go. With so many cultivators inside, along with the energy of 500 innocent lives, Qiu Chunshan might actually succeed in forming a nascent soul. And once he did, who would he fear? A single sect typically had only 1 or 2 nascent soul cultivators. And if a nascent soul cultivator chose to fight to the death, the consequences would be unimaginable. There had once been a nascent soul cultivator who, after being hunted down by a sect, detonated himself during a gathering of the sect, nearly slaughtering the entire organization. Thus, once a cultivator formed a nascent soul, as long as others did not go too far in provoking him, most people would leave him alone. Even the regulations of the Cultivation Alliance were lenient toward nascent soul cultivators, with the reasoning, respect the strong. Therefore, if the demonic cultivator succeeded in forming his nascent soul this time, someone would have to take the blame for the harvesting of over 500 lives. Given Nangong's relationship with Qiu Chunshan, the one ultimately held responsible would inevitably be Nangong, and the compensation would have to come from the Nangong family. Nangong Yundao silently cursed his son for being a fool. He surely did not realize that he was being used by the demonic cultivator Qiu Chunshan. Perhaps Qiu Chunshan's goal was to bind the Nangong family to his own ship. As for his son, Qiu Chunshan could probably sell him off, and he would still be counting the money for him. He did not know that Qiu Chunshan had managed to persuade Nangong to help him because he had something that tempted Nangong, namely, Nangong's coveting of his soul-refining evil techniques. Chapter 1157. I cannot do it. Nangong resented the clan elders for stripping him of his position as the young master of the Nan family and granting it to Nan Xiao. As a result, he constantly sought to grow stronger and bring Nan Xiao down. However, his talent was inferior to Nan Xiao's. If he relied solely on cultivation to strengthen himself, he would never catch up to Nan Xiao, even on horseback. Thus, he turned to unorthodox methods. At that moment, he happened to learn that his former friend, Xiao Chunshan, had become a demon cultivator. Xiao possessed a soul-refining technique that could transform a person into a bloodthirsty Yin soul. This not only aided cultivation but also rendered the bloodthirsty Yin soul immune to physical damage. If he could master this soul-refining technique, he could easily defeat Nan Xiao and reclaim his position as the young master of the Nan family. Nan Yunao was unaware of his son's intentions. He only knew that he had to protect his son. But no matter how he tried to communicate telepathically, Nan Xiao refused to go to the dragon group on Nan Yunao's behalf to retrieve Nan Gong. Frustrated, Nan Yunao stormed off on his own. He knew that directly asking the dragon head for Nan Gong would not result in a willing surrender. So, enraged, he charged toward the dragon group base. Without a word, he threw a punch at the base's formation. The formation of the dragon group base trembled violently, startling those still present inside. The dragon group base had been unlucky in recent days. A few days earlier, Nan Mingyu, because of a koi spirit, had deliberately converted the formation's spiritual energy into primordial energy and absorbed it, causing the formation to collapse. But even though she had clearly broken the formation intentionally, the dragon group could do nothing about it. After all, who told them to covet her spiritual pet, the koi spirit? Now, no sooner had the formation been repaired than someone came to attack it again. However, unlike Nan Mingyu's subtle breach, so gentle that no one even sensed an attack until the formation fell, this time, the assault was real and forceful. Thus, as soon as the formation was attacked, the dragon head stormed out in fury. Who dares to cause trouble here? Do you not know that this is a secret base and trespassers are to be killed? Even trespassing warranted death, let alone an attack. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been eliminated by the sentries and hidden guards long ago. Nan Yunao's purpose in attacking the formation was precisely to lure out the dragon head. Seeing him emerge, Nan Yunao planted himself arrogantly in front of the base and shouted, "It is I, Nan Yunao, head of the Nan family of the Kunlun immortal sect, here to pay a visit." Upon hearing the Nan family head announce himself, the dragon head's heart sank. Damn it. The head of the Nan family from the immortal sect had personally descended. This man must be here to demand Nangong's release. Standing his ground with dignity, the dragon head called out loudly, "In the immortal sect, when the Nan family visits other sects, do they always begin by attacking their formations?" Nan Yunao replied arrogantly, "Sects? My Nan family is one of the 3 great families within the Kunlun immortal sect. We have 2 nascent soul cultivators, though one is in closed-door cultivation and unlikely to emerge, leaving only 1 effective combatant, 6 golden core true men, over 100 foundation establishment cultivators, and more than 5,000 chi refining cultivators. If I were to face a sect with only 1 golden core true man, a few foundation establishment cultivators, and a bunch of ability users, I truly wouldn't know the proper posture for knocking on their door." The dragon head understood the implication. Nan Yunao was mocking the dragon group for its small numbers. In reality, the dragon group had only about 100 official members, and fewer than 30 were truly capable. Compared to the Nan family's 5,000 cultivators, the dragon group's manpower was indeed insignificant. Chapter 1158, Such a Visit. The dragon chief did not care how many talented individuals the Nan family had. He was not afraid of the Nan family head. Behind him stood the dragon god. Even if the Nan family has many cultivators, there is only 1 Nan family head. Since you look down on my dragon group, why bother to grace us with your presence? You come to my territory, attack the formation without a word. Aren't you afraid of the disciplinary sanctions of the Cultivators Alliance? Even if the Nan family is powerful enough to pay the fines and fear no rules, aren't you afraid the dragon god will punish you? He made it clear, no matter how many capable people the Nan family had, right now only 1 person stood on dragon group's ground. If you wanted to throw your weight around, you had to pick the right target. In the Cultivators Alliance regulations, many minor offenses could be offset with spirit stones. But if you angered the dragon god, it would not accept spirit stones. It would act directly, crushing a person into a meat patty. At the mention of the dragon god, Nan Yunao's expression finally shifted slightly. He bowed. "My apologies. I was truly anxious about my son's matter earlier, which led to my offense. Please forgive me, dragon chief." Seeing Nan Yunao yield, the dragon chief breathed a sigh of relief inwardly and invited him into the office, asking, "May I ask why the Nan family head has come in such haste?" Although he knew the Nan family head's purpose was Nan Gong, so what if he was from one of the 3 great families of the immortal sects? Nan Gong had sent the dragon group squad on a suicide mission, causing 1 death, 1 permanent injury, and 2 severe wounds among his people. He would never compromise. As for other chiefs objecting to his refusal of compensation, with the resources Mingyu had given him, what did he have to fear? In fact, if Nan Yunao had not shown up, he would have already found a place to go into seclusion and condense his nascent soul. Seeing the dragon chief's stern expression, Nan Yuneo wanted to punch him and wipe that smile off his face. He clearly knew he was here for Nan Gong, yet still asked why. I left the immortal sect this time mainly to visit my son Nan Gong, who serves in the dragon group. Please call him out, dragon chief. You pretend not to know, and I'll pretend not to know. Let's see who can outlast whom. The dragon chief cursed inwardly. You clearly know Nan Gong committed a grave crime, yet you still dare to ask for him to be called out. After a moment's thought, he said, to be honest, Nan Gong colluded with a demon cultivator, set up a blood-devouring formation, and sent the dragon group squad into the demon cultivator's formation, intending to sacrifice the squad and over 500 villagers of Shanbei village to the formation for blood-devouring and soul-refining. After the dragon group squad escaped the blood-devouring formation, he and the demon cultivator attacked from both sides, trying to capture the squad and deliver them to the demon cultivator for healing. Fortunately, your family's Nan Xiao rescued them, preventing the dragon group squad from being completely wiped out. Nan Yuneo said, could there be a mistake? How could my son collude with a demon cultivator? What benefit would he gain from that? The dragon chief sneered inwardly. I don't know about other benefits, but one thing I do know, he wanted the demon cultivator's soul-refining method. With the soul-refining method, once the blood-devouring formation was set up and the blood-devouring vengeful spirits were released, they could drain the essence blood of everyone inside, allowing the demon cultivator to heal or cultivate. The souls of those in the formation would also be refined into blood-devouring vengeful spirits. In other words, as long as he had the blood-devouring vengeful spirits and let them continuously devour blood and souls, he could gain cultivation for free. Moreover, with each person devoured, another blood-devouring vengeful spirit was added, constantly increasing his combat power. This time, if the demon cultivator's formation had succeeded in devouring the blood and souls of all 500+ villagers and the 9 members of the dragon group squad, the energy gained would have allowed the demon cultivator to condense a nascent soul on the spot. Chapter 1159. What is he afraid of? Taking advantage of the demon cultivator's unconsciousness, Long Shou used his divine sense to enter his sea of consciousness and read his memories, only then learning the details of his transaction with Nan Gong. Nan Yuneo had always been puzzled as to why his son would help a demon cultivator. He never thought his son was particularly loyal, after more than 20 years apart, meeting again only to go out of his way to help him, even going so far as to send one of Long Zhu's men to heal his cold poison injury. Only now did he understand. It turned out his son had set his sights on the demon cultivator's soul-refining technique. This technique required no other cultivation resources, only setting up an array in a mortal village to directly devour blood and souls to increase cultivation. In this era of increasingly thin spiritual energy and dwindling cultivation resources, such a method was indeed a shortcut. No wonder Gonger was willing to risk the charge of colluding with a demon cultivator to obtain it. Even he himself found this cultivation method somewhat tempting. But, my foolish son, once this demonic cultivation method is discovered, the punishment is utter annihilation of body and soul. Long Shou glanced at Nan Yuneo and knew exactly what he was thinking. He sneered inwardly. The demon cultivator has already been killed by a Jia-Dan-level carp demon, so he's dead. But Nan Gong is now guilty of several crimes that cannot be ignored. First, as the deputy leader of the dragon group, he colluded with a demon cultivator. That is one crime. Second, he sent fire-attributed cultivators from the dragon group to heal the demon cultivator, helping him break through. That is a second crime. Third, after the dragon group squad escaped, he openly pursued them, harming his colleagues, resulting in 1 death and 5 severe injuries among the squad. That is a third crime. Fourth, he repeatedly dispatched a regiment commander named Gu Dongxing from the military, intending to kill him. That is a fourth crime. With these 4 crimes, he has already been taken into a secret detention facility. The case is currently under investigation, and no visits are allowed. Therefore, Patriarch Nan, if you wish to see Nan Gong, I'm afraid I can't help you. Nan Yuneo, hearing Long Shou list crime after crime without agreeing to let him visit Nan Gong, grew angry. Nan Gong is a member of my Nan family. Even if he has committed mistakes, he should only be dealt with by my Nan family. I, as the Patriarch, advise you, Long Shou, to be sensible and release Nan Gong. You may still receive compensation according to the regulations. Otherwise, Long Shou narrowed his eyes. Otherwise what? Nan Yuneo smashed the tea table beside him with a punch. Otherwise, I'm afraid you, Long Shou, won't be able to withstand the fury of my Nan family. Long Shou also slammed the table in front of him. Since ancient times, murder demands a life, and debts must be repaid. The people of my dragon group cannot die in vain. Nan Yuneo said disdainfully, immortals and mortals are different. My son is a golden core true person. What does it matter if he kills an ability user? Ability users are nothing but mortals. Longsho sneered. Who says ability users are mortals? In this era of lacking spiritual energy, with no one able to ascend, their abilities are no different from those of cultivators. Besides, in your Kunlun immortal sect, if a Nan family member kills a mortal, it might mean nothing. But in the mortal world, this is a society ruled by law. Murder demands a life. What's more, he killed a colleague of the dragon group. If he is not punished, heaven's justice will not tolerate it. Nan Yuneo hadn't expected Longsho to be so tough. But from their earlier exchange, him smashing the tea table and Longsho smashing the table, it was clear he would never compromise. It seemed he would have to summon the Supreme Elder. Seeing his expression, Longsho added, "Don't think about calling anyone. No matter how many people you bring, my dragon group will not compromise." If Nangong hadn't killed anyone, everything could be negotiated. But now that he has killed someone, and a member of my dragon group at that, you can forget about solving this problem by calling in someone. Chapter 1160, Why Help a Demon Cultivator? Nan Yuneo softened his tone. The regulations state that if a cultivator commits a mistake, they can atone with spirit stones. The dragon head sneered. Patriarch Nan, are you taking me for a fool who hasn't read the regulations? It does say atonement with spirit stones is possible, but the prerequisite is obtaining forgiveness from the deceased's family. Zhao Chunxiu was someone I picked up and raised, almost like a son to me. Do you think I would forgive someone who killed my son? Nan Yuneo's heart sank. He had heard that the dragon had never married, now over 200 years old, yet looking like he was in his early 30s. But he hadn't known that Zhao Chunxiu, killed by Nangong, was practically like a son to the dragon head. Earlier, he had considered seeking forgiveness from the deceased's family, but when he looked into the victim, he found he was an orphan, so he didn't investigate further. Who would have guessed that this orphan shared a bond with the dragon head as close as father and son? No wonder the dragon head was clinging so tightly to Gonger. After a moment's thought, Nan Yuneo came up with another idea. He sneered, "So, your refusal to let go of Gonger is nothing but personal vengeance disguised as official duty. It turns out Zhao Chunxiu had a father-son bond with you. If not for that bond, you should have prioritized the bigger picture, accepted the Nan family's compensation, and let this matter slide." The dragon head laughed coldly. "Don't try to pin that label on me. Personal vengeance? What personal grudge could I have against Nangong? If he hadn't colluded with demon cultivators and killed my dragon team squad, would I be so relentless? Don't think you can use any recusal policy to have someone else handle this. Because I only said he was almost like a son, I never formally acknowledged him as such. Almost like a son is just that, almost, not a real father-son relationship. Moreover, many members of the dragon team were personally trained and raised by me since childhood, and they all see me as a father. So, those who share a father-son bond with me are not limited to Zhao Chunxiu alone. Thus, don't try to use the secular legal recusal system to push me out of handling this case. That system doesn't apply to me. I'm seeing this through." Nan Yuneo's back stiffened. He had just thought of the secular legal recusal system. If he could argue that the dragon head had a father-son bond with Zhao Chunxiu, the dragon head should recuse himself. If the person handling the case were replaced, he could get his son out. But he hadn't even started his plan before it fell apart. The dragon head and Zhao Chunxiu were only almost like father and son, not truly related. He threatened again. "Dragon head, do you really want to oppose my Nan family to the bitter end?" He wondered if the dragon head thought the compensation was too little. But the amount the Nan family could offer was already the limit of what he could authorize. Any more would require approval from the Council of Elders. And would those old men let him spend so many resources to save a Nangong whose Dantian had been crippled? Yes, he already knew the dragon head had crippled Nangong's Dantian. He was confident the family's alchemist could heal him. The dragon head immediately countered. "Patriarch Nan, do you want me to summon the dragon god?" The secular world had the dragon god protecting China, and he had almost forgotten. The dragon god was the backing of the dragon team. The reason the dragon team was called the dragon ancestor was because of the dragon god behind them. In other words, the dragon team organization was essentially the dragon god's agent in the mortal world. Chapter 1161, Heaven's Laws Cannot Tolerate This. Nan Yuneo had long heard that the dragon head was extremely protective of his dragon group members. Each one was a treasure in his heart. Today, he finally witnessed it firsthand. The dragon head's protectiveness was so extreme that he would rather forego the Nan family's massive compensation and insist on bringing Nangong to justice, all to avenge his team member. If it were normal times, with his son serving as the deputy leader of the dragon group, Nan Yuneo would have admired the dragon head's style of protecting his subordinates. In fact, wouldn't any subordinate appreciate a leader like that? But at this moment, he absolutely loathed the dragon head's protectiveness. Because it meant the dragon head would not let his son off. He had no idea what to do with the dragon head now. When he was polite, the dragon head treated him with courtesy. When he lost his temper, the dragon head's anger was even greater. When he smashed the coffee table, the dragon head smashed the desk. When he threatened the dragon head with the Nan family, the dragon head countered by threatening him with the dragon god. And damn it, he actually fell for that threat. Compared to the dragon god, the Nan family truly dared not act recklessly, especially with the treaty signed between those old immortals of the Cultivation Alliance and the dragon god. He was almost out of options. What could he do to save his son? In the end, Nan Yuneo could only plead with the dragon head. Dragon head, you must know that cultivators struggle to have children. I only have this one son. I cannot lose him. I earnestly beg you, for the sake of the Nan family, to spare Nangong's life. If Nan Yuneo had begged from the start, the dragon head might have softened. But first he came in arrogantly, then issued threats, and only when threats failed did he turn to pleading. How could the dragon head listen to him now? Patriarch Nan, I'm sorry. Since you value his life so much, why didn't you teach him to value the lives of others? That day, if my dragon group squad hadn't uncovered his scheme, over 500 people would have died at his and Qiu Chuanqing's hands. If Nan Shao hadn't blocked his golden blade for a moment, all 9 members of the dragon group squad would have been killed by him. He shows so little regard for others' lives. Tell me, what right does he have to demand that others respect his life? But rest assured, we will only deal with him according to secular law, without any personal bias. And even if he is sentenced to death, it will only take his life, not his soul. He can still be reborn as a human again. For example, Zhao Chuanqiu, he had already collected her soul and sent her directly into reincarnation. When she turns 5, he will guide her and take her under his wing again. Nan Yuneo naturally knew that as a cultivator, as long as one's soul light wasn't extinguished, they could either be sent into reincarnation or helped find a suitable body for possession to continue living. But that would mean starting cultivation from scratch. How many resources would that waste? And who knew how long it would take to reach the golden core peak again? Nan Yuneo gritted his teeth. I don't believe that none of your secular big shots want the resources the Nan family offers as compensation. I don't believe you, Dragon Head, can cover the sky with one hand. Let's just wait and see. We'll read the libretto as we ride the donkey. Nan Yuneo stormed off in fury. As soon as he left, Jiang Huayu, who had been following behind, showed a look of disappointment. The direction he's heading seems to be, what is he planning? It looks like this Nan Yuneo won't be able to influence Nan Mingyu, the hoarse voice said. This Nan Yuneo is really useless, and he's the head of a cultivation family from the immortal sect, Jiang Huayu's voice said. Besides Nan Yuneo, who else can cause trouble for Nan Mingyu? The hoarse voice asked. Chapter 1162. Do you want me to invoke the dragon god? Jiang Huayu pondered. The one who could cause the most trouble for Nan Mingyu was Nan Ming, and Nan Ming listened to Nan Gong, who had Nan Yuneo protecting him. But now Nan Ming is dead, Nan Gong has been captured and seems likely to die as well, and Nan Yuneo appears useless. On the periphery, Yi Qing, that pawn, is finished, and Nan Mingju has even been sold off herself. Who else does she have to harm Mingyu? Yi Rushui? That doesn't seem to work. No, it's not just her enemies who can harm her, her friends, even her disciples, if used well, can also harm her. Don't rush for now. We're in the shadows, and she's in the light. We'll find a moment when she's off guard and strike her a fatal blow, Jiang Huayu said. In truth, she really wasn't in a hurry. Her consciousness was becoming clearer and clearer. Perhaps, in the process of seeking revenge against Nan Mingyu, she could also reclaim her body. Her body had originally been ruined, but after being possessed by Ying, it had been repaired. Only after being possessed did she learn that there were cultivators in this world. And Jiang Mingyu, no, she now called herself Nan Mingyu, was also a cultivator. No wonder she was like an unkillable cockroach. No matter what move she used, she couldn't die. When had she started cultivating? Before her college entrance exams, she had shown no unusual behavior. Jiang Huayu had given her sweet wine laced with sleeping pills, and she had drunk it, only to be taken away by human traffickers. Right, she must have changed after jumping off the cliff. That was when she became uncontrollable and repeatedly put Jiang Huayu at a disadvantage. She had lived on that cliff for a month. She must have met a cultivator there and taken them as her master. But now, her own body was also a cultivator. Moreover, in a short time, by absorbing men's energy, she had cultivated to the peak of foundation establishment. If not for her own presence affecting the sea of consciousness, this body would have already formed a core. However, through that failed core formation attempt, she also discovered a flaw in Ying's soul. That was why Ying had asked about her obsession and offered to help her take revenge. But she didn't want to disappear. She had now realized that as long as Mingyu didn't die and her obsession remained unfulfilled, she could continue to exist for a long time. Would there come a day when her soul grew strong enough to eliminate Ying and reclaim her body? She looked forward to it. She even hoped now that Mingyu wouldn't die so easily. It would be better if she could take back her body first, then she could take revenge herself. Wouldn't that be even better? The dragon head stood there for a long time. Deputy Team Leader Lin appeared beside him and said worriedly, "Dragon Head, what if he insists on taking Nangong away?" The dragon head shook his head. He wouldn't dare. Yes, he wouldn't dare. The mortal world had the dragon god. Even if he came from one of the 3 major cultivation families of the immortal sect, he wouldn't dare to ignore the dragon god. But in truth, the dragon head was still worried. But what about the chief? Deputy Team Leader Lin was even more concerned that the higher-ups needed the resources the Nan family provided. Don't worry. The chief only wanted to strengthen our dragon group, which is why he sought those resources. However, I've already found twice as many resources from other sources as the Nan family's compensation. So, the chief won't blame me. The dragon head also understood that Mingyu had given him those resources to ensure he could keep Nangong. To give him the leverage to confront the Nan family, she had even given him a condensation pill and 100,000 spirit stones. If he couldn't keep Nangong, those resources probably wouldn't remain in his hands either. Chapter 1163, Isn't that foolish? As for the immortal binding rope, the dragon head understood it was merely a decoy. After all, the spiritual tools Mingyu had given him were already on par with that rope. Though he spoke with such certainty, his heart was actually somewhat uneasy. Nanan Ao didn't seem like someone who would easily let go, and moreover, Nangong was his son. Could he truly set that aside? He wondered if he should go meet the dragon god. Deputy Leader Lin was taken aback. The resources the Nan family had agreed to offer as compensation were already enviable enough, yet someone could produce double the amount of cultivation resources. Was this real? He glanced at the team leader, confirming that the dragon head was telling the truth, and was shocked again. Who could be so generous? Wasn't that foolish? To offer so many cultivation resources just to keep the dragon head from handing over Nangong. The foolish big spender, Mingyu, was at that moment wrapped in tender affection with Gu Dongxing. Gu Dongxing needed Mingyu thoroughly. "Wife, I really wish we could marry quickly and keep you by my side. Why are you 17 and not 20? Mingyu was speechless. "Dongxing, why are you 26 and not 18? Hearing this, Gu Dongxing panicked. He cried out in alarm. "Wife, I'm only 20. Mingyu tapped his forehead, saying, "I think you're old, when you were the one who first said I'm too young." Gu Dongxing quickly said, "I don't mind. Who said I do? I can't love you enough. How could I mind? I just want to marry you sooner. And wife, you should call me husband. We've already formally formed our bond." Mingyu was left speechless. Then it struck her that since they were bonded, she should be able to give him the lightning technique. She quickly contacted Xiao Dao. "Xiao Dao, can you give me the lightning technique Dongxing needs now?" Xiao Dao was exasperated. "Master, forming a Dao partner bond isn't just about soul bonding, it also requires physical cultivation together. You haven't cultivated together with the male master yet, so the bond isn't complete." Mingyu suddenly felt she had been tricked by Xiao Dao. She had been told that as long as they formed the Dao partner bond, she could get the lightning technique for free, but now it required them to cultivate together. Was this a trick or a trick? "Little liar, you're fooling me." "Fine, just let me exchange it for 10,000 merit points," Mingyu said helplessly. Xiao Dao sighed. "Master, forming a Dao partner bond is also called forming a dual cultivation bond. Once bonded, it's natural to openly engage in dual cultivation. That's common sense. Who knew you'd form the bond but not dual cultivate?" Mingyu's face instantly reddened. Forming a Dao partner bond meant forming a cultivation bond, allowing open dual cultivation. Then why didn't Gu Dongxing know? If he did, then he doesn't know. Didn't he just complain that you're too young? He's just reluctant to do those things with you because he cherishes you, Xiao Dao reminded her. Mingyu's heart pounded, so when Gu Dongxing wished she would grow up sooner, it was because he wanted to cultivate together with her. "Xiao Dao, I don't want to wait too long. Pass me the lightning technique." Xiao Dao was pained. Without completing the dual cultivation bond, it costs 10,000 merit points, master. Mingyu ordered. "Stop dawdling. Give me the lightning attack technique now." "All right, master. But if you complete dual cultivation within a month, those 10,000 merit points can still be refunded." Mingyu's heart stirred. "I'll consider it." But as soon as she said it, her face flushed red. Chapter 1164, Jiang Huayu wants to take back her body. And so, in the end, Mingyu still spent 10,000 merit points to obtain the lightning technique. Gu Dongxing saw Mingyu suddenly close her eyes and thought she was upset. He was very worried. "Wife, are you angry?" Mingyu suddenly opened her eyes. "If I were angry, what would you do?" Gu Dongxing felt a bit helpless. "Naturally, I would beg my wife not to be angry." "Wife, tell me what I need to do to make you stop being angry, or just do it. You can do whatever you want to me." Mingyu let out a soft laugh and said to Gu Dongxing, "All right, I want to punish you. Now, close your eyes and open your mind to me." When Gu Dongxing heard Mingyu say she wanted to punish him, he didn't know how she would do it, but he still closed his eyes and opened his mind as she instructed. In truth, opening one's mind to another person is very dangerous, because once you do, you are essentially placing your life in their hands. Whatever they want to do to you, you have to endure it. But since the person asking him to open his mind was Mingyu, he did it without hesitation. He trusted that Mingyu would not harm him. Mingyu directly transmitted the lightning technique into Gu Dongxing's brow with her divine sense. This was not the first time Gu Dongxing had received a technique from Mingyu. Before he had recovered his past life memories, the foundation-building cultivation method he practiced was the one Mingyu had given him. He never expected that this time, when Mingyu said she wanted to punish him, she was actually giving him the lightning technique he had been searching for but could never find. He stared at Mingyu in shock. Mingyu tapped his nose. What, did my punishment make you dumb? Gu Dongxing suddenly pulled her into his arms. Thank you, my treasure. I like your punishment, but I like this kind of punishment even more. With that, he kissed Mingyu's pink lips. This kiss left both of them barely able to control themselves. Mingyu knew that forming a Dao companion contract in the cultivation world was equivalent to getting a marriage certificate in the mortal world. So she didn't hold back and let Gu Dongxing's hands roam freely. Gu Dongxing breathed heavily, his voice trembling slightly. Wife, you are so wonderful. I really want to take you. What should I do? He grabbed Mingyu's hand and placed it where it shouldn't be. Of course, Gu Dongxing knew that in the cultivation world, forming a Dao companion contract was the same as getting a marriage certificate, just like being married in the mortal world, and it allowed them to exercise the rights and obligations of a married couple. But Mingyu didn't know that. She only knew that they had just gotten engaged, but she insisted on waiting until she was 20 to get married. Yes, she was too young, and he himself felt a bit like an old cow eating tender grass. Should he tell her the true meaning of the Dao companion contract? Moreover, he had promised before that they would wait until she was 20 to get married. If he truly wanted to cultivate together, he would have to ask if she was willing first. Of course, if he had known that cultivating with Mingyu for one night could save her 10,000 merit points, he probably wouldn't have asked at all and would have made the decision directly. 10,000 merit points. Saving one person only gives 10 merit points. How many people would he have to save to earn 10,000 merit points? Gu Dongxing didn't know what to do. He wanted to, but he didn't dare to offend his beloved, yet he also couldn't bear to let Mingyu go. The temperature in the room kept rising, and although the two weren't completely lost in passion, they were both a bit flustered. Moreover, he noticed that in the past, if he went a bit too far, Mingyu would stop him. But today, she didn't. Wasn't that a kind of encouragement? Chapter 1165, let's get the lightning technique first. Gu Dongxing was both excited and at a loss, calling out Mingyu's name as he continued to raise their temperature. Wife, I really wish you'd grow up faster, he sighed. I'm 18, Mingyu said. She was 17 by actual age, but 18 by traditional reckoning. Gu Dongxing's heart skipped a beat. Was she hinting that he could go further? Xiaomeng, may I? Gu Dongxing suddenly pressed her beneath him. But when she saw he was serious, Mingyu grew a bit scared. Dongxing, I. Gu Dongxing's hands trembled as he gently stroked her back. Don't be afraid. Leave everything to me. I'll take you flying. But I'm afraid, Mingyu instinctively tried to push him away. She felt she couldn't just give away her first time like this. At the very least, there should be a new room, festive decorations, not just an ordinary room. Gu Dongxing understood what she meant and regretted not thinking to prepare a bridal chamber earlier. He was about to force himself to stop, but a voice in his mind called out, "Don't stop." He froze. Within his consciousness, the emperor from his past life was surfacing again. Backing off at a time like this? You're worse than a beast. Now rest and watch me take over. Gu Dongxing refused to let him take control of his body at such a critical moment. He fought to stay lucid, unwilling to let his subconscious take over. He didn't want to hurt Mingyu, nor did he want their first time to be stolen by his past self. But the next moment, Gu Dongxing brought Mingyu into the space he had refined in his past life, the Imperial Palace. There, a room was decorated as festively as a bridal chamber. And now, they landed on that large red bed. Mingyu sensed the shift in space and tried to open her eyes, but Gu Dongxing covered them, whispering in her ear, Xiaomeng, my Xiaomeng, I love you so much. He kissed her brow, and a stream of information entered her sea of consciousness. Mingyu wondered, why was he transmitting information at a time like this? She read the message, and her face flushed crimson, her heart nearly leaping out of her chest. It was a method for dual cultivation between man and woman. He was going to cultivate with her? She grew nervous. They weren't even married yet in the mortal world. As Gu Dongxing kissed her, he comforted her. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Follow my lead, and I'll take you to enjoy the joy of union. The joy of union? Mingyu found it strange. Gu Dongxing was using words from ancient times? No, this wasn't Gu Dongxing. Or rather, the one controlling his body now wasn't him, it was his past life emperor. Minyu tried to struggle, but suddenly felt her limbs slipping from her control. Panic set in. Why couldn't she control her body? Who was controlling her? Then, she felt her strength fading, her consciousness receding. Something deep within her was rising, taking over her body. She heard herself let out a seductive voice, "Your Majesty." Oh God, was that her voice? How could she sound so alluring? And the Gu Dongxing holding her stiffened, then burst into ecstasy. Empress? You are my empress, my empress. Chapter 1166. I really wish you would grow up soon. Minyu finally confirmed that her body was indeed being controlled by someone else, and that the one controlling it was her past life, the empress of the imperial palace. She realized for the first time that within her subconscious, there also existed the consciousness of her past life as the empress. But how could she not have known this? Minyu also noticed that this room was peculiar. How had she never discovered before that such a bridal chamber had been set up in this palace? Could it be that the emperor had orchestrated this from the very beginning, arranging this room in advance just to enjoy the pleasures of the wedding night with his reincarnated empress? No wonder he had just said, "I'll take you flying." But whether she knew it or not, at this moment, that subconscious had gained the upper hand, moving to accommodate the emperor. Gu Dongxing, meanwhile, could only smile bitterly. If Minyu were still Minyu, he naturally would not allow the subconscious to take over. But clearly, Minyu was now also under the control of her subconscious. She was no longer Minyu, but the empress. Forget it, he thought. Let their past selves have their way. And so, in the palace's bedchamber, the emperor and empress finally reunited. My empress. Your Majesty. Like dry wood meeting fire, the emperor and empress clung to each other in passionate entanglement, leaving the observing Gu Dongxing and Nan Minyu deeply embarrassed. The bodies were theirs, and though their consciousness was suppressed, they still experienced the ultimate sensory pleasures firsthand, only without control over their own movements. Those actions were naturally beyond the skills of novices like Gu Dongxing and Minyu, yet at the same time, it allowed the two of them to taste what it was like for seasoned players to engage in new experiences. What surprised them both was that the bodies, now guided by their subconscious, began to circulate a dual cultivation technique. Their cultivation levels steadily rose. With each ascent, a wave of spiritual energy gathered. This first session of dual cultivation lasted an entire night. Minyu fared relatively well, advancing from the third layer of core formation to the fourth, then climbing toward the fifth. But Gu Dongxing, who had been at the peak of foundation establishment, was now on the verge of forming his core. The emperor also seemed to understand how to circulate a lightning-based technique. After several grand dual cultivation cycles, he began to form his core. Damn it. He wants to form his core inside the spatial house. If he formed his core here, the heavenly tribulation would still strike the spatial house from the outside. Other things might not matter, but the key issue was that they were in a city. Was this a recipe for disaster? Get out now. Hurry and run into the mountains, Gu Dongxing shouted. If they went out like this, how could she face anyone? In this courtyard lived Hai Shui and Gu Mingxing as well. Minyu cried out, "Tell him to let go of my body first." But the bodies, now controlled by the emperor and empress, paid no heed to the thoughts of the two modern-day individuals. They continued to circulate the dual cultivation technique. With each grand cycle, true qi passed through the meridians of both bodies, returning to their dantians while bringing back vast amounts of spiritual energy. The abundant spiritual energy within the palace also converged toward where the two bodies were located. Even from the outside, thin strands of spiritual energy rapidly gathered around Minyu's small courtyard. This won't do. If we don't head into the mountains soon, we'll be facing the tribulation in the city. That would cause widespread destruction. Let's work together to regain control of our bodies, Minyu said urgently to Gu Dongxing. Gu Dongxing replied, all right, and began to assault his sea of consciousness, striving to reclaim control of his body. Chapter 1167. Out of control. Don't act recklessly. This is our last meeting. After this, we will merge with the main consciousness and never appear again. Almost simultaneously, Gu Dongxing and Meng Yu's subconscious minds spoke the same words. Meng Yu's brows furrowed sharply. No, if you keep this up, you'll end up undergoing the tribulation in the city. I cultivate the path of merit and virtue. If that happens, any casualties caused will be counted against me. Do you want to ruin my cultivation? The subconscious quickly replied, no, I won't. I am your past life, you are my present life. I am you and you are me. Ruining your cultivation would be like ruining my own. So don't worry, we will fly to the deep mountains to undergo the tribulation before the emperor forms his golden core. Hearing these words from her subconscious, Meng Yu felt slightly relieved. Then why don't you hurry? She never thought there would come a day when she would watch her own body being controlled to engage in intimacy with Gu Dongxing's body, while she herself urged them to hurry. The situation was awkward, to say the least, and also eerie. Meanwhile, the past lives of the two were controlling their present bodies, indulging in one last frenzy, or rather, unleashing their final frenzy. Just as Mengyu thought the two ancients were finally done, a wisp of the Empress's true spirit flew out of her body and entered Gu Dongxing's. Mengyu couldn't help but split off a bit of her divine sense, attaching it to the Empress's true spirit, and entered Gu Dongxing's sea of consciousness. As soon as the Emperor saw the Empress enter his sea of consciousness, he immediately embraced her and relinquished control of the body. Then, the two wisps of true spirit merged together, dissolving into Gu Dongxing's sea of consciousness.
Mengyu wanted to curse.
Her past life, at the very last moment, only thought of merging into Gu Dongxing's soul, abandoning her. How much did she dislike her present self? But this was not the time to complain about her past life. She had to quickly regain control of her body. When Gu Dongxing regained control of his body, he immediately felt the exquisite sensation of his clone inside Mengyu. He couldn't help but want to continue what his past life had left unfinished. By the time Mengyu regained control of her own body, she found Gu Dongxing ignoring the impending heavenly tribulation, only focused on enjoying himself. She couldn't help but scold, "Why don't you hurry and get away from the city?" However, her voice was soft and alluring, more like a coquettish plea than a reprimand. Gu Dongxing had no choice but to quickly release his seed and then immediately withdraw. He put on his robe and reached for clothes to help Mengyu dress. Mengyu, too embarrassed to hesitate, quickly took her clothes and put them on. Gu Dongxing, ignoring the mess in the room, quickly moved the two of them out of the palace, put away the space house, and swiftly summoned the flying cloud, pulling Mengyu up into the sky. Their speed was almost comparable to light. Because of their urgent departure from the city, their commotion finally caught the attention of Hai Shui and Gu Meixing. As soon as they saw the two flying into the sky, Hai Shui was shocked. "Minner, what was that just now? How could something fly away before dawn?" Gu Mingxing was also stunned. It seemed like big brother and big sister-in-law. Hai Shui spat at Gu Mingxing. "What nonsense are you talking about? Are your eyes playing tricks on you? How could your big brother and big sister-in-law fly into the sky? You must have seen wrong. They must have gone out, right?" Gu Mingxing, "My eyes aren't playing tricks. I really did see them fly into the sky." Chapter 1168. Must regain control of the body. Having witnessed Gu Dongxing's speed on the flying cloud, Mengyu finally realized just how formidable this flying cloud truly was. She recalled the time she had ridden that flying cloud before. It had been slow, small, barely enough for one person, forcing two to squeeze tightly together. But now it was both spacious and fast. Clearly, Gu Dongxing had tricked her back then. She wanted to settle the score later, but she knew this wasn't the right time. Swallowing her anger, she decided to deal with Gu Dongxing afterward. Gu Dongxing naturally knew that by revealing the flying cloud's speed, his earlier slacking off had been exposed. But at this moment, he couldn't care less about that. He would have to beg for his wife's forgiveness later. Once the flying cloud soared into the sky, he sped it at full throttle, eager to leave the city as quickly as possible. Gu Dongxing noticed black clouds gathering in the sky. Having undergone a lightning tribulation in his past life, he recognized them immediately. They were tribulation thunder clouds. Moreover, the tribulation clouds gathered with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, a vast expanse of tribulation clouds had formed. However, because of his extreme speed, the tribulation clouds struggled to lock onto him and could only follow Gu Dongxing's movements. 2 hours later, the two arrived at a remote, uninhabited mountain range. Just as Mingyu was about to take out her formation array to set up a barrier, Gu Dongxing waved his hand. "No time. Leave quickly." Mingyu looked up and saw that a massive, oppressive expanse of tribulation thunder clouds had already locked onto this area. If she didn't leave immediately, the tribulation lightning might mistake her for an accomplice, making the tribulation even more severe. Thus, she simply said, "Good luck," and threw out her 5 elements fan, swiftly departing the area. No sooner had she left the tribulation cloud's range than a thunderclap rang out, jolting her very soul. She hovered in the distance, watching as bolts of lightning struck Gu Dongxing one after another, her heart filled with worry. Gu Dongxing was a soldier, one who had been on the battlefield and earned countless merits. He had killed many people, carrying a heavy aura of bloodlust. She feared that this bloodlust might make his lightning tribulation even more difficult to endure. However, the one thing that gave Mingyu some peace of mind was that Gu Dongxing had a lightning spiritual root. He could absorb lightning spiritual energy for his own use, so he likely wouldn't be struck dead by the lightning. And as long as Gu Dongxing wasn't killed on the spot, she could save him. But then, the thunderous bombardment on the other side ended surprisingly quickly, leaving her, who had been so tense, utterly speechless. Was this tribulation lightning a bit of a coward, picking on the weak and fearing the strong? Mingyu remembered that when she had undergone her own tribulation, she had been struck for a long time and had to spend a considerable amount of her merit points just to complete her golden core tribulation. Yet now, when it came to Gu Dongxing, a man who had killed countless people and carried a bloodlust aura, the tribulation ended after just a short while. She understood. Gu Dongxing had a lightning spiritual root and a celestial spiritual body. The thunder god was going easy on one of his own. This wasn't fair. But then again, she felt an inexplicable joy that this unfair leniency was being shown to Gu Dongxing. When Gu Dongxing, his face blackened from the lightning, grinned and came to Mingyu, pulling her into his arms, she burst out laughing. Haha, look at you, haha. Feeling the powerful aura radiating from Gu Dongxing, Mingyu was genuinely happy for him. After being baptized by the lightning tribulation, the bloodlust on him had been completely cleansed. Suddenly, Mingyu felt puzzled. How strange. Didn't you just undergo the core formation tribulation? Why does your aura feel so powerful? It was so strong that Mingyu couldn't even discern which level of the golden core stage he had reached. Chapter 1169. The Final Frenzy. Mingyu had another thought. No, that wasn't right. Because it was their first time experiencing dual cultivation, both of them had gained tremendous benefits. Mingyu had already reached the 5th layer of the golden core stage, which was considered the mid-golden core stage. Gu Dongxing had just entered the golden core stage, so he should be at the early stage, right? So why did his aura feel even stronger than hers? Moreover, the dragon head was also at the late golden core stage, but she felt that Gu Dongxing's aura was even more powerful than the dragon head's. Mingyu was certain that if they encountered Nangong now, with the powerful Gu Dongxing by her side, their 9-person team wouldn't be trapped and beaten by Nangong. Gu Dongxing grinned, revealing teeth that looked strikingly white against his dark face. In my past life, I fully integrated his consciousness into my soul, which increased my spiritual sense tenfold. Just now, I also absorbed the lightning spiritual power, so I've already restored my cultivation from my past life. Mingyu pointed at Gu Dongxing. Your past life's cultivation? Late golden core stage. Gu Dongxing nodded. Yes. Before, my cultivation was insufficient to fully absorb the consciousness from my past life, but now that I've entered the golden core stage, that consciousness has actively merged with me. So, combining the spiritual sense from my past life with my current one, it's now equivalent to the early nascent soul stage. However, my cultivation level is still at the late golden core stage. Mingyu felt a sense of unfairness again. Why don't I have a powerful past life? If I did, I could just pick up a few levels of cultivation for free. Thinking about her own combat strength, she grew a bit frustrated. Even when I was a golden core cultivator, I couldn't beat you. Now that you're at the late golden core stage, you'll leave me far behind. Gu Dongxing pinched her nose. Silly girl, you're my wife. I'll protect you, so you don't need to fight. From now on, if danger arises, just go into the space house and let me handle it. But Mingyu recalled the time she almost got killed by Nangong. Back then, she hadn't even thought about entering the space. Right at that moment, her only focus was on raising the formation to protect everyone. The thought of entering the space never crossed her mind. Still, she needed to improve her combat strength. She had neglected it before. From now on, she would definitely train hard in combat techniques. Gu Dongxing continued, besides, haven't you checked your own cultivation? We're bound by the life and death shared oath as cultivation partners. Not only can we share life, but we can also share cultivation. Since I've reached the late golden core stage, you've probably advanced as well. Mingyu said, that's not right. I remember barely breaking through to the 5th layer of the golden core stage. There's no way I could have reached the late stage. I've actually reached the 7th layer of the golden core stage. The 6th to 7th layers of the golden core stage marked a watershed. The 6th layer was still mid-stage, and there was usually a bottleneck. But the 7th layer meant breaking through that bottleneck and entering the late golden core stage. Normally, crossing this divide was extremely difficult, yet now, she had been carried to the late golden core stage by Gu Dongxing. Was this the benefit of forming a life and death shared oath as cultivation partners? As Gu Dongxing's power increased, so did hers. Mingyu suddenly felt a surge of boldness. With the two of us, husband and wife, both at the late golden core stage, I'd like to see who dares to provoke us from now on. But as soon as she said this, the face of Jiang Huayu appeared in her mind. Jiang Huayu was already dead, but she had been possessed by someone. And all the resources of that possessed person had fallen into her hands. She didn't know when that person would recover their cultivation and come looking for trouble. On the day of her engagement to Gu Dongxing at the Yue Tower, she had sensed a wave of malice. Somehow, she had a premonition that this malice was connected to the one who had possessed Jiang Huayu. She even had a vague suspicion Jiang Huayu was still alive. Chapter 1170. Gu Dongxing undergoes tribulation. Gu Dongxing looked at Mingyu's expression and found her incredibly endearing. Moreover, he really liked the words, "the two of us as a couple," that came from her lips. He sighed, reached out to ruffle her hair, and said, "The one who dares to provoke the two of us as a couple will be here soon. Do you want to avoid him for a while?" "What? Who do you want me to avoid?" Mingyu asked, puzzled. Could he also suspect that Jiang Huayu was still alive? Gu Dongxing said, "Have you forgotten? Whenever someone forms a golden core, the dragon head comes to register them, either sending them into the immortal sect or recruiting them into the dragon group. The commotion from my tribulation just now was so loud that the dragon head must have noticed. It won't be long before he arrives. I don't plan to hide my cultivation level, but haven't you been hiding yours all along? Are you sure you can suppress your cultivation now?" At the mention of the dragon head, Mingyu immediately deflated. So what if she was a golden core true person? In the mortal world, she couldn't use cultivator methods. Did she think she could just bulldoze her way through? Then she'd have to wait for the dragon head to toss her into the immortal sect. If she wanted to stay in the mortal world, she had to conceal her golden core cultivation. Mingyu usually used the concealment technique to mask her cultivation, displaying only early foundation establishment despite being at the 3rd layer of golden core. What frustrated her most was that she had just entered the 7th layer of golden core, and it was thanks to the dual cultivation with her Dao partner. Naturally, her cultivation couldn't stabilize immediately, and her spiritual energy couldn't be controlled freely. Even running the concealment technique wouldn't help much. If the dragon head came, he would definitely discover that she was also a golden core cultivator. And according to the rules, golden core cultivators either entered the immortal sect or joined the dragon group. But she didn't want to enter the immortal sect, nor did she want to join the dragon group. So, once the dragon head arrived, she had no choice but to avoid him for now. Gu Dongxing released the flying cloud. "Get on. Then enter your space house from the flying cloud. I'll take you flying." Mingyu heard Gu Dongxing's rich voice utter those 4 words, "I'll take you flying." It was a perfectly normal sentence, yet Gu Dongxing somehow infused it with a hint of sensuality and allure. They both simultaneously recalled what Gu Dongxing had said before their intimate moment, "Leave everything to me. I'll take you flying." The two couldn't help but look at each other. Their gazes met in the air, sparks crackling and scattering everywhere. They both quickly averted their eyes. Gu Dongxing had thick skin, only his ears turning red, but Minyu's entire face flushed crimson. She swiftly boarded the flying cloud, then vanished before Gu Dongxing's eyes. Because of this incident, in the days that followed, whenever Gu Dongxing said, "I'll take you flying," they would both blush and their hearts race, stealing glances at each other. Then, they'd think of indescribable stories, and afterward, the urge for dual cultivation would stir restlessly within them. But that's a story for later. Gu Dongxing saw Mingyu disappear in an instant and was amazed. What kind of space had she obtained, leaving no trace in the outside world? Although Gu Dongxing's palace could also make itself unseen, it merely relied on concealment formations. If someone had deep cultivation, they could still detect something amiss. But Mingyu's space house was clearly not like a concealment formation. He couldn't sense any fluctuation of spiritual power, nor any sign of its presence. It seemed Mingyu's space house was even more mysterious than he had imagined. If so, she would have more security when facing trouble in the future. Thus, instead of being alarmed, Gu Dongxing was delighted. However, this delight lasted less than a quarter of an hour. Chapter 1171, Sharing Cultivation. The dragon head finally arrived. From a distance, he performed a Taoist salute to Gu Dongxing. "Congratulations, fellow Taoist, on stepping into the golden core path." Gu Dongxing said lazily, "Dragon head, have you come to drive me into the immortal sect, or to capture me for the dragon group?" Hearing his voice, the dragon head was startled. Upon closer inspection, he recognized Gu Dongxing and couldn't help but laugh heartily. "So it's Commander Gu. Haha, you're a military man. How would I dare drive you away?" But a sly and smug smile tugged at the corner of the dragon head's mouth. "From now on, you can keep your military position, but as for you yourself, you'll be temporarily seconded to the dragon group. That's the usual practice. From now on, we'll be colleagues." Generally speaking, there were still quite a few cheer-finding cultivators among the common folk in this mortal world, but foundation establishment cultivators were rare, and a golden core true master was something one might encounter only once in 100 years. Moreover, after forming a golden core, even those who had originally been part of the dragon group mostly preferred to enter the immortal sect. Few remained in the mortal world, as it lacked spiritual energy and resources. The dragon group could barely scrape together resources for foundation establishment cultivators, but had virtually no means to provide for a golden core true master. Thus, even foundation establishment cultivators who had once been under his command would head to the immortal sect after forming their golden core. But this person was Gu Dongxing, that made it different. He was certain Gu Dongxing would not enter the immortal sect. The dragon had certainty that Gu Dongxing wouldn't join the immortal sect was based on several considerations. First, Gu Dongxing's fiancée had not yet formed her golden core, though in reality, Mengyu had long since formed hers. The dragon head simply couldn't tell, and she was still attending university. Even if he wanted to enter the immortal sect, he would wait until Nan Mingyu finished her 5-year degree. Second, the Nan family wanted to kill Nan Mingyu, and she had dealt a fierce blow to Nan Gong. Nan Xiao had even handed Nan Gong over to the dragon group. As a result, Nan Mingyu had essentially offended the head of the Nan family in the immortal sect. If she entered the sect, the Nan family would surely not let her go. Therefore, while others might want to enter the immortal sect, the two of them certainly did not. Even if they did, they would wait until they were strong enough. Third, Gu Dongxing loved the military and would not easily leave his career as a soldier unless he reached 70 or 80 years old, and staying on would draw too much attention, forcing him to leave. Just 2 days ago, to prevent him from handing Nangong over, the dragon head had given him many resources, even a condensing infant pill and 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. With these 3 points, Gu Dongxing would definitely not enter the immortal sect. However, the third point also posed a dilemma, whether he could pry Gu Dongxing away from the military. Gu Dongxing naturally knew what he was thinking, but he had no intention of leaving the military he loved. He said impatiently, "Do you think Division Commander Ma would let me go?" But the dragon head's smile only widened. "You're about to become a division commander yourself, on equal footing with Ma. How could he have the authority to control you?" Gu Dongxing, hearing that he was about to be promoted to division commander, found it strange. "Didn't you say last time it might be deputy division commander? How has it turned into a promotion to division commander now?" The dragon head said seriously, "How could a Golden Core true master serve as a deputy division commander in the military? So now you're at the rank of division commander, seconded to serve in the dragon group." Gu Dongxing looked at the dragon head. "Is it a forced secondment, or do I have a choice?" His tone carried a hint of danger, making the dragon head feel that if he didn't tell the truth, there would be consequences. The dragon head's mouth twitched. A Golden Core true master, his martial power, already stood at the very pinnacle of this mortal world. Who would dare use force against such a person? Chapter 1172, I'll take you flying. The dragon head looked somewhat troubled. "Strictly speaking, you should choose for yourself, whether to stay in your original unit or join the dragon group. However, you need to understand that only by joining the dragon group can you receive cultivation resources. In the military, you'll only get a salary, and your annual salary can't even buy a single ordinary pei-yuan pill." Gu Dongxing frowned. This was indeed the truth. The military could only provide a salary, but the dragon group could supply resources. The dragon head continued, "If you come to the dragon group, with your cultivation level, you'll receive 2 low-grade spirit stones per month, along with some ju." He wanted to say Juki pills, but then he suddenly realized that the person before him was a Golden Core true person. Juki pills were only useful for Foundation establishment cultivators. As for the Huanglong pill, which could enhance a Golden Core true person's cultivation, he didn't even have one himself. Where could he get one to give to Gu Dongxing? Moreover, he could tell that when he tried to lure Gu Dongxing to the dragon group with resources, the amused look in Gu Dongxing's eyes was impossible to hide. It was then that he suddenly remembered that Gu Dongxing had a fiancée named Nan Mingyu, and this Nan Mingyu had a wealthy master who could casually produce large amounts of pills and spirit stones. If she could hand over 100,000 spirit stones to him in one go, would she be stingy with her own fiancé? If she could give so many good things to his dragon group, she could naturally give them to Gu Dongxing as well. Perhaps his successful formation of the Golden Core this time was also thanks to his fiancée obtaining a Jie gold pill from her master. Thus, it was perfectly normal for Gu Dongxing to look down on the meager offerings of the dragon group. It seemed that using cultivation resources to recruit Gu Dongxing was out of the question. Therefore, he couldn't bring himself to continue his recruitment pitch. If he had known that the spirit tools and spirit stones in Mingyu's possession were all given by Gu Dongxing, he would have been utterly shocked. In reality, Gu Dongxing was the true tycoon of the cultivation world, while Mingyu merely earned her resources through her own efforts. Her learning points came from diligent study, her essence points from collecting antiques, and her merit points from saving lives, helping others, and doing good deeds. Only by obtaining learning points, essence points, and merit points could she exchange them for resources. Gu Dongxing didn't want to spar verbally with the dragon head any longer. He said directly, "I suggest you first go find our military commander and see if he agrees to let me go." Whenever danger arose, the military always charged forward. If it were an ordinary incident, it might be manageable, but if it involved the supernatural, they would have to ask the dragon group for help. If the military already had such specialized talents within its ranks, would they ever let them go? Moreover, he had heard that the military also had a special operations unit, which gathered all kinds of specialized talents. Even if Gu Dongxing no longer led troops, he would surely be recruited into that unit. However, if it were up to him, he would still prefer to stay with his soldiers. Thus, Gu Dongxing didn't want to say much more to the dragon head and simply brushed the matter aside. The dragon head lowered his head with a bitter smile. If he could convince the military to release him, why would he have said so much to Gu Dongxing? If there's nothing else, dragon head, I'll take my leave now, Gu Dongxing said, then leaped onto the flying cloud that had been hovering beside him, swiftly cutting through the sky and disappearing. The dragon head suddenly thought of something and hurriedly called out, "Wait for me," before chasing after him. But after only 10 minutes of pursuit, he realized he had lost sight of Gu Dongxing. He had to admit that Gu Dongxing was faster than him. Strange, how could a newly formed golden core cultivator be faster than him? After all, he was a late-stage golden core cultivator. Chapter 1173, Refusing the Temptation. Dragon Head discovered another problem. Even if Gu Dongxing's cultivation wasn't higher than his escape speed was faster. From now on, he could no longer suppress this guy who had just formed his core. If he knew that this guy who had just formed his core was actually at the late stage of core formation, he had no idea how much he would complain. After shaking off Dragon Head, Ningyu finally ran out of the space. Seeing that she had already stabilized her cultivation and used a concealment technique to fix her cultivation at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, Gu Dongxing found it strange. You stabilized that quickly? Mengyu's heart skipped a beat. Had she been exposed? In the space, she had entered the herb garden with a 30-fold time acceleration to stabilize her cultivation. She hadn't told Gu Dongxing about the space yet, fearing that multiple channels of disclosure could bring destruction to herself or her family. She smiled and said, "There's a time array in my space house." Upon hearing this, Gu Dongxing didn't ask further. Everyone had their own secrets. There was no need to force the other to reveal everything. Joy shared by two people doubled, and similarly, a secret shared by two people doubled its burden. Gu Dongxing smiled and said, "All right, since you've stabilized, come with me to buy a house." Mengyu's heart stirred. Yes, Gu Dongxing still needed to buy a house. The courtyard they bought now could sell for a sky-high price in the future. Should she persuade Gu Dongxing to buy a few more courtyards? Dongxing. Gu Dongxing was dissatisfied. "Wife, how can you still call me Dongxing? Can you call me hubby?" Seeing his expression, Mengyu had no choice but to call out, "Hubby." "What did you say?" "I can't hear you." Gu Dongxing deliberately pretended to be deaf. "Hubby," Mengyu raised her voice a bit. Gu Dongxing still pretended. "Wife, what are you saying? Can you say it a little louder?" Mengyu got angry and pushed him. "That's enough, know when to stop." But Gu Dongxing clung to her. "Wife, call me once more, just once." Helpless against his persistence, Mengyu called out, "Hubby," again. Gu Dongxing was overjoyed and pulled Mengyu into his arms. "Wife. Wife. Wife. I love you to death." Seeing him about to kiss her again, Mengyu quickly pushed him away. "Stop it, let's get down to business." Gu Dongxing said matter-of-factly, "This is my business. Chasing my wife is my top priority." Mengyu was speechless. Was this guy the same cold-faced military commander from her past life? The Gu Dongxing she had seen while staying by Huayu's side was always that icy demeanor, and back then, she almost suspected Gu Dongxing was incapable of smiling. But the Gu Dongxing now, where was the shadow of his past life? Had his core been swapped? Though reluctant, Gu Dongxing still let go of Mengyu. The two had gone to undergo the tribulation before dawn, and after the tribulation, they had spent some time dealing with Dragonhead. It was now past 9 in the morning. They decided not to go back but to go directly to buy a house. Mengyu took out a whistle and blew it. Soon, Luda and the others appeared before them. Mengyu introduced them to Gu Dongxing. "These are my shadow guards from the Nan family. This one is Luda, and the other two are Lashan and Lushui. Earlier, I had them look for any courtyards for sale. Now that you want to buy a courtyard, I'll have them lead the way." Lashan, Lushui, and Luda had originally only secretly acknowledged her as their master, but after she returned to the Nan family, she straightforwardly asked Nanqing for these three to serve as her shadow guards. Chapter 1174. Gu Dongxing is the real richest in the cultivation world. Because she planned to buy a few more courtyard houses, Mingyu had been keeping Luda and the others on alert, telling her whenever someone was selling a house. A few days ago, she heard from Luda that they had already found several courtyards, but she hadn't had time to go see them yet. Now that Gu Dongxing wanted to buy a courtyard, it was perfect timing to have them take a look. Gu Dongxing knew that some super families had their own shadow guards, and a family like the Nan family naturally had them too. Since Mingyu was the eldest daughter of the Nan family, it wasn't surprising that she had shadow guards around her. As for Mingyu's desire to buy a courtyard, he supported whatever she wanted to do. Luda quickly bowed. "Greetings, master." Gu Dongxing was delighted by the title Master and took out a bottle of Juyuan as a meeting gift. Before Luda could say anything, two more young men in black suddenly appeared, bowing to Mengyu. Greetings, eldest Mississippi. Then they looked at Gu Dongxing expectantly. Greetings, Master. Mengyu found it amusing. These two were clearly angling for meeting gifts too. She had no choice but to introduce them to Gu Dongxing. These two are also my shadow guards. The older one is called Le Shan, and this one with the darting eyes is called Le Shui. Gu Dongxing similarly produced 2 bottles of Juyuan. Greetings to you both. Le Shan and Le Shui each received a bottle of Juyuan, their faces lighting up with joy. This was Juyuan, a higher grade pill than Peiyuan, usable not only for breaking through to the Xiantian realm but also after reaching it. The two quickly bowed respectfully. Thank you, Master. Alright, you lot, it's as if you've never seen pills before. Let me ask you, how many courtyards for sale have you found? Luda, I found 2. Le Shan, I only found 1. Le Shui, I found 6. Mingyu looked at Le Shui in surprise. Are you sure you found 6 courtyards? You need to understand, the courtyards I want must be individually owned. If they're shared by several households, it's too troublesome to deal with. At that time, many courtyard houses were occupied by multiple families, and it was rare to find one occupied by a single household. If there were any, they were mostly properties returned to people who had been sent to the countryside. Among such people, few were willing to sell their courtyards. Of course, I only looked for ones owned by a single household, Le Shui said confidently. How did you manage to find 6 courtyards? Mingyu asked curiously. Le Shui beamed. It was easy. Finding them on my own would have been hard. I couldn't just knock on doors asking if they were selling, and finding listings was difficult too. Plus, you told me not to make a big deal of it, so I had to search quietly. I bought a bag of candy and gathered a bunch of kids, asking them to find out where courtyards were for sale. On any given street, I only needed to find one kid, and that kid would get all the other kids on the street to help me investigate. In the end, the kids found information on over 20 courtyards for sale. I checked each one. Some had already been sold, some were still undecided, and some were in terrible condition. Only 6 courtyards were confirmed to be in decent shape, genuinely for sale, and not yet sold. Mingyu patted Le Shui on the shoulder. Not bad, not bad. Using the kids on the street to gather information makes it easy to find out about house sales without drawing attention. Your mind really works well. She had long noticed that Le Shui was clever, but she hadn't expected him to come up with such a method just for finding a house. It seemed a waste for someone with his brains to be a shadow guard. She was starting to wonder if she should let him switch careers. Chapter 1175, Chasing My Wife is My Top Priority. Le Shui was so happy that his eyes crinkled into slits. Being able to help the young lady is the best. He also cast a smug glance at Luda and Le Shan. His skill was inferior to Luda and Le Shan, and this was the first time he had received praise. Seeing Le Shui's cocky attitude, Luda and Le Shan both shot him a glare. This guy really gets arrogant at the slightest success. The group began inspecting houses. The first one they looked at was found by Luda, located in Chui Hutong, just 1 street away from Yong'an Hutong. Luda stepped forward and knocked on the door. An elderly woman opened the courtyard door just a crack, poking her head out. Her wary eyes peered from beneath loose eyelids at the 3 people before her. Le Shan and Le Shan were hidden, and she asked, "What do you want?" Luda inquired, "Ma'am, we heard that this courtyard of yours is up for transfer." The wariness in the elderly woman's eyes lessened slightly, and she opened the door. "Come in and talk." Once the 3 entered the courtyard, she immediately closed the door again, scrutinizing them from behind with a cautious gaze. Meanwhile, Mingyu and the others naturally took in the courtyard. Although it was just 1 street away, this courtyard was much better than Mingyu's in Yong'an Hutong. To the south were the gatehouse and inverted-facing rooms. Between the front and back courtyards stood a screen wall. The front courtyard was very small, only about 20 square meters. In the main courtyard, there were 3 main rooms to the north, with the central one serving as the living room, flanked by 2 main rooms each with side chambers. On the east and west sides, there were 3 wing rooms each, totaling 14 rooms in the entire courtyard. In the northwest corner was a toilet, and in the northeast corner was a kitchen. The kitchen was over 10 square meters, enough for the family to eat there on ordinary days, while meals for guests were prepared in the kitchen and served in the living room. Next to the side chamber in the northeast corner, there was a small door leading to a back garden, fulfilling the desire to grow vegetables. What impressed Mingyu was that the buildings in this courtyard were relatively tall, with walls over 3 meters high, blue bricks and gray tiles, red doors and green windows, and materials far superior to those in Yong'an Hutong. The courtyard was paved with blue stones, with several flower beds separated out, though they were overgrown with weeds. Additionally, near the southwest corner, there was a well. Mingyu turned around and met the elderly woman's scrutinizing gaze. The old woman looked at the burly man, then at the godlike handsome man, and finally settled her gaze on Mingyu. Ma'am, this courtyard of yours. This courtyard is for sale only, not for rent, the elderly woman said, eyeing Mingyu warily. Mingyu nodded. We don't intend to rent either, we plan to buy. How much are you asking? You really want to buy it? Mingyu nodded. If the price is right, I'll buy it. The elderly woman's expression finally softened. If you're sincere about buying, give me 80,000. Mingyu thought about the courtyard in Yong'an-Hatong, a three-sided compound with a small back garden that cost 30,000. That price was only possible because Ma Depeng wanted to buy it cheaply and was eager to sell. This courtyard was a proper two-section sihiyuan, larger than the one in Yong'an-Hatong, and 80,000 was truly not expensive. In later generations, such a courtyard would be worth tens of millions. All right, 80,000 it is. When do we sign the contract and handle the paperwork? This time, the elderly woman was finally a bit surprised. You're sure you want to buy it? No haggling? And she didn't even consult the two men? Though the burly man looked like a bodyguard, the other young man was clearly her partner. Chapter 1176, Accompanying Gu Dongxing to Buy a House, 1. Mingyu was used to taking charge at home. Hearing the old woman's words, she suddenly remembered that she was accompanying Gu Dongxing to buy a house, not buying one herself. She quickly turned to Gu Dongxing to make amends. What do you think of this courtyard? Gu Dongxing, however, liked the way she took charge for him. You decide. Seeing that Mingyu was still looking at him, he added, I think it's fine. Thinking that this courtyard was close to Yong'an-Hatong, he said, all right, let's buy it. The old woman finally smiled. Since you've decided to buy, the sooner the better. Mingyu took out a contract and said, what do you think of this contract? If there are no objections, just fill it in, sign it, and press your fingerprint. After signing, I can pay a deposit of 5,000 yuan first and settle the remaining amount once the procedures are completed. This was a standard contract she had prepared in advance, with spaces for the address, area, price, and so on, to be filled in. Gu Dongxing hadn't expected her to have even brought the contract. The old woman looked surprised. Are you going to investigate the situation of this house? Hearing this, Mingyu and the others realized there might be some trouble involved. They exchanged glances and Mingyu frowned as she asked, is this house yours? The old woman was firm. Of course it's mine. If it weren't mine, could I sell it? Are you the sole owner? Do you have the right to sell it? Mingyu asked again. Of course I do, the old woman said decisively. Then what is there to fear? Mingyu asked. Mingyu truly wasn't worried. When she bought the house on Yong'an-Hatong last year, Ma Depeng and his thug brother had been formidable enough, but she had still driven them off. Seeing that Mingyu remained unafraid despite her warning, and knowing she really needed to sell the house to go live with her daughter, the old woman thought Mingyu could probably handle her unfilial son. But Gu Dongxing didn't want to leave any trouble for himself. What's the problem with this house? Tell us. Seeing Gu Dongxing looking at her with a scrutinizing gaze, the old woman sighed. All right, I think it's better to be upfront with you. This courtyard was my dowry when I married into the Luo family. When I married my husband, he was 12 years older than me. We were both remarried. I had no children, but my husband already had a son named Luogua. After I married into the Luo family, I gave birth to a daughter named Luojia. During the Great Movement, we were sent down to the countryside as stinking old intellectuals. Luogua and his family cut ties with us, but Luojia refused to leave us and followed us to the countryside. To show his determination to sever ties with us, Luogua donated this courtyard of mine and got a unit apartment for his family. After the house was confiscated, it was allocated to several worker families. Luojia stayed with us in the countryside and married a young rural man. 2 years ago, my husband and I were rehabilitated and returned. I went to the property restitution office, presented the property deed, and explained that this courtyard was originally my dowry property. Luogua's donation of the house was not my intention. After checking, the office returned the courtyard to me. I wanted to bring my daughter back, but she refused to leave her husband and children, so I had to give up. When Luogua heard that we had been rehabilitated and that the courtyard had been returned, he came to apologize, saying, Dad, Auntie, this courtyard is so big. If we move back, we won't even fill all the rooms, and we can take care of you nearby. Besides, we used to live here before. Coming back now is just like your rehabilitation, restoring our former rights. Chapter 1177, Accompanying Gu Dongxing to Buy a House, Part 2. Old Luo is getting on in years and wants to live with his children and grandchildren. He's willing to take in Luogua and his family of 6. But when I think about how heartless they were back then, if they move in, our lives will definitely be miserable. I don't want to let them in. I said, they drew a clear line with us over a decade ago. In all these years, have they ever come to see us? Have they ever sent us a single grain of food or a single cent? No, If it weren't for Jiejia marrying the production team leader's son to take care of us, and the production team leader looking out for us, we would have died long ago. Besides, even if they originally lived here, after he drew a line with us and, to show his loyalty, gave away this courtyard that didn't belong to him, he forfeited any right to live here. Luogwa cried and begged, saying, back then, we had no choice. To preserve a branch of the Luo family, we had to cut ties with you. Otherwise, we would have been sent down like you. As for giving up the courtyard, it wasn't my idea, they made me do it. Just let us move in, and we'll take good care of you from now on. The old woman wiped her tears and continued, I told Luogwa, it's useless to say anything now. This house is my dowry. Without my consent, no one can move in. I knew that if Luogwa moved in, this courtyard would become his, and my daughter would have no share. So no matter what he said, I refused to let him in. My dowry will only go to my daughter in the future. I have to protect this property for her. If it weren't for the fact that this courtyard is my dowry and the property deed bears my name, he probably would have forced his way in. But unexpectedly, since Luogwa couldn't move back in, he sent his wife to cause trouble every few days. The worst time, she brought their children to wail and mourn, crying for her deceased mother-in-law. She said that if her late mother-in-law were still alive, she would never allow them to be crammed into a small house while leaving such a large courtyard empty. Old Luo was already in poor health. After they caused trouble a few times, he was filled with resentment. When they started wailing, he suffered a sudden cerebral hemorrhage and passed away on the spot. By this point, the old woman's eyes were filled with tears, and her face was etched with sorrow. After handling the old man's funeral, Luogwa directly sent someone to inform me that, to take care of me, a lonely old widow, he had decided to move into this courtyard. I knew that with the old man gone, no one could restrain him. If I let him move in, he would likely end up kicking me out. So, I decided to sell this courtyard and take the money to the countryside to live with my daughter. That's why. Grandma Luo looked at Mingyu. I have the right to sell this courtyard, but timid people don't dare to buy it because my stepson won't give up scheming for it. I won't hide this from you. That Luogwa holds a minor official position in this district. He's now the head of the police station. Upon hearing the old woman's words, Luda was startled. This courtyard had a death in it, didn't it? As for the so-called police station head, he didn't take it seriously at all. What Mingyu thought, however, was, why does every courtyard she wants to buy come with its own set of problems? Then she suddenly remembered the 3-courtyard house in the heart of the capital that her father had transferred to her. That family named Yun also seemed to have issues. She wondered if he would willingly hand over the house within the deadline. Chapter 1178, Accompanying Gu Dongxing to Buy a House, Part 3. Old Lady Luo noticed Mingyu deep in thought. While that godlike man only stared at Mingyu, and her heart sank, they didn't dare to buy either, did they? Actually, under normal circumstances, she wouldn't have said so much, but for some reason, when Gu Dongxing glanced at her, it felt as if he had seen right through her, so she honestly laid out her situation. Miss, this is the situation with this courtyard. Are you still sure you want to buy it? Mingyu snapped out of her thoughts and said decisively, buy. Since I've taken a liking to this courtyard, why wouldn't I buy it? Then she remembered she hadn't consulted Gu Dongxing's opinion and quickly added, Dongxing, what do you think? Gu Dongxing's eyes were full of affection, and he wanted to reach out and touch her bouncing hair. If Xiaoming says buy, then of course we buy. Besides, I really like this courtyard too. With some renovations, it would be nice for our wedding this way. Both her family and mine are close by. Mingyu felt a bit shy when he mentioned using it as their wedding home. She had originally planned to use the courtyard in the bustling area for that purpose. The Yong'an Hutong place was just a temporary residence. Her idea was to move to the courtyard her father had given her after finishing her 5 years of study. As for the courtyard in Jioha, it was naturally reserved for Jioha's wedding. Once the decision to buy was made, the old lady immediately took out a fountain pen, filled in the contract with the address, area, boundaries, price, and so on, then signed both their names and pressed their fingerprints, making the contract official. When signing the contract, Mingyu called Gu Dongxing over. Sign your name here. Mingyu took 8,000 yuan from her backpack and gave it to the old lady. The remaining 75,000 would be paid once the procedures were completed. After agreeing to meet at the property office at 2:30 p.m., Mingyu said to Luda, come on, take us to see the other courtyard. Luda was puzzled. Miss, didn't you already buy Grandma Luo's courtyard? Mingyu shot him a glance. That courtyard wasn't bought by me, it was bought by Dongxing. Luda found it strange, since they were already engaged and would soon be husband and wife. Wasn't buying it for her fiancé the same as her buying it? But he obediently led the two to another property he had found that was for sale. This property's house looked very dilapidated. Buying it would essentially mean rebuilding from scratch. However, Mingyu had no interest in building a house. Moreover, she remembered that this area would be demolished in the 1990s. This courtyard only costs 15,000, Luda said, a bit embarrassed. Gu Dongxing looked at Luda with some concern. Was this Xiaoming's shadow guard? His intelligence was worrying. Does your miss lack money? Luda felt even more ashamed. Yes, the miss didn't lack money. She just had a hobby of collecting courtyards. Since this courtyard wasn't bought, Mingyu had Luda take 80,000 in cash to find old lady Luo and handle the property transfer procedures. Lashan came out and led Mingyu and Gu Dongxing to see the courtyard he had found. Although the courtyard Lashan found was decent, it was also in a demolition zone, so Mingyu took one look and gave up on it. Le Shui grew a bit worried and tentatively asked, Miss, the courtyard Lashan found earlier was pretty good. Why didn't you want it? Mingyu couldn't say that the area would be demolished in the 1990s and buying it would be a waste, so she just shook her head. I don't like it. Le Shui was a bit nervous. What kind of courtyard does Miss like? One that's beautiful, spacious, and preferably easy to rent out, Mingyu said. Chapter 1179, Accompanying Gu Dongxing to Buy a House, Part 4. Lesan breathed a sigh of relief, so the young lady plans to become a landlady. In the past, being a landlady wasn't a good term, but now that reform and opening up have begun, it seems not entirely unacceptable. The first courtyard he took them to was one in the eastern part of the city, and it was still within the 4th and 9th city, belonging to the inner city. How did Lesui, that fellow, manage to find it? Lesui went straight to knock on the door. Is anyone home? There are guests here. The courtyard door was opened, and a man came out with his hands tucked into his sleeves, looking down his nose at the four of them. What are you here for? Mingyu was about to speak when Gu Dongxing pulled her behind him, facing the man. We heard this courtyard of yours is for sale, so we came to take a look. He released a bit of his aura, pressing it toward the man. Feeling the pressure, the man no longer dared to look down his nose at them, but he still kept his hands in his sleeves, sizing up Gu Dongxing with a hint of disdain in his eyes. My courtyard costs 200,000. Can you afford it? Mingyu immediately knew he was deliberately quoting a high price. She remembered that Chung Jioha's courtyard, though a 2-section one, was actually laid out like a 3-section one, with one section left as a back garden, but the market price was only around 180,000. This courtyard was not as well maintained as Chung Jioha's, but it was much larger in area. At just 200,000, it was definitely not the market price. We need to go in and see if your courtyard is worth that price before we can negotiate with the owner, Gu Dongxing said. The man seemed a bit flustered and angry. What owner? I am the owner. Gu Dongxing gave him a cold look. Is that so? My apologies. Then, owner, please let us in to see the house, and we can discuss the price afterward. How about that? The owner had no choice but to step aside and let the four of them in, then close the door behind them. Under the owner's guidance, the four toured the entire courtyard. It was a genuine 3-section courtyard, about the same size as the one Mingyu's father had transferred to her, but unlike Mingyu's courtyard, it didn't have a large garden on the right side. Instead, there was a garden of about 300 square meters at the back. What Mingyu appreciated most was that the layout of this courtyard exuded elegance everywhere, a stark contrast to its owner. After showing them the entire courtyard, the owner asked, So, is this courtyard worth 200,000? If you're willing to pay 200,000, I can sell it to you right away. There was a hint of eagerness in his eyes. Gu Dongxing was about to speak when Mingyu tugged at his hand and said to the owner, to be honest, although your courtyard is a 3-section one and the area is barely sufficient, it's too old. If you want to renovate it, it would cost at least 80 to 100,000. That means buying this courtyard for 200,000 and spending another 100,000 on renovations would total 300,000. And as far as I know, 300,000 could already buy a 4-section large courtyard. So, are you really serious about selling this courtyard? The owner frowned slightly, seemingly displeased that Mingyu, a woman, was speaking while Gu Dongxing, the man, stayed silent. He said, this courtyard was a detached residence of a high-ranking official from the late Qing dynasty. Though it's a bit old, it's absolutely worth the price. If you can't afford it, don't waste my time here. Can't afford it? Huh. Mingyu pulled out a bankbook. Open your eyes wide and see if I can afford your courtyard. For someone who looks down on others like that, you have to hit them directly with wealth and power. Chapter 1180, Accompanying Gu Dongxing to Buy a House, 5. The homeowner took the passbook and glanced at it, his eyes immediately widening as he counted the zeros on it. Oh my god, 13.9 million? He looked at Mingyu with brightened eyes. Miss, is it you who wants to buy the courtyard? His attitude did a complete 180-degree turn, from being aloof and reserved to bowing and scraping with respect. I'm sorry, I was blind earlier and misjudged you, miss. Let me introduce myself first. My surname is Chow. I'm the 9th in the family, so everyone calls me Old Nine. How should I address you, miss? My surname is Nan. She pointed at Gu Dongxing. This is my fiancé, and the other two are my bodyguards. Going out with bodyguards, this girl was definitely no ordinary person. He had put on the wrong airs earlier. Old Nine quickly said, since Miss Nan is sincerely looking to buy the courtyard, let's settle on a fair price, 150,000. Mingyu sneered inwardly when she heard he had dropped the price by 50,000. The actual market value of this courtyard was at least 300,000. She had only made that offer earlier as a routine bargaining tactic, but unexpectedly, he had lowered it by 50,000. She began to suspect, was this man really the homeowner? After a moment's thought, she said, all right, 150,000 it is. But I need to see your property deed. Les Han found it strange. When they bought the house from Mrs. Luo earlier, the young lady hadn't asked to see the property deed. Why was she asking for it now? Le Shui's heart skipped a beat when he heard Mingyu mention the property deed. Damn it, he had forgotten this step. He had only focused on finding out where houses were for sale, but hadn't checked whether the seller had the right to sell. In fact, at the door, the young master's words had already hinted at suspicion. This old Nine didn't seem like the owner of the courtyard at all. He stepped forward, blocking Mingyu, and stared at Old Nine. Are you really the owner of this courtyard? A flicker of panic passed through Old Nine's eyes, but he quickly composed himself and shouted at Les Hui, what do you mean by that? If I'm not the owner, then who is? He then turned to Mingyu and yelled, do you want to buy the courtyard or not? If not, get out. Mingyu exchanged a glance with Gu Dongxing and looked at Old Nine, saying, who said I don't want to buy it? But no matter who it is, when buying something, you have to be clear about it, don't you agree? Is there anyone who would buy such a large courtyard without asking to see the property deed? Isn't it reasonable for us to ask you to show it? Old Nine paused for a moment, then nodded. Miss Nan is right. No one's money comes from the wind. But I can guarantee that if you buy this courtyard, no one will cause you trouble. As for the property deed, I just can't remember where I put it for now, but I'll definitely find it and show it to you. Mingyu smiled faintly. All right, then let's sign a contract first. She took out a standard contract form. Old Nine skimmed through it quickly and, seeing nothing amiss, picked up a pen and filled in the address, boundaries, area, price, and other details. After signing his name and pressing his fingerprint, Old Nine asked Mingyu for a deposit. A 10% deposit. 150,000 means 15,000. Pay the 15,000 deposit first. Mingyu shook her head. Mr. Chow, if I see your property deed, I won't hesitate for a moment to hand over that 10% deposit to you. But since I haven't even seen the property deed, how can you expect me to pay a deposit? Chapter 1181, Accompanying Gu Dongxing to Buy a House, 6. Xiao Laojio felt something was off, but the contract says. The contract clearly stated that a 10% deposit should be paid upon signing. Enough, Gu Dongxing interrupted. You just saw my fiancé's bank book. We won't shortchange you on this money. As long as you produce the property deed, we'll give you the deposit. Once the transfer procedures are done, the remaining balance will be paid to you. It's simple, you find the deed, we pay. If you can't find it, the courtyard stays here, we can't take it away, and you lose nothing. Right? Xiao Laojio nodded involuntarily. Right. Gu Dongxing said to Mingyu, let's go. Les Hui wanted to say something, but caught the look Mingyu threw his way, so he followed behind them. After they had walked a long distance, Xiao Laojio finally remembered a problem. He had planned to take deposits for this courtyard, then claim he couldn't find the deed to pocket the money. If necessary, he would swap in someone else to pose as the owner, leaving the buyer with no way to speak up. But now, the contract was signed, and he hadn't collected a single cent of deposit. What was he supposed to live on? The four left the courtyard, and Mingyu immediately handed the contract to Les Han. Go investigate the homeowner's situation. Les Hui, we'll keep going. Les Hui apologized to Mingyu. Miss, it was my fault for not checking the situation thoroughly before bringing you here. I'm sorry. Mingyu glanced at him, and then, remember this lesson. When handling things, don't just stick to the surface. Use divergent thinking. For example, when I sent you to find houses, you should not only check the location, size, and price, but also look into the homeowner's situation and why they're selling. If you had checked why they were selling, you'd have known this seller was a swindler. Les Hui was startled. Miss, how did you determine that Xiao Laojio, the seller, is a swindler? And since she knew he was a swindler, why did she still sign the contract? Gu Dongxing couldn't help but interject. Do you even need to ask? That Xiao Laojio looked so shifty and spoke so crudely. How could he possibly own such an elegantly styled courtyard? Les Hui suddenly understood. Yes, only someone with refined taste would decorate their home so gracefully. A vulgar, shifty person wouldn't have the sensibility to arrange a courtyard like that. No wonder I felt that Xiao Laojio didn't fit that courtyard at all. Turns out he wasn't the owner, just a swindler lodging there. Next, the three went to see the other 5 courtyards Les Hui had found. 2 of them were within the 4th and 9th districts of the city, and Mingyu bought both. One 3-courtyard compound was registered under her name, Nan Mingyu, and the other 2-courtyard compound under Gu Mingxing's name. Consider it an early dowry for Gu Mingxing. The other 3, though not in the city center, were still decent, all within the east and west city districts. As long as the owners were willing to sell, Mingyu bought them all. For the buyers' names, she used pseudonyms, all under the surname Nan, and even registered these fake names with household registrations tied to the properties. With lead handling matters under the Nan family name, everything went very smoothly. They even got things done without needing to present household registers, giving Mingyu a taste of the advantages of being from a prominent clan. Gu Dongxing patted Mingyu's head. Why are you buying so many courtyards? Can you even live in them all? Mingyu tilted her head. I told you, I'm buying them to be a landlady. What's wrong with that? Chapter 1182, accompanying Gu Dongxing to buy a house 7. These Sihiyuan in the eastern and western parts of the city would later sell for hundreds of millions, far more valuable than the courtyard she had bought in Yong'an Hadong. She wouldn't even need to do much herself, just leave them vacant or rent them out, and she'd rake in a fortune. It would be foolish not to buy them. After they had completed the transfer of ownership for several courtyards, Les Han also returned. He reported to Mingyu the findings of his investigation. Sure enough, the owner of the courtyard was not someone named Qiao Laojiu, but rather a man called Qin Chaowen. Qin Chaowen was a highly educated intellectual. The courtyard had been passed down from his ancestor, who had once served as a vice minister. During the political movement, he was sent to a May 7th cadre school, and his wife divorced him and remarried, leaving behind his elderly mother and son at home. The son, missing his parents terribly, secretly climbed onto a train to find them and ended up disappearing. With her grandson missing, the grandmother was naturally frantic and suffered a fatal heart attack. Qin Chaowen wanted to find his son and had once sworn that whoever could help him locate his son, Qin Wenju, would be given this courtyard. His son had a very distinctive feature: double pupils. Since ancient times, people with double pupils were believed to be destined for great wealth and nobility. Qin Chaowen valued his son immensely and had been searching for him ever since returning to the city. As a result, his courtyard had remained empty all this time. Double pupils? Something flickered in Mingyu's mind. So, the seller of this courtyard is a fraud? Yes. Those people, seeing that the owner wasn't home, deliberately spread rumors that the owner wanted to sell the courtyard. Whenever someone expressed interest in buying, they would impersonate the owner, make contact, and collect deposits. When buyers later came to demand fulfillment of the contract and transfer of ownership, they would claim the title deed couldn't be found and refuse to proceed. Sometimes, they'd even send someone else to meet the buyer and intimidate them. Of course, the deposits they collected were usually only a few hundred yuan. A case like today, where the young lady signed a contract and gave a 10% deposit, was extremely rare. So, that Qiao Laojiu must be feeling pretty pleased with himself, right? His surname isn't Qiao and his name isn't Laojiu. His father's surname is Wen, and his mother's surname is Jiang, so he calls himself Wen Jiang. Once, when Qin Chaowen caught him using his courtyard to scam money, he reported him, and when Jiang was detained for half a month. After that, he changed his name to Qiao Laojiu, because Qin Chaowen was an intellectual, and, during the political movement, intellectuals were called Old Nine. Hearing this, Mingyu cursed inwardly at this Wen Jiang. He was truly lawless, like a monk holding an umbrella, defying heaven and earth. But thinking of the signed sales contract in her hands, she sneered coldly. This Wen Jiang probably never imagined that she had set a trap for him. When the time came, she would make him pay for all the buyers he had cheated out of their deposits. Thinking of that Qin Chaowen, who offered a 3-section courtyard as a reward just to find his son Qin Wenju. Suddenly, something else flashed through her mind. Right, double pupils. She had seen double pupils before. To be precise, she had seen them in her past life. Yes, Mingyu had seen double pupils. In her past life, she had been sold into Tiger's Nest and spent 10 years there. She had often given food to a child who was so thin he was beyond recognition. It was said he was bought as a son by a man whose wife couldn't bear children. Whether it was because this boy brought siblings or for some other reason, starting from the 4th year after the family bought him as their son, his adoptive parents began having children one after another. Chapter 1183, accompanying Gu Dongxing to buy a house 8. If the boy with double pupils had still been young enough to be sold, he would definitely have been sold off again. But as the boy grew older, he became harder to sell. Besides, someone advised his foster parents, the children you have now might have been brought by him. If he's gone, he might take his younger siblings with him too. Thus, the boy was kept, but his treatment at home was much like Mingyu's when she was young. Because they shared the same suffering, whenever Mingyu learned that he had been punished by his family and forbidden to eat, she would secretly give him the sweet potatoes she had hidden. Sometimes, when his family beat him, she would even shield him. Every time he received her help, he would look at her with grateful eyes. And at those moments, she could see the two pupils in his eyes. Since the boy usually kept his head down, no one else knew he had double pupils. Only Mingyu knew that the boy named Goa was a double-pupiled child. Now, hearing Luan mention that Qin Chaowen's son had double pupils, Mingyu recalled Goer, the double-pupiled boy from Tiger Gully, who had been raised under the abuse of his foster parents. Mingyu suspected that, in all likelihood, that boy was Qin Chaowen's son, Qin Wenju. Mingyu secretly decided that she had to go to Tiger Gully. Moreover, she also wanted to visit the witch in Tiger Gully. The peach blossom space in her possession had been given to her by the younger of the Zhou brothers from her past life, who had supposedly stolen it from the witch. Now that she had gained great benefits from this peach blossom space, she always felt indebted to that witch. She had to meet her and settle this karmic debt. Additionally, she had not forgotten the torment inflicted on her by the Zhou brothers or the mistreatment from the Zhou family's old mother. Now that she had the power, she could certainly go back and take revenge. But first, she needed to handle the matters at hand. After a day of walking, they had bought 6 courtyards and even completed the paperwork. The speed was astonishing, and even Gu Dongxing was surprised at how efficiently the Nan family handled things. The two returned to Yang'an Hatong. Just as they stepped inside, the phone rang. The moment Mingyu heard the ringtone, she had a bad feeling. Sure enough, after Gu Dongxing answered the phone, he smiled bitterly and lowered his head to rest it against Mingyu's forehead. "Wife, I'm sorry. I have an urgent mission." Mingyu tapped his forehead. "I knew it. Remember to stay safe." She gave him a good amount of the fasting pills she had refined, so that even if he couldn't eat during the mission, he wouldn't go hungry. She had originally planned to prepare some dried meat for him to take along, but she hadn't expected him to leave so suddenly, with no time to spare. "Yes, I'll listen to my wife." Gu Dongxing accepted the fasting pills, rubbed his head against hers, and despite his deep reluctance, resolutely left that very night. She had no idea how long he would be gone or if he would make it back for the new year. Mingyu was frustrated. He had clearly promised half a month of leave liar. Hai Shui, upon hearing that her son was going on another mission, was filled with worry. Mingyu had to turn around and comfort her. "Aunt Hai, Dongxing's job is like this. Most of the time, he's out on missions. But his skills are formidable now, and he'll definitely come back safely. So, please don't worry." What kind of fate was this? She herself hated parting, yet she still had to console others. Chapter 1184. Accompanying Gu Dongxing to buy a house, 9. Gu Mingxing also comforted her mother. "Yes, Mom. Big brother is very capable. You don't need to worry about him." She looked up at the sky. "Have you forgotten, Mom, what Big brother can do?" Hai Shui recalled her daughter insisting that her son could ride clouds and fly through the sky. Well, her son was talented. She should be able to relax. Yet, despite knowing her son's abilities, her face was still full of worry. Mingyu felt helpless, so she changed the subject to buying a courtyard house. Dongxing bought a 2-courtyard house on the street just across. "How about Aunt Hai and Mingxing come take a look? I'll have someone take you there." Sure enough, the two were immediately drawn in. Though a bit annoyed, Dongxing bought a house. Why didn't he even give us a heads up? Mingxing, upon hearing that her brother had bought a courtyard, got excited. "Really? Big brother bought a courtyard? Is it as big as this one?" Living here was comfortable, but since it belonged to her future sister-in-law, it always felt like living under someone else's roof. If they had their own courtyard, it would be much more pleasant. "Strictly speaking, this courtyard of mine is just a 3-sided compound. But the one your brother bought is a 2-courtyard house. It's bigger than this, with 14 rooms. You'll see when you go." Hai Shui immediately said, "Why buy such a big courtyard? Our family only has a few people." But in truth, her face was full of pride. "Look, my son is getting me a big house to live in." That's the mindset of any ordinary parent, isn't it? "Great, great. Let's go see it right now." "Whatever's missing, we'll buy it," Mingxing said happily. But Hai Shui's expression darkened at the mention of buying things. She had brought over 1,000 yuan with her, but back when she went to see Yi Qing, she had used all of it to pay for Yi Qing's medical fees and compensation. She had no money left now. "Buy what? What time is it now?" Mingxing glanced at the sky. "It's only a little past 5. It's still early before dark." Seeing Hai Shui's expression, Mingyu understood her concern. Anything that could be solved with money wasn't a problem. She took out 10,000 yuan and handed it to Hai Shui. "This is money Dongxing left with me. Aunt Hai, use it for now." Hai Shui didn't want to take it, but upon hearing it was Dongxing's money, she accepted it. "I'll keep it for you too, to use when you get married." Yet, she didn't stop to think how much was her son's salary. Why not question where this money came from? Mingyu quickly said, "This is for you to use, Aunt Hai. You don't need to hold on to it for us. We're not short on money. That house looks empty, so we'll need to buy some things to put in it." The courtyard had gone through the transfer procedures in the morning. The original owner, Granny Luo, had taken the money and fled at noon, as if afraid Mingyu and the others would change their minds. This left Mingyu feeling somewhat unsettled. Still, thinking about the troubles Granny Luo had mentioned, she figured it was understandable. Having finally shaken off a burden, of course she'd want to escape quickly. If it weren't so hard to find a standalone courtyard like this, Mingyu might not have wanted to buy hers at all. Mingyu had Luda take the two of them to visit the courtyard Granny Luo had sold. Gu Mingxing noticed Mingyu wasn't coming along and found it odd. "Big sister, aren't you coming?" "No, I already saw it when I bought my own courtyard. Besides, I have some other business to attend to at the Nan family. Let Luda accompany you." "Luda, take a look and see if there are any places that need repairs, and have someone fix them up." Luda agreed and led Hai Shui and her daughter away. Chapter 1185. Another mission awaits. Mingyu arranged for Leshan and Lesui to tidy up and rent out the other two courtyards she had purchased today. As for Qin Chaowen's courtyard, she set it aside for now. She would handle it after settling her affairs in the capital and returning to Xiangyang County. After Gu Dongxing left, Mingyu wanted to go find Nan Xiao. She had a feeling that Nan Xiao would soon return to the immortal sect, and if that happened, she wouldn't know how long it would be before she could see her father, who always put her first. Just as she was about to leave, however, another visitor arrived. The person who came was Gu Dongxing's father, Gu Ming. Facing her future father-in-law, Mingyu was a bit puzzled. "Uncle Gu, Dongxing has gone on a mission. Didn't he call to tell you?" Gu Ming looked somewhat embarrassed. I know about Dongxing's mission. I'm not here for him, I'm here for my daughter, Mingxing." "Looking for his daughter, Mingxing?" Mingyu glanced at the uneasy Gu Ming and understood. The person he really wanted to see was Hai Shui. Mingyu felt a hint of disdain for him. He clearly loved Hai Shui in his heart, yet he obeyed the clan elders' arrangements and divorced her. Even if he couldn't stop his wife from being expelled from the military, he could at least have protected her from being bullied. Instead, when his wife was driven away by the clan elders during his mission, he didn't try to bring her back, but wallowed in drinking, giving Yang Meiying an opportunity to climb up by using her pregnancy to force her way into the family. Hai Shui waited for him for 20 years, and he showed no sign of action. Now that Hai Shui had let go of her feelings, he panicked and came looking for her. "Uncle Gu, I suggest that if you can't give Aunt Hai a proper explanation, it's best not to bother her again. She's finally managed to let go of her feelings. You don't want her to go back to how she was before, do you? Honestly, she waited for you for 20 years, and I think it wasn't worth it." Gu Ming's face reddened. "You're right. I owe Shuer an explanation. I've officially divorced Yang Meiying. I'm here to seek her forgiveness, and I hope you can help me. I want to start over with her." Mingyu was stunned. "You divorced Yang Meiying? How did she agree to that?" Knowing Yang Meiying, a woman so obsessed with vanity, how could she give up the glory of being a military commander's wife? She deserves it. Gu Ming knew that this daughter-in-law had influence with his ex-wife. If she didn't agree, Hai Shui, who had already let go of her feelings, might refuse his request for reconciliation. So, he told her about discovering that his younger son, Gu Qin, was not his biological child. Mingyu was dumbfounded. This Yang Meiying was too ridiculous. She already had a son with Gu Ming, but because some members of the Gu family thought she hadn't borne a child of Gu blood, she schemed again to secure her position. If she had succeeded in having a son, that would have been one thing, but she wanted to play it safe and found a man to father a child for her. Mingyu couldn't help but feel exasperated for Yang Meiying. Was she clever or foolish? Didn't she realize that once it was exposed that she had borne a child not of Gu blood, her days in the Gu family would be over? The Gu family had opinions? She suddenly thought of Gu Ming's two aunts. Could it be those two aunts who only recognized Hai Shui as their sister-in-law and not Yang Meiying? Although Mingyu was somewhat dissatisfied with Gu Ming, since he had divorced, if he could reconcile with Hai Shui, it would actually be a good thing. Besides, this man was actually quite pitiful. Chapter 1186. Why doesn't she suspect where the money came from? Mingyu thought for a moment and said, "They went shopping. Are you waiting here, or will you go take care of your business first and come back later?" Gu Ming was very certain. "I'll wait here. I must see Mingxing today." Haha, he was determined to see her. She had thought this man was a bit indecisive, but it turned out he was quite straightforward. "All right, then wait here. I have some things to take care of and need to step out." Mingyu left the house and immediately sent a message to Luda. "Gu Ming has come looking for them. Tell them to come back." Luda was puzzled. Didn't the eldest miss dislike Gu Ming? Why was she helping him call Hai Shui back? But regardless of right or wrong, he had to carry out the eldest miss's orders. At that moment, Hai Shui and Gu Mingxing were excitedly touring the new courtyard that Gu Dongxing had purchased. This courtyard was much better than Mingyu's. The main thing was that it had a front and backyard. The front yard only had a row of inverted rooms, with a screen wall separating a small courtyard of about 20 square meters. The backyard consisted of 3 main rooms, 2 side rooms, and 6 wing rooms, plus a screen wall, leaving a courtyard space of over 100 square meters. Wow, if we set up a trellis here and plant a grapevine, we could put a swing under it. Wow, there's a well too. This flower bed, I want to plant balsam flowers. Wow, these rooms are all raised by 2 steps. Mom, look how big this kitchen is, bigger than ours at home. Wow, there's even a vegetable garden in the back. Mom, we can grow our own vegetables to eat from now on. Mom, I want to move in tomorrow. Hai Shui saw her daughter's excitement and felt very happy. Having a house in the capital meant they were now true Beijingers. Miss Gu, this house still needs cleaning, and some places need renovation. For example, the grape trellis you mentioned needs to be built. It won't be convenient to do it after moving in, Lida said from the side. Right. You're Lida, aren't you? Then I'll leave it to you. Just then, Lida received a message from Mingyu. Lida, Gu Ming has come looking for them. Call them back. Hai Shui noticed Lida's expression was a bit off and asked, What's wrong, Lida? Lida said, The eldest miss wants you to come back as soon as possible. Gu Mingxing was dissatisfied. I haven't finished looking around yet. Lida thought to himself, You've already been in every room. What's left to see? He could only tell Hai Shui the truth. Gu Ming is here. Oh, Hai Shui felt a faint stir of excitement deep inside, but her face showed a slight frown. What is he here for? Lida glanced at Gu Mingxing. Gu Ming's excuse was to see Miss Gu, but he couldn't say that. He could only answer Hai Shui, I don't know. Hai Shui also glanced at Gu Mingxing and said, Then let's go back. All right, you go back. I'll stay here and take another look to see what needs repairing and make a budget. Hai Shui led the somewhat reluctant Gu Mingxing back to their home on Yong'an Hatong. Mingyu hid in her own room as soon as she saw them return. Gu Ming stood alone in the courtyard, his eyes fixed on the gate, as if waiting for her to come back. Hai Shui's heart skipped a beat. This scene was a bit like a husband waiting for his wife to return home. She was startled and quickly suppressed her racing heart. I've already let him go. I shouldn't be tempted by him again. You're back. Gu Ming looked at Hai Shui, his eyes filled with anticipation, excitement, and unease. Chapter 1187. Future father-in-law comes calling. If Mingyu were here, she would definitely be grumbling internally. Didn't you say you came to see Gu Mingxing? Why is it that Gu Mingxing is standing right there, and you haven't even glanced at him, only focusing on the beautiful and elegant ex-wife? Gu Mingxing, naturally, was dissatisfied. As harsh as her words had been, who doesn't long for a father's love? Who doesn't wish for a father at home to shield them from life's storms? Having grown up without a father to rely on, Gu Mingxing saw her father come to their home, yet his eyes were only on her mother, not on her. This made her a bit angry. What are you doing here? This is Sister Mingyu's home, not the Gu family's. Gu Ming seemed to notice Gu Mingxing only then and quickly apologized. Minner, you've come back too. Hai Shui finally managed to compose herself. What are you here for? Gu Ming had 1,000 words to say, but didn't know where to start, so he simply said, I've divorced Yang Meiying. Hai Shui's heart raced again. He had finally divorced Yang Meiying? Was he here to take her back? She reminded herself that she had decided to let him go. Why did her heart still race at his words? No, she couldn't be like this. Couldn't let this man summon her at will and dismiss her at his whim. She let out an "oh" and said flatly, You're divorced? Congratulations. Congratulations on getting rid of that venomous woman. Gu Ming was a bit stunned. What kind of reaction was this from his ex-wife? Shouldn't she be happy to hear he was divorced? For 20 years, she hadn't remarried, always competing with Yang Meiying, even using their son to climb the social ladder just to one-up Yang Meiying. Wasn't that because she still loved him? So why, now that he had divorced Yang Meiying, did she show no sign of joy? Shui, why aren't you reacting? Hai Shui suppressed her pounding heart, glanced at him, then looked away. Didn't I just congratulate you? Congratulate? Did he need her congratulations? Why aren't you happy? Should I be happy? Your divorce is your business. You've finally gotten rid of that scheming viper. Shouldn't you be the one happy? What reason do I have to be happy? Gu Ming had hoped to see Hai Shui rejoice at his divorce, because he knew she had always loved him, always wanted to prove she was better than Yang Meiying and catch his attention. So, the moment he got divorced, he came straight to Hai Shui, thinking it would make her happy too. But instead, Hai Shui's attitude was like a bucket of cold water poured over his head. Gu Ming calmed down. Hai Shui wasn't as he had imagined. She wouldn't joyfully throw herself into his arms and rekindle their old flame upon hearing of his divorce. He was a bit unwilling to accept it. Shui, weren't you always waiting for me? I've finally divorced Yang Meiying, and now we can get back together. So I thought you'd be as happy as I am. But before Hai Shui could respond, Gu Mingxing couldn't hold back. You really are something. You were all cozy with Yang Meiying, and yet you still thought my mom would be waiting for you? You think my mom has no one else, that she's just waiting for a scumbag like you who abandoned her for a mistress to come back? Let me tell you, there are plenty of men waiting to marry my mom. She just doesn't want any of you stinking men. That's why she hasn't remarried. Hearing this, Guming felt a pang of alarm. A sense of crisis rose within him. Chapter 1188, Should Not Be Tempted Again. Guming's heart pounded. Yes, Hai Shui was so beautiful. Though she was in her mid-40s, she looked no more than 30. Moreover, although she had been adopted by the Hai family at the age of 5, she bore no resemblance to an ordinary country girl. She always carried an air of intellectual grace and elegance, like a lady from a refined household. How could a woman like her lack love? If she so much as crooked her little finger, she could probably attract countless men. A pang of pain surged in Guming's heart. To have a woman like her was a blessing earned over 8 lifetimes. Yet he had lost her because of someone scheming. In his work, he was an excellent commander, but when it came to emotions, he was truly naive. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been tricked by Yang Meiying into divorcing his beloved wife and marrying her. For a moment, Guming, who had always been confident that he could win Hai Shui back after his divorce, was filled with regret, resentment, and frustration. These negative emotions overwhelmed him, making him momentarily lose heart. But Guming was, after all, the head of an army. Those negative feelings passed in a flash, and he quickly pulled himself together. He looked at Hai Shui very seriously. Swear, I came this time to take you and Mingsing home. Home? Gu Mingsing stared at Guming. Which home? The one you built with Yang Meiying is not our home. Guming turned to Gu Mingsing. Mingsing, I just told you I've divorced Yang Meiying. All traces of her in that house have been cleaned out. Now it's just me there, no Yang Meiying. Gu Mingsing sneered. Huh, back then you looked down on my mother for having overseas connections, so you abandoned her, divorced her, and married Yang Meiying, who had a brother as her backing. Now that you know my mother is the legitimate daughter of the O family in Hong Kong, you immediately divorce Yang Meiying and come back for my mother? What do you take her for, someone you can summon and dismiss at will? Mingsing. Hai Shui scolded him, then turned to Guming. Go back. I've grown used to being alone. I don't want to return to your home. Guming grew anxious. Swear, back then. Don't talk about back then. It's in the past. No, I have to say it. Without what happened back then, none of this would be happening now. So I must speak. His eyes locked onto Hai Shui. Back then, you were exposed for concealing overseas connections and were discharged from the military cultural troop. Hai Shui's eyes widened. Wasn't it an expulsion? Guming's brow furrowed deeply. It was clearly a discharge. Who told you it was an expulsion? Hai Shui felt her scalp tingle, and then something seemed to pour down from the top of her head, sending a numbing sensation through her entire body, leaving her frozen. She hadn't been expelled back then, but discharged? She opened her mouth, but no sound came out. The person who told her she had been expelled was her best friend, Gui Xiaofeng. Why had she lied, telling her it was because of overseas connections? At the time, after hearing her close friend's news that she had been expelled, Hai Shui had been devastated. She returned to the Gu family in a daze, only to be pressured by the Gu family elders to leave the family and Gu Ming to avoid harming his future. Heartbroken, she had followed Gui Xiaofeng's arrangements, taken the ticket Gui Xiaofeng had bought for her, and returned alone to Hai Family Village. Chapter 1189. Gu Ming's Sense of Crisis. With her career gone and her family destroyed, the overwhelming despair nearly drove Hai Shui to suicide. It was only when she discovered she was pregnant that she held on for the sake of her child. Gui Xiaofeng visited her once in Haijia village, offering encouragement that helped her endure the hardship of survival. Later, Gu Ming brought Gu Dongxing to her, and old Master Yi came to see her as well, arranging a childhood betrothal between Gu Dongxing and Yi Qing. With her son by her side, another child on the way, and old Master Ye's regard, she felt she had regained a sense of direction. For so many years, she had carried the cross of being discharged from the military, enduring countless scornful looks. But now, Gu Ming was telling her that she hadn't been discharged, she had been retired. She heard her own voice ask, "Are you sure I wasn't discharged, but retired?" Perhaps Gu Ming had misspoken? Gu Ming found it strange. Although you were found to have overseas connections, you were adopted by the people of Haijia village at the age of 5 and never had any contact with anyone overseas. You didn't do anything wrong, how could you possibly be discharged? As for retiring you, since you did have overseas ties, it was no longer suitable for you to remain in the military, so you were retired. Of course, that was also the result of old Master Yi speaking up for you back then. So it was true. She hadn't been discharged from the military, she had been retired. So old Master Ye's help had resulted in her not being discharged, but retired instead. Hai Shui nearly ground her teeth to dust. Didn't they say old Master Yi helped me avoid being labeled a spy? Gu Ming was puzzled. You were raised by poor and lower middle-class peasants since childhood. How could there be any talk of you being a spy? A thought struck him. Did old Master Yi tell you that? Hai Shui recalled the past and shook her head. No, it was Gui Xiaofeng who said it. She suddenly thought of another point. If it was a retirement, then I should have a veteran's certificate. Who collected my veteran's certificate? Back then, Gue Xiaofeng had told her she had been discharged. She hadn't had the courage to return to the military camp to retrieve her discharge decision. Pressured by the Gu family elders and urged on by Gue Xiaofeng, who said, "Go back to Haijia village first. Come back once this matter has settled down," she had returned to Haijia village. But once she went back, she never had the chance to return. Even her divorce from Gu Ming was handled by the Gu family, bringing the divorce agreement to her for her signature. If Gu Ming hadn't brought it up today, she would never have known that she hadn't been discharged, but retired. Gu Ming found it odd. Didn't your good friend Gue Xiaofeng collect it and personally bring it to you in Haijia village? Gue Xiaofeng again. What a true best friend she was. At this point, Hai Shui finally realized that Gue Xiaofeng had been harming her all along. How could she have done this? She was her closest friend. Gu Ming also caught on and suddenly asked, "Back then, you left me so hastily because you thought you had been discharged and nearly labeled a female spy?" In fact, it was because Hai Shui had left him on her own initiative that he had become so despondent, giving young Meiying an opportunity to exploit the situation. Not only had she left home, leaving him and their child behind, but she had even signed the divorce agreement first and had someone bring it to him. Because of that, at the time, he had felt deep resentment, even hatred, toward her departure. Was he really so unworthy of her trust? Chapter 1190. It was an expulsion back then. Yes, Gu Ming had resentment in his heart. On Gu Ming's side, on one hand, the clan elders were pressuring him, and on the other, young Meiying was using her pregnancy to force a marriage. If Hai Shui could have stood firm at that time and defended their home together with him, perhaps this family wouldn't have fallen apart. At the very least, with him around, young Meiying wouldn't have had a chance to take advantage. When he saw the divorce agreement signed by Hai Shui, his resentment toward her reached its peak. Since she had agreed to the divorce, what was there left for him to hold on to? Thus, driven by a surge of anger, he signed his name on the divorce agreement. But at the same time, he was also well aware of how deep Hai Shui's love for him was. If she knew that staying by his side would ruin his future, she would definitely leave him. If it were merely retirement, the impact on him wouldn't have been that severe. But if it were expulsion, the consequences would be enormous. Hai Shui's decision to leave on her own must have been because she believed that not leaving would harm his future, not because, as the clan elders claimed, she left due to him getting too close to young Meiying. So, Hai Shui's departure wasn't just because of the family, young Meiying, or her background. Was it also because of a certain Gue Xiaofeng? Hai Shui nodded. Yes. Gue Xiaofeng told me that I had been expelled and nearly labeled a spy. She urged me to leave this place, go back to the countryside to lie low, and even helped me buy a train ticket. Back then, if Gue Xiaofeng hadn't told her that she was expelled and nearly branded a spy, only spared thanks to old Master Ye's help, resulting in mere expulsion, she wouldn't have so readily left Gu Ming and returned to Hai Family Village. So that was it. Gu Ming was utterly speechless at Hai Shui's actions. Why didn't you come find me? Ask me. You were on a 3-month mission back then. Even I didn't know where you were, how could I ask? Hai Shui said indignantly. I was terrified and completely at a loss back then. When someone came to offer advice, claiming it was for my own good, I naturally listened to her. For your own good? Hai Shui gave a bitter smile. Of course, now I know she had ulterior motives. But back then, she was so panicked and helpless, how could she have discerned the truth? Gu Ming was instantly filled with hatred for that Gue Xiaofeng. His decades of a barren emotional life were all thanks to her. Hai Shui suddenly recalled something. Oh, right, Gue Xiaofeng knew about that gold lock. Do you think that back then, when I was exposed because of the gold lock, it might have been Gue Xiaofeng's doing? So, the root of all the tragedy between him and Hai Shui lay with this Gue Xiaofeng. He would never let her off. Hai Shui was still puzzled. Back then, the one who exposed my overseas connections should have been sent by Yang Meiying, right? Could it be that she told Yang Meiying about my gold lock? Then another thought struck her. Oh, and at first, the people in Hai Family Village didn't know I had been expelled and returned to the village. They thought I had retired and just treated me like an ordinary commune member. But when Gue Xiaofeng came to see me, she accidentally let it slip in front of the villagers, letting them know I had been expelled and returned so. Hai Shui didn't finish, but Gu Ming understood. Because of Gue Xiaofeng's careless revelation of false information, Hai Shui's life in Hai Family Village likely became difficult. In truth, even though Gue Xiaofeng had carelessly revealed the news of Hai Shui's expulsion from the military, Hai Shui didn't blame her at the time. In Hai Shui's view, the fact that she had been expelled was something that couldn't be hidden forever. It would eventually come to light. Gue Xiaofeng's slip had merely let the villagers find out sooner. Chapter 1191. What a good friend indeed. Hai Shui had always believed that she couldn't blame Gue Xiaofeng. If she had to blame anyone, it could only be the cruel twists of fate. Now that she knew she hadn't been dismissed, but had instead retired, she finally understood that Gue Xiaofeng hadn't accidentally let something slip. She had deliberately smeared her, making sure that even if Hai Shui returned to the countryside, she wouldn't have an easy life. In fact, Gue Xiaofeng had achieved her goal. Her accident had set off more than a decade of suffering for Hai Shui, doing the hardest work for the fewest work points, and whenever she had a conflict with someone, she was always the one suppressed. Hai Shui couldn't understand. Gue Xiaofeng and I were friends. How deep could her hatred be for her to go to such lengths to harm me? And back then, how foolish had she been to follow her advice and ruin her own life? She was supposed to retire back then, but because you retired, she smoothly stayed on, Gu Ming said through gritted teeth. The one who benefits the most is the most suspicious. Why hadn't he suspected her back then? He would never let this Gue Xiaofeng off. Elder Gu had shown him kindness, and he couldn't ignore that. Young Meiying was carrying his child, and he couldn't be ruthless toward her. But as for Gue Xiaofeng, even if she had married a high-ranking official, so what? He wouldn't let her go. Hai Shui smiled bitterly. So that was it. Back then, among those who enlisted at the same time, several of them had married military officers in the unit. But for some reason, Gue Xiaofeng had never found her match. At the time, when their service period ended, those who hadn't been promoted to officer were basically all set to be discharged, and Gue Xiaofeng was among them. Originally, Hai Shui hadn't been promoted either, but since she had married an officer, she was given special consideration and allowed to stay in the unit. But she never expected Gue Xiaofeng to use such a method, stepping on Hai Shui's blood to secure her own place in the military. Gu Mingxing, who had always believed her mother was abandoned by her scumbag father, finally understood after hearing her parents' words that their divorce had involved such a conspiracy. She said angrily, "Where is that Gue Xiaofeng now?" Seeing her look like a wildcat whose tail had been stepped on, Gu Ming couldn't help but feel a little amused. "Are you going to take revenge for your mother? Leave Gue Xiaofeng to me." Gu Mingxing glanced at her father and said, "Of course I can." After a moment's thought, she added, "I wouldn't calmly marry an enemy while knowing my own family had been wronged." Gu Ming immediately deflated. "Minner, your father had no choice back then." Gu Mingxing looked at him with disdain. "No choice? Mom could resolutely return to the countryside to protect your future, so why couldn't you resolutely defy your Gu family elders and refuse to divorce? And you let young Meiying climb into your bed." Mingxing. Hai Shui was angry and didn't want her daughter to continue. "Mom, I have to say it. If he had any real courage, he would have chased you straight to Haijia village the moment he found out you'd gone back. Instead, he drowned his sorrows in drink and gave Yang Meiying the chance to crawl into his bed." Gu Ming was helpless. "Mingxing, your father really had no choice. It was the Gu family elders. If you didn't take the Gu family elders seriously, they wouldn't mean a damn thing." Gu Mingxing shouted. I heard last time they even tried to control my brother's marriage, trying to pair him off with that fake heiress Nan Mingju. They really think too highly of themselves, wanting to control everything. And they only dared to do that because you gave them the power. An uncle, even if he raised you and you owe him gratitude, can that compare to the kindness of a biological father? But look, what biological father would treat his own son like that? They weren't acting in your best interest at all, they only wanted to benefit themselves. Chapter 1192, Gu Ming also holds resentment in his heart. Gu Mingxing's words shook Gu Ming to his core. Yes, why had he softened back then, allowing himself to be controlled by the Gu family elders? Why had he let his clansmen scheme against him, leading to that one-night stand with Yang Meiying, letting her conceive his child and gain leverage to force his divorce? As Gu Mingxing had said, if he hadn't taken the Gu family elders seriously, they would have meant nothing. Why had he let them ride roughshod over him all these years? Wasn't it because his uncle had raised him? He felt grateful and wanted to repay that debt? Even a biological father had no right to interfere in his family. If they got along, they could live together. If not, he'd just pay monthly alimony. He had been blinded by his own circumstances. Gratitude was important, but there were many ways to repay it. He shouldn't have sacrificed his own happiness. Mingxing is right. From now on, I won't let them meddle in our family affairs anymore. He turned to Hai Shui. But, Shuer, even though I married Yang Meiying all those years ago, I remained faithful to you. Hai Shui's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? Gu Ming knew she didn't believe him, so he continued. With her, he glanced at Mingxing, wanting to avoid saying it in front of him, but recalling Mingxing's earlier words, that he was no longer a child, he pressed on. She entered my room only twice. The first time was after you left me. I was drunk, and the Gu family let her in. That time, she wore your clothes and dressed up like you, making me mistake her for you. That's how Gu Xing came to be. Thinking that Yang Meiying had used Gu Xing to enter the Gu family, Hai Shui was deeply displeased. She snorted. Gu Ming continued. The second time was because Dongxing's two aunts were dissatisfied with her. They scolded her for entering the Gu family while raising another man's son. Yang Meiying had publicly claimed Gu Xing was her late husband's posthumous child. So, wanting another child, she schemed against me again, drugged me, and snuck into my room. Hai Shui was indignant. She didn't pretend to be me this time, did she? Gu Ming smiled bitterly. She didn't pretend to be me, but she drugged me, and I passed out. I have no memory of the entire process. Hearing this, Hai Shui was speechless about Yang Meiying. She had actually tried to seduce a man while he was unconscious? She found it hard to understand, could a man even have that reaction while unconscious? In such matters, men were the active ones. A man could violate a corpse, but a woman doing the same seemed unlikely, didn't it? But her scheme didn't succeed. She realized I was already on guard against her and wouldn't let her trick me again. So she simply went outside and found another man, which is how she became pregnant with Gu Chen. Hai Shui was startled. Gu Chen isn't your son? Gu Ming sneered coldly. She didn't get pregnant from the time she drugged me. After that, I forbade her from entering my room. How could she have schemed to have my child? So, Hai Shui was shocked. He had kept Yang Meiying out of his room for over a decade? Had he truly remained faithful to her? If so, her years of waiting had been worth it. She asked again, are you telling the truth? Of course it's true. Gu Ming smiled bitterly. If it weren't, why would she have needed to drug me and scheme her way into my room? Why would she have had to find another man outside to have a child? Hai Shui's heart was truly moved. She had always believed she had been defeated by Yang Meiying, and had gone to great lengths to trample her down, even becoming a shadow of her former self in the process. But she never expected that Yang Meiying had never truly possessed Gu Ming. Even if she held the title of Mrs. Gu, it was nothing more than an empty name. Chapter 1193, Winning Back 1. Gu Ming noticed that Hai Shui's expression had softened slightly and immediately seized the opportunity, putting on a look of extreme grievance. So, Shuer, while you were staying chaste for me alone in the Hai family village, I was also staying chaste for you in the military. Back then, we couldn't be together. Now that we're both single, come back with me. Hearing that her ex-husband had remained faithful to her all this time, Hai Shui couldn't help but be moved. In this world, he was probably the only man who could go this far. But thinking of the hardships she had endured over the years, the suffocating feeling she had when Yang Meiying flaunted herself in front of her, and the twisted state of her soul all these years, she felt a sense of reluctance. Should she just let go of his past betrayal and go back to live with him? Could she truly overlook the fact that he had slept with Yang Meiying? She found it hard to forgive him. She felt he was somewhat tainted. Even if he hadn't used that part of himself for 20 years, the stain was on his soul, and she felt it couldn't be washed away. But when she thought of the love they once shared, she hesitated. If she didn't take Gu Ming back, would Yang Meiying snatch him away again? Moreover, the first time Yang Meiying climbed into Gu Ming's bed, he had been thinking of her. The second time, he had been completely unconscious. Perhaps that second attempt hadn't even succeeded. If that were the case, it seemed he had no memory of being with Yang Meiying, so there was no stain on his soul. It was wrong to forgive him, but also wrong not to forgive him. She was truly a bundle of contradictions. Even Gu Mingxing, who had been adamant about not forgiving her scumbag father, wavered when she heard that Yang Meiying, who had married her father, had only gained a piece of paper, while her father had remained pure for her mother for 20 years. A father like that didn't seem so terrible after all. Should she accept him? Turning to see her mother still tangled in indecision, she suddenly thought, this is my own father. Why should I let someone else have him? Besides, her father had managed to stay faithful to her mother for 20 years. Who else could show such devotion? She spoke up resolutely. Mom, let's invite Dad to see our new courtyard. Gu Ming was overjoyed when he heard Gu Mingxing say this. You bought a new courtyard? The key point wasn't the new courtyard, but that his daughter had called him Dad. And she was inviting him to see the new courtyard. Did that mean she had accepted him? The three of them set off for the newly purchased courtyard, which was just a street away. Only then did Mengyu emerge from the inner room. She had also changed her opinion of her future father-in-law. Although he had been somewhat weak in handling family conflicts, the fact that he had remained faithful to his ex-wife even after their divorce made up for all his shortcomings. If they could remarry, it would benefit her and Gu Dongxing as well. At least she wouldn't have to worry about Hai Shui being alone after Mingxing went off to study. Moreover, when parents are happy and the family is harmonious, the younger generation can focus on their own careers. However, her future mother-in-law's best friend, Gui Xiaofeng, was truly despicable. For the sake of a single spot, she had plunged her future mother-in-law into the abyss. She had probably been in cahoots with Yang Meiying all along, hadn't she? And the fact that her future father-in-law had forbidden Mingxing from touching her suggested that this person now held a position of considerable power. Chapter 1194, Making Amends, Part 2. Her future mother-in-law only knew that her son was capable, but she had no idea that her future daughter-in-law was also highly skilled. As the future daughter-in-law, she could use the matter of Gui Xiaofeng to showcase her abilities in front of her future in-laws and help them take revenge for this grievance. Mingyu called out Lesui. "Miss, I'm here." Lesui immediately appeared. "Go and investigate the situation of Gui Xiaofeng, my future mother-in-law's best friend." "Yes, Mississippi." Lesui acknowledged and left. When it came to gathering intelligence, no one was more skilled than Lesui. While the family of three went to look at houses, Mingyu headed to the Nan family. She wanted to inform her father, Nan Shao, as soon as possible about Gu Dongxing's successful formation of his golden core. However, Nan Shao was not at the Nan residence. Nanqing told her the dragon head came to find him this afternoon. It seemed they were going to meet the dragon god. Mingyu's heart skipped a beat. Meet the dragon god? The dragon god was one of the four mythical beasts, the azure dragon, said to have been guarding Huaxia all along. It was rumored that the dragon group was the dragon god's spokesperson. But Mingyu had always thought that was just the dragon group fabricating a grand identity to bolster their image. Yet now, the dragon head was taking her father to meet the dragon god. Could it be that it wasn't a fabricated identity but the real deal? She found it a bit hard to believe. She sighed, thinking that Hai Shui and Gu Mingxing had gone shopping, and she didn't feel like returning to Yang and Hatong. So, she went alone to the villa that had once belonged to Nan Ming, but now belonged to her. She noticed that the Nan family's villa area was truly a feng shui treasure. It had a mountain at the back and water in the front. Of course, the water was a pond dug by the Nan family, where they grew lotus roots. It was already winter, and the lotus leaves had withered. The moment she saw the lotus pond, Mingyu's heart skipped a beat. She finally remembered why she felt like she had missed some treasure. The lotus flowers in the boiling spring of the demon cultivator's cave, golden lotus flowers, golden lotus pods, and golden lotus seeds. At the time, she had only glanced at them before shifting her attention to the demon cultivator and the body in a public security uniform beside him. Now, thinking back, those golden lotus flowers were definitely no ordinary objects. Why had they appeared there? Were they still there? The demon cultivator had been sitting on a stone platform in the boiling spring. He must have seen the lotus flowers. Later, Nangong had also gone there. He should have seen them too. But why had neither of them shown any interest in the golden lotus flowers? Suddenly, Mingyu felt an intense urge to go and see those golden lotus flowers. Now, immediately. Even though it was still nighttime. But before she could leave, Leshan came to tell her that someone was looking for her. Originally, a direct line member could have at most 2 shadow guards. However, first, Mingyu had suffered for over a decade outside, and Nanqing wanted to compensate her. Second, Mingyu had thwarted Nanming's coup attempt and saved Nancheng, the family head. Third, after Mingyu erased the memories related to Nanming from the over 100 shadow guards secretly trained by Nanming, these shadow guards now only knew themselves as the Nan family's shadow guards. Thus, the Nan family now had no shortage of shadow guards. As a result, Nancheng assigned lead, Leshan, and Lesui to Mingyu, along with a female shadow guard, whom Mingyu named Lane. Hearing that someone was looking for her, Mingyu found it strange. She wasn't usually at the Nan family, was she? Why would someone come looking for her the moment she arrived? She sat down on a rosewood chair in the living room. "Who wants to see me?" Leshan replied. "She claims her surname is Gone." Then he added, "She doesn't seem like a good person." Mingyu's heart skipped a beat. Ganhua? That woman Nanming had acknowledged as a sworn sister, whom Nanmingzhu called aunt. Chapter 1195, Making Amends 3. Mingyu still remembered that back then, she had come to find her on behalf of the Nan family, demanding that she clarify in a press conference that she was not a member of the Nan family. At the time, she had extorted 1 million from her before agreeing. However, before the press conference the next day even began, Nanming had pressured Nancheng to become the family head. Unable to hold back, Mingyu intervened, subduing over 100 martial artist bodyguards he had brought and erasing their memories. Nanming's coup failed, and in the end, she took him away. After Nan Shao was released, he persuaded Mingyu to hand over Nanming. Nanming was tried by the Nan family and ultimately executed. Of course, on the surface, it was made to look like he fell ill, was rushed to the hospital, and was registered as having died from illness. Nanming's personal assets were transferred to Mingyu as compensation for the over a decade of persecution he had inflicted on her, causing her to suffer hardships while living outside the family. When Ganhua came to see her right after she had taken over Nanming's assets, was she here for Nanming or Nanmingzhu? Or perhaps for the 1 million that had been thrown at her back then? She pondered for a moment and said, "Let her in." Before long, Leshan went downstairs, and a girl led Ganhua inside. This girl, named Ayan, was the maid assigned to her by the family, responsible for the daily affairs of this villa. Miss Gon is here. Mingyu sat high in the main seat, watching the woman who entered the living room. The once beautiful woman, who had looked only in her 30s, now appeared at least 45 or 46. It was clear that since Nan Ming had disappeared, reappeared, and then died of illness, her life had not been easy either. In truth, Mingyu had long suspected that the so-called sworn sibling relationship between Ganhua and Nan Ming was not simple. Perhaps Nan Ming's death had hit her hard as well? Mingyu looked at her indifferently, not offering her a seat, and directly asked, "What do you want by coming to see me?" Ganhua gazed at the lofty eldest daughter of the Nan family before her, feeling a surge of emotion. Once upon a time, this girl was just a country girl with no background, a female student she could threaten at will and throw money at. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she had become the eldest daughter of the top-tier Nan family. Truly, life was unpredictable. A sincere smile spread across Ganhua's face. "I came to apologize to you. Back then, I was deceived by others and believed those rumors about the real and fake eldest daughters of the Nan family were false. For the sake of the Nan family's reputation, I sought you out and asked you to clarify at the press conference. Now I know that the true eldest daughter of the Nan family stands before me. I was blind and failed to recognize you. So, I am deeply sorry for what happened back then." Mingyu still looked at Ganhua coldly. "I know you were just acting on Nan Ming's orders, throwing money at me to keep me as a backgroundless wild girl and stop me from returning to the Nan family to affect Nan Mingju's status as the eldest daughter. I've accepted your apology. Is there anything else?" Ganhua frowned. Why wasn't she playing by the rules? Shouldn't she comfort her and say it was fine? "If there's nothing else, you can leave," Mingyu said expressionlessly. Ganhua was even more bewildered. She had just arrived, and now she was being told to leave? If she left like this, how could she achieve her goal? She quickly said, there is something. Mingyu's gaze seemed to pierce through her heart. "Just say it directly. I don't have much time to chat with you." Ganhua gritted her teeth and decided to speak plainly. "Well, I wanted to discuss with you whether you could return the 1 million RMB I gave you back then." Chapter 1196, Ganhua arrives. Mingyu sneered inwardly. Sure enough, it was all about that million. She had guessed it back then. That million was given reluctantly, and Ganhua had probably planned to wait until after Mingyu's press conference declaring she wasn't a member of the Nan family, then find a way to take it back. But what Ganhua hadn't expected was that the account Mingyu had given her was actually the kindergarten's account, right? After discovering it was a donation, she and Nan Mingju had gone to great lengths to cause trouble for the kindergarten, even trying to take the entire kindergarten and its land for themselves, without fear of choking on it. Now that Nan Mingju's identity had been exposed and Nan Ming was dead, and knowing that the local authorities could no longer pressure the kindergarten into giving up its land, she still dared to come to Mingyu, demanding the million back. "Elder sister, have you made a mistake? When did you ever give me a million RMB? Ganhua panicked when Mingyu denied receiving the money. "You clearly took my million and agreed to go to the press conference to declare you weren't a member of the Nan family. How can you deny it now?" Mingyu sneered. "Are you sure I took your money? Where's the proof?" Ganhua was momentarily stunned. Proof? When she had made the agreement with Mingyu, she had simply transferred the money. She thought the transfer record would be enough to prevent Mingyu from denying it, so she hadn't even asked for a receipt. Who would have guessed that after the transfer, Mingyu would claim it was a donation to the kindergarten on her behalf? She had been furious at the time and had tried many ways to cause trouble for that kindergarten afterward, but she still couldn't get the money back. "Elder sister, it's 1 million, not 100. If I took your money, I wouldn't just take it for nothing, would I? Even if I gave you a receipt, you should be able to produce one, right?" Ganhua was furious. It was a bank transfer. "There's a record in the account. Miss Nan, are you trying to deny it?" But Mingyu remained completely unflustered. "Oh, a record in the account? I'm not afraid of an audit. Let's check the accounts together, shall we? Of course, if we're going to check, we should do it thoroughly. First, we need to find out where this money came from. Second, we need to find out where it went. What do you think?" When Ganhua heard this, she was immediately choked into silence. An audit, she wasn't afraid of checking where the money went. She could provide the date and destination of the transfer. But checking where it came from? How could she dare? That money had been transferred to her by Nan Ming from the Nan family's account to handle the rumors about the real and fake Nan family heiress. When she had tried to bribe Mingyu into going to the press conference to declare she wasn't a member of the Nan family, she had started with 10,000. Mingyu refused. 20,000, still refused. 30, 40, 50,000, Mingyu still refused. In a panic, she had offered 1 million, and surprisingly, Mingyu agreed. Originally, Nan Ming's intention was to give Ganhua some of money for this matter. Ganhua's plan was to spend 10 or 20,000 to deal with Mingyu. After all, back then, being a 10,000 yuan household was rare. A student offered 10 or 20,000 would surely obey her. Then, she would use another 100,000 to deal with the reporters, and the remaining money would go into her own pocket. But who would have thought? Not even 10 or 20,000, nor even 100 or 200,000, could buy Mingyu's cooperation. In the end, the entire million was thrown at Mingyu, leaving her with no money for her follow-up actions. The bribes for the reporters had to come out of her own pocket. So when Mingyu brought up checking the source of the money, she really couldn't afford to have it investigated. Chapter 1197, Not Afraid of Investigation. Mingyu said again, as far as I know, on that day, a sum of 1 million was transferred out of the Nan family's accounts, with the listed item being press conference and project promotion expenses. I find it strange, how could a press conference, which only involves buying a few fruits and such, without even hosting a meal, cost 1 million? Don't you think that's odd? Ganhua immediately dared not speak. Although Nan Ming hadn't explicitly said that 1 million was for her, just as Mingyu said, how could simply holding a press conference to promote a project cost 1 million? So, Nan Ming was clearly trying to find a way to give her money. If Nan Ming were still alive, she wouldn't have to worry, he would have arranged everything. But unfortunately, Nan Ming was gone. How could she explain that 1 million? Mingyu continued, the family head has already appointed a new steward for the Nan family. These past few days, he's been auditing the accounts. Because Nan Ming died suddenly of illness, many accounts don't match up. Other matters might be overlooked, but since this 1 million is such a large sum, the new steward will definitely investigate it thoroughly. Big sister, you'd better think of a way to come up with that 1 million as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the new steward finds out that you embezzled it, you'll end up rotting in prison. Ganhua's face turned pale. Where could she find 1 million? She glanced at Mingyu and suddenly calmed down again. That's easy. When the time comes, I'll just tell them directly that the 1 million was given to Miss Nan. After all, you're a member of the Nan family. If you can't produce it yourself, that's your problem, isn't it? Mingyu smiled. I just mentioned the audit and tracing the funds. That 1 million wasn't transferred to my account. It was transferred to the account of the Mengmeng kindergarten. The legal representative of that kindergarten is a man named Yuxing, who is from Hong Kong. Do you think you can get back a donation you've already made? Ganhua refused to accept it. That money had clearly been given to the Nan family's eldest daughter, Nan Mingyu, standing right in front of her. Also, I once heard Nan Mingju say that Nan Ming had given you quite a lot of money over the years. Besides this 1 million, the value of the things he gave you should be no less than another million. I think you'd better honestly hand over that money. Ganhua's face first turned red, then pale. Nan Mingju, she hadn't expected it to be Nan Mingju who said that. And here she was, worrying about how Nan Mingju was doing after she left. Ganhua's embarrassment turned to anger. Don't talk nonsense. You and I both know that back then, I gave that 1 million to you, and it was transferred to the account you specified. Whether that account was personal or for the kindergarten has nothing to do with me. Just tell me, what do you want to do to give me back that 1 million? Mingyu's expression hardened. I already told you I never received your money. On what grounds should I pay you back? If you want me to hand over money, first show me proof that I received it. She suddenly seemed to remember something and added, oh, by the way, you're currently living in the courtyard at number 12 Suiming Road, right? Ganhua asked warily, why are you asking about that? Mingyu smiled innocently. That courtyard now belongs to me. If you want to rent it, sign a lease agreement with me. If you don't want to rent it, please move out within 3 days. This time, Ganhua's face changed drastically. Impossible, that's my courtyard. Chapter 1198, 1 million taken out. Mingyu felt quite emotional. This Nan Ming was also a character. He bought a courtyard for his sworn sister to live in, but couldn't even bear to transfer the property to her. The property deed bore his own name, Nan Ming. After the Nan family compensated Nan Ming's personal assets to Nan Mingyu, Nan Xiao, before Nan Ming's death from illness, disguised himself as Nan Ming, took the household register, not only withdrew his savings and deposited them into Mingyu's account, but also sold his dozen or so properties to Yuhang. Of course, the money from the property sales also went to Mingyu. Even Nan Ming's company had its legal representative changed to Yuhang from Hong Kong. However, Nan Ming's villa in the Nan family and this courtyard where Ganhua lived were transferred to Nan Mingyu's name. Of course, Mingyu's surname was also changed to Nan by Nan Xiao. All these matters were handled by Nan Xiao, requiring no effort from Mingyu. You're the owner of this courtyard, can you produce the property deed? Mingyu looked at Ganhua with a half-smile. Ganhua was left speechless again. Yes, this 2-section courtyard where Ganhua lived with her son was indeed bought by Nan Ming for her to reside in. But when the property deed was processed, Nan Ming handled it himself. After it was done, he took it away, claiming it would be safer in the safe at his home. Thus, she had long considered number 12 Suiming Road her own courtyard, pouring much of her effort into it. Just restoring this courtyard had cost her 100,000, though that money had also been asked from Nanming. 100,000, not 10,000, let alone 1,000. At a time when everyone's monthly salary was only a few dozen yuan, she spent 100,000 to restore this courtyard, bringing it back to its former grandeur with red walls and green tiles, as opulent as a wealthy family's estate. She had always fantasized that Nanming would move in, becoming the master of this grand household, while she would be the mistress. She even hired 2 servants to attend to her. Yet, she never imagined that one day, she would be driven out of this courtyard. What about the money she had spent? If Nanming were still alive, no one would dare treat her like this, but the key point was that Nanming was gone. In her fury, she blurted out without thinking, You, why didn't you just die in Xiaoyao village? You should never have been allowed back to the capital, never allowed back to the Nan family. After discovering that Nanming had a sworn sister, Mingyu had long suspected that this Ganhua might know about the identity swap between her and Nanmingzhu, and might even have participated in persecuting her in the past. But before, it was merely suspicion. Now, hearing Ganhua's words, she confirmed that suspicion. You know Xiaoyao village? No, have you been to Xiaoyao village? Nan Mingyu stared intently at Ganhua. Back then, when she was sold to human traffickers, it was Li Chunhua who handled it. She had always found it strange that traffickers were usually men, and the person Nanming sent had contact with the Jiang family, so it should have been Jiang Haidong they dealt with. But why was it Li Chunhua who handled the sale? According to local customs, if there was a man at home, he would handle such matters. It didn't make sense for a woman to step in when a man was present, and the other party was also a man. Moreover, how did Zhang's father and mother back then connect with the human trafficking ring? She was certain that when she was a child, Nanming had not sent anyone to monitor her. He had likely only instructed Zhang's parents to suppress her, forbidding her from rising above others, and then left. Otherwise, even if she had collected scraps to pay her tuition, she probably wouldn't have been able to continue her studies, let alone been allowed to enter university early. Chapter 1199. On what grounds? Mingyu thought that it was highly likely that when she was admitted to university in 1980, Zhang's parents realized they had failed to complete the task Nanming had given them to suppress her. That was when they called Nanming to report, telling him they could no longer keep Mingyu under control. Nanming naturally could not allow Mingyu to rise to prominence. He had to suppress her and prevent her from going to the capital to study. However, as the steward of the Nan family, he could not handle many matters in distant places personally. He needed someone to represent him in handling this affair. The person most likely to be sent to suppress her was Ganhua. Now, she finally understood. The one who had contacted Li Chunhua, introduced the human trafficking ring to her, devised schemes for the Jiang family, sold her to traffickers, and arranged for Jiang Huayu to impersonate her and attend university under her name. That person was none other than Ganhua. It was only after the scheme to sell her had failed that Nanming finally realized he had neglected to keep her under surveillance before. Only then did he send people to the area around the school, both to secretly monitor her and to support the Jiang family. In her previous life, it was likely that after this woman went to Xiaoyao village, she directly sold her deep into the mountains to become a shared wife for the Zhou brothers. That was why Nanming did not send additional people to monitor her. But that wasn't entirely accurate either. Although Nanming did not send extra people to watch her, he had the human trafficking ring keep constant surveillance on her. That was why, when she tried to escape, they inflicted the harshest punishment upon her. When Ganhua saw Mingyu's expression suddenly change, an inexplicable fear rose in her heart. I don't know what you're talking about. You must have misheard. Why would I go to a place like Xiaoyao village? Why would you go? To represent Nanming and make decisions, of course. To go to Jiang Haidong and Li Chunhua and give them advice, to sell me to the Zhou brothers of Tiger Gully as a shared wife, and to let Jiang Huayu take my place at university. Mingyu suddenly fixed her gaze on Ganhua. Am I right? Speak. Mingyu's words struck directly into Ganhua's soul. I don't know. I don't know anything. Ganhua covered her ears with both hands, trying not to hear Mingyu's words, but they still seeped into her heart. You don't know? In the capital, I said I came from a small mountain village in the south, but I never mentioned that the village I lived in was called Xiaoyao village. Even when I registered at school, I only wrote Xiangyang County, Damian Township. I didn't even fill in the name of Jiangzhou Brigade. So how did you know I was from Xiaoyao village? There is only one possibility. You were the one sent by Nanming to Xiaoyao village back then, the one who introduced the human trafficking ring to Li Chunhua and had me sold. When Ganhua heard Mingyu say these words, she was instantly terrified beyond measure. How did she know? She didn't even dare to look at Nanmingyu. Yes, back then, she was sent by Nan Ming to Xiaoyao village to suppress Mingyu and prevent her from going to the capital to study. And to curry favor with Nan Ming, she came up with a ruthless plan for Jiang Haidong and Li Chunhua, sell Nan Mingyu to human traffickers and let Jiang Huayu impersonate her to attend university. Moreover, she was the one who introduced the traffickers to Li Chunhua. However, the decision to sell Nan Mingyu to Tiger Gully to be a shared wife was Jiang Huayu's idea. That girl was born venomous. And Li Chunhua, that foolish woman, even signed a contract with the Zhou brothers. That entire family was a nest of vipers. At the time, she had only thought that a malnourished, weak female student who had fallen into the hands of traffickers could never turn things around. This would permanently eliminate the threat to Nan Ming. So she didn't bother with the details. She watched as Nan Mingyu was drugged by her sister Jiang Huayu, handed over to the traffickers by her parents, and then she left. Chapter 1200. She was the mastermind back then. It was from that experience that Ganhua guessed Jiang Mingyu was Nan Mingyu, that she was the only daughter of Nan Shao, the missing eldest son of the Nan family, and that she was the true eldest miss of the Nan family. As for Nan Mingzhu, she should be Nan Ming's illegitimate daughter. Nan Ming had swapped Nan Mingyu out and brought Nan Mingzhu into the Nan family. Also, his own daughter could enjoy everything the Nan family's eldest miss was entitled to, resources and prestige. That was why she had come up with that ruthless plan to keep Mingyu trapped in the mountains forever, ensuring that the truth about Nan Mingzhu being a fake princess of the Nan family would never come to light. She had even personally advised Nan Ming to eliminate Jiang Mingyu once and for all to avoid future trouble. But for some reason, Nan Ming said Mingyu couldn't die by his hand, and that she couldn't even die too soon. So she came up with the idea of selling her deep into the mountains, specifically instructing the buyer to keep her under tight watch so she would never see the light of day again. However, she didn't know that Nan Ming was also of Nan family blood, because old Master Nan had never acknowledged Nan Ming's identity, forcing Nan Ming to keep the secret of his lineage to himself. It was precisely because of what Ganhua did to Mingyu that her relationship with Nan Ming grew even closer. In fact, after giving her a reward of 100,000 yuan, Nan Ming also gave her a monthly allowance of 1,000 yuan. In effect, he was keeping her, further solidifying the rumor that they were siblings in name but lovers in reality. Ganhua had always believed that her one trip to Xiaoyao village would go unnoticed, that no one would know it was she who had schemed for the Jiang family, introduced a human trafficker to Li Chunhua, Mingyu's foster mother, and sold Mingyu to Lao Huao. But she never expected that a single slip of the tongue would allow Nan Mingyu to uncover the truth from back then. How could she not be terrified? No, it wasn't me, it really wasn't me, she repeated frantically. Mingyu sneered, not you? The people Nan Ming uses are all men, but the one who went to Xiaoyao village to scheme for the Jiang family was a woman. And the only woman by Nan Ming's side is you. If not you, then who? Ganhua refused to accept it. How do you know the person who went to Xiaoyao village was a woman and not a man? Nan Mingyu looked at Ganhua with disdain. It's simple. Back then, the one who received the guests was Li Chunhua, and the one who met the trafficker, negotiated the price with the Zhou brothers, and signed the contract was also Li Chunhua. So the person who contacted the Jiang family had to be a woman. Do you think there's a second woman by Nan Ming's side? There isn't. So tell me, if it wasn't you, Ganhua, then who is it? This time, Ganhua was truly stunned. Yes, in this era, in the countryside, how could a man be entertained by a woman? The fact that Nan Ming sent someone to the Jiang family and Li Chunhua was the one to receive them could only mean that the person Nan Ming sent to Xiaoyao village was a woman. And Nan Mingyu wasn't wrong. Over the years, Nan Ming had indeed only had her as a woman. At this point, even if she wanted to escape, she couldn't. But, no more buts. You only have one path now. First, take out everything Nan Ming gave you, convert it into cash, and hand over 1 million yuan. Second, move out of number 12 Swaiming Road within 3 days. Now, get the hell out of here. Ganhua's legs were weak. She had come to see Nan Mingyu hoping to get back the 1 million yuan she had given earlier. Instead, not only did she fail to get that million back, but she now had to scrape together another million to repay the Nan family. Chapter 1201, Utter Terror. What Ganhua never expected was that she would also be forced to move out of the 3-courtyard house that Nan Ming had bought for her, the one she had spent 200,000 to restore. She wanted to leave immediately, even thinking that once she stepped out of the Nan family's gate, she would never set foot in this place again. As for scraping together that 1 million for the Nan family, dream on. She had no intention of spitting out the money she had already pocketed. But just as she was about to step out of the Nan family's residential compound, Mengyu's voice rang out in front of her again. Don't even think about going back and immediately selling the courtyard at number 12 Swaiming Road, then absconding with the money. Going against my Nan family, you can't afford that gamble. Ganhua looked up in shock and saw Nan Mengyu standing right in front of her. Heavens, she had just been inside the house moments ago. How had she appeared here? Could it be that she truly couldn't escape? Did Nanming ever tell you? Above the 10 great families, there are 4 hidden families, and none of those 4 hidden families dares to provoke the Nan family. Do you know why? Ganhua had indeed heard Nanming mention it, and she had even felt it firsthand. Because she was Nanming's sworn sister, the wives and daughters of those great families had always shown her some courtesy. It was only after Nanming's death that her status plummeted. Suddenly, Mengyu slapped the table again. Forget it. To keep you from making a mistake, I'll have someone watch you. LaShawn, come out. A man dressed in black appeared abruptly and bowed to Mengyu. Greetings, eldest Mississippi. Mengyu pointed at Ganhua. From now on, you will follow this woman until she turns all the treasures Nanming gave her into cash and scrapes together 1 million to return to the Nan family. Set the time limit at 10 days. If she still can't gather 1 million within 10 days, drag her back and hand her over to the police. LaShawn replied, understood, and then vanished. Ganhua had been around Nanming long enough to have seen the Nan family shadow guards before, but now that one was tailing her. Would she have any privacy left? No. What she should be worrying about now wasn't privacy, it was how to scrape together that 1 million. Where was she supposed to get it? With a Nan family shadow guard on her trail, any thought she had of fleeing with the treasures Nanming had given her was completely extinguished. After returning home, she had no choice but to start selling off the various treasures to raise the money, hoping that the valuables Nanming had bought for her could yield 1 million in cash. What she didn't know, however, was that even if she managed to scrape together 1 million, Mengyu had no intention of letting her off that easily. How could the grudges of past and present lives ever be settled with just 1 million? After dismissing Ganhua and assigning LaShawn, Mengyu summoned Lida. Lida, would you like to come out of the shadows and into the light? Lida's eyes lit up. Was the young miss offering to let him stay by her side? He had always envied how Diding had moved from the shadows to the light to serve beside Nanmingju. True, Diding had met with misfortune later, but that was because he had followed the wrong person. As a shadow guard, he had always dreamed of stepping into the light and living under the sun. Thus, the moment Mengyu asked if he wanted to come into the open, he answered eagerly, reporting to eldest miss, I've dreamed of it. A hint of embarrassment, or rather, a sly smile, appeared on Mengyu's face. Perfect. From now on, you will manage the company Nanming founded, the one called Mingxin Group. Lida's martial arts were formidable. He was already at the 2nd level of the Xiantian realm. Though not as quick-witted as Lu Shui, he was thorough in his thinking. Mengyu had long planned to put him to use. Chapter 1202, Inescapable. Lida had thought that Mengyu would keep him by her side, but to his surprise, she assigned him to manage the company. He was a shadow guard, how could he possibly know how to run a company? He had originally hoped to transition into a visible guard, at least to show off some authority for the young lady. But clearly, the young lady was nothing like Nanmingju. She had no need to flaunt her power. Still, thinking it over, it made sense. His master was already a golden core cultivator. Why would she need a shadow guard? His face fell. Young lady, I don't know how to manage a company. Then learn, Mengyu said, tapping his head. First, go to the company and observe how others manage it. Once you understand, take my appointment letter to see the general manager. Start as a department manager. But you must remember clearly, this company will eventually be handed over to you, so your vision shouldn't be limited to just a department manager. Luda thought about it. Not only was he transitioning to a visible role, but he might also become a general manager someday. His spirits lifted immediately. Yes, young lady. No problem, young lady. Mengyu was considering whether to return to Yang'an Hutong. She wondered if her future in-laws had finished touring the new courtyard and returned, and whether Hai Shui had agreed to Gu Ming's request for remarriage. Suddenly, Xiao Tao spoke up. Master, that Nan Yuneo is heading toward Kunlun Mountain. Mengyu was startled. Was the Nan family head going back to report this, intending to target her father? Mengyu was alarmed. Is he really returning to the immortal sect? Xiao Tao said, it seems so. Forgetting everything else, Mengyu promptly tossed out her 5 elements fan, loaded it with top-grade spirit stones, and flew off. Since she didn't know which route Nan Yuneo had taken, she headed straight toward the Kunlun immortal sect. Because she was using top-grade spirit stones, the 5 elements fan flew very fast. Sure enough, after an hour of flight, she spotted Nan Yuneo, piloting a small boat high in the sky. She quietly followed him from a distance. Indeed, the direction he was steering the boat was toward Kunlun. Suddenly, he paused, as if sensing Mengyu trailing behind him. In the next moment, his divine sense surged toward her like a tidal wave. Mengyu was shocked. Had she been discovered? They were in the wilderness. If Nan Yuneo found her, and since she hadn't yet been acknowledged by her clan, he might take the opportunity to end her life. So, without hesitation, Mengyu risked exposing her space and slipped inside. Nanyuneo's divine sense swept back and forth over the spot where Mengyu had just vanished, finding nothing. He found it strange. I clearly sense someone following me. Why is there no one? After a moment, he muttered to himself, what experts could there be in the mortal world? It must have been a false impression. He withdrew his divine sense and continued onward. Mengyu was about to leave the space when Xiao Tao quickly stopped her. Master, he left a trace of his divine sense. Mengyu patted her chest. That old dog is too cunning. That muttering was just to throw me off. Master, should we still follow? Yes, I need to confirm whether he truly returns to the immortal sect. As for him coming back out again, she doubted even a clan head would waste so many spirit stones. Besides, every time he left, he'd have to get an opening talisman from the Cultivator Alliance. Nanyuneo flew for a long time without noticing anything unusual. Believing his earlier suspicion was a mistake, he withdrew his divine sense and continued on his way. Chapter 1203. Nanyun-Ao secretly returns to the immortal sect. Finally, they reached Kunlun Mountain. Nanyun-Ao did not stop but headed straight for the gate of hell. In the end, he vanished into that valley of lightning. Minyu, watching from afar as Nanyun-Ao disappeared, was shocked. So the gate of hell on Kunlun Mountain was the entrance to the immortal sect. No wonder mortals died as soon as they approached. This was the boundary of the immortal sect, forbidden to mortals. Minyu had no intention of entering the immortal sect at this moment. Therefore, she only confirmed that Nanyun-Ao had entered the immortal sect before turning back. She had to inform her father as soon as possible about Nanyun-Ao's return to the immortal sect so that her father would not be caught off guard by Nanyun-Ao. But at this very moment, her father should be meeting with the dragon head to pay respects to the dragon god. Thus, she wandered around the Nan family villa, feeling somewhat at a loss. If her guess was correct, Nanyun-Ao's secret return must mean something suspicious. No, I must calm down. Luda. Luda immediately appeared. Miss, Luda is here. Luda, do you think my father should return immediately or stay? Luda was confused. Because the head of the Nan family's main branch had come out, Mingyu's father, Nan Xiao, dared not return to the immortal sect, fearing that if he did, the main branch's head would bully the young miss. Thus, as long as the main branch's head did not return, Mingyu's father would certainly not return either. And since the main branch's head had not succeeded in reclaiming Nangong from the dragon group, he would definitely not return. But why was the young miss asking whether her father should return or stay? Mingyu sighed. I suspect my father will return to the immortal sect immediately. Luda found it strange. Why would the young miss say that her father was about to return to the immortal sect? He said nothing, because he knew the young miss did not actually need his answer, she only needed him to listen. Sure enough, Mingyu sighed again. The main branch's head didn't get Nangong and has already returned to the immortal sect. In fact, Mingyu had not expected the main branch's head to return to the immortal sect so quickly. If not for Xiao Tao's discovery, she would not have known that just now, Nanyun-Ao had secretly returned to the immortal sect. Tell me, what scheme does Nanyun-Ao have in choosing this time to return? Luda. Miss, how would I know? Luda, I also want to invite my classmates to a meal, right here at yard number 6, Yong'an Hatong. Then I want to go back to my hometown. Luda was taken aback. The young Miss's train of thought was too erratic. He could not keep up. Miss, the hometown you mentioned? The place where I grew up. There, she still had two subordinates. One was Jing Sueju, and the other was AXN. Her scrap recycling company was managed by AXN, while Jing Sueju spent money on her behalf to do good deeds, building roads and bridges, helping the elderly and the weak. Yes, Mississippi. Luda reminded her again, Miss, your father has not yet decided whether to return to the immortal sect or stay. Although, he was certain that since Nanyun-Ao had returned to the immortal sect, Nan Xiao would definitely return as well. Minyu immediately felt something was off. Given Nangong's actions, the dragon head had been determined to deal with him. Now that the dragon head had taken her father to meet the dragon god, as long as they gained the dragon god's support, no matter how many people Nanyun-Ao brought back, it would be useless. Was he returning to lodge a complaint first? He probably intended to make an example of her father. Her father, who had met the dragon god, had now become a threat to Nanyun-Ao's position as the family head. So he had to go back and make plans to eliminate her father. Because of the Nan family's rules, even as the family head, Nanyun-Ao could not directly kill her father. Instead, he would have to win people over, isolate her father, and finally use the clan's rules to punish him, achieving the goal of eliminating him. And this time, her father's act of capturing Nangong and handing him over to the dragon head had given Nanyun-Ao the perfect opportunity to kill her father. Chapter 1204. Has she been found out? After pacing around a few times, Mingyu waved her hand to dismiss Lead into hiding, then sat down on a stone bench under the pomegranate tree in the courtyard. She would wait for her father to return and discuss with him whether to stay or leave. Finally, her father came back. Mingyu stood up abruptly and got straight to the point. Dad, the head of the main family, Nan and Ao, has secretly returned to the immortal sect. As expected, as soon as Nan Xiao heard that Nanyun Ao had gone back to the immortal sect, he immediately grew anxious. I have to return to the immortal sect too. You must take good care of yourself in the outside world from now on. He had stayed in the outside world before precisely because he feared Nanyun Ao might target his daughter. Now that Nanyun Ao had returned to the immortal sect, he had to go back as well. But Mingyu stopped him. Dad, Nanyun Ao has already gone back ahead of you. He's surely badmouthed you in front of the clan elders, or even set traps, just waiting for you to step right in so he can use the clan rules to eliminate you. Nan Xiao knew it too. His act of handing over the dragon head this time had thoroughly offended Nanyun Ao, the head of the main family. Nanyun Ao was never a broad-minded person. He would definitely find a way to retaliate, or even get rid of him. But if I don't go back and defend myself, won't that play right into his hands and make it easier for him to frame me? Mingyu, Dad, I know you're already at the peak of the golden core stage. You just need an opportunity to condense your nascent soul. Why not take a nascent soul condensing pill here in the mortal world and directly form your nascent soul? Once you become a nascent soul true lord, nothing Nan and Ao says in the clan will matter. The Nan family won't punish you without reason. As long as you're given a chance, you can break through the traps Nanyun Ao has set for you. Nan Xiao knew his daughter was right, but could her master really spare another nascent soul condensing pill? Mingyu took out 2 nascent soul condensing pills. Dad, when you went to see the dragon god, my master came back. I asked him for 2 nascent soul condensing pills. With these, you're sure to form your nascent soul. With 1 pill, the chance of forming a nascent soul increased by only about 20%. With 2 pills, the chance was over 50%. These were pills his daughter had obtained, and 2 of them no less. Nan Xiao couldn't help but be moved. How did you manage to get 2 pills? Won't your master blame you? Will it put you in a difficult position? No, Dad. You're my father. My master even gave a nascent soul condensing pill to the dragon head. Why would he hold back for you? He also gave me 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones for you to use in setting up formations during your nascent soul condensation and tribulation. 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Nan Xiao was truly baffled by his daughter's master now. To bestow such great kindness without even showing his face, was he letting his daughter take all the credit for the favor? Wouldn't that burden her too much? He had to admit, as a father, his heart was torn. He wanted the nascent soul condensing pill, but he didn't want his daughter to be put in a difficult position. This is too much. I only need 20,000 of those mid-grade spirit stones. Back when his daughter gave the dragon head 1 nascent soul condensing pill and 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, he had felt a twinge of jealousy. Now, his daughter was being even more generous. 100,000 low-grade spirit stones were only worth 10,000 mid-grade ones. But Mingyu pushed the spirit stone pouch back into his hands. Dad, this is the mortal world. Condensing a nascent soul requires a lot of spiritual power. You should take it all. What if it's not enough? It's better to have more than you need. If you have any left over, you can return it to me later. Nan Xiao thought he would find a way to repay his daughter later, and finally accepted it. Chapter 1205, The Opportunity to Kill Mingyu's Father. Mingyu thought again of the cave where the demon cultivator had healed his injuries. It was an excellent place for fire attribute cultivation. Dad, you have dual fire and wood spiritual roots, right? I know a place where there's fire spiritual energy. Cultivating there will yield twice the results with half the effort. Let me take you there. She recalled the golden lotus in the boiling spring, the golden lotus seed pod, and the golden lotus seeds. However, at that time, Mingyu had only attached her divine sense to the village chief's body to enter the cave, not her physical body. The golden lotus she could see with her divine sense. There was no reason for Qiu Chanshan, who had been cultivating and healing inside all along, not to see it. Thus, she didn't know if the golden lotus was still there and didn't dare mention it to her father. Nan Xiao decided to follow his daughter's advice, condense his nascent soul in the mortal world before returning to the immortal sect. That way, by reaching a certain height, he could take control of his own destiny. Mingyu called out to Lida, Lida, my father, and I have some matters to attend to. We might be gone for a few days. When Aunt Hai and Gu Mingxing return, let them know for me. There's rice, flour, meat, and vegetables in the kitchen. They can cook for themselves. Lida quickly agreed, yes, miss. How long will you be gone? I can't say for sure yet. Nan Xiao and Mingyu boarded her 5 elements van and headed to Shanbei village. Through the hidden passage in the village chief's storage room, they entered the cave. After walking for over 10 minutes inside the cave, they finally arrived at the cave where the demon cultivator had healed. Minyu noticed that the boiling spring was still there, and the golden lotus in it remained as well. Yet, her father seemed to overlook the golden lotus entirely. Perhaps, at this moment, her father's top priority was to condense his nascent soul as quickly as possible, so he hadn't paid attention to the golden lotus. Minyu chose not to bring it up. Seeing the boiling spring and sensing the fire spiritual energy in the cave, Nansha was overjoyed. This place is truly suitable for condensing the nascent soul. This place is perfect. I'll go into seclusion here to condense my nascent soul. Minyu asked, Dad, how long do you think it will take for you to condense your nascent soul in seclusion? Nansha thought for a moment and said, under normal circumstances, condensing a nascent soul in seclusion would take no less than a few years. But now, with the nascent soul pill and spirit stones to set up a spirit gathering array, about a month should be enough. A month. Minyu thought about how Nanyueo would surely report back to the second boss after returning. If her father stayed away too long, even those who originally trusted him might begin to doubt. Therefore, he had to condense his nascent soul as quickly as possible and then return to the immortal sect. Gritting her teeth, Minyu took out the spatial house with the spirit garden. Dad, this spatial house has a time formation. You can take the nascent soul pill and cultivate inside the house first. After condensing your nascent soul, come out to undergo the tribulation. Minyu's spatial house also came with a spirit gathering array, which could automatically absorb spiritual energy from the surroundings. Seeing the spatial house with a time formation, Nansha was deeply shocked. His daughter actually possessed such a treasure? He asked nervously, did your master give you this too? Minyu could only nod. Yes, Dad. My master gave it to me. Is there a problem? There was a problem, a huge one. A time formation. He had only heard that ancient great powers could set up time formations, never knowing that such a thing still existed in this realm. Suppressing his overwhelming shock, he asked, what is the time multiplier of this formation? 30 times. The time formation had initially been 10 times, but it could be adjusted as her cultivation level increased. After sharing her cultivation with Gu Dongxing, she had reached the late-stage foundation establishment, so the time formation was now 30 times faster. 30 times. It was actually 30 times. Too heaven-defying. Chapter 1206, A Father's Dilemma. Nansha took a turn around the space house and discovered the herb garden at the back. When he saw the spiritual herbs that were thousands or even tens of thousands of years old, he tried to suppress his shock again and again, but still couldn't hold it back. Such a space house not only carried a time formation, but also an herb garden. This was no longer a simple space house, but a fragment of space itself. What kind of person was his daughter's master? Nansha took a deep breath. From now on, you must not let anyone know about the treasures your master gave you, nor are you allowed to take them out for others to use. Minyu was very pleased. There was not a trace of greed in her father's eyes, only concern for her. This father was indeed her biological one. She quickly nodded. I understand, father. Other than me, you're the first to see this space house. I only want my father to grow stronger as soon as possible, so he can protect me. So, father, if you ever want to go into seclusion, come to me. Thinking of the hatred the head of the Nan family held for her father, she wanted him to become powerful quickly, so he wouldn't be bullied. That was why she had revealed the space house. Hearing that he was the first to know, Nan Shao finally felt relieved. He looked at his daughter and sighed again. It's not very appropriate to leave your future mother-in-law waiting in Yong'an Alley. This space house has built-in defensive, isolation, and concealment formations. Once I go into seclusion, you should go back. Mingyu quickly agreed. All right, father. Nan Yu Dao has already entered the immortal sect, and Gu Dongxing has also formed his golden core. No one in this realm can bully us. You can go into seclusion with peace of mind. Nan Shao felt a weight lift off his shoulders when he thought of his son-in-law having also formed his golden core. Good, I'll go into seclusion now. He chose the smallest room closest to the herb garden, activated the formation, and began to cultivate using the infant condensation pill. Meanwhile, Nan Yu Dao returned to the main branch of the immortal sect and immediately went to find the Supreme Elder. The Nan family had two Supreme Elders. One had already entered a death seclusion and rarely appeared. He was called Supreme Elder Fengxiong. The other, who had roamed the mortal world and saved Nan Shao, was often called Supreme Elder Fengchen because of his frequent travels. Of course, this was also because the generation of nascent soul cultivators happened to use the character Feng in their titles. Below the Supreme Elder Feng were the elders and the family head, who used the character Yun in their names. The four elders were Grand Elder Nan Yun Dong, Second Elder Nan Yu Tian, Third Elder Nan Gong, and Fourth Elder Nan Shao. According to clan rules, members of the Nan family were given single character names at birth and only received their generation title after reaching foundation establishment. However, because Nan Yu Dao was the family head, if his son were to use the same generation character as him, wouldn't that make them peers? Therefore, although Nan Gong and Nan Xiao had become elders after forming their golden cores, the family head had repeatedly delayed convening the ancestral hall ceremony, so they remained simply Nan Gong and Nan Xiao, never becoming Nan Yun Gong or Nan Yun Xiao. As soon as Nan Yu Dao saw Supreme Elder Fengchen and the other elders, he broke down crying. Supreme Elder, Grand Elder, Second Elder, you must seek justice for my son. My son Nan Gong was killed by Nan Xiao. Supreme Elder Fengchen knew that Nan Gong and Nan Xiao had never gotten along. The reason was that ever since Nan Xiao had been brought into the immortal sect by him, his cultivation speed had been astonishingly fast due to his perfect fire and would dual spiritual roots, even faster than those with a single spiritual root. As a result, he had been given special attention. But unexpectedly, his cultivation talent had aroused Nan Gong's jealousy, who did everything he could to suppress him. However, Nan Xiao was a stubborn child. The more he was oppressed, the more he resisted. Moreover, he was extremely diligent. In just over a decade, he had already reached the peak of the Golden Core stage, even surpassing Nan Gong, who had been at the late Golden Core stage for over 100 years. Chapter 1207. Too extraordinary. Because the Nan family had a rule, the heir must be the strongest among the same generation. Therefore, after the final competition, Nan Gong's position as the young master was taken by Nan Xiao, and their relationship became even more hostile. If not for the restrictions of the clan rules, the two would likely have been locked in a life-or-death struggle long ago. As a result, when Nan Gong proposed delivering resources to the secular Nan family and gaining experience in the mortal world, the Supreme Elder agreed. If the two were kept apart, over time, they would gradually forget their hatred. This time, when the demon cultivator used a Nan family disciple to heal his wounds, they originally did not want to send Nan Xiao out. However, Nan Xiao, worried about his daughter, insisted on going, so they had no choice but to let him. Unexpectedly, as soon as the two met in the mortal world, a life was lost. The Supreme Elder Fengchen swept his divine sense and frowned. A man over 200 years old. Why are you crying? Nan Gong's life lamp is still lit. He is alive, merely injured. Nan Yuneo quickly wiped his eyes, but my son is not dead yet, and he is about to be sent to a military court for sentencing and executed by firing squad. Why? The clan elders found it strange. How could a cultivator be subject to secular law? It's all Nan Zhao's doing. Nan Yuneo began to distort the truth. Nan Gong served as the deputy leader of the Dragon Group in the mortal world. Everyone knows the Dragon Group is actually an organization made up of cultivators. Since Nan Gong had been in the mortal world for a long time, unless he held a position in the Dragon Group, he would have to return to the immortal sect. So he had no choice but to serve in the Dragon Group. Of course, this was only a temporary measure. This time, after the demon cultivator Qiu Chanshan escaped from our Nan family, he left the immortal sect. Gonger discovered Qiu Chanshan. Although he didn't know the details of the demon cultivator's situation, he noticed something was wrong and began to tail him. He discovered that the demon cultivator had set up a soul-devouring formation in a place called Shanbei Village, planning to use the people inside to enhance his cultivation. Additionally, Nan Gong found that Nan Xiao had colluded with Qiu Chanshan. He assisted the demon cultivator in capturing a squad sent by the Dragon Group, because among them were 2 fire attribute cultivators who could help the demon cultivator neutralize his cold poison. In return, the demon cultivator promised Nan Xiao that after the deed was done, he would teach him the method of refining vengeful spirits and provide him with 100 bloodthirsty vengeful spirits that had already been refined. Clearly, it was his son who had colluded with the demon cultivator, yet he claimed it was Nan Xiao. Clearly, it was Nan Gong who wanted the method of refining vengeful spirits, yet he said Nan Xiao had made a deal with Qiu Chanshan. Nan Yuneo's skill at distorting the truth was masterful. Nan Yuneo continued. After Nan Gong learned of their scheme, he initially wanted to immediately stop Nan Xiao to prevent him from making a grave mistake. But he thought about how his relationship with Nan Xiao was not good. If he simply went up to stop him, Nan Xiao would surely deny it and might even turn around and bite him. Therefore, Nan Gong planned to notify the Dragon Group leader, Long Shou, to go with him. Once Nan Xiao captured the Dragon Group squad and handed them over to the demon cultivator for healing, they would catch him red-handed. However, Nan Gong overestimated his own abilities. Nan Xiao discovered Nan Gong in advance and instead distorted the truth, pointing at Nan Gong and accusing him of colluding with the demon cultivator to devour the Dragon Group squad. Coincidentally, the Dragon Group leader, Long Shou, had developed friction with Nan Gong during their years of work together. So he believed Nan Zhao's distorted version of events, trusted his words, and treated Nan Gong as a villain colluding with the demon cultivator. The two joined forces to capture Nangong, shattered his dantian, crippled his cultivation, and brought him back to the dragon group. Chapter 1208. My son Nangong was killed by Nan Shao. Nan Yuneo wiped his tears and said, I received the formation-breaking communication talisman sent back by Nangong. Following the rules of the Cultivation Alliance, I immediately brought some resources to find the dragon group, hoping to ransom Nangong. But Nan Shao, afraid that Nangong would return home and expose his scheme, persuaded the dragon leader, even offering double the resources, just to prevent him from releasing my gonger. Supreme Elder, Grand Elder, Second Elder, my gonger is still suffering in the dragon group's dungeon in the mortal world. I beg you all to step in and rescue my gonger. The Grand Elder and Second Elder both comforted Nan Yuneo, saying, don't worry. We'll go out immediately, capture Nan Shao and bring him back for punishment and rescue Nangong. Don't you agree, Supreme Elder? But the Supreme Elder frowned and asked, that child Nan Shao has spent the past decade or so solely focused on cultivation within the sect. He hasn't made any friends. Where would he find demonic cultivator friends? Moreover, as I recall, the demonic cultivator Chiao Chunshan, who escaped from our clan, wasn't he Nangong's friend? The reason Nan Shao left the immortal sect this time was because Chiao Chunshan used our Nan family disciples to neutralize his cold poison, was hunted by our family, and fled the sect. Only then did Nan Shao have the chance to pursue and kill him outside the sect, right? He was hunting demonic cultivators. How could he possibly collude with one? Nan Yuneo cursed inwardly at how sharp this old immortal was, but his face remained sorrowful. I don't know why he allied with a demonic cultivator so quickly either. But one thing I can confirm is that while Nangong and the demonic cultivator were fighting, Nan Zhao's attack didn't target the demonic cultivator, it struck Nangong instead. And when the dragon leader destroyed Nangong's dantian, although Nan Shao didn't act, he didn't stop it either. I swear, these 2 points I've stated are true. If they're false, I willingly let a heart demon invade me and devour my soul to death. Nan Yuneo knew it was easy to convince the Grand Elder and Second Elder, but hard to sway the Supreme Elder, so he resorted to this oath. After all, it was true that Nan Shao attacked Nangong. When Nangong and the demonic cultivator were locked in battle, Nan Shao indeed didn't strike the demonic cultivator, but aimed at Nangong. Because at that time, the demonic cultivator had already been knocked unconscious by Shaoli, and Nangong's full-force attack was about to kill the entire dragon group team to silence them. Nan Zhao's strike was only to save lives, not to kill. And it was also true that Nan Shao didn't stop the dragon leader from destroying Nangong's dantian, because he wasn't even present. When people speak, if you say someone didn't stop an action, the listener subconsciously assumes that person was there. Nan Yuneo's words exploited this loophole, making it sound as if Nan Shao was present but did nothing, while glossing over the possibility that he might not have been there. Moreover, because Nan Yuneo swore a heart demon oath, the Grand Elder, Second Elder, and Supreme Elder all believed him. Furthermore, when a person speaks, if 8 out of 10 statements are false and only 2 are true, swearing to those 2 truths makes others easily believe the other 8 falsehoods as well. Worse still, even those 2 truths were packaged and didn't reflect reality. Thus, even though Nan Yuneo was clearly twisting the truth, the Supreme Elder, Grand Elder, and Second Elder all believed him. Supreme Elder, Grand Elder, Second Elder, please save Gonger. He is truly innocent. It's Nan Shao, he's the one who wanted to harm Gonger. Chapter 1209, Reversing Right and Wrong. The Grand Elder sighed and said, since Nangong is innocent, our Nan family cannot allow Nangong to be punished by the dragon head under the law. How about this? The mortal world is a society governed by the rule of law. Nangong's matter will certainly require investigation and evidence collection, as well as a court trial. Besides, since he is a member of our Nan family, it will likely take at least a year before a verdict is reached. So, Supreme Elder, what do you think? I will go out with the Second Elder, capture Nan Shao, and interrogate him. If we determine that he has wronged Nangong, we will use Nan Shao to exchange for Nangong. When the Supreme Elder heard the Grand Elder say the word capture, his brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. He thought for a moment and said, it's fine for you to go out, but do not act rashly and capture anyone. First, conduct an investigation. If the investigation reveals that the situation differs from what the Dragon Group has reported, then hand over the findings to the government. After all, Nangong has joined the Dragon Group and holds a position. We cannot simply bring him back as we please. He did not say hand it over to the Dragon Group, but rather hand it over to the government. This showed that he, too, believed the words of the Nan family head and had developed reservations about the Dragon Group. Meanwhile, a trace of coldness flickered in Nan Yuneo's eyes. After leaving the Supreme Elder's cave dwelling, Nan Yuneo pulled the Grand Elder into his own residence, set up a barrier to block outside interference, and said to the Grand Elder, after you go out, Grand Elder, how do you plan to investigate? The Grand Elder replied, "Naturally, I will investigate through the dragon group of the mortal world." Nan Yuneo shook his head and said, "I'm afraid the dragon group has already been bought off by Nan Xiao. I have already sworn a heart demon oath. Shouldn't my words be trustworthy? Moreover, given Nan Zhao's level of skill, the two of you might find it difficult to apprehend him. Then what do you want me to do? When you see Nan Xiao, do not speak with him. Launch a surprise attack, subdue him immediately, cripple his cultivation, and take him to the dragon group to exchange for Nangong." As he spoke, Nan Yuneo pressed a bottle of stone marrow into the Grand Elder's hand. The Grand Elder hesitated for a moment, then agreed, "All right." At this time, inside the space house in the cave, Nan Xiao had no idea that he had been wronged, or that plans were being made to use him to exchange for Nangong. It was fortunate that he did not know, otherwise he would not have been able to focus on his seclusion and break through to the nascent soul stage. Seeing that her father had entered cultivation mode, Mingyu withdrew from the space house. She had initially planned to return first, as she was worried about Hai Shui and her daughter still living in her home on Yang'an Hatong. She wondered if Gu Ming had managed to persuade Hai Shui to move them back to the compound. But then she thought that, after all, they were a family of 3 living there. If she returned, it might make them uneasy. Perhaps it would be better to stay here and cultivate. Having made the decision to stay, she was once again drawn to the golden lotus in the boiling spring. She found it very strange. Why wasn't her father curious about this peculiar golden lotus? However, while her father was not curious, Xiao Tao was. "Master, there's a strange fire here. Why don't you collect it? Once you have a strange fire, you'll be able to refine pills in the future." Mingyu was puzzled. Strange fire. Xiao Tao said, "Yes, the strange fire is that golden lotus." So, the golden lotus was a strange fire. Mingyu found it odd. "Xiao Tao, if this golden lotus is a strange fire, then it should be an extremely rare treasure. Why didn't that demonic cultivator take it back then? After all, he was suffering from cold poison." Instead of taking the risk of capturing a fire attribute cultivator to neutralize the cold poison, which also attracted pursuit from righteous cultivators, wouldn't it have been better to use the strange fire to neutralize the cold poison? Xiao Tao pouted and said, "Master, the golden lotus is merely the manifestation of the strange fire. It only shows itself to those it chooses to see. Not only that demonic cultivator back then, but also Nangong, and even your father, Nan Xiao, none of them could see the golden lotus." Chapter 12:10, Capture Nan Xiao Back. Mingyu was astonished. So, after all this, that demon cultivator couldn't see it back then, Nangong couldn't see it, and now my father can't see it either, all because the golden lotus didn't want them to? Xiao Tao curled her lips. What does Master think? After a moment, she added, "It let Master see it because it sensed Master space and wanted to enter it. But, to enter Master space, it would have to acknowledge Master as its owner. Wanting to enter for free and nourish itself in the space, that was wishful thinking." Xiao Tao simply ran out, followed by the handsome young man Xiaoli. He had now become Xiao Tao's sidekick. At their feet were Dahai and Davai, and on their shoulders was Xiao Bai. Everyone stared at the golden lotus with fierce intent. The golden lotus, which had been blooming exceptionally brightly, suddenly drew its petals together, shrinking in shyness. Mingyu and her spirit pets, is this strange fire also capable of feeling embarrassed? Mingyu was baffled. Hadn't she heard that strange fires were always proud and disdainful of humans? Why did she feel this strange fire was a bit shy? In fact, she even sensed it sending her signals of goodwill. Xiao Tao was the first to speak to the golden lotus. "Hey, are you taking this form to tempt my master?" The stem of the golden lotus twisted a few times, as if it took offense at the word tempt. Xiao Tao sneered, "Am I wrong? Don't you want to enter my master's peach blossom space?" The golden lotus grew anxious, twisting its body repeatedly, eager to express that it didn't mean that. Xiao Tao laughed. "So, you still want to enter master's peach blossom space?" The golden lotus immediately stopped twisting and nodded repeatedly. Then it turned toward Mingyu, seeming to gaze at her as if pleading. Mingyu found it strange. "Are you fire or a golden lotus? If you're a strange fire, why don't you transform and show me?" Hearing Mingyu's words, the golden lotus began to sway its body, faster and faster, until finally, the entire golden lotus transformed into a ball of fire, floating on the lotus stem, tumbling endlessly. However, as soon as it transformed into a fireball, the temperature in the cave rose, growing higher and higher. Xiao Tao quickly called out, "Master, tell it to stop. Otherwise, it will burn everything here." Mingyu hurriedly shouted, "Stop, stop, stop. I know you're a strange fire now. Change back into a golden lotus." The fireball stopped tumbling and finally landed back on the lotus stem, once again turning into a golden lotus. But this time, the flower had shrunk slightly, as if transforming into a fireball had consumed some of its power. Mingyu asked again, "Are you willing to acknowledge me as your master? If yes, nod. If no, shake your head." Xiao, Shelly, Dabai, Dahe, and Xiaobai all stared fiercely at the golden lotus, as if daring it to shake its head. The golden lotus glanced at Xiao, Dabai, Dahe, Xiaobai, and Shelly, then nodded repeatedly. Mingyu was overjoyed. It was willing to acknowledge her as its master. With a strange fire, she could finally refine pills. But then she grew worried. How could she make the strange fire acknowledge her as its master? After it did, how could she use it to refine pills? It was fine inside the space, but what if she wanted to refine pills outside? Xiaodao stepped forward again. Master, first set up a contract array to acknowledge it as your master, then have it split off a wisp of soul fire into your dantian. From then on, you can directly use the strange fire in your dantian to refine pills anytime, anywhere. As for its main body, just take it along with this boiling spring into the space. Chapter 12:11. Directly take him to exchange for Nangong. Upon hearing that this was possible, Mingyu quickly followed Xiaodao's instructions and had the strange fire acknowledge her as its master. The strange fire indeed split off a wisp of soul fire that entered her dantian, nourished by her with spiritual power. As soon as the split soul of the strange fire entered Mingyu's dantian, it was overjoyed. The strange fire felt immensely fortunate. The master it had chosen turned out to be a with spiritual body. With the increasingly thin spiritual energy in the world, its own body had been growing weaker. It had a feeling that if things continued this way, its intelligence would one day vanish, leaving it as a mere ordinary fire without consciousness. When Minyu's divine sense first arrived, it had sensed that this divine sense belonged to a heavenly spiritual body, also known as a heavenly spiritual root, and moreover, it was of the wood attribute. Wood generates fire, so a wood spiritual body was immensely beneficial to it. The strange fire had wanted to acknowledge Mingyu as its master, which was why it deliberately transformed into the form of a golden lotus, hoping to lure the wood's spiritual body here in person so it could absorb her with spiritual energy. As expected, she came today, and its wish was fulfilled. Because wood generates fire, the master's spiritual energy was extremely useful to it. It would now be much easier for it to advance in rank. It was truly worth transforming into a golden lotus to lure the master here. Xiao, can I start alchemy now? With a strange fire in hand, Mingyu was eager to begin refining pills using it. Of course you can, master. Since the thatched cottage has its own formation and the old master is still in seclusion, why not take the opportunity to enter the space and gather herbs to practice alchemy? You can start with the fasting pill. Although there were many spiritual herbs in the space cottage, they were all high-grade ones that she couldn't use yet. She had to first gather herbs from the space's medicinal fields to practice. Back then, Mingyu had collected many medicinal herbs from that natural medicinal valley and planted them all in the space. Although those herbs weren't as good as those in the medicinal garden, they were still decent. Since she was in the space, Mingyu could gather herbs with a mere thought. Soon, she had collected a large amount of herbs for fasting pills and foundation pills and began refining them according to the alchemy manual. Mingyu had 2 alchemy furnaces of her own. One was given to her by Xiaohe when she treated the He brother's illness. It was a top-grade spiritual tool alchemy cauldron, but because its artifact spirit had vanished, it had degraded to the level of a magical tool. The other was a top-grade magical tool alchemy cauldron she obtained from the ring of that lecher in the medicinal valley. She had already used it to refine medicine. Additionally, the thatched cottage in the Taoyuan space had 3 alchemy rooms, each equipped with an alchemy cauldron. After some thought, Mingyu decided to use the top-grade magical tool alchemy furnace she usually used for refining medicine. She didn't refine pills inside the space, but instead used the space cottage she had taken out for her father, because this space operated at 30 times the normal speed. Since the space cottage was large enough, with over 30 rooms, she just needed to choose a room far from her father so as not to disturb his seclusion. After spending 2 whole hours and wasting 5 batches of pills, Mingyu finally succeeded in refining her first batch. Shout out, I've successfully refined the fasting pill. Great job, master. Keep it up, master. Xiaodao congratulated her at the right moment. In truth, it was inwardly twitching. Master, you used stalactite marrow. How could it not succeed? Stalactite marrow could increase the success rate of alchemy by 30%. Yes, after wasting 4 batches of pills, Mingyu had added a drop of stalactite marrow to the final batch. That single drop of stalactite marrow was worth at least 1,000 spirit stones, yet she used it to refine fasting pills, which could be bought in large bottles for just 2 spirit stones. Mingyu paid no heed to Xiaodao's silent complaints. Having succeeded in refining the fasting pill, she gained confidence and continued her alchemy. This time, however, she dared not add any more stalactite marrow. She, too, felt it was too wasteful. Chapter 12:12. The strange fire feels a bit shy. After wasting 5 more batches of materials, Mingyu finally succeeded in refining the fasting pill without adding stalactite marrow. However, once Mingyu succeeded in refining a pill, she recorded all the successful experiences, such as the order of adding herbs and the heat control. Therefore, in the subsequent refining of fasting pills, there were no wasted pills. Next, she began refining Peiyuan pills. She wasted only one batch before succeeding, and then every subsequent batch was successful. Xiao Ao praised her greatly. Master, you are a pill refining genius, a born alchemist. The materials for refining Peiyuan pills were relatively abundant. The more Mingyu refined, the more skilled she became. Initially, it took her 1 or 2 hours to produce a batch of pills, but gradually the time decreased. Eventually, she could produce a batch in just 5 minutes. She ended up refining quite a lot. By the time she realized it, it was already too late. She had refined over 100 batches of Peiyuan pills, each batch yielding more than 30 pills. In total, she had refined over 3,000 pills. Xiao Dao comforted Mingyu. Master, you have so many registered disciples. Even if you give each of them a bottle of these Peiyuan pills, it will take many bottles. Well, she now had registered disciples like Shenqi, Wu Jiangxing, Zheng Shuiyu, Xiaohua, Axin, and Jing Suizhu. Each of them could receive a bottle of Peiyuan pills. Wang Huilan and Huang Zifeng, her indoor disciples, were cultivators, so Peiyuan pills were no longer useful to them. But the problem was, each bottle contained 100 pills. Could they really use that many Peiyuan pills? Moreover, giving them so many Peiyuan pills at once, wasn't that fostering the mindset that Peiyuan pills were as common as cabbage? Quickly exchange for some pill bottles and divide them. 10 pills per bottle will do. After bottling the Peiyuan pills, Mingyu looked at the large pile of them and decided that in the future, she would give Peiyuan pills as gifts. Mingyu set aside the Peiyuan pills and began refining Juyuan pills, which were for foundation establishment cultivators. Like the Peiyuan pills, she wasted only one batch before succeeding. However, this time she didn't refine too many before stopping. What she wanted to refine was the Huanglong pill, which was for golden core cultivators. Exchanging for Huanglong pills cost 10 merit points each, far too expensive. The pills Gu Dongxing had given her felt fine at first, but later she noticed that they seemed problematic. Upon closer inspection, she realized their efficacy had diminished, likely because their shelf life had expired. If she could refine Huanglong pills herself, that would be wonderful. However, the herbs needed for refining Huanglong pills in the space's fields were not mature enough. Only the herb garden in the space house had them. Mingyu searched around and found that she only had enough materials for 19 batches of Huanglong pills. As for the Zixing pill, which was for nascent soul cultivators, she only had materials for 2 batches. She had to refine carefully, ideally without wasting a single batch. To save materials, she didn't refine an entire batch at once. Instead, she divided one batch into 10 portions and refined them 1 pill at a time. The first attempt failed, unsurprisingly. The second attempt also failed. The third attempt finally succeeded, yielding 1 Huanglong pill. For the fourth attempt, she tried refining 2 pills, but a lapse in concentration caused it to fail. However, the subsequent 2 attempts were successful, each yielding 2 Huanglong pills. She tried refining 2 pills at once and succeeded. Then she tried 3 pills and succeeded again. Gradually, she increased to refining an entire batch in sequence. This time, she added a drop of stalactite marrow and succeeded, producing 33 high-grade Huanglong pills. From then on, she immersed herself in pill refining, eating fasting pills when hungry. Thanks to the enhancement of stalactite marrow, she succeeded almost every time, and all the pills she produced were high-grade Huanglong pills. When she reached for more herbs again, her hand grasped nothing. Chapter 12:13. The Alchemy Begins. Mingyu then realized that the yellow dragon pill herbs she had gathered had all been refined, yielding over 500 yellow dragon pills. Looking at the 2 sets of purple heart pill ingredients, Mingyu felt she still wanted to give it a try. Naturally, this time Mingyu also refined the pills one by one. Moreover, even when refining them one at a time, she still dripped in stalactite marrow. Because purple heart pills were elixirs used by nascent soul cultivators to enhance their cultivation. After wasting 5 batches of materials, she finally obtained 1 low-grade purple heart pill. Using up 1 batch of 30 pills worth of materials, she ended up with 12 purple heart pills. Most were medium grade, with only 2 being high grade. There were also 2 low grade ones. She divided the first large portion of spiritual herbs into 10 batches for refining. In the end, she succeeded with 6 batches and failed with 4. However, she obtained 20 purple heart pills from this. From the 2 large portions of purple heart pill ingredients, she got 32 purple heart pills, which was equivalent to failing 1 furnace and succeeding with 1. Still, if she had more purple heart pill spiritual herbs, she would definitely succeed. Because she had already imprinted the successful experience into her sea of consciousness. Mingyu was completely immersed in alchemy, unaware that her actions had terrified someone. Where? Nanxiao stared at his daughter in shock, his eyes unable to conceal his astonishment. Where? Are you refining pills? 5th-grade pills? Is your master an alchemist? After taking 2 infant coagulation pills and secluding himself for 20 days, Nanxiao had finally condensed his nascent soul. However, since the nascent soul had not undergone a lightning tribulation, it was not yet fully formed and was unstable. It would only become truly stable after experiencing the tribulation. But this space house was a fragment of space. It could grow things, and naturally, it could also shield heavenly secrets. Therefore, as long as Nanxiao stayed in this space house, he could not undergo his tribulation. Mingyu felt a bit embarrassed and wanted to tell the truth, but Xiaotao reminded her in her heart, go along with his words. It wouldn't be good if people found out that a young girl had learned alchemy in just 20 days and had become a 6th-grade alchemist. In reality, although this was Mingyu's first time refining pills, she had refined medicines before. Moreover, with her nascent soul-level divine sense, it was not impossible for her to become a 6th-grade alchemist. Yes, yellow dragon pills were 4th-grade elixirs. By successfully refining yellow dragon pills, Mingyu had become a bona fide 4th-grade alchemist. Later, when she refined purple heart pills, a 5th-grade elixir, she was now considered a 5th-grade alchemist. Not to mention the mortal world, even within the Kunlun immortal sect, 5th-grade alchemists were rare and highly sought after. Especially now, with sparse spiritual energy and few spiritual herbs, every alchemist was built up through large quantities of spiritual herbs. Without plenty of spiritual herbs to practice on, one could not become an alchemist. But with so few spiritual herbs available now, who would be willing to spare them for someone to practice? Thus, alchemists naturally became a rarity. Nanxiao had both fire and wood spiritual roots, making him the most suitable candidate for alchemy, yet his family had never dared to let him try it. The entire family had only one alchemist, and he was merely a 3rd-grade one. At most, he could refine some fasting pills, foundation pills, rejuvenation pills, chi supplement pills, and spirit-gathering pills. Even foundation establishment pills, though classified as 3rd grade, were difficult to refine, so they had to be bought from outside. Yellow dragon pills were even more out of the question. But here before him was his daughter, a wood spirit body, actually using a strange fire to refine pills, and not just any pills, but 5th-grade ones. How could he not be shocked? Chapter 12:14, Alchemy Prodigy. Mingyu nodded. Yes, father. My master is an alchemist. Even if she hadn't originally planned to make her master an alchemist, now she had no choice but to let him be one. Moreover, to successfully refine a condensing infant pill, one had to be at least a high-level alchemist. Mingyu felt a bit uneasy. Wasn't she acting like a fraud by embellishing her master's identity? Nanxiao, however, believed her. A look of realization dawned on his face. No wonder your master could easily give you 3 condensing infant pills. So he's an alchemist. Feeling a little awkward, Mingyu handed over 2 bottles of yellow dragon pills, each containing 10 pills. Father, you may not need these, but you can give them to others. She then passed him a bottle of 10 purple heart pills. These are purple heart pills. They're just right for you now. She kept the remaining 22 pills for herself and Gu Dongxing. Both of them were already golden core cultivators, and it wouldn't be long before they could attempt condensing infant. As for the medicinal herbs needed to refine purple heart pills in her medicinal garden, they would take at least 1,000 years to mature. Even with a 3rd-fold time acceleration here, that meant over 30 years. That was why she could only give her father 10 pills. But Nanxiao was stunned once again. Purple heart pills, which were nearly impossible to find even within the Kunlun immortal sect, and his daughter had just given him 10 of them. He still found it hard to believe. Did you really refine these purple heart pills yourself? Mingyu nodded earnestly. Yes, father. I just finished refining them. Thanks to the enhancement effect of stalactite marrow, I successfully completed a full batch. Stalactite marrow? You actually have such a heavenly treasure. Nanxiao was shocked once more. I encountered it when I escaped from the underground river in Shanbei village last time. Little Li was guarding it at the time. I subdued Little Li and took the stalactite marrow. The 3 of us divided it among ourselves. As she spoke, Mingyu took out a bottle of stalactite marrow weighing 1 jin. Father, you can use this to replenish your spiritual power when you undergo your tribulation. Stalactite marrow could increase the success rate of alchemy and enhance cultivation without being restricted by cultivation level. During a tribulation, it could also be used to replenish spiritual power, and it worked much faster than pills. Mingyu had obtained over 100 jin of stalactite marrow for herself. It wasn't that she didn't want to give more to her father, but she was afraid of startling him again. Besides, this 1 bottle was enough for his personal use. If she gave him more, he might feel compelled to hand it over to the family. She had no intention of letting Nan Yuneo benefit from it. Even so, Nan Xiao was taken aback by the single bottle. You have this much? He had been shocked time and again. His daughter's luck was simply too extraordinary. Realizing she had overwhelmed her father, Mingyu quickly changed the subject. Father, let's go out. It's time for you to undergo your tribulation. Mingyu was the only one guarding Nan Xiao during his tribulation. Since it was a nascent soul tribulation, not a tribulation for ascension, it passed without much difficulty. If it had been a golden core tribulation, the dragon head would have come knocking, but nascent soul tribulations were beyond his jurisdiction. Still, he came to take a look. Seeing that it was Nan Xiao, he wasn't particularly surprised. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he left. A nascent soul true lord was not someone he could interfere with. Nan Xiao then spent a day meditating in the spatial house, drinking stalactite marrow to stabilize his cultivation. Now that he had become a nascent soul cultivator, he felt he could protect his daughter. So, he tried to persuade Mingyu to return to the immortal sect with him. The immortal sect is actually a wonderful place. The spiritual energy there is denser than in this mortal world. The Southern Valley, where our Nan family resides, has even richer spiritual energy than other places. Now that your father is a nascent soul powerhouse, I can protect you. Why don't you come back to the immortal sect with me? Chapter 12:15. Successive Shocks. Mingyu rejected her father's suggestion. Dad, you're a nascent soul true lord now. The family head won't dare to do anything to you. But if I enter the immortal sect, I'll become your weakness. They could easily capture me to control you. If they find out I'm an alchemist, I'll probably end up locked away refining pills all day. I still want to roam freely for a few more decades. But Dad, could you show me the array opening talisman? Nan Xiao was surprised again. You can make talismans? When Mingyu handled the matter of Huelan's stepmother, she once killed a peculiar person who left behind a talisman manual. She studied it in her spare time, grasped the principles of talisman making, and could now craft her own talismans. Hearing her father mention that entering and leaving the immortal sect required array-opening talismans, she thought about whether she could make some herself. Nan Xiao handed the array-opening talisman to Mingyu. After probing it with her refined divine sense, she realized the talisman was a condensed formation. She had also studied formation knowledge in the peach blossom space. She took out a piece of spirit jade and tried to replicate the array-opening talisman. After failing with 2 pieces of spirit jade, she finally succeeded in making one. Nan Xiao was deeply impressed. His daughter was truly a genius. Dad, now that I've learned to make array-opening talismans, I can enter the immortal sect anytime. So I won't go with you for now. Nan Xiao couldn't help but ask again, is your master also a talisman master? No, I learned talisman making from a book on my own. In fact, she had also learned cultivation on her own. Well, with Xiaoda's guidance. Mingyu readily handed the talisman manual to her father. If you want to learn, you can make talismans too. She had already copied a version of the manual. Nan Zhao's interest was piqued. If he could make array-opening talismans himself, he wouldn't need to seek out the alliance every time he wanted to leave. Mingyu added, it's best to use spirit jade for talisman making. Nan Xiao smiled bitterly. Where in the world could one find so much spirit jade? But Mingyu pulled out a large piece of spirit jade. Cut it yourself. Nan Xiao was a bit stunned. Didn't this block of stone look like a step? He didn't know it wasn't just like a step, it was a step. Mingyu had dug it up from the abandoned palace ruins in the Heavenly Lake. All the steps, stone pillars, and doorposts were made of spirit jade, and she had taken them all. In her ring, she still had a pile of such spirit jade steps. Nan Xiao put away the spirit jade step. All right, I'll learn when I get back. In the end, since his daughter refused to go with him to the immortal sect, Nan Xiao could only sigh and leave alone. The great elder and second elder of the Nan family were preparing to set out to capture Nan Xiao. However, they had to go to the Cultivation Alliance for an array-opening talisman, and the alliance had just run out, costing them a day's delay. But before they could depart, Nan Xiao suddenly returned to the main family. The great elder immediately stepped forward to seize him. You wretch, kneel down. He planned to capture him first without asking any questions. Indeed, the great elder had long been in tacit agreement with the Nan family head. As soon as the family head explained the situation and said he would send someone to rescue his son, the great elder knew his intention. So he went along with the family head's plan, proposing his own idea to capture Nan Xiao with the second elder. As expected, as soon as he took on the task, Nan Yuna found him. They quickly reached an agreement. Once outside, they would directly capture Nan Xiao, cripple him, and trade him for Nan Gong. Chapter 12:16. The daughter is a genius. As for whether to investigate or not, wasn't it up to him, the great elder, to decide? After all, who told Nan Xiao to offend the family head? But unexpectedly, before they could even leave the immortal sect, Nan Xiao had already entered it. He had no choice but to capture him first, and then discuss a plan with the family head, the Black Pot of colluding with demon cultivators, using the fire attribute cultivators of the dragon group to neutralize the demon cultivators' cold poison in exchange for the method of refining blood-devouring Yin souls, had to be pinned on Nan Shao. However, despite all his calculations, he never anticipated that Nan Shao had formed his nascent soul without his knowledge. Therefore, he also failed to foresee that he could no longer deal with Nan Shao. Nan Shao sidestepped the Great Elder's dragon claw grab. "Why are you arresting me? What crime have I committed?" The Great Elder hadn't expected his grab to miss. He was at the great perfection of the Golden Core stage, just one opportunity away from forming his nascent soul. How could he miss against Nan Shao, who was only at the late Golden Core stage? Moreover, he was over 300 years old, with vast combat experience, while Nan Shao was barely over 40, still a bratty kid in his eyes. In truth, before Nan Shao left the Immortal Sect, he had already reached the peak of the Golden Core stage, essentially the great perfection. But Nan Shao had always been modest, never showing off, so the Great Elder was unaware. Now that Nan Shao was a nascent soul true lord, the Great Elder understood even less. The Great Elder thought that Nan Zhao's dodge earlier was just a coincidence, so he lunged with another dragon claw grab. He shouted sternly, "You dare ask why? Clearly, you colluded with demon cultivators, dared to falsely accuse Nangong, attacked him, harmed your own kin, and even let the dragon leader cripple Nangong's cultivation. According to the Nan family's rules, kin must not harm one another. Your actions of framing a fellow clansman deserve the punishment of having your cultivation crippled and being expelled from the clan." Nan Shao finally understood. The Great Elder was claiming that he was the one who colluded with demon cultivators. The Great Elder was claiming that he attacked Nangong and harmed his own kin. The Great Elder was claiming that he let the dragon leader destroy Nangong's dantian and cripple his cultivation. Although Nan Shao had long known that Nan Yunao had secretly rushed back to the Immortal Sect family first, he would surely twist the truth to accuse him and even set traps for him. But he never expected that the truth would be twisted to such an extent that all the deeds Nangong had done would be pinned entirely on him. Nan Shao dodged the Great Elder's dragon claw grab again and roared, "Stop. I want to see the Supreme Elder." The Great Elder sneered, "You want to see the Supreme Elder? Dream on. Usually, the Supreme Elder protects you, but this time, your actions are beyond even his ability to save you. Behave yourself. Cripple your own dantian and go exchange yourself for Nangong. Otherwise, if I have to do it, you'll suffer 10 or 100 times more pain." As he spoke, he lunged again. Even at this point, he still thought Nan Shao was only at the same great perfection of the Golden Core stage as him, unaware that he was now attacking a nascent soul true lord, and thus revealed his intentions. Nan Shao sneered, "So you're saying you plan to sentence me without letting me defend myself? And you want me to take the blame for Nangong? When did the Nan family become the domain of just a few of you?" Nangong colluded with demon cultivators, committing heinous acts that outrage both gods and men. If the Alliance finds out, it could even implicate the entire Nan family. And yet you want to force a confession out of me and make me take the fall for Nangong. Chapter 12:17, Kneel Down. Nan Shao was now immensely grateful that he had followed his daughter's advice and raised his cultivation level before returning, rather than taking the pills she gave him, entering the Immortal Sect, and going into seclusion to form his nascent soul. They had planned to have the Grand Elder capture him the moment he returned, without any inquiry or justification, cripple his cultivation, and hand him over to take the blame for Nangong. As for the dragon group in the mortal world, with the Nan family's formidable strength, if they sent enough people out, could the dragon leader really refuse to compromise? Even if the dragon leader insisted on not backing down, were they planning to take him down as well? How ruthless. If he were still a Golden Core cultivator, they might have succeeded. Even if his daughter and son-in-law later advanced to nascent soul and helped him seek justice, he would already have been dealt with. Nan Shao once again felt relieved that he hadn't acted rashly and returned. Seeing that 2 attempts to capture Nan Shao had failed, the Grand Elder hesitated. Because 1 dodge could be a coincidence, but 2 dodges meant it was no coincidence. Nan Shao was not someone he could easily apprehend. Crippling his cultivation to exchange for Nangong was even more impossible. Moreover, it was only now that he noticed the powerful aura radiating from Nan Shao, making him suspect one thing: Nan Shao's cultivation was stronger than his own. He himself was already at the great perfection of the Golden Core stage. If someone was stronger than him, did that mean they were at the nascent soul level? He stopped and said with some suspicion, "The fact that you colluded with demonic cultivators, committed evil deeds, and framed Nangong was personally stated by the family head. Could it be wrong?" Although he had already guessed as much, hearing the Grand Elder say it outright still chilled Nan Yao's heart. This Nan Yunao wanted him dead. He snorted. "Just because the family head said it, does that make it true? Nangong is his son, so of course he would speak for him. Shifting the blame for his son's misdeeds onto others, isn't that his usual tactic? So, what he said doesn't count at all. But the family head has already sworn a heart demon oath for his words. Even the Supreme Elder believed him. Saying it doesn't count is useless, the Grand Elder reminded him. His original plan was to silence Nan Xiao, capture him first, and cripple his cultivation. But now that he realized Nan Wu's cultivation was superior to his own, his plan naturally had to change. The strong deserved respect. Since Nan Xiao had demonstrated his power, he had the right to defend himself. Nan Xiao asked, "Oh, he swore a heart demon oath? How did he swear it?" The Grand Elder thought for a moment and straightforwardly recited the oath the family head had made. When Nangong and the demonic cultivators were fighting, Nan Zhao's attack did not target the demonic cultivators, but instead struck Nangong. And when the dragon leader shattered Nangong's dantian, although he did not act, he did not stop it either. I swear that these 2 points I have stated are true. If false, I willingly let the heart demon invade and devour my soul to death. Nan Xiao laughed. He wasn't swearing a heart demon oath at all. He was just playing word games. The Grand Elder looked at him. Word games? Yes. The 2 points the family had stated are indeed true, but they explain nothing. They neither prove that he didn't collude with demonic cultivators nor address the issue of him sending the Dragon Group squad to heal the demonic cultivators. As for his claim that I attacked him, that wasn't to harm him but to save people. At the time, he and Xiao Chunshan were attacking the Dragon Group squad's formation from both sides. Just as the formation was about to collapse, Nangong condensed a massive golden blade with his spiritual power, intending to slaughter the exposed Dragon Group squad in one strike. In that critical moment, I arrived just in time and launched an attack directly at the golden blade, successfully blocking his strike and saving the 9 members of the Dragon Group squad. So, the attack I made was not to kill but to save, and it did indeed save the entire squad of the Dragon Group. Chapter 12:18. What mistake did I make? The Great Elder never expected Nan Yun Ao to lie. Because he had sworn a heart demon oath, he believed Nan Yun Ao and thus agreed to the plan to sacrifice Nan Xiao. But if the fault did not lie with Nan Xiao, could he still proceed with that? Nan Xiao continued. Furthermore, Nan Yun Ao said that when the dragon had destroyed Nangong's dantian, I did not stop it. He didn't tell you whether I was even present, did he? The Great Elder nodded. He didn't. But saying someone did not stop something implies that person was present to begin with, doesn't it? Otherwise, how could one speak of stopping or not stopping? Nan Xiao sneered coldly. When the conflict between Nangong and the dragon had occurred, I was not even at the scene. How could I have stopped it? Nan and Ao played a clever word game to cover up his lies. And all of you actually believed him. He said that I was the one colluding with the demon cultivator, that I was the one who captured the Dragon Group squad to heal the demon cultivator. I only need to point out a few doubts, and you will know it could not have been me. The Great Elder recalled Nan and Ao's words and indeed sensed a suspicion of wordplay. Because after he swore the oath on those 2 points, everyone believed not only those 2 points, but also everything he had said before. All right, speak. You're right. Not only will I no longer stop you from seeing the Supreme Elder, but I will also speak on your behalf. Nan Xiao took a deep breath and began. First, when the demon cultivator Xiao Chunshan first came to our Nan family, he sought out Nangong and claimed they were friends. At that time, Xiao Chunshan had not yet been exposed as a demon cultivator, so the family head had the steward arrange for him to stay in our Nan family's guest courtyard. Everyone in the Nan family knows this. Does the Great Elder deny it? The Great Elder nodded. Yes. Nan Xiao continued. Therefore, we can at least confirm this first point. Nangong and the demon cultivator Xiao Chunshan were friends long ago. If not friends, they were at least very familiar with each other. Second, the Nan family had said that I was the one colluding with the demon cultivator, that I captured the Dragon Group squad to hand over to the demon cultivator for healing. But do you know? Among the Dragon Group squad handed over to the demon cultivator were my own biological daughter Nan Mingyu and my prospective son-in-law Gu Dongxing. You should all know how difficult it is for cultivators to leave descendants. Would I hand over my own daughter and son-in-law to be used for healing? The Great Elder frowned. This point was indeed hard to justify. Third, I have solid evidence proving that Nangong, together with Xiao Chunshan, attacked the Dragon Group squad, including my daughter and prospective son-in-law, with the intent to kill them all. Upon hearing that Nan Xiao had evidence, the Great Elder's face showed some urgency. Present it quickly for us to see. Nan Xiao shook his head. I will present this evidence when I see the Supreme Elder. So please step aside. I must see the Supreme Elder today. And you cannot stop me. If he alone cannot stop you, what about me? The second Elder's voice rang out. Immediately after, he walked to the Great Elder's side and stood together with him. The Great Elder's mouth tasted bitter. The plan had changed, but he had not had time to inform the second elder. The second elder's words were clearly a provocation toward Nan Shao. It seemed they were in for some hardship. Sure enough, as Nan Shao spoke, he suddenly released the pressure of an infant soul true lord, forcing both the great elder and the second elder to kneel abruptly. The second elder was greatly shocked. You are an infant soul true. No need for such formalities. I'll be on my way. With these words, Nan Shao stepped over their feet and walked past. The great elder's toes ached from being stepped on, but he dared not make a sound. After all, he had just suggested crippling Nan Yao's cultivation and sending him out of the immortal sect to take the blame for Nangong. Chapter 1219. The one colluding with cultivators of the demonic path was him. The first elder and the second elder braced themselves and followed Nan Shao inside. Nan Shao walked to the residence of the Supreme Elder and shouted loudly, "Supreme Elder." The Supreme Elder, Feng Chen, strode out and said, "What are you shouting for? You are now a Supreme Elder yourself. When something happens, don't you know to handle it with caution? Let's set aside whether Nan Yuneo is twisting the truth and trying to make you take the blame for his son. But do you not realize how difficult it is nowadays to cultivate a golden core true person? Why didn't you protect Nangong first and then deal with him according to the clan's rules?" As Feng Chen, the Supreme Elder, spoke, he glared sternly at Nan Shao. Nan Shao naturally understood what he meant. He was blaming him for failing to protect Nangong, allowing him to be crippled by the dragon head. The first elder and the second elder also looked at Nan Shao, waiting to hear what he had to say. Because in their hearts, this was precisely the point for which they blamed Nan Shao the most. These golden core cultivators were the pillars of the entire Nan family, and losing even one would cause them immense pain. Nan Shao really wanted to roll his eyes. Cultivators like Nangong, who colluded with demonic cultivators, would only bring disaster to the Nan family if kept around. However, since the Supreme Elder had given him this opportunity to defend himself, he naturally wouldn't waste it. Thus, Nan Shao began a detailed account. After Nangong was struck down by Nan Shao in the Immortal Sect and lost his position as the young master, he seized the opportunity to deliver resources to the Nan family in the mortal world. Leaving the Immortal Sect, he went to the mortal realm. However, instead of faithfully handing over the resources provided by the main family to the mortal world Nan family head, he gave all the resources to the mortal world Nan family steward. That steward was named Nan Ming, the son born when old Master Nan was recuperating from war injuries and was schemed against by a female spy. After obtaining the resources, Nan Ming did not use them for the prosperity of the main family, but instead secretly cultivated his own power. Not only did Nangong misplace the resources by entrusting them to an unworthy person, but he also helped Nan Ming replace his own biological daughter, Mingyu, with Nan Ming's illegitimate daughter. He allowed Nan Ming's illegitimate daughter, Nan Mingzhu, to pose as his own daughter, enjoying various cultivation resources and the honor of being the young lady of the Nan family. Meanwhile, he abandoned my daughter, Mingyu, in the countryside of the south, where she was raised as a servant. That wasn't all. Nangong even instructed that family to oppress Mingyu, forbidding her from receiving an education. Later, under the intervention of the production team leader, my daughter was able to attend school, but they refused to cover her tuition fees. She had to rely on scavenging and selling scraps just to get by. After my daughter skipped grades and was admitted to university, Nan Ming sent people to sell her into the deep mountains as a shared wife for multiple men. He also gave the university admission letter to the daughter of that family, so she could attend in Mingyu's place. After my daughter jumped off a cliff to escape, Nan Ming went to great lengths to have that family's daughter slander her reputation at school, hoping to get her expelled. When she was admitted to university again, Nan Ming even sent the Nan family's secret guards to capture her, intending to sell her overseas into prostitution. Supreme Elder, my daughter has a wood spirit body. Her future achievements are limitless, and she could elevate the Nan family to new heights. But when Nangong saw her, instead of rejoicing that our family had gained an extraordinary talent, his first thought was that his own reputation as a genius had been overshadowed by me, and that his daughter could not afford to be overshadowed by mine. So, he did everything in his power to destroy my daughter. If my Yuer hadn't jumped off a cliff while being sold into the mountains and been saved by her master, she would have been killed by Nangong long ago. Fortunately, when my Yuer jumped, she was caught by a tree branch jutting out from the cliff. Her master saved her, discovered she had spiritual roots, took her as a disciple, and taught her cultivation techniques. Chapter 1220. Stepping on his foot to walk in. Nanzhao's voice rose again as he spoke. If it were any other human trafficker who encountered a kidnapped person jumping off a cliff, they would have given up and fled long ago. But because of Nangong's orders, Nan Ming had the person who bought my daughter wait at the foot of the cliff for an entire month, afraid that my daughter might escape alive. Fortunately, when my daughter descended the cliff, Although her master had already left, she met Commander Gu, who was carrying out a mission in the mountains. The two thus came to know each other and fell in love. But when Nangong discovered that my daughter's boyfriend was a thunder spirit body, fearing he would become her support, he sought to harm him as well. Time and again, he transferred him from the military on temporary assignment, sending him on suicide missions. Luckily, my son-in-law was resilient and escaped his clutches. This time, when Nangong colluded with the demon cultivator, trading the dragon group squad to the demon cultivator for healing, he still didn't forget to transfer my son-in-law from the military, sending him along to be used for the demon cultivator's recovery, all to achieve his goal of killing my son-in-law by proxy. But as fate would have it, my son-in-law's deputy commander, my nephew Qing Jioha, was a man of unparalleled righteousness. Knowing full well that every mission Nangong assigned to Gu Dongxing through the dragon group was a near-certain death sentence, he still unhesitatingly took my son-in-law's place to carry out the tasks. When my son-in-law learned of this, he naturally couldn't let his deputy go to die in his stead, so he went to replace Qing Jioha. My daughter, worried about both her cousin and her husband, followed the dragon group squad to Shanbei village and became a member of the squad. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder asked, "You said earlier that your daughter and son-in-law were also members of the dragon group squad. So they joined later?" Nanxiao shot the Grand Elder a cold glare. Was he implying that he hadn't known this before? That he was complicit in sending the dragon group squad to the demon cultivator for healing? The Grand Elder regretted his question as soon as it left his mouth. Hadn't they already changed the plan? Why was he still instinctively trying to make things difficult for him? He quickly added, "I just wanted to confirm. No other meaning. Even if there was another meaning, I'm not afraid of you." Still, Nanxiao knew that they had all believed Nan Yuneo's words earlier and harbored resentment toward him, so he ignored the Grand Elder and continued. "It's a good thing my daughter went along. Otherwise, once the dragon group entered the formation, they might have been wiped out along with the villagers of Shanbei village. My daughter discovered the secret of the formation, as well as the demon cultivator and the corpses that had been healed by him. Don't ask me how she found out, she just did. She managed to seize the soul-devouring shadow that the demon cultivator had given to the village chief to release into the formation. Then, she had my son-in-law use his palm thunder to blast the blood-devouring shadow into ashes." The crowd listened to Nanjiao's defense as if it were a story, involuntarily drawn in. Was Nanjiao's son-in-law really that formidable? Nanxiao continued, "After that, the dragon group squad discovered a sinkhole in the cellar of the educated youth house. My daughter, whose spiritual sense was extraordinary, detected that the sinkhole led to an underground river, which in turn led to a waterfall outside the village. So, her husband led 10 villagers into the underground river through the sinkhole to explore. They eventually found a path to survival, sending those 10 villagers out through the underground river's exit, a waterfall halfway up a mountain. My daughter and son-in-law returned from the underground river to the formation, planning to evacuate the remaining villagers in batches. However, they discovered that Nangong had also entered the formation and had gone to negotiate with the demon cultivator. In reality, the so-called negotiation was nothing more than Nangong haggling with the demon cultivator, Qiao Chunshan. Chapter 1221, He wants to destroy my daughter. When Nanxiao said this, his eyes burned with uncontrollable anger. My daughter and son-in-law couldn't care less about the crowd in the formation and directly led the dragon group squad to escape through the underground river. After Nangong discovered the dragon group squad's escape, he joined forces with the demon cultivator to chase and intercept them. My daughter happened to have the defensive array plate her master had given her, so she set up a formation at the waterfall at the underground river's exit, hid inside it, and sent a distress signal to the dragon head. Originally, they had calculated how long the formation would last, enough time for the dragon head to come rescue them. But before setting out, Nangong had instructed someone that if the dragon head left, they were to delay him by any means for at least 2 hours. As a result, when the dragon head received the message and was about to go rescue them, he was intercepted and delayed by the people Nangong had sent, held up for exactly 2 hours. The dragon group squad couldn't wait for the dragon head's rescue. Under the combined attack of Nangong and the demon cultivator, my daughter's formation was shattered, and all the dragon group squad members were exposed before Nangong. Nangong condensed a large golden blade and swung it down, intending to kill all 9 people, including my daughter and son-in-law, in one stroke. At that critical moment, I happened to arrive. Seeing Nangong about to kill, I launched an attack to block his lethal move. This is exactly what Nan Yuneo swore to you was true, that I didn't attack the demon cultivator, but instead struck at Nangong. Tell me, should I have made that strike or not? The Supreme Elder was stunned. Nanxiao paused, then continued, to be honest, under normal circumstances, if I saw someone from my own family attacking others, I might not have meddled. But at that moment, I had a feeling that if I didn't block that strike, I would regret it for the rest of my life. And thank goodness I did block it, because after Nangong fled, I discovered that among those who nearly died by his hand, there was my own bloodline. And it was my biological daughter. The Supreme Elder, the Great Elder, and the Second Elder exchanged glances. They hadn't expected that the strike Nan Yuneo mentioned had occurred under such circumstances. He was right, Nan Xiao did indeed launch an attack at him, but that attack wasn't meant to kill. It saved 9 people. Nan Xiao must have sensed the bloodline bond calling out to him in that critical moment, which is why he made that strike to block Nangong's assault. But I was still too late. Although I blocked that strike, the formation had already collapsed for a while before I arrived. My nephew was burned over 90% of his body by Nangong's fireball while trying to save my daughter. A Dragon Group member named Xiao Chuanxiu was killed. Captain Feng of the Dragon Group squad had his right arm severed and was crippled. Everyone else, except for Nan Mingzhu, the fake eldest miss of the secular Nan family who didn't participate in the battle, was severely injured. Nan Xiao looked at the Supreme Elder, the Great Elder, and the Second Elder as he said. The Dragon Group squad was sent to Shanbei village on Nangong's orders. The 2 fire-attributed cultivators were assigned by him. He also insisted that my prospective son-in-law be included in the mission. And only he, as the deputy head of the Dragon Group, had the authority to dispatch these people. Yet Nan Yuneo tried to pin this blame on me. Tell me, is that possible? The elders shook their heads. Yes, why hadn't they thought of it at the time? Nan Xiao was only sent by the Immortal Sect to capture the Demon Cultivator. He wasn't part of the Dragon Group. How could he have had the authority to deploy the Dragon Group squad and send them to heal the Demon Cultivator? Chapter 1222, Not Afraid Even If You Have Other Intentions. Yes, Nangong only sent the Dragon Group team to Shanbei village to investigate the bloodsucking case, but anyone who arrived at Shanbei village would enter the Demon Cultivator's blood-devouring formation. After the Dragon Group team discovered that the public security officers who had entered earlier had been sent to the Demon Cultivator and drained into dried corpses, they realized Nangong's scheme and thus tried every means to escape the formation. But Nangong was still bargaining with the Demon Cultivator. When he found out that the Dragon Group team had escaped, he knew his conspiracy with the Demon Cultivator had been exposed, so he wanted to kill the Dragon Group team to silence them. That is why Nangong and the Demon Cultivator Qiuchun Shan attacked the Dragon Group team from both sides. Although I intercepted the move he prepared to annihilate the Dragon Group, the casualties inflicted on them were still unbearable. Tell me yourselves, could the Dragon Ancestor swallow this anger and let Nangong go? Is it possible to pin the crimes Nangong committed on me and exchange me for his return? The 3 Supreme Elders all shook their heads. Ridiculous. After causing such harm to the Dragon Group, letting him go would be unthinkable. No wonder the Dragon leader had first destroyed Nangong's Dantian. It was probably only because Nangong was a member of the Nangong family that the Dragon leader hadn't chosen to beat him to death on the spot. A Supreme Elder asked, "Was it you who handed Nangong over to the Dragon leader?" He was somewhat displeased about Nangong's crippling. The Great Elder said, "Didn't you just say you had evidence to prove your innocence? Why haven't you produced it yet?" His tone carried a hint of flattery, clearly trying to make amends for his earlier offense against Nan Xiao. Nan Xiao glanced at the Great Elder and said, "After the Dragon Leader and I captured Nangong and the Demon Cultivator Qiuchun Shan, my daughter was severely injured and unconscious. So I naturally prioritized her and let the Dragon Leader take the people away. Later, when I saw the Dragon Leader again, I asked why he had destroyed Nangong's Dantian. He apologized, but said he had no regrets. He also showed me the interrogation recording. I made a copy. Why don't we watch it together?" With that, Nan Xiao took out a projector and played the interrogation recording directly on the wall. The Dragon Leader looked at Nangong before him. "You don't seem worried about your fate at all? Remember, your life or death is decided by a single thought of mine." Nangong lifted his chin and looked at the Dragon Leader with disdain. "I've told you before, I am the eldest son of the head of the Nangong family, the foremost cultivation family in the Immortal Sect, and the future heir of the Nangong family. Do you think the Nangong family would let you go if you killed me? Moreover, my family will surely compensate you, won't they? As the eldest son of the family head, the compensation will be generous. Would you be willing to give up my family's compensation? Even if you were willing, your superiors certainly wouldn't be. They would prioritize the bigger picture and not let you offend our Nangong family." So, Nangong said arrogantly, "Dragon Leader, even if you truly want to kill me to avenge Xiao Chunqiu, I doubt you'd dare." The 3 Supreme Elders listened to Nangong's words and felt their teeth ache. A prisoner daring to speak like that? How arrogant was he? As they watched further, they increasingly felt Nangong's arrogance. It seemed that in his mind, with the Nangong family as his backing, even if he poked a hole in the sky, no one could do anything to him. A Supreme Elder sighed, "This Nangong has been spoiled by the family head." At that moment, on the wall, Nangong was shouting wildly, "So, what if I killed them? At most, my family would just pay a bit more resources. Don't you want my family's cultivation resources? Even if you don't want them yourself, are you selfish enough to disregard the rest of the dragon group? Chapter 1223. How could he let him off? The few of them exchanged glances. Nangong's arrogance and recklessness had truly reached its peak, actually daring to say something like, "So what if I killed them?" It was likely that the dragon head would be furious beyond measure, right? In the footage, the dragon head suddenly said to Nangong, "I will send you back." Hearing the dragon head's words, even the Supreme Elder felt a chill run down his spine. Sure enough, the next moment, the dragon head appeared beside Nangong and threw a punch at Nangong's dantian. Everyone saw it clearly, just that one punch. Nangong's face twisted in agony as he screamed and then passed out. His dantian must have been destroyed by that punch. Nanshao was right, he brought this on himself, the Supreme Elder said. But not just the Supreme Elder, even the Grand Elder, who had always sided with Nangong, felt at that moment that Nangong's dantian being destroyed was his own doing. In other words, he deserved it. Nanshao had brought out this recording to prove that he had not been present when Nangong's dantian was destroyed. When the dragon head was interrogating Nangong, I was keeping watch by my daughter's hospital bed. She was also severely injured. Fortunately, she had the great return pill left to her by her master, and she recovered within a few days. The same went for my nephew, Chung Jioha, who had been burned over 90% of his body while trying to save her. The Supreme Elder let out a sigh of relief. Alright, this recording fully proves that you were wronged, and Nangong got what he deserved. There's no need to concern yourself with him anymore. The Grand Elder's heart sank. No longer concern themselves with Nangong? The Supreme Elder then asked Nanshao, "Why didn't you bring your daughter and son-in-law back?" "Oh, is your daughter married?" Nanshao let out a low sigh. Just a few days ago, the Nan and Gu families held an engagement in the mortal world. The Supreme Elder and the other two looked at Nanshao with strange expressions. Just an engagement? Then why were you calling him your son-in-law? Nanshao felt a bit embarrassed. On the day of the engagement, they formed a Dao Companion Pact. The three were stunned. They hadn't married, yet they formed a Dao Companion Pact? Nanshao continued. At the time, the family head opposed them forming the pact, saying that a daughter of the Nan family could only form a Dao Companion Pact with the approval of the Council of Elders. In other words, they needed the family head's consent to do so. Moreover, Nan Yuneo explicitly stated that he did not agree to my daughter forming a Dao Companion Pact with Gu Dongxing. But my daughter and Gu Dongxing were deeply in love and unwilling to be separated. So my daughter said that she had not yet been formally recognized by the family. The three were stunned for a long moment. She doesn't want to return to the Nan family? Nanshao sighed. Yes. She fears being restrained, and even more so, she feared the family head's retaliation. The Supreme Elder asked again, "You mentioned earlier that this Gu Dongxing has a lightning spiritual root and that he struck down the blood-drinking Yin souls of Chiochun Mountain?" Nanshao quickly replied, "Yes. Gu Dongxing has a single lightning spiritual root. He is 27 years old, and when he formed the pact with Mingyu, he was already at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage. A 27-year-old at the peak of Foundation establishment, another cultivation prodigy. And his attribute was the most powerful lightning spiritual root. And yet, Nan Yuneo had tried to stop him from forming a Dao Companion Pact with a daughter of the Nan family? But then, recalling what Nanshao had said earlier, how Nangong had cultivated Nanming, had Nanming abandoned the eldest daughter of the Nan family in the countryside to be raised as an adopted daughter, suppressed her at every turn. And even after she managed to get into university under immense pressure, still tried to sell her into the deep mountains to be a shared wife, it no longer seemed strange. He feared that Nanmingyu, with a powerful Dao companion, would suppress his own daughter. Even more, he feared she would seek revenge for the oppression he had inflicted on her. Chapter 1224. Spoiled by the Family Head. The Supreme Elder asked again, "You said earlier that he was at the peak of Foundation establishment when he formed the bond. Has there been another change now?" Nanshao nodded, a gentle smile appearing on his face. "He has already formed his golden core." The Supreme Elder, the Great Elder, and the Second Elder all gasped in shock. A 27-year-old golden core cultivator, wasn't this a prodigy unseen in 1,000 years? The Great Elder immediately stood up. "Supreme Elder, I suggest we summon them both back to the Nan family." The Supreme Elder looked at Nanshao. Unexpectedly, Nanshao shook his head. When they were forming their Dao companion bond and Nan Yuneo tried to stop them, she declared that she had not acknowledged her ancestral roots and was not considered a member of the Nan family. After a moment's thought, he added, "Moreover, all the hardships she endured from childhood to adulthood were inflicted by Nangong. She holds no goodwill toward our immortal sex Nan family." The Second Elder grew anxious. "How can this be? How can the bloodline of our Nan family be left to wander outside? Furthermore, she..." If she refused to acknowledge her ancestral roots, it wouldn't just mean one Nan family bloodline being left adrift, it would also mean a golden core cultivator not being brought into the Nan family. This time, all of them inwardly blamed Nan Yuneo. It was his jealousy of talent that had caused Mingyu to grow cold toward the main Nan family. Getting her to return would likely not be easy. The Supreme Elder waved his hand. Forget it. She's still young and has her own master in the mortal world. Let her play outside for a few more years. Nan Xiao hesitated for a moment, then said, on behalf of Yuer, I thank the Supreme Elder for not holding this against her. Not holding it against her? The Supreme Elder gave a bitter smile and let out a sigh. However, the bloodline of our Nan family cannot be left to wander outside. In the end, she must return. She may not come back yet, but her name must still be written into the family genealogy. Everyone was stunned. Writing her into the genealogy, wasn't that equivalent to letting her acknowledge her ancestral roots? Nan Xiao naturally hoped to have his daughter's name entered into the genealogy. She was his biological daughter, after all, the blood flowing through her veins was his. Though his daughter claimed she didn't want to acknowledge her ancestral roots, in reality, if a member of the Nan family refused to do so, others would only assume she had committed some wrongdoing and was not recognized by the family. Yet, hearing the Supreme Elder's words, he was taken aback again. She hadn't even returned yet, but they were putting her in the genealogy first. Could that really work? Moreover, did entering the genealogy not require the family head's consent? If it had to go through the family head, remembering how he had rushed to stop Mingyu from forming a Dao companion bond with Gu Dongxing, would he say that their bond was invalid? He could see that not only did Gu Dongxing care deeply about his daughter, but his daughter also cared deeply about Gu Dongxing. If anyone dared to invalidate their Dao companion bond, she might even refuse to acknowledge him as her father. After all, in these 18 years, she had never eaten a single meal provided by the Nan family or used a single pill from them. I think it's better not to rush things, Nan Xiao said. But the Supreme Elder directly instructed the Great Elder, you will be in charge of entering Nan Mingyu into the family genealogy. Not only Nan Zhao's daughter, Nan Mingyu, but also her husband, Gu Dongxing, write them both into the genealogy. Nan Xiao, have you explained the Nan family's rules to him? Nan Xiao felt another wave of relief. Previously, the family head had been unwilling to let his daughter return, and had even opposed her forming a bond with Gu Dongxing, using his authority as family head to obstruct it. Now, with a single word from the Supreme Elder, the bond between his daughter and son-in-law was directly acknowledged. As long as Gu Dongxing was entered into the genealogy, their bond would be officially recognized within the family, and even the family head would be powerless to oppose it. However, he also understood that the Supreme Elder was granting him this favor by acknowledging Mingyu and Gu Dongxing, likely meaning that the family head would not be punished. No, that wasn't quite right either. Refusing to rescue Nangong was itself the greatest punishment for the family head. Chapter 1225, She doesn't want to return to the Nan family. Nan Xiao was deep in thought when he heard the Supreme Elder ask him another question. He quickly replied, regarding the matter of children, I've spoken with him. He and Mingyu have an agreement. If they have a son, he will take Gu Dongxing's surname, Gu. If they have a daughter, she will take Mingyu's surname, Nan. However, having children is difficult for cultivators. Now that his daughter and son-in-law were both Golden Core true persons, whether they could fulfill this agreement remained uncertain. How can that be? The Supreme Elder disagreed. The child of a Nan family daughter must bear the surname Nan. Nan Xiao smiled bitterly. Both of them have already formed their Golden Cores. Moreover, Gu Dongxing reached the mid-Golden Core stage immediately upon forming his core. In reality, he was at the late stage, but Mingyu only told her father it was the mid-stage. The Supreme Elder and the Elder both gaped, unable to close their mouths for a long time. Forming a Golden Core and immediately reaching the mid-stage? Did that mean he would soon be able to condense a nascent soul? His talent was truly heaven-defying. However, once one formed a Golden Core, having children became extremely difficult. Discussing the agreement about children now was meaningless. Thus, the Supreme Elder tacitly accepted it. Mingyu did not know that on the day her father returned to the Nan family, her name was written into the Nan family genealogy. At that moment, she was heading toward Yong'an Alley. Although she had spent over 20 days in the space, it had actually been less than a day in real time. After coming out, she had accompanied her father through his tribulation. The thin spiritual energy of this era made the tribulation feel like a mere formality. All in all, Mingyu had only been away for a day and a night. However, just as she returned to the capital and dawn had barely broken, she found her courtyard in Yong'an Alley packed with people. Shuiyu, Shenqi, Wu Jiangshan, Xiaohua, and Huilan, Zifeng, why are you all here? They had only been on break for a day, so how had they all gathered here? Huilan and Zifeng were from her own school, and Xiaohua was from Peking University, so they could barely make it. But Xinqi, Wu Jiangshan, and Xueyu were not local. How had they all come together and arrived on the same day? It couldn't be that fast, could it? Mingyu was certain they must have come running right after their exams, without waiting for the break to officially start. Also, Mingyu's future mother-in-law, Hai Shui, and future sister-in-law, Mingxing, were nowhere to be seen. Scanning with her spiritual sense, she found a note left by Mingxing on the table in her room. In Gu Mingxing's note, she said that her parents had reconciled and had already gone to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get their marriage certificate. She and her mother were following her father back to the compound. Mingyu felt relieved. At least things were heading in a good direction. She also remembered the matter of Gue Xiaofeng that she had asked Lesui to investigate. She wondered how that was going. As soon as the group saw Mingyu, they rushed over and surrounded her. Several female classmates even hugged her. Some called her Big Sister, others called her Master, all of them extremely enthusiastic. Only Xinqi looked a bit dazed. They were just classmates. Mingyu was clearly younger than them, so why did they call her Big Sister? Even Wang Huilan directly called her Master. He was a proud person and couldn't figure it out for the moment, nor did he want to ask. But the person who had once blended in with everyone else had now become aloof. Xinqi's behavior made everyone a bit puzzled. What was going on? Had attending a military academy made him think he was above others? Seeing the master, he didn't even come forward respectfully to greet her first. Had the master taught him martial arts for nothing? Moreover, he was still carrying the 100 treasures pouch the master had given him. That was a treasure worth 100 million. No, even with 100 million, you couldn't buy such a treasure. Although the master had said it was a loan, she had also given everyone a chance to earn money so they could repay the debt. Besides, the master hadn't been pressing for repayment. She was just keeping track. Now, acting so cool in front of the master, what was that about? Chapter 1226, writing her name into the Nan family genealogy. In truth, no one knew that Xinqi had been affected by a restriction implanted in his mind along with the cultivation technique, which erased all memories related to Mingyu. It all started when his sister, Xinyan, came to pick him up. She put on airs, looked down on Mingyu, and regarded her as someone trying to latch onto her brother for status. She even threw 1,000 yuan at Mingyu, telling her not to bother her brother anymore. After Xinqi returned home, Xinfu learned that Xinyan had offended Mingyu. He drove Xinyan away and forbade her from ever coming back to the Xin family. However, Xinqi himself, because he had revealed his relationship with Mingyu, suffered the backlash of the restriction Mingyu had placed in his sea of consciousness. All his experiences and memories of Mingyu were wiped clean. After that, Xinqi focused solely on his studies. During training, his superiors discovered that he had the martial power of a third-level warrior and asked if he had practiced ancient martial arts. He was bewildered because he had no memory of training at all. Although he and Wu Jiangxing both attended military academies, Xinqi's scores were higher, so he entered a military academy in Beijing, while Wu Jiangxing attended one in Nanjing. Thus, he had no way to ask about it. This time, when Wu Jiangxing invited him to visit Mingyu, Xinqi found it strange. When had Wu Jiangxing become so close to a female classmate? Besides, were he and Wu Jiangxing really that close? Could it be that Wu Jiangxing knew he had once had feelings for Mingyu? He had wanted to ask Wu Jiangxing about his practice of ancient martial arts anyway, so when Wu Jiangxing invited him, he agreed immediately. But he never expected to see such a scene here. As soon as Mingyu saw Xinqi, she knew he had suffered a memory backlash. She looked at him, frowning. Did you tell someone about your training with me? Everyone turned to Xinqi. Could it be? When they trained with their master, they had all sworn not to reveal any information about her. Had he actually leaked it? Xinqi had come with Wu Jiangxing because he wanted to know how he had come to practice ancient martial arts. Hearing Mingyu's words, he was startled. Had he learned his ancient martial arts technique from her? This was an extremely rare ancient martial arts technique. If Mingyu had taught him, didn't that make her his master? But why didn't he have any memory of training with her? Seeing the respectful looks the other students gave Mingyu and their displeased expressions toward him, he felt a bit annoyed. I don't know. Mingyu pressed further. After you got into university, your sister came to my courtyard to pick you up. I remember she treated me like a girl trying to climb the social ladder. To make me leave you, she threw 1,000 yuan at me. When everyone heard that Xinqi's sister had thrown 1,000 yuan at their master, or big sister, they were furious. They glared at Xinqi as if he were the one who had done it. Mingyu smiled and continued, but as soon as his sister put the envelope of money on my table, Xinqi picked it up and threw it back in her face. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At least Xinqi wasn't that despicable. He knew to stand up to his sister. Xinqi, seeing their reactions, rolled his eyes inwardly. When had he ever been despicable? Mingyu frowned again. But your sister made a scene, and in the end, I said some harsh words too. I said I wouldn't acknowledge you as my disciple anymore. At the time, I thought, if I don't acknowledge you as a disciple, I'll just treat you like a little brother. After all, you all usually call me big sister, not master. But I remember I didn't take back the cultivation technique, storage pouch, or magic sword I gave you. So why does it seem like you've experienced some kind of amnesia? You haven't even made any progress in your martial power. Did something happen after you went back that made you forget my words and leak my secrets, causing the technique to backfire and erase all your memories of it? Chapter 1227, Showing Off, Shin-Chi. When everyone heard that Shin-Chi had his martial arts memories erased, they couldn't help but look at him with sympathy. Shin-Chi furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Yes, obtaining ancient martial arts techniques was such a fortunate thing. How could he have leaked his master's information and suffered the backlash? But no matter how much he thought about it, he only remembered that after he got into university, he lived with a group of young people in a courtyard in the county town. They studied together, practiced martial arts together, and ate together. He refused to return to the capital. Later, his grandfather forcibly sent his sister to bring him back. However, his sister always had her nose in the air, and he seemed to recall that she had a conflict with the courtyard's owner, even throwing money at him. He was angry at the time and got into a fight with her. After his sister brought him back, his grandfather ordered that she was never allowed to return to the Shin family. Later, his sister blamed him, saying she had kindly brought him back only to be kicked out of her own home. But as for the rest, he had no memory at all. He didn't even understand why his grandfather had driven his sister away, and later, his grandfather himself forgot about it. Still, he deeply disliked his sister and insisted she never come home. Thinking of this, he pulled a small pouch from his chest. Is this the storage pouch you mentioned? Wu Jiangxing stared blankly at Shin-Chi, then suddenly punched him in the chest. You bastard. I can't believe you leaked the master's secret. Shin-Chi was sent flying by the punch, spitting blood. Clearly, Wu Jiangxing's skill was far greater than his own. Before, he hadn't been as strong. Wu Jiangxing looked at his own fist. That's not right. What the hell is wrong with you? Where's your skill? As soon as Wu Jiangxing made a move, Mingyu noticed, you're already a 6th level martial artist? Wu Jiangxing grinned widely and replied respectfully, yes, master. I just broke through from 5th level to 6th level a few days ago. His face practically screamed, praise me, praise me. Mingyu suppressed a smile. Not bad, 6th level martial artist. We'll see about rewards later. Xiaohua, Shuiyu, what about you? Xiaohua quickly said, I'm already a 5th level martial artist. Shuiyu said, I'm 6th level. Do I get a reward too? Before Mingyu could answer, she nudged Huilan with her elbow. What about you? Huilan said sheepishly, I'm 7th level. In truth, she was at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Wu Jiangxing immediately felt ashamed of his earlier boasting. Shuiyu said enviously, wow, staying by the elder sister's side really pays off. I want to be with her too. Wang Huilan pulled Huang Zifeng over and introduced her. This is the little junior sister the master took in at school, Huang Zifeng. Huang Zifeng, tell everyone, what level are you now? Huang Zifeng was a bit confused. She was a cultivator. She was already at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, so she answered, I'm 3rd level. Shin-Chi listened to everyone reporting their achievements, and his heart ached. He was only 3rd level. He had been learning martial arts from the master for so long, yet he was at the same level as a newly accepted junior sister. He felt ashamed. Gritting his teeth, Shin-Chi dragged himself up despite the injuries from Wu Jiangxing's punch. He walked over to Mingyu and knelt before her with a thud. Master, please take me back as your disciple. Everyone turned to look at Shin-Chi. Among them, the one who had always been the proudest was Shin-Chi. A man's knees hold gold, but at that moment, he knelt before Mingyu, leaving everyone in awe. Chapter 1228. He suffered backlash. Since entering the military academy, Shin-Chi had always been the most valued among the new students. This was because he was a 3rd level martial artist, combined with his grades and diligence. Every teacher liked him very much. His appearance had also always been the most striking. However, he could not remember the cultivation technique. Over the past 6 months, he had practiced military boxing but remained stuck at the 3rd level martial artist stage, unable to advance. Now, seeing his former classmates all surpassing him in skill, he had become the lowest ranked among them. Where was his sense of superiority now? Seeing Shin-Chi kneel, Wu Jiangshan also knelt down. Master, he made an unintentional mistake. Please forgive him. Although he had hit him, they were brothers for life. He treated Shin-Chi as a brother, which was why he struck him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered. Shin-Chi shot a grateful glance at Wu Jiangshan when he saw him pleading on his behalf. The other fellow disciples also knelt down one after another. Master, please forgive him. Mingyu quickly helped them up. Although it's said that men have gold under their knees, the same applies to us women. Everyone, please rise. In fact, I never took back the gifts I gave Shinchi, nor did I reclaim the cultivation technique, which means I never expelled him from the sect. She turned to Shinchi. You're forgetting the technique must have happened after you returned home. It seems something occurred after you went back that forced you to reveal matters about me. However, judging from the fact that you only forgot the technique and weren't injured, you didn't disclose any core issues. Let's do this. I'll pass the technique to you again later, and everything else will remain as before. Shinchi was overjoyed. Thank you, master. Next, everyone contributed the antiques they had collected and recorded their points. Although only half a year had passed, everyone had gathered quite a few antiques and now brought them out. Mangyu had Xiao Tao register them one by one and calculate the points. Since Shinchi had lost his memory, he hadn't collected any antiques. He felt uneasy and asked Wu Jiangshan, what use do you have for collecting these? Wu Jiangshan was puzzled. Have you even forgotten about the Guyun Antique Company we started together? Shinchi said gloomily, I don't remember anything. Wu Jiangshan had no choice but to explain the company's situation to him. The share distribution. Master held 50%, Shinchi and Wu Jiangshan each held 12%, Shuiyu and Xiaohua each held 10%, and Axin held 6%. The items we collect are scored by Xiao Tao, with 1 point equaling 1 yuan. But for now, everyone owes master money. Each storage pouch counts as 100 million points. Don't worry. Once you start collecting antiques, you'll earn points, and points mean money. Shinchi grew even more frustrated, but I have no money to collect antiques. Wu Jiangshan found it strange. On the night everyone got into university, Master held a pearl banquet. Whoever ate a pearl got to keep it. Everyone actually knew that was Master's way of giving us money to collect antiques. I remember you got quite a few pearls that time, right? Those pearls are very valuable. You could easily sell them for money. How could you be broke? Shinchi was about to say he didn't have them when he suddenly recalled the storage pouch they had mentioned. Looking at the pouch Wu Jiangshan had taken out, wasn't it the same bag he had always treasured? He asked, how do you use the storage pouch? Wu Jiangshan looked at him with pity. Poor Shinchi, he had even forgotten this. Chapter 1229, A Man's Knees Hold Gold. Shinchi focused his mental energy as she instructed and indeed discovered the contents inside the bag. There were over a dozen large pearls, each clearly worth a lot of money, along with a sword and some other miscellaneous items. With a thought, a large pearl appeared in his hand. Was this the large pearl the master had given him back then? A pearl like this, given to him, this master truly cared for him deeply. Seeing him take out the large pearl, Mingyu, afraid they might sell it cheaply, quickly said, everyone, pay attention. This pearl contains spiritual energy and is a spirit pearl. It can be used to refine beauty pills, mind-nourishing pills, and longevity pills. I once sold 2 of them, each for a sky-high price, 100 million. Upon hearing this, Wu Jiangxing wailed in despair, I only sold mine for 1 million each. The others all looked crestfallen. I sold mine too. I only sold mine for 100,000 each. I sold mine for 200,000 each. I sold mine for even less, just 20,000 each. Mingyu. But if we don't sell the pearls, how can we afford to collect antiques? Wang Huilan said worriedly. Before, we had no money. But last time, I went to the Huaxia Dragon Auction House and sold some things. Now I have money. I'll lend it to everyone for now, and it can be deducted from your future points. Mingyu then handed out bank books to everyone. Shinchi, Wu Jiangxing, Xiaohua, Zhang Shuiyu, Wang Huilan, Huang Zifeng, and others all received one. Seeing that Mingyu had given him a bank book, Shinchi noticed the date it was opened. It wasn't recent, but had been set up before the start of the semester. He was immediately overjoyed. The master hadn't forgotten him. But when he looked at the amount, he was a bit stunned. The bank book in his name showed a deposit of 2 million. Shinchi glanced sideways at Wu Jiangxing's bankbook. It also showed 2 million. Clearly, everyone's bankbook was the same. But wasn't anyone else surprised? So the master was a wealthy person. Thinking back to what the master had just said about his sister throwing 1,000 yuan at her, he felt utterly ashamed. Master. What master? I told you, call me big sister. Yes, big sister. Thank you, big sister. What's there to thank? This money is for you to collect antiques, not for your personal use. Of course, if you have no money to spend, you can take some out and use it. It doesn't matter if you use it all, as long as you bring me antiques next time we gather and earn enough points. Xiao Tao report everyone's scores for the antiques they submitted this time. Xiao Tao was very happy. The antiques submitted by her master's disciples had allowed her to gain a lot of essence points, and the space could expand again. She loudly announced everyone's scores. Wu Jiangshan had the most, 1,203,521 points. Next was Xiaohua, 1,019,100 points. Third was Zhang Shuiyu, 965,432 points. Wang Huilan had the least, 362,151 points. Shinchi asked Wu Jiangxing, you said earlier that these points are equivalent to money? 1 point equals 1 yuan? So you've essentially earned 1.2 million yuan. Wu Jiangxing nodded. Yeah, but my initial investment was over 140,000 yuan. Shinchi fell silent. Spending 140,000 yuan in capital to earn 1.06 million yuan. And these points could be exchanged for money with the master at any time. So not only was the master a wealthy person, but his fellow disciples were also wealthy. But then again, the pearls they sold were also gifts from the master. So, in the end, the master was the real wealthy person, and a generous one at that, to an unbelievable degree. Chapter 1230, Poor Shinchi. But it didn't matter, Shinchi, was the smartest among his peers. With these 20,000, as long as he put his mind to it, he could find some old stuff and exchange it for points. Then, he could become wealthy too. Shinchi thought for a moment and said, Big sister, I never invested much in that company, so I won't take any shares. According to what Wu Jiang said, he and Wu Jiangxing had only paid 1,000 yuan each, yet they held 12% of the shares. The money had all been invested by their master, so how could they have the nerve to take that many shares? Just the passbook issue today alone had over 10 million. With only 1,000 yuan they had paid, how could they still feel entitled to that 12%? Wu Jiangxing immediately agreed. I feel ashamed too, big sister. We don't need the shares. We'll just collect antiques and earn points. Shuiyu and Xiaohua also chimed in. Yeah, big sister, this company has such a huge investment, and it's all your money. How could we have the nerve to take shares? Mengyu got angry. I've said it before, you'll be managing the company in the future. If you don't take shares, does that mean you don't want to treat the company as your own? Shinchi was troubled. Master, big sister, that's not what I meant. When the master has tasks, the disciples serve. Mengyu shot him a stern look. Don't talk to me about master and disciple business. I haven't accepted you as disciples, and none of you are allowed to call me master. Call me big sister. Yes, big sister. Shinchi and the others answered in unison. Except for Wang Huilan and Huang Zifeng. Mengyu thought for a moment. When the company was first started, everyone had invested little, so it didn't feel like much. But now, the company's investment was growing larger and larger, and she was the one putting in all the money. Their contributions were negligible. It was only natural for them to feel uneasy. After a pause, she said, Forget it, I understand your concerns. The company's current value is hard to pin down, because aside from what Awakens is handling, everyone else is only buying, not selling. Seeing me invest so much, it's normal for you to feel unsettled. Here's what we'll do. Regardless of how much each person initially contributed, everyone present gets 5% of the shares. Awakens, as the company's manager, gets 10%. From now on, the antiques you all collect will be valued at market price for points. Mengyu's goal in collecting antiques was to obtain essence value. Holding them for appreciation was just a side benefit. Of course, it was also to have more money to do good deeds and accumulate merit. Shinchi and the others wanted to refuse again. If the company was worth 100 million, 5% would be 5 million, yet they had only paid 1,000 yuan. Mengyu glared at them. No more arguments. If you don't want the shares, are you trying to shirk responsibility? She gave them company shares to bind everyone together. If they didn't take shares, they would still remember her kindness, but shared interests were the strongest bond. She hoped that her disciples, or rather, her younger siblings, would always stick together as a group. Only then could they go further in this world and help each other in times of need. Seeing that their big sister, or master, was angry, Shinchi and the others dared not speak further. At noon, Mengyu cooked a meal for everyone. This time, I'll cook something you've never eaten before. As for what kind of meat it was, she didn't tell them. During the meal, everyone tasted the meat, which gave off a strange fragrance, and felt their internal energy increase. They were all excited. Big sister, what kind of meat is this? Yeah, big sister, it feels like my cultivation has improved. Same here. Can't say. Mengyu played the mystic. Then she added, after you finish eating, sit cross-legged immediately and refine the meat. Its effects are even better than Peiyuan pills. Being able to eat this is your fortune. Of course, it was better than Peiyuan pills, because Mengyu had added jade liquid, essentially, the marrow of stone into it. Seeing everyone else cultivating while he alone didn't know how, Shinchi looked at Mengyu anxiously. Master, big sister. Chapter 1231. The master is a wealthy tycoon. Mengyu glanced at Shinchi and said, Come to my room with me. I'll teach you the cultivation method. Shinchi was overjoyed. Yes, big sister. He quickly followed his master into the room. Mengyu pressed her finger to Shinchi's forehead, withdrawing the divine thought she had placed in his brow earlier, and learned what had happened after he returned home 6 months ago. She understood immediately. Although he had been punished, He had actually been careful not to reveal the true situation. She transmitted the cultivation method to him again and gave him another drop of stone marrow. Drink this, and then cultivate here. Shinchi's memories were unlocked by Mingyu, and he felt deeply ashamed of what he had done. His master had been so good to him, yet he had leaked information about her. He swore in his heart that he would repay his master in the future and would never betray her again.
I think I'm about to break through, Wu Jiangshan said.
Me too, Shuiyu quickly added. That night, waves of energy fluctuations continuously emanated from the courtyard, one after another. The next morning, everyone woke up very early. Actually, that wasn't quite right. None of them had slept at all the night before, having spent it sitting up. It looks like everyone has made a breakthrough, Mingyu said with great delight. Wu Jiangxing was the first to break through, followed by Shuiyu. The third to break through was surprisingly Shinchi, and he advanced by 2 ranks, becoming a 5th-level martial artist. As he broke through, Shinchi was overwhelmed with tears. Over the past 6 months, ever since he learned he was a martial artist, he had been cultivating constantly, always hoping to advance. But his mind held no memory of the cultivation method, so he could only train hard in military boxing. No matter how hard he tried, he remained stuck at the 3rd level of martial artist, unable to break through. But today, just by eating a pot of meat cooked by his master, though he called her big sister, in his heart he regarded Mingyu as his master, he broke through. How could he not be moved? However, this time, no matter how emotional he was, Shinchi would never reveal how he had reached the 5th level of martial artist. The lesson etched into his soul had turned him into a very tight-lipped person. Not even his most authoritative grandfather could pry useful information out of him, unless his master told him to speak. Afterward, Mingyu checked everyone's cultivation progress and distributed cultivation resources, 10 Peiyuan pills for martial artists and 10 Buyuan pills for cultivators. These pills were ones she had only refined yesterday. In addition to the pills, Mingyu gave each person a large bag of spirit fruits.
Don't reveal the source of these pills. Let me make this clear. The 10 Peiyuan pills each of you hold sell for 600 million yuan per set of 10 at the Huaxia Dragon Auction House.
As for these spirit fruits, they're not something just anyone can obtain. My master planted them in a remote mountain area, setting up a spirit gathering formation to grow them, and they can enhance your cultivation. So keep them safe and don't let anyone discover them. Unless it's a life or death moment, don't consume them in front of others.
If this gets out, well, you all know what happened to Shinchi before. But Shinchi was an exception. If anyone else violates this, there will be no second chance to regain the cultivation method.
Yes, big sister. The disciples were all filled with gratitude. Though Mingyu forbade them from calling her master, every one of them revered her as such. From now on, they would honor and care for their master well. Since this was the first holiday after starting university, their families were eagerly awaiting their return. Thus, after the gathering, everyone prepared to head home separately. But Mingyu recalled Shuiyu's past life and said to her solemnly, "Shuiyu, be wary of your father. Don't let him gamble again, and don't let him sell you off."
Chapter 1232, Shinchi Gets Anxious.
In her previous life, Shuiyu's father was led down the path of gambling and lost all the family assets. Mother Zhang tried to persuade him but failed, so she divorced him. After he incurred massive debts, he set his sights on Zhang Shuiyu. In her previous life, Zhang Shuiyu started working after graduating from high school. After her parents divorced, she initially lived with her mother and was even preparing to marry her boyfriend. But her father mortgaged her to loan sharks. Moreover, he tricked her into working at a nightclub. Unable to endure the abuse, she jumped off a building and died. Her boyfriend was overwhelmed with grief and rage. In a fit of impulse, he killed Shuiyu's father, then followed her by jumping off the same building. In this life, Mingyu had already resolved the issue of Shuiyu's father going to the golden ship to gamble. Shuiyu had also been admitted to university and was studying in Shanghai, so she should not meet her previous life's boyfriend again. But who knew whether Shuiyu's father could change his fate? Thus, Mingyu still worried about Shuiyu in her heart. Shuiyu was Mingyu's benefactor before her rebirth, and she did not want anything unfortunate to happen to her. When Shuiyu heard Minyu's concern about her father, she quickly said, "Big sister, have you forgotten? I'm a martial arts cultivator now. Whoever dares to lead my father into gambling, I'll beat them up." Minyu then remembered that Shuiyu was already a high-level martial artist and truly had nothing to fear. In the countryside, force could indeed solve many problems.
Just be careful, that's all.
Minyu then turned to Huilan, noticing her conflicted and troubled expression, and reminded her, "You should go back and see your father too. He is the best father in the world." Yes, Wang Huilan was deeply conflicted. Back then, among so many people who were trafficked, she was the only one who was violated. If she returned, she would surely face scorn.
But her father, as Mingyu said, was the best father in the world. She could not bear not to go back and see him. Seeing Wang Huilan's expression, Mingyu sighed inwardly. Wang Huilan had lost her mother at a very young age. Her father, afraid that a stepmother would mistreat Huilan, had raised her alone for over a decade, acting as both father and mother. But a few years ago, he suddenly brought home a woman named Reborn, who also had a daughter. From then on, her father became a henpecked husband, and Huilan became a servant to her stepsister. Jiang Huayu's father, Jiang Haidong, joined a human trafficking ring. The first time they trafficked women under the guise of recruitment, local girls eagerly signed up because the recruiters were familiar faces. Wang Huilan was persuaded by Jiang Huayu to sign up. Reborn, afraid that Huilan would escape her daughter's control, made the younger sister go with Huilan. On the way, the trafficker tried to rape the younger sister. Huilan stepped in to reason with him, but the younger sister pushed Huilan toward the trafficker, letting her take the assault instead. Later, when Mingyu and Gu Dongxing went to rescue the trafficked women, the younger sister was taken hostage by the traffickers and died. After Huilan returned to her hometown, Reborn attacked her, demanding that Huilan's father kill her. Mingyu stopped that. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Reborn committed suicide. After her death, Wang Huilan's father, Wang Jinbu, woke up from his stupor and recounted how he had been controlled by Reborn. Only then did they learn it was all a scheme. It turned out that Reborn had calculated that her own daughter would die young and wanted to exchange Huilan's life for hers. That was why she married Huilan's father. In reality, from the moment he met Reborn, her father had lost control of his body and actions. Later, Renfeng's father came to take her body away and attempted to revive her using dark arts, but his abilities were insufficient, and he died from the backlash. After all that, Wang Huilan developed a deep fear of returning to her hometown. She dared not go back, afraid of being seen as a violated woman and looked down upon. The years of her father's violent behavior toward her also frightened her, even though she knew, deep down, that he was the best father in the world. Chapter 1233. Don't let your father sell you again. Wang Huilan was Mingyu's direct disciple. How could she allow her to be controlled by fear? Huilan, you are now a high-level chi refining cultivator. What are you still afraid of? Moreover, if you don't overcome the demon in your heart, you will never amount to anything. Go back. Facing life head-on is also a form of cultivation. When Wang Huilan heard her master say this, she suddenly felt that her master was right. She should face her own heart and break the fear within her. With that thought, she felt her true chi begin to flow, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged toward her. Mingyu was surprised in her heart. She's having an epiphany? Shueyu asked curiously, Big sister, what's happening to Huilan? She's having an epiphany, Mingyu said. She quickly had everyone move away and set up a spirit-gathering array around Huilan. An hour later, Wang Huilan woke up and realized that she had already reached Foundation Establishment. After Huilan achieved Foundation Establishment, she could now fly on a sword. Mingyu gifted her a flying sword, which made Huang Zifeng extremely envious. Xiaohua and Shueyu saw that Wang Huilan, after her epiphany, seemed like an entirely different person when she woke up, and they were also very envious. Why don't I ever have an epiphany? Shueyu joked. This epiphany is a transformation born from pain, Huilan said mysteriously. So, have you decided to go back? Xiaohua asked. Of course I'm going back. Master said it well, facing life head-on is also a form of cultivation, Huilan replied. In truth, Xiaohua was also a bit conflicted. She had cut ties with her family, so it seemed like going back or not didn't matter. But she truly missed her parents, even though they favored sons over daughters. She was still wrestling with the little person in her heart about whether to go back. Hearing Huilan's words, she suddenly felt confident. Right, let's go back together. After Huilan and the others left, Xinqi, Wu Jiangxing, and Huang Zifeng all asked Mingyu to come to their homes for the new year. Mingyu smiled. Now that Gu Ming had brought Haishui to the compound, and Gu Mingxing had also moved there, the whole family was living in the compound. Haishui had even mentioned wanting her to come for the new year. She couldn't decide whether to spend the new year in the capital or at Gu Dongxing's military base. No matter where she spent the new year, she would definitely have to return to Xiangyang County. However, Mingyu was quite curious to see Xinqi's home. If it could force Xinqi to reveal her information, his family must not be simple. Seeing that Mingyu hadn't agreed, the disciples reluctantly took their leave. After the disciples left, Xiao Tao excitedly told Mingyu, Master, you've earned 10 merit points. Your current merit points total 33,210. Over 30,000? Had the 10,000 merit points she used to exchange for Gu Dongxing's cultivation technique returned?
Thinking of the scene where she and Gu Dongxing were manipulated by their past lives into experiencing the joy of union, Mingyu suddenly felt her face flush and her heart race. It was as if Gu Dongxing's deep voice saying, "I'll take you flying," echoed in her ears again. She shook her head to dispel that fragrant scene and asked Xiaotao, "What did I do?" "Master, your nominal disciples are all very grateful to you. Gratitude can also be converted into merit points. Of these 10 merit points, Xinqi alone contributed 5, and the others contributed 1 each." Mingyu was puzzled. "Why didn't I get any before?" Xiaotao said sheepishly, "I did get some before, but the amount was too small, so I didn't mention it." Mingyu was speechless. Small amounts, but they add up. And she hadn't been told. Actually, she had mentioned it before, including how helping people heal earned merit. Wasn't that just gaining people's gratitude? She had simply forgotten. And what surprised her most was that Xinqi alone had contributed 5 merit points. It showed just how deeply grateful he was to her. Chapter 1234, Huelan's Sphere. Shortly after the disciples left, Les Han returned to report that Ganhua had scraped together 1 million and brought it over. Moreover, she had also moved out of the courtyard she originally lived in. After handing over that 1 million, she has been reduced to her original state and moved into a small single courtyard house she bought herself. Mingyu sneered inwardly. All these years, Nan Ming had been using the Nan family's money to support her. Now that Nan Ming was dead, she naturally reverted to her original state. But this was only the beginning. Besides, she still had money to buy a courtyard. Mingyu instructed, "Hand the 1 million over to the family head. As for the courtyard she vacated, clean it up and rent it out. However, keep a 24-hour watch on this Ganhua. Don't let her live a good life." Mingyu guessed that Ganhua wouldn't willingly accept falling from heaven to hell like this. She might still stir up some trouble. But even if she didn't, as her enemy from both past and present lives, Mingyu wouldn't let her off easy. Les Han asked, "Does this person have a grudge with the young lady?" Mingyu thought for a moment and then told Les Han about how, when she was in the Jiang family and had just been admitted to university, Ganhua had gone to Zhang's parents and persuaded them to sell her to human traffickers, while giving the university spot meant for her to her stepmother to attend. Les Han was furious. This scum. Knowing the evil things Ganhua had done to the young lady, he naturally wouldn't go easy on her. Les Han thought. He couldn't let Ganhua make another move against the young lady. Although it would be more convenient to catch her when she acted, letting someone like that annoy the young lady and waste her time wasn't worth it. Instead, he would take the initiative and destroy her bit by bit. So, using the funds Mingyu had given him, he bribed some thugs and hooligans to harass Ganhua from time to time. Ganhua indeed still planned to cause trouble for Mingyu, but the constant harassment from the thugs drove her mad. She couldn't even live in peace, let alone bother Mingyu. Meanwhile, Mingyu's spiritual sense followed Xinqi back to his home. Seeing Xinqi return, old Master Xin was delighted. "Cheer, you're back. Come quickly, Aunt Xin has made your favorite fried pastries." But he noticed that his grandson wasn't as happy as he had imagined. In fact, the look in his eyes when he glanced at old Master Xin carried resentment. Old Master Xin was puzzled. When had he offended this grandson? Moreover, his grandson's aura seemed much stronger. But after half a year at military school, he must have undergone systematic study and training, which probably enhanced his presence, right? He couldn't help but ask, "Cheer, are you all right?" This grandson had always been clever. He had followed his father in the countryside until he passed the university entrance exam and returned home. He racked his brain but couldn't figure out what he had done to him. Could it be because he had agreed with old Song to let his grandson try things out with Song Jiang'an from the Song family, and his grandson had heard some rumors and was unhappy? "Chio, have you heard something?" Xinqi was sharp. Hearing old Master Shin's words, he keenly caught the implication. "Grandfather, what have you done behind my back again?" "Again?" Old Master Shin pushed his glasses down and looked at Xinqi over the rims. "Do you think I've done something to you before?" Even as he said this, he felt a bit uneasy inside, as if he had indeed made some mistake in the past that wronged this grandson. Xinqi paused, momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 1235, Huelan's Epiphany. Xinqi knew that when he came back that summer, his grandfather, because of Xin Yan's words, had forced him to take out his storage pouch, actually a treasure pouch, for inspection. And coincidentally, his grandfather recognized the storage pouch and demanded he empty its contents for examination. This had triggered the restriction his master had placed on him, not only sealing his memories, but also erasing the memories of his grandfather and Xin Yan from that incident. Therefore, his grandfather had no idea that he had once pressured him and ruined his opportunity. He sighed inwardly and said, "No." Old Master Xin stared fixedly at his grandson. "But your expression says otherwise. Tell me, what misunderstanding do you have about me?"
Shinchi couldn't help but smile bitterly. He hadn't said anything yet, and his grandfather was already calling it a misunderstanding. His grandfather was always so domineering. I didn't want to attend military school, but you forced me to apply. Have you forgotten? He could only use this excuse to brush things off. Old Master Shin naturally knew that his grandson had actually wanted to apply to Kyoto University, but had gone to military school because of his demands. He couldn't help but laugh. You little brat, I made you go to military school so you could carry on my legacy, and you dare to give me attitude? However, he no longer suspected that his grandson knew anything. But this left him unsure how to bring up the matter of Song Jiangnan. Hearing his grandfather's pet phrase, Shinchi almost lost his composure. Was this any way to scold one's grandson? Calling his grandson a little brat was practically calling himself a turtle. And on top of that, calling himself your old man in front of his grandson. This retired grandfather had too much energy to burn and just wanted to curse people, didn't he? Shinchi recalled that before his memories were sealed, he had given his grandfather a vitality pill. It seemed that his improved health was due to that pill. But he hadn't forgotten the words his grandfather had started with. Go ahead, Grandpa. What have you done behind my back that I should know about? Old Master Shin was startled, then thought that since he had to say it sooner or later, he might as well say it now. What could it be? I just found you a little wife. Shinchi's head immediately throbbed. Who did you find for me? Song Jiangnan from the Song family. What do you think? She's a good match for you, isn't she? Song Jiangnan. Old Master Shin said proudly, that's right, Song Jiangnan. That girl is both smart and beautiful, and she almost became the heir of the Song family. Marrying her would definitely make her a great help to you. That old bastard from the Wu family wanted to betroth her to his grandson too, but how could I lose to him? I managed to secure Song Jiangnan first. In truth, old Master Shin felt a bit guilty, because it was actually the Wu family that wanted to betroth Song Jiangnan to Wu Jiangsheng, but Song Jiangnan didn't think much of Wu Jiangshan. That was why the Song family had come to them, hoping to betroth Song Jiangnan to Shinchi. When Shinchi heard that his grandfather had actually arranged a betrothal for him, his face darkened immediately. I don't want it. Whoever arranged the betrothal can marry her themselves. I'm not marrying her. Old Master Shin was so angry his beard bristled. You little brat. Shinchi cut him off. Stop calling me a little brat. I'm your grandson, not a turtle's grandson. Old Master Shin was taken aback, and his face rarely flushed red. Calling his grandson a little brat was practically calling himself a turtle and a bastard, wasn't it? You're old. Shinchi interrupted him again. And don't call yourself your old man in front of me. You're my grandfather, not my father. Chapter 1236, Unwilling to Fall from Heaven to Hell. Old Master Shin was stunned again. Yes, he was a grandfather, not a father. But when he cursed people, he often called them bastard grandson and frequently referred to himself as old man. He forgot he was talking to his grandson and blurted out the words he usually used. Not only did he insult himself, but he also ended up at a disadvantage. I don't care. Your engagement to Song Jiangnan is already settled. You have to marry her. In reality, he had only agreed to let them give it a try, but after being embarrassed by his grandson, he became stubborn. Shinchi, however, knew that old Fox Shin would never commit to anything definitively. But his grandfather's domineering attitude made him very uncomfortable, especially after learning today that he had been forced to reveal his master's information. This made him deeply dissatisfied with old Master Shin. Thus, he shot back coldly. The marriage law stipulates freedom of love and autonomy in marriage. I won't marry Song Jiangnan. If you like her, you can marry her yourself. After all, you're still single. Old Master Shin's old face actually turned red with anger. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm over 70. What marriage would I be getting into? If I dared to remarry, your grandmother would be so furious she'd crawl out of the ground to scold me. Shinchi's expression finally cracked. As domineering as his grandfather was, he had been most afraid of his grandmother when she was alive. Then grandmother loved me the most when she was alive. If she knew you were forcing me to marry a woman I don't like, wouldn't she blame you? Old Master Shin was taken aback. He pondered for a moment, then looked up seriously at Shinchi. Do you really not like Song Jiangnan? That girl has a decent reputation in the circle. Shinchi sneered. A decent reputation? She only gained power by being Nan Mingju's lackey and throwing her weight around in the Song family. Now that Nan Mingju has fallen, she's lost her influence. That's why the Song family wants to marry her off, right? Whoever wants to marry her can go ahead. I don't think much of her. Then who do you have your eye on? Old Master Shin's mind vaguely recalled someone mentioning that Shinchi had someone in his heart. Shinchi's memories had been sealed before, including his feelings for his master. When he saw Mingyu yesterday, he only felt the initial fondness. After his memories were restored, the secret crush he had on Mingyu also returned. Now his heart belonged only to his master. How could he agree to marry someone else?
But he knew that Mingyu was already engaged to Gu Dongxing, so he had no chance at all. Thus, he flatly denied it, no one. But old Master Shin was an old fox. How could he miss the determination in his grandson's eyes? He sighed and stopped mentioning Song Jiang'an. Fortunately, he had only agreed to let them try and hadn't made any promises to old man Song. Just as the awkward silence set in, an orderly came to report, "The eldest young lady is back." Old Master Shin's brows immediately furrowed. Why is she back? But then he wondered why he felt such uncontrollable anger whenever his eldest granddaughter returned. Meanwhile, Shin-Chi's expression turned icy cold at the news of Xin Yan's return. He remembered that it was because of his elder sister's disrespect and bullying toward his master that he had been forced to have his memories sealed for half a year, leaving his cultivation far behind his fellow disciples. If not for everyone's pleas, he might not have been allowed back into his master's sect. Thus, his disgust for Xinyan was beyond ordinary. As soon as Xinyan entered the Shin residence, she sensed a wave of aversion. What shocked her was that this aversion came from her grandfather, who had always doted on her, and her younger brother, whom she had raised since childhood. Chapter 1237, Because You Climbed the Social Ladder. Xinyan didn't know why, but half a year ago, her grandfather had forbidden her from returning to her family home. Whenever she came back, he would always drive her away. She thought hard, but couldn't figure out what she had done wrong. The only thing she could recall was that this situation seemed to have started after she went to the county closest to her father's post to pick up her younger brother. Could it be that she had offended her brother? So, when she heard that her brother was home on break, she rushed back immediately, hoping that her younger brother could help her understand why her grandfather disliked her so much and find the root of the problem that kept her from being allowed home. But she had only just arrived at her family home, hadn't even said a word, and yet the look her grandfather shot her was already full of disgust. Although she had no idea where her grandfather's disgust toward her came from, she had grown accustomed to it over the past 6 months. But why was her brother, the one she had hoped would help resolve this issue, also looking at her with disgust? And it seemed his disgust was even stronger than their grandfather's? Good heavens, what was going on? When had she offended her family? "Grandfather, how are you feeling?" She forced a smile and asked patiently. Old Master Shin actually rolled his eyes. "If you hadn't come back, I'd feel better." Xinyan couldn't even muster the energy to get angry. She turned to Shin-Chi. "Shin-Chi, you're back. It must have been tough studying at the military academy for half a year." Shin-Chi rolled his eyes skyward. "I'm standing right here, so of course I'm back." Then, looking disdainfully at Xinyan, he added, "Can't you see that no one here welcomes you? Why are you even back?" Xinyan was furious. "You, grandfather, look, Shin-Chi is bullying me." Old Master Shin glanced at her indifferently. "I don't see him bullying you. You're just blind. I told you not to come back, but you insisted." Xinyan nearly choked on her anger. Was this her grandfather? Her brother? Was she sure they weren't her enemies? Mingyu, observing through her spiritual sense, understood the situation clearly. Sure enough, Xinyan had become the most despised person in the eyes of old Master Shin and Shin-Chi. Xinyan, angered by her grandfather's harshness, demanded, "Grandfather, what did I do wrong? Why are you treating me like this?" Old Master Shin frowned for a long time, unable to come up with an answer, and finally replied, "I just find you annoying." Xinyan was on the verge of tears. She turned to Shin-Chi. "And you, my dear brother? What did I do to make you hate me?" Shin-Chi raised a finger. "Because you climbed the social ladder." Climbing the social ladder was exactly what Xinyan had once accused Mingyu of doing. Xinyan pointed at herself. "Are you talking about me? Climbing the social ladder? Are you sure you're not talking about yourself?" Shin-Chi frowned. "What do you mean by that?" Xinyan snorted. "You think I don't know where you went yesterday? You went to see the young lady of the Nan family. What, now that you've clung to her, you look down on your sister?" Old Master Shin's brow furrowed tightly at the mention of the young lady of the Nan family. He had heard that Song Jiang and had once latched onto the young lady of the Nan family, but later, rumors spread that she was a fake. Because of that, when she lost her influence, the Song family, which had originally planned to make her a candidate for family heir, turned her into a tool for a political marriage. But now, Xinyan was saying that her brother had clung to the young lady of the Nan family? If he had been with the young lady of the Nan family yesterday, did that mean his grandson knew the real one? Chapter 1238. Why did she come back? Old Master Shin looked at his grandson and asked, "Cheer, do you know the legitimate eldest daughter of the Nan family?" Shin-Chi hesitated for a moment before nodding. "She was my classmate in high school." Xinyan immediately leaned in eagerly. "Little brother, are you serious? The legitimate eldest daughter of the Nan family is your classmate." Shin-Chi really wanted to say that this legitimate eldest daughter of the Nan family was not only his classmate, but also the woman his sister had called a social climber and guarded against like a thief. But he only nodded. Yes. He really didn't want to talk to Xinyan. Having such a snobbish sister made him feel like his whole life had turned bleak. Xinyan clapped her hands. "Really?
That's great. The eldest daughter of the Nan family is actually your classmate? You didn't come straight home after your holiday yesterday, were you with her? Were you with her last night too? Hearing this, Shin-chi immediately got angry. Shin-yen, do you even know what respect means? Shin-yen curled her lips. I'm just stating a fact. Do you have to react so strongly? So, I'm right and that's why you're feeling guilty. Shin-chi said furiously, I was with Wu Jiangxing all day yesterday. If you don't believe me, feel free to call him and confirm. How dare you say such nonsense? Is your mouth growing out of place? Seeing her brother angry, Shin-yen was about to argue when she suddenly felt an immense pressure bearing down on her, like a mountain pressing on her back, making it impossible for her to speak. Her face looked as if she had seen a ghost, her eyes darting between old Master Shin and Shin-chi. The pressure on her grew heavier and heavier until she could no longer bear it and fell to her knees with a thud. Shin-chi found it strange that she had suddenly stopped talking. His eldest sister wasn't the type to give up so easily. Turning his head, he noticed that his sister, even in the middle of winter, had sweat on her face, and it was about to form into beads and drip down. You. His eyes showed confusion, but he quickly understood. Master was punishing Shin-yen. Recalling the words Shin-yen had said earlier, Shin-chi felt furious. How dare she insinuate that he had been with Master last night? While it was technically true, he hadn't been alone with Master. He had been with Master, Wu Jiangxing, Xiaoyu, Huilan, Shuiyu, and Zifeng, 7 people in total. Moreover, the way she said together twisted the meaning. The whole night, everyone had been cultivating. There was no being together in the way she implied. But the way his sister put it made it sound highly ambiguous. If her words got out, he could endure it, but how could he let Master's reputation be tarnished? Old Master Shin also noticed his granddaughter's unusual state. He had seen experts before. The way his granddaughter was acting clearly meant she had offended someone powerful. Thinking back to what his granddaughter had just said, if twisted, it could ruin someone's reputation. Even though she had only said it at home, who knew if she would repeat it outside? Given her personality, if she managed to pry out that her brother was friends with the eldest daughter of the Nan family, she might say anything outside to elevate her own status. Thus, seeing his granddaughter in this state, old Master Shin knelt down with a thud. Please forgive her, esteemed one. I will punish my granddaughter immediately and ensure she never speaks recklessly again. Then he shouted at his grandson, kneel down quickly and plead for your sister. But Shin-chi stood still. She was just trying to ruin my reputation. I won't plead for her. Mingyu suddenly realized that this was 1981. If Shin-yan's words got out, the consequences would be severe for both men and women. Was this Shin-yan a pro at sabotaging her brother? Chapter 1239, Climbing Up to the Nan family's eldest daughter and Forgetting Your Own Sister. Mingyu sighed. Back in August, it was precisely because Shin-yan had spoken recklessly, blaming her for pestering her brother and even falsely accusing her of trying to climb the social ladder, that Mingyu, in a fit of anger, told Shin-chi their master-disciple relationship was over. It was also because of him that Shin-chi was interrogated by his grandfather, leading him to leak secrets and suffer backlash from the restriction in his sea of consciousness, sealing his memory. This also caused him to stop cultivating for half a year, falling far behind his fellow disciples. Her brother had only just received her forgiveness yesterday, regained his cultivation method, and re-entered the ancient martial arts path. Yet she dared to say such things again. Although, in her view, her brother gaining an advantage with the Nan family's eldest daughter was a wonderful thing, she completely ignored how her words could easily ruin the reputations of 2 young people. This was truly a case of professionally sabotaging her own brother. At this moment, Shin-yan, oppressed by Mingyu's aura, had turned pale. She still couldn't move and could only cast pleading glances at Shin-chi. But Shin-chi didn't even look at her. She had harmed him once in August, and now she was harming him a second time, twice in half a year. Why would he bother with her? Seeing the situation now, it was clearly his master punishing her. How could he possibly plead for her? At the same time, he was secretly shocked. His master had arrived, yet he hadn't sensed her at all. Without even showing herself, she had made his elder sister suffer terribly. His master was truly formidable. Mingyu saw that Shin-yan's clothes were soaked with sweat and finally let her off, but she still transmitted a message into her ear. If you speak recklessly again, I won't be lenient next time. Who? Shin-yan heard the voice in her ear but saw no one and panic set in. She tried to stand up but lunged forward too abruptly, hitting her mouth on the corner of the table in front of her. A tooth was knocked out and she screamed in pain. But neither old Master Shin nor Shin-chi stepped forward to comfort her. Although Shin-chi suspected his master had arrived, he hadn't seen her and didn't know if she wanted him to reveal her presence. So he could only pretend not to know. But when he heard Shin-yan shout "Who?", he realized his master must have transmitted a message to her, and he began looking around as well. Even old Master Shin nervously scanned the surroundings. Would the expert show herself?
Mingyu didn't appear. Instead, she transmitted a message to Shinchi. Shinchi, your sister still has the same old problem. Seeing Shinchi searching around, she transmitted again. Don't look for me. I'm about to leave. I only came to see if you made it home safely, but I ended up overhearing your sister's words. It seems I shouldn't show myself, or your sister will say even worse things. If they ask, you can tell them my identity and that you've been cultivating with me, but don't say I'm your master. She had just punished Xinyan, so Shinchi would surely need to explain to old Master Shin. As the eldest daughter of the Nan family, she wasn't afraid of them knowing her relationship with Shinchi. After all, the Nan family was already part of the ancient martial world, even a cultivation clan, though most in the family now knew little about it due to the scarcity of cultivators. Shinchi looked up and shouted, "Big sister." But Mingyu had already withdrawn her divine sense. She sighed inwardly. Indeed, large families always had their problems, unlike smaller households where relationships were simpler. Seeing that his master never appeared, Shinchi felt deeply frustrated and roared at Xinyan, "You've driven my master away. Are you happy now?" Chapter 1240, A Master at Setting Up His Brother. Old Master Shin asked curiously, "Who is your eldest sister?" Shinchi lowered his head. "It's the eldest daughter of the Nan family. We all call her eldest sister." "She came to our house and you didn't know?" Old Master Shin asked. Shinchi shook his head. "Actually, I had invited her to visit my home before, but because in August, when Xinyan went to Xiangyang County to pick me up, she saw her and scolded her for trying to climb the social ladder, even taking out 1,000 yuan to make her leave me. So, she said she needed to think it over. But I never expected that she would come later and end up hearing those outrageous words from eldest sister." Old Master Shin was taken aback, then understood. The eldest daughter of the Nan family had come, but her timing was unfortunate. She had been driven away by his granddaughter's reckless words. This was the eldest daughter of the Nan family. A person others couldn't even invite had come, only to be driven off by his own granddaughter. Moreover, after hearing Shinchi's words, he suddenly realized that back in August, he had also flown into a rage at Xinyan, driven her away and ordered that she never return. No. If his granddaughter had merely been snobbish and offended one of Shinchi's classmates, he wouldn't have been so furious as to forbid her from coming back to the Shin family. He could sense that a piece of his memory was missing, as if he had forgotten something important. And even with that missing memory, he still deeply disliked Xinyan. That was definitely abnormal. The Nan family. That's right, the Nan family was a mysterious clan, home to extraordinary people. Thinking back to how Xinyan had just been punished, his eyes suddenly lit up. That eldest daughter of the Nan family was definitely no ordinary person. He suddenly asked, "Did you become her disciple?" Shinchi was startled and quickly denied it. No, but his grandson's denial only made old Master Shin more certain of one fact. His grandson had once become the disciple of the Nan family's eldest daughter. He then recalled that his grandson had delayed his return during summer break, likely studying under her. And the one sent to pick him up was that snobbish Xinyan. With her shallow nature, she had probably insulted the Nan family's eldest daughter as some country girl trying to climb the social ladder. But the first to be punished wouldn't have been Xinyan, it would have been Shinchi. In other words, Xinyan had ruined a great opportunity for Shinchi. That was the main reason he had driven Xinyan out of the Shin family in August and forbidden her from ever coming back. If Mingyu knew what old Master Shin was thinking, she would find him truly terrifying, able to deduce the truth from just a few clues. Having pieced everything together, old Master Shin turned and gave Xinyan a cold look. "Leave. There's no need for you to come back anymore." Xinyan, already weak from being suppressed and drenched in sweat, looked at her grandfather in disbelief. "Grandfather, even if I said the wrong thing, does it warrant this?" In the past, her grandfather had never liked her either, always driving her away with cold words whenever she returned. But this was the first time he had spoken with such finality, telling her never to come back. And she had a feeling that before, she could always stay by arguing and making a scene. But from now on, she truly might never be able to return to her maiden home. Old Master Shin sighed. "Wasn't the lesson you just learned enough? Go back to your own home. And from now on, watch your words. Otherwise, if you keep this up, even your parents won't be able to protect you." Xinyan, who had just managed to stand, collapsed again. Her husband's family had always been a pack of wolves, eager to drain her dry. Without the support of her maiden family, what standing would she have left in her marital home? Chapter 1241, Your sister still has her old problem. Mingyu was just about to see how old Master Shin would handle Xinyan when she heard the phone ring. So, after sending a telepathic message to Shinchi, she withdrew her spiritual sense and stopped paying attention to his side. Leshan reported to Mingyu that something had happened to Ganhua. More precisely, something had happened to Ganhua's son. The teacher had called the neighborhood office to notify Ganhua that her son had gotten into a fight at school and that she needed to come to the school immediately.
When she arrived, she found her son with a swollen, bruised face and became frantic. "Son, who beat you like this, huh?" Her son kept his head down and said nothing. She then turned to the teacher and lashed out, "Teacher, I sent my son to the school. How do you manage things here? Letting someone beat my son like this?" The homeroom teacher sighed at her outburst and said, "You're Gon Cheng's parent, right? Don't get upset first, because someone else is even more upset than you." Gon Hua was puzzled. Her son had been beaten. Who could be more upset than her? Was someone injured even worse than her son? She looked around but saw no other injured person except for blood on the ground. That blood, however, made her heart uneasy. "Teacher." Just then, a group of people walked in from outside the school. The middle-aged man leading them went straight to the homeroom teacher. "Teacher Zhou, I asked you earlier to find Gon Cheng's parent. Have they come?" The teacher looked at Gon Hua, and the middle-aged man followed his gaze to her. "Are you Gon Cheng's parent?" Gon Hua felt uneasy. It wasn't the teacher who had called her here, it was another student's parent. The teacher introduced them. "This is Mr. Zhang, father of Zhang Xiao. And this is Ms. Gon, mother of Gon Cheng." Zhang Zhao's father stared directly at Gon Hua. "Good, you're here. Your son injured my son. The other injuries aren't serious, but he hurt the back of his head. He was sent to the hospital just now. The doctor said it's uncertain whether he'll wake up. For surgery, local doctors don't dare operate. They'd need to bring in a foreign expert. First, you need to pay 30,000 yuan in hospitalization fees. That's just the initial cost. There will definitely be more expenses later. So, I won't argue with you about anything else right now. First, give me the money so my son can have surgery. Also, have your son come and attend to my son at the hospital until he's fully recovered." Gon Hua nearly fainted. She swung her hand to hit her son. "I sent you to school to study, and you go fighting instead? Where am I supposed to get the money to pay for this?" Gon Cheng dodged and shouted, "They started it." Zhang Zhao's father sneered. "You say my son started it, but the other students all saw it." "They say you started it." Gon Cheng's eyes darted around. "It's because he insulted me." Zhang Zhao's father asked coldly, "What did he call you?" Gon Cheng gritted his teeth. "He called me a bastard." From childhood to adulthood, what Gon Cheng hated most was being called a bastard, because he had no father. He had been bullied for it his whole life. He could tolerate other insults, but not being called a bastard. Today, while running, he accidentally brushed against Zhang Zhao's arm. It didn't hurt him, and he didn't fall, but Zhang Xiao pointed at him and blurted out, "This bastard bumps into someone and just walks away." Gon Cheng couldn't hold back. He turned around and punched Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao naturally fought back, getting up and lunging at him. They tussled, and the other students couldn't pull them apart. Somehow, when Gon Cheng shoved him hard, Zhang Xiao fell onto a rock. By sheer coincidence, the back of his head hit the stone, and he lost consciousness on the spot. Gon Cheng was stunned. Chapter 1242, Really can't go back to her parental home. When the classmates saw that something serious had happened, they immediately reported it to the teacher. The teacher sent Zhang Xiao to the hospital while calling both sets of parents. However, only Zhang Zhao's parents could be reached. The phone number left for Gon Cheng's parents was for their old courtyard, but they had already moved away, so they couldn't be contacted at first. Later, it was only because Zhang Zhao's parents demanded that the school find Gon Cheng's parents that the homeroom teacher called the street office. Learning that she had moved, the teacher asked someone to fetch Gon Hua to the street office, and only then was the call successfully made. Therefore, by the time Gon Hua arrived at the school, Zhang Zhao's parents had already returned from the hospital. When Zhang Zhao's father heard that Gon Cheng claimed his son had started the name-calling, he naturally refused to accept it. Snorting, he said, "Was my son wrong? Is your mother married? Do you have a father? You've never even seen your father, you're nothing but a bastard." Hearing Zhang Zhao's father call her son a bastard to his face, Gon Hua jumped 3 feet high. "How dare you call my son a bastard? I'll fight you," she shouted as she lunged at Zhang Zhao's father. Unexpectedly, Zhang Zhao's father simply lifted his foot and gave her a light kick, sending her flying. He said coldly, "With such a vicious temper, no wonder you gave birth to such a ruthless son. Believe it or not, even if I kick you to death today, it would be self-defense." Gon Hua was stunned. Instead of getting up, she sat on the ground and began to cry. "I'm so miserable. My husband died young, and I'm bullied with no one to turn to. Now I'm being extorted for 30,000 in medical fees for no reason." Zhang Zhao's father sneered. "Don't bother putting on that act of crying, making a scene, or threatening suicide. Your son beat my son so badly, he was hospitalized. No matter how you argue, you'll have to pay the medical bills. And it's not just this 30,000, there's also the follow-up treatment, and we don't know how much that will cost yet. Besides, your son knocked my son unconscious. It's only right for him to serve and take care of my son. And don't try to put on a show for me. I know you have money. I just checked, you live at number 14 Old Ma Hutong, and that courtyard is under your name. Sell it, and you'll have the money." Ganhua wanted to speak, but was choked off. He even knew where she lived, how could she deny it? Back when Nan Ming was still alive and serving as the Nan family steward, she had plenty of money. Even the original Jiang Mingyu, now Nan Mingyu, she could have crushed with money, forcing her, the true eldest daughter of the Nan family, to humbly admit she wasn't a Nan family member. But now, the 1 million Ganhua had previously taken from Nan Ming had been given to Nan Mingyu, and then Nan Mingyu, using Nan Ming's account records, had extorted another million from her. Now, she had very little money left. After being driven out of her old courtyard and spending 60,000 to buy that small courtyard, she had less than 10,000 on her. Yet, she had still bought it. Ganhua had actually seen the direction of reform and opening up. The process of privatization would inevitably increase the number of non-state-owned, non-collective workers in the city. Those people couldn't get housing from their work units and had nowhere to buy homes, so they would have to rent. She and her son were only 2 people, but the courtyard she bought, the single entrance, was large enough. 3 main rooms with 2 side rooms, 6 east-west wing rooms, and 4 inverted rooms, 14 rooms in total. Her plan was to rent them out. She had bought this small courtyard as a foundation for her son's future. How could she possibly sell this courtyard and destroy her own hope? Chapter 1243. You are always a bastard. Want me to sell the courtyard? No way. Ganhua shouted. If you won't sell it, that's fine too. But if you don't have the money to pay for my son's surgery, that courtyard belongs to me. Zhang Zhao's father was also a tough one. Dream on. Ganhua stood up abruptly, clenching her fists as she yelled at Zhang Zhao's father, so you're after my courtyard. Everyone look. This man is a robber, trying to extort my family's courtyard. The homeroom teacher didn't even know what to say. Your son injured someone else's son, and all they're asking is for you to cover the medical expenses. That's already being reasonable. You want to throw a tantrum? Zhang Zhao's father ordered the people behind him, take Gancheng to serve my son first, then seal off number 14, Old Horse Alley. Only then did Ganhua realize that Zhang Zhao's father had brought several men with him. They immediately moved to grab Gancheng. Gancheng started crying. I don't want to. I don't want to serve your son. Mom, save me. Save me. Ganhua was both terrified and furious. No. You can't do this. Seeing that she couldn't stop Zhang Zhao's father, she turned and shouted at the homeroom teacher, Teacher, you can't let them take my son. Although the homeroom teacher felt that Ganhua had brought this on herself, he still stopped Zhang Zhao's father. Don't rush to take the boy away. These 2 boys have a conflict. If you force him to serve Zhang Xiao, he probably won't be willing. The teacher glanced at Zhang Zhao's father, then nodded toward Gancheng, hinting that since Gancheng and Zhang Xiao had bad blood, letting Gancheng serve Zhang Xiao could be dangerous if he attacked Zhang Xiao when no one from the Zhang family was around. Would Zhang Zhao's father actually let Gancheng serve his son? Saying he wanted Gancheng to serve his son was just an excuse to take him. Zhang Zhao's father finally stopped and looked at the teacher. Then tell me, teacher, what should we do? Let me be clear, I can't keep delaying my son's surgery, so the money issue must be resolved today. The homeroom teacher suggested, I recommend that Ms. Gan first pay the hospital so they can proceed with the surgery. If she really has no money, then mortgage the courtyard to Mr. Zhang, and let Mr. Zhang cover the surgery costs first. As for making Gancheng serve Zhang Xiao, let's change it to the Zhang family hiring someone to take care of Zhang Xiao, with Ms. Gan covering the cost. What do you think? Zhang Zhao's father hesitated for a moment, then agreed. Since the teacher is being so responsible, I'll agree, but... He glanced at Ganhua. I have one condition. I'll give you 1 month. If you can't come up with the 30,000 yuan for the surgery within a month, your courtyard is mine. Ganhua protested. That's not right. My courtyard cost 60,000 to buy, and I spent another 10,000 on repairs. I paid 60,000 for that courtyard, and your medical expenses are only 30,000. You want my whole courtyard for that? Zhang Zhao's father sneered. Are Ms. Gan's ears working properly? I said the surgery costs 30,000, not the total medical expenses. The medical bills, plus follow-up treatment and labor costs, won't be less than 20,000. Taking your 60,000 yuan courtyard, is that too much? The homeroom teacher urged Ganhua, Gancheng's mother, I suggest you agree to Mr. Zhang's terms. At the very least, your son won't be taken away to serve Zhang Xiao, right? Hearing this, Gancheng immediately looked at his mother, hoping she would agree. He really didn't want to humiliate himself by serving Zhang Xiao. Seeing the pleading look in her son's eyes, Ganhua had no other choice at this point. Fine, I agree. Luckily, the courtyard was only being mortgaged temporarily, not taken away permanently. As long as she could scrape together 50,000 within a month, it would be fine. But with Nan Ming dead and Nan Mingzhu gone, who in the Nan family could she turn to for money? Chapter 1244. Don't want to sell the courtyard. Minyu never dreamed that Ganhua would come to borrow money from her. Could it be that she had discovered that the person behind the incident forcing her son to pay compensation was one of Mingyu's subordinates?
Yes, the early stages of the incident between Gong Cheng and Zheng Xiao were not orchestrated by Les Han, but after the victim was sent to the hospital, Les Han found out and manipulated everything that followed. In reality, after being admitted to the hospital, Zheng Zhao's condition was extremely critical. His father, who had only this one son, was so anxious that he nearly collapsed himself. Les Han could have simply stood by and let Zheng Xiao die, which would have sent Gong Cheng to juvenile detention, dealing an even heavier blow to Gong Hua. But after consulting with Mingyu, Les Han received her instructions. This person had to be saved, but not for free. He said to Zhang Zhao's father, "Your son's current condition, the hospital will likely struggle to save him. Even if he doesn't die, he'll end up a vegetable. I can save your son, but you must do as I say." Zhang Zhao's father had already heard from the doctors that Zheng Zhao's injuries were too precise, making recovery unlikely, and even if he survived, he would probably become a vegetable. This was because craniotomy surgery often left many aftereffects, such as prolonged coma, hemiplegia, aphasia, epilepsy, and so on. It was said that a certain foreign expert was highly skilled in craniotomy and could reduce postoperative complications, but hiring such an expert was extremely expensive. Thus, when Zhang Zhao's father heard that Les Han could save his son, he naturally clung to this lifeline. "Fine, as long as you can save my son, I'll do whatever you say." So, Zhang Zhao's father transferred his son to a private hospital under the Nan family, and then Les Han contributed the life-saving pill Mingyu had given him, the Huichun pill. This was no ordinary healing pill. It was the kind that could sell for 1 million per pill at auctions in Hong Kong. Sure enough, after taking the Huichun pill, Zhang Xiao woke up in less than an hour, putting his father completely at ease. What followed was Zhang Zhao's father returning to the school to put on an act with Gong Hua. Although his son had woken up, without Les Han, he would have either died or become a vegetable. So, he truly hated Gong Cheng and naturally had no good impression of Gong Hua either. He felt no burden in tormenting these two mother and son. Seeing Zhang Zhao's father drive Gong Hua up the wall, Les Han was also pleased. Finally, he had vented some anger for the young lady. But he never expected that Gong Hua would still have the nerve to go borrow money from the young lady. Gong Hua pleaded with Mingyu, "Young lady, no matter what, I have been serving the Nan family all along, barely counting as a member of it. Please, young lady, lend me $50,000 to get through this crisis. I will always remember your great kindness." At first, Mingyu wondered if Gong Hua had found out that she was the one behind it all, but judging by her demeanor and words, she didn't seem to know the truth. Moreover, Les Han had told her that after using his own Huichun pill on the injured boy, Mingyu had given him another one. In effect, the Huichun pill used on that boy had come from Mingyu. This Huichun pill was something Mingyu had refined herself, but its efficacy was far from ordinary. It was said that at auctions in Hong Kong, a single Huichun pill could sell for 1 million, while the instant-acting Huichun Dan cost $100 million per pill. Although Mingyu had gained 10 points of merit from this, far outweighing the value of the Huichun pill that had nothing to do with Gong Hua. Chapter 1245, Where to Get Money. Mingyu coldly stared at Gong Hua. "Gong Hua, you've harmed me before, and yet you still dare to come and ask me for money. Do you think I'm too easygoing? Should I also retaliate against you harshly?" Gong Hua trembled under Mingyu's icy gaze, but having reached a dead end, she felt that Nan Mingyu was her last hope. She thought this girl's heart was ultimately a bit soft. If she begged earnestly, she might be able to get her help. "Miss, I was blind before. I didn't know you were the true young lady. I apologize for what I did back then. Please be magnanimous and don't hold my past actions against me. Show mercy and save me this once." It could only be said that Gong Hua's understanding of Nan Mingyu was far too shallow. She still thought of Mingyu as the girl who, for her 1 million yuan, agreed to admit at a press conference that she wasn't a member of the Nan family. She didn't know that her current predicament was Mingyu's revenge against her. "Sorry, but even Confucius said, if you repay kindness with kindness, then what will you repay evil with? You know what you've done to me, and yet you still dare to come to me for help. I'm already being generous by not kicking you while you're down. Get lost." Just as Les Han was about to drag her out, Gong Hua shouted, "I have a secret. I know a secret about Nan Ming's mother's relatives. It's worth 50,000 yuan. Minyu's heart skipped a beat at the mention of Nan Ming's mother's relatives. She did need that secret, but would she buy it with money? The answer was no. Mingyu had heard that Nan Ming's mother was a female spy. To infiltrate and stay by old Master Nan's side, she killed the peasant girl who was caring for him, impersonated her, stole old Master Nan's sperm, and impregnated herself to give birth to Nan Ming. Fearing exposure, she deliberately lured enemies to kill the peasant girl's entire family. Later, she used her son Nan Ming to threaten old Master Nan with a scandal, clashing with Nan Ming's 7-month pregnant wife, causing her to miscarry and become permanently infertile.
Enraged, old Master Nan captured the female spy and handed her over to the organization. The truth was uncovered, clearing old Master Nan's name. The wife, who hated the woman for killing her child and nearly destroying her family, requested to execute the spy herself. At that time, a comrade and his wife had both died in battle, leaving behind a son less than a month old. Since he was a collateral relative of the Nan family, old Master Nan brought him home and raised him as his own son, publicly claiming Nan Ming was the comrade's child. When Nan Ming grew up, he mistakenly believed old Master Nan had abandoned his mother and that the wife had killed her out of jealousy. Thus, he saw the Nan family as enemies, even planning to kill old Master Nan's other descendants and take control of the family. This was why Nan Ming allied with Nan Gong, causing Mingyu, the true daughter of the Nan family, to grow up homeless and nearly die multiple times. But who had made Nan Ming mistakenly believe this? He had never revealed it. During the Nan family's interrogation, though he was sentenced to death, they only wanted his life, not his soul, so they couldn't perform a soul search on him. A soul search would shatter his spirit, leaving him without an afterlife, or if he had one, he'd be an idiot. Chapter 1246, Cannot Save for Free. Nan Gong was unaware of old Master Nan's situation. He could not allow Nan Ming to mistakenly believe that old Master Nan had abandoned his mother. Therefore, the only remaining avenue was Nan Ming's maternal relatives. Among those relatives, Nan Ming's maternal elders were too old to risk their safety for the sake of gaining merit, so it had to be someone of the same generation. Among Nan Ming's maternal peers, the women were primarily focused on their families, leaving only the men. The relative most likely to be close to Nan Ming, Mingyu speculated, was Nan Ming's maternal uncle. The secret Ganhua wanted to reveal was likely related to this uncle of Nan Ming's. However, the relationship between Ganhua and Nan Ming was merely one of mutual exploitation. If it were truly a secret, how could Nan Ming have told Ganhua? Yes, Ganhua was not Nan Ming's real lover. She was merely a lover he used to deceive outsiders, covering up the fact that he had retracted his genitals into his abdomen. Her relationship with Nan Ming had never truly reached that level. Thus, Mingyu was certain that even if Ganhua had some secrets, they were obtained by chance, overheard or glimpsed, and she knew very little. Mingyu looked at Ganhua. Tell me. Let me see if it's worth 50,000 yuan. Ganhua shook her head. If I tell you, what if you don't pay me? You have to give me the money first before I speak. Mingyu said coldly, say it if you want. If not, forget it. Ganhua refused to give up. I don't believe you're not curious about Nan Ming's mother's secret. Mingyu sneered. It's nothing more than Nan Ming's uncle brainwashing him into targeting the Nan family. Besides that, what other secret could you have? Do you know where Nan Ming's uncle is, so you can take me to catch him? Ganhua was stunned. Mingyu had already said it before she even spoke. Was this still a secret? No wonder Mingyu showed no interest in her secret. Seeing Ganhua's expression, Mingyu knew her guess was correct. What? Aside from Nan Ming being manipulated by his uncle into treating the Nan family as enemies, do you have another secret? If you know where Nan Ming's uncle is now, tell me. Once I verify it, I'll give you 50,000. How could Ganhua possibly know where Nan Ming's uncle was? Thus, after hesitating for a moment, seeing no hope of Mingyu lending her money, she left dejectedly. Mingyu instructed Les Han, keep an eye on her. Don't let her do something desperate. Les Han agreed and left, while Mingyu sank into deep thought. Her targets for revenge were, first, Zhang's father and mother and Jiang Huayu. All three were already dead, so that score was settled. The second target was the human trafficking ring. Now, the fourth, fifth, and sixth members had been dealt with by the law, leaving only the leader, Long-Air, and the third member. But these people had gone into hiding and couldn't be found for now. As for the Zhou brothers and their mother, she would see how things played out. If they didn't commit further evil, she would let it go. The third target was the Nan family backing Zhang's side, Nan Ming. But after investigating Nan Ming, she discovered there was also Nan Gong behind him. Now Nan Ming was dead, and Nan Gong had been crippled by his father and bitten by the dragon head, so he would surely be sentenced to death. But now it seemed she should add another enemy, Nan Ming's uncle. In Mingyu's view, if not for Nan Ming's uncle, Nan Ming would not have come to hate the Nan family. Without that hatred, he would not have become Nan Gong's weapon against her. Moreover, Nan Ming's mother, following her brother's instructions, had tried to infiltrate her grandfather's side, also aiming to harm her family. Thus, tracing back to the root, Nan Ming's uncle was the deepest hidden enemy. Chapter 1247, Your Secret Isn't Worth $50,000. Mingyu understood that Nan Ming's uncle intended to control the Nan family through Nan Ming. But now Nan Ming had been taken down by the Nan family, more precisely, taken down by her and then killed by the Nan family. Thus, Nan Ming's uncle, hiding somewhere unknown, would likely seek revenge against her for Nan Ming's death.
A person who wanted to control the Nan family was definitely no simple figure. However, Mingyu quickly dismissed her own worries as excessive. If he wasn't simple, was she simple herself? As a golden core cultivator, she didn't even fear the old monster who had possessed Jiang Huayu. Why should she be afraid of some Nanming's uncle? If it was a boil, it would eventually come to a head. If he didn't show himself, fine. But if he dared to surface, she could wipe him out in one fell swoop and avenge both her past and present lives. Just as Mingyu was about to turn and leave, she heard a voice. "Miss, I'm back." The person arriving was Les Wei, whom Mingyu had sent to investigate Gue Xiaofeng, the best friend who had harmed her future mother-in-law. "Have you found out about Gue Xiaofeng's situation?" "Yes, Mississippi." Les Wei handed a stack of documents to Mingyu. Mingyu quickly skimmed through the materials. They were very detailed, covering everything from Gue Xiaofeng's early days as a literary and artistic soldier who almost had to leave the military, to her later retention in the army, and her marriage, arranged by Yang Meiying, to a 40-year-old local high-ranking official who was Yang Meiying's brother's superior. Because of the large age gap, the official doted on Gue Xiaofeng, giving her almost everything she wanted. Moreover, over the past 20 years, the official had risen even higher in rank. Though now 60 years old, he still hadn't retired. As a result, Gue Xiaofeng had always lived a high-profile life. Yang Meiying's brother had been a radical during the Great Movement. After it ended, many who had risen to power through such means fell from grace, but Yang Chengxiang remained firmly in his official position. The reason was that this high-ranking official served as his protective umbrella. Mingyu frowned. No wonder Gu Ming had forbidden Gu Mingxing from interfering and avenging his mother. So Gue Xiaofeng had such a powerful backer. To move against Gue Xiaofeng, that high-ranking official would certainly not allow it. But trying to take down that official first would violate the Cultivators' Alliance regulations. Once a mortal official reached a certain level, cultivators couldn't easily act against them unless there was solid proof that the official had struck first. Otherwise, the Dragon Group would surely cause trouble. Thus, moving against that high-ranking official was out of the question. Seeing Mingyu frown, Les Wei handed over another stack of documents. These are that high-ranking official's criminal evidence. Mingyu looked at the materials and couldn't help but smile. This official had committed so many crimes. Well, she couldn't act against him herself, but others could. With this evidence, why would she worry about not bringing him down? Have you looked into who that official's enemy is? Les Wei quickly nodded. Yes, Mississippi. He handed over another document. Mingyu glanced at it and was delighted. This official's mortal enemy was a high-ranking official she knew to be very righteous. If she handed over Gue Xiaofeng's backers' criminal evidence to him, that official would surely bring him down. Mingyu was very satisfied with Le Shui's competence. Not bad, not bad. What reward do you want? Le Shui's eyes lit up. Anything? Mingyu glanced at him. What do you think? Les Wei immediately put on a pitiful expression. I want to stay by Mrs. side. Although he had become Mingyu's shadow guard, she usually didn't take him out. Only on occasions like this did she call on him. Is that all you want? Mingyu asked, puzzled. Chapter 1248. He is the deepest hidden enemy. Le Shui didn't know if his request was a bit excessive, and said timidly, yes, I just want to stay by the eldest Mrs. side. Mingyu nodded. If you can deliver these criminal materials about Gue Xiaofeng's backer to his mortal enemy without alerting anyone, then you can stay by my side from now on. Le Shui's martial arts skills were not as good as Le Shan's, but he was excellent at light kung fu and very clever. For example, this time, when she sent him to investigate Gue Xiaofeng's situation, he not only looked into Gue Xiaofeng, but also her backer, and even uncovered that backer's mortal enemy. She really needed someone as sharp as Lu Shui by her side. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui immediately became delighted. Yes, eldest miss, I guarantee I'll complete the task. His martial arts were lacking, but his light kung fu and stealth skills were formidable. This task wasn't difficult for him. Mingyu suddenly thought of something else. Judging from her future father-in-law Gu Ming's expression that day, he definitely wouldn't let Gue Xiaofeng off either. He had probably started investigating as well. So she added, no need to rush. This person must be deeply hidden, and it'll be hard to find problems quickly. But maybe the New Year period is the best time to investigate. Go and check it out during the New Year. Mingyu then took out the invisibility talisman her father had given him last time. I'll give you an invisibility talisman, but it's best if you don't use it. Once you do, this test of yours will be considered a failure, understand? After Le Shui left, Mingyu pressed her brow. There had been so many things happening these past few days. Having barely slept the night before, though she wasn't tired, she felt it would be better to rest as usual. Just as she was about to go back to her room to relax, she suddenly remembered that the courtyard her father had given her hadn't been reclaimed yet. She had said back then to let them move out within 10 days. Today was exactly the 10th day, and she wondered if they had moved out on time.
Early that morning, Mengyu went to the courtyard her grandmother had left for her father, ready to take back the luxurious redwood courtyard he had left for her. But as she approached and scanned the current state of the courtyard with her divine sense, Mengyu was furious beyond measure. The entire courtyard had been burned to the ground, with some places still smoking. Not only that, but even the neighboring houses had suffered. The left neighbor's house was half burned, and the right neighbor's roof tiles had been damaged. Had the Yun family, unwilling to give up the courtyard, set it on fire after moving out? And why now, on the 10th day she had demanded they vacate, did they choose to burn it? She was immensely grateful that when she first came here, she had stored all the treasures from the secret chamber into her ring. Otherwise, everything would have been lost in the fire. Suppressing her anger, Mengyu approached the courtyard, which was still smoking in some places. Her ears were filled with the cries and curses of the neighbors. With a sweep of her senses, she noticed that the left neighbor had also been partially burned, with half a room's roof tiles torn off. The right neighbor hadn't been burned, but since the wall was shared, many people had climbed onto their roof to help put out the fire, damaging quite a few tiles as well. Heavens, that cursed number 12 courtyard has brought disaster on us, burning half our house. What kind of sin did the owner of number 12 commit to have the whole courtyard burned to the ground? They must have done too many bad things and got their punishment. Exactly, I never thought that old Yun was a good person. He built his fortune on looting and violence. Why didn't heaven just strike him down directly, letting him live? You don't know, but a while ago, every one of them broke their legs and ended up in the hospital. That was real retribution. I've heard about that too. It's said that they wronged a woman, and she came back for revenge. Chapter 1249, Evidence of the Crime. The neighbors grew more animated as they talked, and Mingyu listened quietly, gleaning quite a bit of information about Yun gemming from their words. However, as the neighbors chatted, the tone began to shift. If you ask me, that young guy is no good. It serves him right that his yard burned down. Too bad they weren't living in it and got burned to death along with it. But sure, he deserves it, but we don't. Why punish us, the neighbors, by dragging us into it? You should go ask him for compensation. Right. Our house's losses were caused by his family. Let's go demand compensation from him. Hey, you've got it wrong. This yard doesn't belong to that Yun guy. Oh? Then whose is it? Whoever it belongs to, go ask them for compensation. Right. Compensation. I heard the original owner of this yard was named Fong. Haven't the Yuns been living here for over 10 years? I heard they moved in by force, without government approval. Yeah, I heard that too. Someone apparently entered the Yun house about 10 days ago. Right. I heard that old lady from that house cursing. My son went over to play, and he said the house's owner told them to move out within 10 days. So that's it. No wonder the Yuns moved out on the 3rd day. Don't you find it strange? Since the Yuns already moved out, how could this house still catch fire? And, what's more, it burned from the inside. How do you know it burned from the inside? Idiot. With a yard this big, if it didn't burn from the inside, could it have been completely destroyed like this? Could it be that the Yuns, unwilling to leave the yard, had someone burn it down? Shh, keep your voice down. That young guy might be hiding somewhere listening. What's there to fear from him? Not afraid? Then speak up louder. How would he dare? Isn't he afraid of going to jail? Make that young guy go to jail? Do you dare? I don't, but the owner of this yard, since he burned down their yard, wouldn't they dare? Mingyu listened to these discussions and realized that no one in this world is truly foolish. If Yun burned down the house, everyone would naturally suspect him first. Because, aside from him, no one else had a motive. Still, Mingyu guessed that he probably didn't set the fire himself. Even if suspicion fell on him, given his status, no one would dare to report him lightly, who would believe that a deputy section-level cadre would commit murder and arson. Moreover, he would likely hire some thugs to do the burning. If someone bold enough actually filed a complaint, the thugs would take the blame in the end. Then, he would find a way to destroy the accuser, avenging the thugs. If the owner of this yard were someone else, knowing that old Yun was a district government official, a man in power, they might let it go, following the principle that commoners don't fight officials. But the owner of this yard was Mingyu. Could she let him off so easily? The answer, of course, was no. But how could she punish that Yun guy? Mingyu walked into the yard, where smoke was still rising in some places. Someone shouted, "Hey, what's that girl doing? Why is she going in there? The fire's out, but it's not safe." Right. Watch out for those burned beams that might suddenly fall. Mingyu ignored the people outside and kept walking inward, passing through the charred remains of the hanging flower gate into the middle courtyard, disappearing from everyone's sight. Chapter 1250. The luxurious courtyard was burned down. Who is that person? I don't know. I know her. She's the girl who came with the owner of this courtyard 10 days ago. Could she be one of the owners of the courtyard? Probably, right? Is she going to do something desperate? Anyone would feel desperate if such a big courtyard of theirs was burned down. Poor child. The neighbors who had been clamoring for compensation from the owner of courtyard number 12 just moments ago now dared not mention compensation. She was already in such a miserable state, so miserable that she wanted to end her life. How could they bring themselves to ask her for compensation? What if others blamed them for her despair? So, those people instead shouted at Mengyu. Hey, little girl, don't go in there, come out quickly. Miss, come out now, it's dangerous inside. Yeah, come out. There's still fire burning in there. I went in earlier, the temperature inside is extremely high. Miss, don't do anything rash, everything can be discussed. Yeah, everyone knows it's not your fault, come on out. But Mengyu at this moment was facing the floating pregnant woman before her. The pregnant woman's form had become much thinner, to the point where she couldn't even communicate with Mengyu. Mengyu sighed, pointed a finger at her and transferred a bit of spiritual energy to her. The pregnant woman's body brightened considerably, and she looked at Mengyu. Good person, you've finally come. She hadn't forgotten that it was this girl and her father who had not only taken down the bagua mirror at the door meant to ward off evil, but also given her a burst of energy, making her soul more solid, which allowed her to exact a bit of revenge. It was just a pity that the main culprit carried a talisman to ward off evil, so she couldn't get close to him. Mengyu looked at her. Tell me, what exactly happened here? Who set the fire? Yes, Mengyu had smelled a scent of gasoline. Although it had already burned, and a spittoon containing a child's urine had been spilled inside to mask the gasoline smell. Who was Mengyu? She easily detected the odor and knew that the urine was deliberately used to cover up the gasoline. Thus, she was very clear that this fire was man-made. Hatred burned in the pregnant woman's eyes. It's all that Yoon Jae-ming's evil doing. She directly played out a scene. The Yoon family was busy moving, and among them, more than a dozen people were not part of the Yoon family, but were a group of local thugs and hooligans. After the move, Yoon Jae-ming handed a key to the leader of those thugs. Skarwoo, here's the key to this courtyard. Take it. Remember, on the evening of the 7th day, come to this courtyard and set a few fires from the inside. Make sure to choose the spots well, so that by the time someone comes to put out the fire, it's already mostly burned down. Skarwoo, who had a scar on his face, quickly nodded. Yes, boss. Does it have to be the evening of the 7th day? Why not some other time? Yoon, the elder, said viciously. Why does it have to be the evening of the 7th day? Because the owner of this courtyard demanded that I move out within 10 days. So he won't come within those 10 days, but on the morning of the 11th day, he will definitely come. If he dares to harm my family and break their legs, he should be prepared for my revenge. I want him to come on the morning of the 11th day and see nothing but ruins and rubble. Skarwoo was puzzled. Boss, how do you know he was the one who harmed you? Chapter 1251. Who was the arsonist? Yoon the elder sneered coldly. It was only after my family members kept breaking their legs one after another that I had someone come to look at the feng shui of this place. Master Young said the feng shui here was excellent before, but there should have been a bagua mirror on the door to block the evil energy. It was taken down a few days ago, letting the evil energy in, which caused my family's streak of misfortune. And a few days ago happened to be when the owner of this courtyard came. He must have been afraid we wouldn't move out, so he deliberately removed the bagua mirror, forcing us to leave. Since I'm moving out, they won't get to live here either. Scarface 5 nodded repeatedly. Right. Even Big Brother Yoon can't live here, so naturally no one else is qualified to stay in this courtyard. It's just a shame to burn down such a nice place. What's there to regret? Yoon the elder shot a glance at Scarface 5. Be careful. You must set the fire after midnight, no earlier. If you're discovered, I won't be able to protect you either. Yes. Don't worry, Big Brother. It's not like this is our first time doing a job for you. Look at the Sure family's matter, the Wong family. Shut up. Yes, I won't talk nonsense. I just meant to say that every task you've given me, I've handled perfectly and nothing's been discovered. Except for this. Scarface 5 rubbed his thumb and index finger together. Yoon the elder knew what he meant. He pulled 200 yuan from his pocket. This is all I have on me. I'll give you another 500 later. The scene shifted to last night. Scarface 5 carried an oil barrel, splashing oil all around the courtyard. Then, starting from the inverted seat room to the central courtyard and then to the back courtyard, he set fires everywhere. After that, he opened the side door in the back courtyard and ran out. Watching the scene, Mingyu understood, just as she had guessed, the arsonist was a thug named Scarface 5, and the mastermind who hired him was none other than Yoon the Elder. She imprinted the scene the woman had shown her using her spiritual power. Ever since Yiqing had recorded a video for Hai Shui, Mingyu had found cameras very useful and had managed to buy one. Unfortunately, scenes formed by spiritual power couldn't be captured on film. However, even though she couldn't record them, she could imprint them with her spiritual power.
but she wasn't sure if she could reproduce them for others to see. How could she turn the scene condensed by the pregnant woman into evidence? Seeing that the pregnant woman had expended her spiritual energy to condense the scene, causing her body to become translucent, Mingyu sent a stream of yin energy toward her. The pregnant woman's body immediately brightened. The pregnant woman was overjoyed and thanked her. "Thank you, immortal." Mingyu said, "Don't thank me just yet. I have another favor to ask of you." The pregnant woman quickly agreed. "Please speak, immortal." "I want to take you to find Yun Jeming." "You? Scare him, right?" "No problem. Not just scare him. I want you to condense the scene you showed me today again at that time." I'm afraid my soul power is insufficient, and others won't be able to see it," the pregnant woman said worriedly. Mingyu took out a bead. "What if you enter this bead?" During her last visit to the Dragon Group's treasure vault, Mingyu had found a piece of soul-nourishing wood. She had carved 13 beads from that wood and planned to use the leftover scraps to refine soul-nourishing pills. This bead was one of those 13 soulwood beads. As soon as the pregnant woman saw the soul bead, she became excited. "I am willing to follow the immortal's command." With that, she turned her body into a wisp of green smoke and drilled straight into the soul bead. Mingyu picked up the soul bead and walked outside. The people gathered outside, seeing that Mingyu had finally come out, all breathed a sigh of relief. At least no one had died. But the neighbors who had earlier, thinking Mingyu might seek death, insisted she didn't need to compensate them, now had their thoughts stirring again. Chapter 1252. The fire was man-made. A woman in her 50s looked at Mingyu and asked, "Miss, is this courtyard yours?" Mingyu nodded. "This courtyard is mine, but before now, we weren't living here. A family named Yun was staying here. 10 days ago, my father, and I asked them to move out within 10 days. Today is exactly the 10th day, and I came to take over the courtyard. But when I arrived, this is what I saw, and the Yun family hasn't shown up for the handover." Mingyu was on the verge of tears. The woman had first asked if the courtyard was hers, intending to say next that since it was her property and the fire had started from her house, the neighbors who suffered losses should be compensated by her family. But before she could voice her demand for compensation, Mingyu revealed that the courtyard hadn't even been handed over yet. Indeed, the handover hadn't taken place. Before today, the courtyard wasn't even in her possession. How could she be held responsible for compensation? The words the woman wanted to say swirled on her tongue a few times before coming out differently. "Miss, then, your courtyard has turned out like this. What do you plan to do now?" "What do I plan to do?" "Yes, what should I do? My father has already gone to work in another province, and I'm home alone. I was counting on moving in here, but now. Mingyu's face showed both grievance and anxiety. Tears swirled in her eyes a few times before she said, "Tell me, what should I do?" By the end, she was almost crying. The crowd had been waiting for her to answer what she would do, but instead, she turned the question back on them. Moreover, such a beautiful young girl, already pitiable enough without crying, was even more endearing with her tears barely held back. No one dared to demand compensation from her. Someone said to the woman, "Aunt Lin, stop asking." Another person chimed in, "Since the courtyard hasn't been handed over, the responsibility for the fire should fall on the former occupants." Because the Yun family had moved out a week ago, no one had initially thought the Yun family should bear responsibility for the fire. Now, hearing this remark, the crowd seemed to have a sudden realization. Yes, why hadn't they thought of that before? That's right. Even if the Yun family moved out, the courtyard hasn't been transferred, so it's still in their hands. Since the courtyard was burned while under their control, the responsibility belongs to the Yun family. Exactly. The Yun family should be held accountable. We should go find the Yun family. And you, young miss, your courtyard was burned while in the Yun family's hands. You should demand they return a proper courtyard to you. Yes. They should give you a good courtyard back. And us neighbors, several of our homes were burned or half destroyed. They should compensate us too. Right. Let's go find them. Make them pay. Be careful, he's an official. Everyone knows how he got that position. That's right, he climbed up by brown-nosing. I heard he's fond of gift-giving. Those who had earlier suspected the Yun family of deliberately setting the fire now all spoke up, insisting that the Yun family should compensate Mingyu with a proper courtyard. And those who had previously clamored for Mingyu's family to pay now turned their anger toward the Yun family. When someone raised a call, "Let's go find the Yun family," everyone immediately agreed, shouting and following the tall, sturdy man as he led the way. Clearly, the Yun family was not well liked in this neighborhood. Chapter 1253. Another scheme brewing. Soon, this group of people arrived at the district government office, directly demanding to see Yun Jeming. The government office had no guards, anyone could enter. When the staff of the petition office saw over 20 people rushing into the government compound, they thought they were petitioners and quickly came out. "What issue are you reporting? Send 2 representatives to speak."
The tall man, seeing someone receiving them, said, "We're from Tsinghua Street. We're looking for Yoon Jeming." The petition office staff nodded. "Director Yoon isn't here. If you have something to discuss, you can tell me first. Come, let's sit in our office." With that, he ushered them into the petition office and asked a secretary to serve tea. After sitting down and drinking tea, the older woman who had spoken to Mingyu earlier asked curiously, "We're looking for Yoon Jeming. Can you represent him?" The tall man also said, "Yeah, we have some personal business with Yoon Jeming." The petition office staff finally understood. "Oh, you have personal business with Director Yoon. What relation are you to him?" "We're his neighbors." Hearing they were neighbors, the petition office staff confirmed this wasn't something he could handle. He cursed inwardly, thinking, if he'd known they were here for Yoon Jeming's personal affairs, why would he have invited them into the petition office? Helpless, he could only say, "All right, I'll help you find Director Yoon." The petition office staff picked up the phone. "Director Yoon, please come to the petition office. Someone's here looking for you." They say it's personal business." On the other end of the phone, Yoon Jeming frowned. People claiming to have personal business with him were almost always asking for favors. And those asking for favors usually brought gifts. He cursed inwardly, thinking these people didn't even know how to deliver gifts properly, coming to the office instead. Didn't they know to visit his home after work? But then he guessed they must be first-timers, unaware of where he lived. He said into the phone, "All right, I'll be right there." Handing off his current tasks to his secretary, he headed toward the petition office. As Yoon Jeming stepped into the petition office and saw the group of men and women in their 50s and 60s, all his former neighbors, he wanted to turn back. The petition office director had already called out to him, "Director Yoon, you're here. These people say they're your neighbors, here for some personal business." The director emphasized the words, personal business, hinting that this was Yoon Jeming's private matter, beyond his scope, which was why he'd summoned him. Yoon Jeming felt like cursing the petition office director for not clarifying who had come. These were his former neighbors, and he had instructed Scarface Lao Wu to burn down the courtyard he'd lived in just last night. What else could these people be here for? He'd expected a gift delivery, but instead, it was trouble. How could he be pleased? "What's the matter?" "Speak up," he said bluntly. The tall, burly man, the leader of the neighbors, stood up. Among the older neighbors, he seemed younger, only about 40. He said directly to Yoon Jeming, "Director Yoon, your courtyard was burned to the ground last night. Did you know?" Yoon Jeming frowned almost imperceptibly, then put on a shocked expression. "What? The courtyard burned down?" But immediately, he leaned back and said, "Zhou Dashao, I moved out of that courtyard a week ago. So, I can no longer manage matters of that courtyard. Are you coming to me to ask me to help you appeal to the government for some relief?" Chapter 1254. Going to find Yoon Revolution. Yoon Revolution's words were clearly meant to block everyone from raising the issue of his responsibility. But Zhou Dashao was also stubborn. He seemed not to have heard what Yoon said and continued with his own words. "This morning, a young woman came to your yard, saying she was there to take over the property. But you, Director Yoon, weren't there and no one could help you hand over the yard. Besides, you've lived in that yard for over 10 years. When you moved out, you should have properly handed it over to her. Now the yard has burned down, what are you going to give her?" Hearing Zhou Dashao's words, Yoon Revolution's heart skipped a beat. It seemed he had burned the yard too early. He quickly said, "I moved out of the yard a whole week ago. This yard. Even if you moved out a month ago, as long as you haven't handed the yard over, it's still in your hands, and you should manage it well. Then you should give a good yard to her. But you haven't handed it over yet, and the yard has burned down. Naturally, this responsibility falls on you." Minyu wondered to herself, what was going on with this Zhou Dashao? Why was every word he said helping her? If she weren't certain she didn't know him, she would have suspected that Zhou Dashao was one of her own people. As soon as Zhou Dashao finished speaking, Aunt Lin joined in. "That's right, you haven't handed over the yard yet, so it's still under your management. The yard you manage burned down, so naturally, you should bear the responsibility. As for us neighbors who were affected, you should also take responsibility for that." Hearing Aunt Lin's words, Mingyu realized that they were actually mainly concerned for themselves. Sure enough, as soon as Aunt Lin said this, the others immediately chimed in. "That's right, our half of the side room was burned down too. And us over there, when they were putting out the fire, they stepped on our roof tiles, and half of the tiles on our house were crushed. If your yard hadn't burned, our tiles wouldn't have been crushed, so you should compensate us. And our family." Yoon Revolution was nearly furious. These people, every single one of them wanted compensation from him. He looked around and spotted Mingyu, pointing at her. "If you want compensation, go to her. The yard belongs to her. I moved out a week ago and you didn't come to take it over yourself. It's not my business." Mingyu looked at him calmly. "Yoon Revolution, let's talk." Yoon Revolution, eager to shake off this group of former neighbors, said, "Fine, let's talk in my office." Mingyu shook her head and pointed to the petition office director, who had retreated inside his office. "I see there's a director's office in this petition office. Why don't we ask the director to let us use it for a moment? The petition office director immediately stood up. All right, I'll let you use it. He quickly pushed back his chair and walked out. Mingyu walked in first. Yoon Revolution hesitated for a moment, then followed her in. Close the door, Mingyu said. Yoon Revolution, that's not appropriate, is it? A man and a woman alone. As he spoke, he deliberately cast a suggestive glance at Mingyu, and only then did he realize she was an absolute beauty. For a moment, he was stunned. Mingyu said coldly, if you don't close the door, I don't mind. But don't blame me if someone overhears something. With that, Mingyu took out a tape recorder. Listen to a recording first. In the tape recorder was the sole bead of the pregnant woman. Mingyu pressed the play button, and a voice came out. Yoon Revolution still couldn't figure out why Mingyu had taken out a tape recorder, but when it started playing, the words that came out made his hair stand on end. Chapter 1255, I can no longer interfere with matters of that courtyard. Skarwu, here are the keys to this courtyard. Take them. Remember, on the evening of the 7th day, come to this courtyard and set a few fires from the inside. Make sure to choose the spots well, so that by the time someone comes to put out the fire, the place will already be mostly burned down. As soon as Yoon Jae-myung heard his own voice, he first shuddered, then rushed over and closed the door. Mingyu sneered inwardly. She had told him to close it earlier, but he hadn't. Now he was finally scared, wasn't he? In truth, with the sole power of the pregnant woman, the sound couldn't be transmitted fully. It could only be directed as a fixed one-way transmission. That meant when the sound was played, only Yoon Jae-myung could hear it. Of course, someone with strong mental power like Mingyu was an exception. It couldn't be used as evidence, but it could certainly scare Yoon Jae-myung. When Yoon Jae-myung heard that voice, it was exactly what he had instructed Skarwu to do. How could he not be terrified? He wanted to turn off the recorder, but Mingyu blocked him. Keep listening. Skarwu, the evening of the 7th day? Why not some other time? Elder Yoon, if they dare to cause someone in my family to break a leg, they should be ready for my revenge. I want him to come on the morning of the 10th day and see nothing but rubble and ruins. Skarwu asked curiously, Master, how do you know it was him who caused it? Mingyu pressed the pause button. Do you want to keep listening? To conserve the pregnant woman's soul power, she only played the sound. But even just the sound was enough to terrify Yoon Jae-myung. Yoon Jae-myung stared at Mingyu as if she were a ghost. What exactly do you want? Mingyu raised 3 fingers. I want 210,000. Rebuilding this courtyard will cost at least 200,000, and the remaining 10,000 is to compensate the neighbors on both sides for the damage to their houses caused by the fire. If you give me 210,000, I won't go to the police. Otherwise, if I take this recording to the police, you know what the consequences will be. Yoon Jae-myung sneered and reached out to snatch the recorder from Mingyu's hand. If he could destroy the tape, he wouldn't have to fear anything. Seeing Yoon Jae-myung trying to grab her recorder, Mingyu sneered, reached out, and immobilized him with a single touch, rendering him unable to move. What, still trying to snatch my recorder? You had someone burn down my courtyard, and I'm only asking you to compensate me for rebuilding. Are you still dissatisfied? Do you want me to take this recording to the disciplinary committee? Or hand it over to the other deputy director in your office, Xiaolifu? Earlier, Mingyu had mentioned going to the police, but since Yoon Jae-myung had connections there, he wasn't too worried. Now, however, she mentioned the disciplinary committee and even Xiaolifu, and he immediately felt uneasy. The old director was about to retire, and both he and Xiaolifu, as deputy directors, were vying for the promotion to director. Whether this recording went to the disciplinary committee or to Xiaolifu, it wouldn't just cost him the chance to become director, it might even cost him his current position, or worse, land him in prison. No, Yoon Jae-myung stared at Mingyu, his expression softening. I'll give you the money, but all my savings amount to only 50,000. Besides, when rebuilding this courtyard, are you still going to use wood? Why not just build a multi-story building? Nowadays, building a multi-story house with decoration costs about 100 yuan per square meter, right? The original courtyard had a building area of less than 400 square meters, so 40,000 yuan should be enough to get it done. Adding 10,000 to compensate the neighbors, that totals exactly 50,000, doesn't it? Mingyu sneered inwardly. He thought he could get rid of her with just 50,000? And her purpose wasn't merely to get compensation money. Chapter 1256, Soul Recording. Mingyu shook her head. This courtyard was my grandmother's dowry. My grandmother passed it to my father, and my father passed it to me. I must rebuild it exactly as it was. The wood used was all rosewood, and 200,000 yuan isn't even enough. Additionally, there's the large garden next to it, which you contracted out to someone else. You need to take responsibility and reclaim it. Yes, next to the courtyard was a garden even larger than the courtyard itself. The total area of this property was over 3,900 square meters.
The courtyard itself occupied only about 1,500 square meters, leaving over 2,400 square meters for the garden. Originally, it had rockeries, a fish pond, and pavilions. But now, the garden was filled with vegetables, the pond was used for fish farming, and the fish pond was also home to chickens and ducks. According to the neighbors, the Yoon family had contracted the garden out to a large restaurant to grow vegetables, raise chickens, and farm fish, providing the restaurant with the freshest produce and meat. Because of the large number of animals raised there, the neighbors complained about the smell several times. But since the garden brought Yoon Jae-myung a few hundred yuan in monthly income, the complaints had no effect. Now, hearing Mingyu demand that he reclaim the contract, how could he agree? But when Mingyu merely mentioned the recorder, Yoon Jae-myung thought of its contents and deflated. I'll give you 110,000 yuan. That should be enough to restore it to its original state. I'll also help you reclaim the large garden. Deal? Mingyu sneered. Director Yoon, do you think I don't know? The materials used in that house were all red sandalwood. If you hadn't sent Scarface Wu to burn it down, it wouldn't have decayed for centuries. Are you suggesting that 100,000 yuan is enough for ordinary wood? In reality, ordinary wood wouldn't even cost 100,000 yuan. Yoon Jae-myung was on the verge of tears. He had taken some money, but in total, it was only about 50,000 yuan. If he had to come up with 210,000 yuan, he would have to sell the treasures or gold he had secretly hoarded during the Great Movement. That would put him at risk. He thought about offering goods in exchange, but he knew that doing so would reveal that he had stolen valuables from wealthy families during the Great Movement. Those items couldn't be shown to anyone, they could only be sold on the black market. And even then, he would get only a fraction of their value. He hated Mingyu deeply but was helpless. How could he have made such a foolish move as to burn down the courtyard? At the time, he had thought that since he couldn't live in the courtyard himself, he would rather destroy it than let anyone else live there. But now that it was destroyed, he had to pay to rebuild it. Mingyu took out paper and a pen, wrote down an account number, and handed it to Yoon Jae-myung. Transfer the money to this account within 3 days, and the secret in this recorder won't be leaked. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Yoon Jae-myung said resentfully, if I give you the money, will you give me the recording? Mingyu sneered. If I give you the recording, you'll take revenge on me, won't you? Yoon Jae-myung had indeed had such thoughts. But recalling how Mingyu had immobilized him with a single glance, he realized that revenge was out of the question. He was pragmatic enough to let it go. Fine, you don't have to give it to me. But you must promise that as long as I give you the money, this recording will never be leaked. Mingyu found it amusing. The recording was nothing more than a ghost using psychic energy to play sounds for him to hear. It couldn't be used as evidence. Otherwise, why would she need to use this recording to force him to pay compensation? Thus, she said very straightforwardly, don't worry. As long as you pay the compensation, this recording will never be leaked. Even if she wanted to, this recording couldn't be leaked. Chapter 1257. The Purpose. Yoon Jae-myung finally felt relieved. Alright, since you can guarantee you won't leak it, I'll find a way to scrape together the compensation. But there's no need to transfer it through the bank. 3 days from now, at 8 in the evening, I'll deliver it to that empty yard of yours. That works too. Mingyu looked at Yoon Jae-myung and sighed inwardly. At this time, it was only 1981. 21,000. What a huge sum of money, and he dared to say he could take it out. How many treasures had he looted during the Great Movement? As Mingyu walked out of the office director's office, the neighbors crowded around. Zhou Dashao asked, so? Did he agree to compensate? Mingyu nodded. Let's go outside first and talk when we get back to the yard. Once they left the district government compound and arrived at Mingyu's burned-down yard, Zhou Dashao asked again, did Yoon Jae-myung agree to compensate us neighbors for our losses? Aunt Lin also asked, how much did he agree to pay? The other neighbors stared at Mingyu nervously. Mingyu thought for a moment and said, he agreed to compensate each of the neighboring households that suffered losses 1,000 yuan. Hearing this, the neighbors whose homes had been affected were overjoyed. 1,000 yuan, that was enough to build an ordinary room. Their losses had been at most half a room. But those neighbors who lived farther away and hadn't suffered any losses felt a bit uncomfortable. They had all come together, yet only a few families were getting compensation. Their efforts had been for nothing. Seeing their sour expressions, Mingyu added, the other neighbors will each get 500 yuan. When will the money be paid? 3 days from now. Hearing this, the neighbors were delighted. Miss Nan is really something. Still, the way they looked at Mingyu was tinged with curiosity. What method had she used to make Yoon Jae-myung agree to pay? And if he was giving them this much, how much was he giving her? They all knew that the Yoon family was arrogant and looked down on others. Had she resorted to some dishonorable means? No one voiced such thoughts except Zhou Dashao, who bluntly asked, Miss Nan, what trick did you use to make Yoon Jae-myung agree to pay up? Mingyu smiled. It's simple. That old director is about to retire and Yoon Jae-myung wants to move from deputy to full director. He had no choice but to compensate. Otherwise, if we made a fuss while he was angling for a promotion, could he still get it? The neighbors suddenly understood. So that was it. Aunt Lin couldn't help asking, how much did he agree to pay for your house? He agreed to rebuild it, so whatever it costs to rebuild the yard, he'll pay that amount, Mingyu said. The neighbors exchanged odd looks. They all sighed inwardly. He agreed now because he's about to get promoted. But once he's promoted, will he really follow through and rebuild your yard? Still, no one dared to say it out loud. If they did, would Yoon Jemming still pay them their money? They couldn't say a word. Mingyu watched the neighbors, all silent as clamped gourds, and sighed to herself. Sure enough, when people's own interests are at stake, they always put themselves first. These neighbors were no different. They only cared about whether their own compensation would come through. Who cared whether hers would be fulfilled? For the sake of their own 500 or 1,000 yuan, even knowing that her share was the biggest, they wouldn't say a word on her behalf. That was human nature. Chapter 1258. I really want to kill her. Mingyu was still sighing when a voice rang out again. Miss Nan, you agreed to rebuild, but did he give you any guarantee? For example, did he write you a promissory note or something? Mingyu looked up and noticed Zhou Dashan staring at her seriously. Her heart stirred. Just as she had thought no one would sacrifice their own interests for others, Zhou Dashan stepped forward. However, as soon as he did, someone nearby spoke up. Zhou Dashan, why are you meddling? Even we neighbors got our compensation thanks to Miss Nan. Wouldn't she fight for herself? Right, Miss Nan? Mingyu turned to see that the speaker was a middle-aged woman, also a victim, who lived next door and had received 1,000 yuan in compensation. Her spiritual sense also caught the woman subtly signaling Zhou Dashan from a place Mingyu couldn't see. But Zhou Dashan clearly wasn't buying it. He said, Miss Nan, don't be careless. That Yoon Jemming is just trying to keep you calm so he can get promoted. Once the heat dies down, will he still help you rebuild? You must think more for yourself and make him write an IOU or some kind of guarantee. Then Aunt Lin also voiced her concern for Mingyu. Dashan is right. Miss Nan, you can't just fight for us and forget about yourself. Our losses are small, 100 or 200 yuan can fix them. Your place is the big one. Even if you use cheap wood, it'll cost at least 50 or 60,000. Mingyu looked at Zhou Dashan touched. Though self-interest drove people, there were still those with old-fashioned kindness and warmth. Thank you, Aunt Lin, Uncle Zhou. I already made him write a guarantee. He wouldn't dare not help me rebuild. That's good, Aunt Lin said repeatedly. Zhou Dashan, hearing that Mingyu had a guarantee, didn't say much more, but his expression showed relief. Mingyu's heart stirred, and she asked Zhou Dashan, Uncle Zhou, where do you work? Why are you still here at this hour? Are you on the night shift? At her question, Zhou Dashan's expression darkened. The woman who had signaled him earlier snorted. Work? His unit at the street office went under. What work does he have? So, he was a laid-off worker. Haven't found a job yet? Mingyu looked at Zhou Dashan. I think Uncle Zhou must be capable. Him? Who would want someone so stupid? The signaling woman sneered. Not at all. I don't think Uncle Zhou is stupid. He's just a bit too honest and warm-hearted. If I were a boss, I'd like a worker like him. The woman disdainfully sized up Mingyu. Too bad you're not a boss and never will be. If she knew Mingyu's wealth was already in the billions, she might be shocked. Mingyu, however, turned to Zhou Dashan, who had lowered his head since the topic of work came up. Uncle Zhou, do you have any skills? If so, maybe I can find you a job. At the mention of a job, Zhou Dashan's eyes lit up. I've got strength. I can carry bags over 200 jin. Does that count as a skill? Mingyu recalled how he had raised his arm and rallied the neighbors to follow him. She thought, you have more than that. You've got good connections with people. Aunt Lin, hearing that Mingyu might find Zhou Dashan a job, quickly said, he has plenty of skills. He's honest and warm-hearted. On this street, if anyone has an emergency and calls him, he always helps without hesitation. He's responsible. Give him a task, and he'll handle it perfectly. Heh, the signaling woman sneered. What big things can he handle? He can handle dead-end tasks, but he can't bend. Send him to network, and he'll ruin the relationship. Otherwise, why would his wife take the kids and leave with someone else? Chapter 1259. The Human Heart. Mingyu understood that this Zhou Dashan would have been an excellent worker in the old days, but in this era, he could thrive quite well. However, this type of person, commonly known as someone with a one-track mind, could still play a good role if used properly. And the best part was, once he recognized you, he would never betray you. Zhou Dashan lowered his head after being hinted at by the aunt who gave him a look. His mind was a bit simple and couldn't turn corners. His wife had left him and taken their child because she despised him. Mingyu sighed and asked, Uncle Zhou, I want to rebuild my courtyard and need someone to help oversee it. Can you help me? I'll pay you 200 yuan a month. Hearing Mingyu's words, all the neighbors standing in the courtyard were shocked. 100 yuan a month just to watch over the rebuilding of the courtyard? This job couldn't be easier, and the salary of 100 yuan was too high, right? Even senior technicians at state-owned factories earned just over 100. Zhou Dashao seemed stunned. It's too much. I only get a little over 40 at the factory. Mingyu nodded. This is just the base salary. If you supervise well and I'm satisfied, there will be bonuses too. Zhou Dashao quickly said, if I take the salary, doing my job well is my duty. How could I still ask for bonuses? The neighbors all shook their heads inwardly. This Zhou Dashao is being foolish again. But Mingyu actually liked his foolishness. Alright, don't say anymore. Start your job from today. Can you find a construction team? Zhou Dashao nodded, of course. I know more than one construction team. I'll pick the best one to help you rebuild this courtyard. Mingyu looked at Zhou Dashao. I want the best construction team, one that must have old workers who know how to restore ancient buildings. Zhou Dashao thought for a moment and said, if that's the case, we can't hire those state-owned construction teams. Mingyu's heart stirred. What was the name of your original factory? Zhou Dashao, my original unit was the street office construction team. Mingyu was very surprised. How could a construction team go bankrupt at this time? Because they couldn't get projects. It's not like the old days when projects could be assigned to you. Now people hire big companies for projects. Who would want to hire a small street office construction team? Mingyu's heart skipped a beat. Uncle Zhou, how about we go to your place to discuss the specifics of building this courtyard? Zhou Dashao, thinking it was really about the courtyard construction, didn't suspect anything and invited Mingyu to his home. Seeing Mingyu leave, the other neighbors also dispersed. What they cared about most now was whether they could get the money in 3 days. As for Zhou Dashao's matter, they just talked about it and let it go. Entering Zhou Dashao's home, Mingyu found that even though he was a single man, his house was neat and orderly, which pleased her even more. Zhou Dashao poured Mingyu a glass of plain water. Sorry, there's no tea at home. It's fine, I don't like tea, Mingyu said, pointing to a stool. Uncle Zhou, please sit. I want to talk to you about setting up a construction company. Zhou Dashao was startled. Setting up a construction company? Mingyu nodded seriously. Yes, instead of hiring another construction company and letting others make the money, why not earn it ourselves? Zhou Dashao looked at Mingyu. But if we set up a construction company, we can't just build houses for ourselves. We'll need to take on projects to support the workers. Where will we get projects? Chapter 1260. He could ruin relationships. Zhou Big Fool was worried. The original street construction team had disbanded precisely because there were no projects. Don't worry about the projects. Just focus on pulling together a team that can endure hardship and work hard, Mingyu said. In her view, what was the most profitable business in the future? Real estate companies. With her own construction team, it would be much easier to establish a real estate company later. But I want the best workers, not those who slack off, take the money, and do nothing. Zhou Big Fool nodded. Of course. The original construction team had too many lazy and dishonest people. That's why no one wanted to give us projects, and it ultimately dragged the whole team down. After discussing for a while, they had already drafted the charter for establishing a construction company. Mingyu realized that Zhou Big Fool wasn't foolish at all. On the contrary, he was very capable. He had been the deputy captain of the original construction team. The captain, however, was just someone who collected a salary without managing anything. So, in reality, Zhou Big Fool handled all the team's affairs. Doing more work wasn't an issue for him, but the problem was that the captain often held him back, either by accepting bribes to approve substandard steel or by buying cement that didn't meet the required grade. To ensure project quality, Zhou Big Fool had to clash with the captain, eventually forcing the captain to lose face and replace the materials with quality ones. Moreover, while others accepted gifts, he resolutely refused. Even when contracts were signed and suppliers guaranteed good materials, he still wouldn't take anything. That was how he earned the nickname, Big Fool. He had the talent to manage a construction team, but when Mingyu had asked him earlier, he didn't mention it because he felt that, as the deputy captain, he couldn't escape responsibility for the team's disbandment. So, he dared not admit he had management skills. Mingyu was overjoyed. She had stumbled upon a talent by accident. Mingyu provided the funds, while Zhou Big Fool handled all the affairs. They would retain the old construction team members if they were useful and recruit new ones if not. The key point was that they were a private construction company. Household registration didn't matter. Just this one condition alone would allow them to recruit many rural talents that state-owned construction companies couldn't hire. It was often said that talent should be recruited without restrictions, but in reality, during this era, the utilization and mobility of talent were constrained by the household registration system. If you had a rural household registration, many jobs limited to non-agricultural household registrations were off limits, no matter how skilled you were. As a result, many talents were buried in rural areas. Especially carpenters, masons, engravers, and other construction craftsmen, there were true masters among the people. If they could select talent without being limited by household registration, their construction company would have a far greater talent advantage over state-owned companies. After finalizing their plans, Mingyu gave Zhou Bigfool 1 million yuan and a hand-drawn layout of the courtyard, instructing him to first assemble the construction company's team and then rebuild her courtyard. Zhou Bigfool was genuinely stunned this time. Boss Nan, isn't this too much? Aren't you afraid? This was 1 million yuan, not 100,000, let alone 10,000. Wasn't she afraid he would take the money and run? I trust those I use, and I don't use those I doubt. Since I've chosen you, I believe in you. From now on, you'll be the general manager of our construction company. Besides, my courtyard won't just be restored to its original state. Apart from the timber I'll provide, you'll need to source all other materials, and they must be the best. It's bound to cost a lot, Mingyu said sincerely. The courtyard was located in a bustling area of the West City. She wanted to turn it into the finest Sihiyuan, either for her own residence or for tourist rentals in the future. As for timber, the newly expanded part of her space contained a vast primeval forest filled with precious tree species. Not only could she find the original red sandalwood used in the courtyard, but even golden thread nanma could be easily sourced from the space. Zhou Bigfool was overwhelmingly grateful. Thank you for your trust. Mississippi Zhou Bing swears to repay your kindness and trust with his life. Chapter 1261, Establishing a Construction Company. From a laid-off worker to the general manager of a construction company with assets worth millions, Zhou Dashan completed a magnificent transformation in his life. From now on, he was no longer Zhou Dashan Zhou Bing, but general manager Zhou Bing. Especially after completing Mingyu's beautifully designed courtyard project, his construction company gained a stellar reputation. From then on, he went further and further down the path of being the general manager of the construction company and later the general manager of the real estate company. Thus, Mingyu established her third company. The first was a waste recycling company set up to collect essence points, with overall responsibility given to Ashin. Its development direction was jewelry and antiques. The second was a charitable organization established for philanthropic activities, managed by Jing Suizhu. However, after receiving the funds, she also opened another private company, with its development direction being retail. The third was the construction company run by Zhou Bing, intended to later develop into a real estate company. This did not even include the Mingming kindergarten she had entrusted to Aunt Chen. When Mingyu returned to the main house, she found the iron gate locked. Only then did she remember that Hai Shui and Gu Mingxing had already been taken by Gu Ming to the military compound. She suddenly felt a bit lonely. However, this feeling lasted only a moment before she cast it aside. Suddenly, the phone rang. Leshen's voice came through. Miss, Ganhua borrowed from loan sharks to pay the 50,000 yuan surgery fee demanded by Zhang Zhao's father. Mingyu was taken aback. This Ganhua had actually borrowed from loan sharks to get through the current crisis and keep that courtyard? She probably still thinks she can easily get large sums of money like before. Borrowing from loan sharks, can she even afford to repay it? Loan sharks, were those something ordinary people could borrow from? Otherwise, her days ahead would be tough. However, Ganhua did not deserve sympathy. Back then, when Mingyu was admitted to the Kyoto Normal University, Zhang's parents hadn't thought much of it. They were merely regretful that they could no longer exploit their adopted daughter and were afraid of failing to suppress her as Nanming had instructed, allowing her to get into university. So they called Nanming to report. Nanming sent Ganhua to handle the matter, only instructing her to find a way to suppress Mingyu, preventing her from rising or going to the capital for university. But that woman Ganhua came up with the vicious plan to swap Mingyu's university admission spot with Jiang Huayu and sell her into the deep mountains as a shared wife, ruining her previous life. And if she hadn't dared to jump off the cliff to seek survival, it would have nearly destroyed this life as well. Although she successfully got caught on tree branches when she jumped, there was also a high chance she could have fallen to the bottom of the cliff and been shattered to pieces. It could be said that Nanming handed her over to Jiang Haidong and his wife, dropping her from the position of the eldest miss of the Nan family to a countryside family's adopted daughter before she even understood things, and ordered that couple to suppress her, preventing her from ever rising. And Ganhua, acting on Nanming's orders to suppress her, pulled her down from the pedestal of a favored child of heaven, a university student, and cast her into the painful abyss of being a shared wife. Although she narrowly escaped death by jumping off the cliff in this life, in her previous life, she had truly been a shared wife to the Zhou brothers for 10 years, tormented for a decade, worn down to numbness. And Jiang Huayu, when she crawled out of hell, ran her over with a car. It could be said that the tragedy of her previous life was essentially crafted by these three people. Of course, it was only in this life that she learned that behind Nanming were Nangong and his uncle. So, how could such a Ganhua deserve her sympathy?
After realizing that Ganhua was the planner of her previous life as a shared wife, Mingyu hated her to the bone. This revenge she would take slowly. Chapter 1262. Zhou Bing was deeply moved. Keep an eye on her. Don't let her die so easily. Yes, miss. When it came to the young lady's enemy, Les Han naturally wouldn't let her off. After a moment's thought, he added, I'll watch her. I won't let her have a chance to make big money. Ganhua wanted to earn money, but she wouldn't settle for hard-earned, meager sums. She dared to borrow from loan sharks because she had her own ways of making money. If Les Han hadn't been following her around the clock, he probably wouldn't have known that Ganhua was actually a master thief with a light-fingered touch. However, since meeting Nan Ming, she hadn't pulled off any heists. Now, desperate for money, she had returned to her old trade, stealing. But after her first successful attempt, every time she tried to steal afterward, she got caught. Either her target became wary, or something unexpected happened just as she was about to succeed. Once, if she hadn't been quick on her feet, she would have been caught red-handed. She found it strange. Had she lost her touch from not practicing for so long? Ganhua decided to give up pickpocketing in crowded streets and switch to burglary instead. Moreover, her targets were the ill-gotten gains of corrupt officials. According to the rules of her trade's founder, one could steal from the rich, but not from officials. Because if you stole from an official, they could launch a thorough investigation and track you down. But Ganhua had no choice. Stealing from ordinary people was too slow back then. There were few 10,000 yuan households, so how many people would she have to rob to get 50,000 yuan? But stealing from a corrupt official might be enough with just one job. So, even though she knew she shouldn't steal from officials, she went ahead anyway. What Mingyu didn't expect was that Ganhua ended up stealing from Yun Zheming. Ganhua had a special ability. She could smell money. No matter how well it was hidden, she could sniff it out. To gather the 210,000 yuan Mingyu demanded in compensation, Yun Zheming had sold off some antique calligraphy and paintings he had acquired over the years, earning a considerable sum. Since this money was meant for Mingyu, he didn't deposit it in the bank, nor did he dare to. Instead, he wrapped bundles of 10,000 yuan in newspaper, stuffed them into a burlap sack, covered them with old clothes, and tossed the sack under his bed. Anyone who found the sack would think it was just a bag of discarded clothes. No one would suspect it was filled with cash. After several sales, he had amassed over 200,000 yuan. Just as he was preparing to hand over 210,000 yuan to Mingyu, Ganhua discovered him, or rather, she smelled the massive amount of cash. One night, Yun Zheming went to the black market to sell an antique painting and was carrying 50,000 yuan home when Ganhua spotted him. As a seasoned thief, Ganhua quickly realized that the money in his hands was exactly the amount she needed. She thought that if she could get her hands on that money, she could redeem the property deed she had pawned to the loan sharks. But as Yun Zheming walked, she tried several times to make her move, only to be thwarted by passers-by. She ended up following him all the way to the government compound. After only a moment's hesitation, she slipped in after him. Breaking into a government compound to steal, that was a first for anyone. Ganhua quietly trailed Yun Zheming to his home. To her delight, she discovered that he had even more cash stashed inside. She estimated it to be at least over 100,000 yuan. Chapter 1263. This revenge must be taken slowly. Ganhua felt that fate had finally smiled upon her this time, allowing her to steal her fill in one go. She decided that if she could pull off this one theft, she would never steal again. Not only would it allow her to repay the usurious loan she owed, but she could also buy 2 more small courtyards to rent out to others. The monthly rent would be enough to cover all expenses for her and her son, leaving them with no worries. In her excitement, she did not forget to stay hidden. Only after Yun Zheming had fallen asleep did she take a lit cigarette butt and push it through the top of the window. After waiting for over 10 minutes, certain that he would not wake up, she took out a master key, opened the door, slipped inside, and quickly closed the door behind her. What she failed to notice, however, was a pair of eyes watching from a distance. After spotting her tailing Yun Zheming, that person had already called the Chengguan police station. Hello, is this the Chengguan police station? There's a burglar breaking into a house in the government compound. Come quickly. The officer on duty at the Chengguan police station replied, Who is this? Is your report accurate? Don't ask who I am. I'm a concerned citizen, no need to leave my name. The exact address of the burglary is Building 3, Red Building, 2nd floor, Unit A in the government compound. The officer on duty insisted your name. But how could the caller possibly reveal his name? Stop asking. I won't tell you. I just happened to see the thief go in, so I called the police. Hurry up and come. It looks like the thief entered the room of Director Yoon from the government office. Director Yoon probably isn't home. There was no sound when the thief went in. This is the government compound. If something gets stolen and no one shows up, it'll be a big deal. Hearing the caller's final remark, the officer on duty had no choice but to agree. All right, we'll be right there. Inside Yoon Jeming's room, Ganhwa quietly crept under his bed, gently pulled out a bag of cash, opened it to take a look, then tied it back up. She hoisted the sack onto her shoulder, carried it to the balcony, and set it down before re-entering Yoon Jeming's room. Watching all this from afar, LaShawn couldn't help but curse Ganhwa for her greed. That one sack of cash should be more than enough to pay off her debts, yet she still wasn't satisfied. At that time, there were no 100 yuan bills. The largest denomination was 10 yuan. Each sack Yoon Jeming used to store his cash held only 50,000 yuan, padded with old clothes on all sides, making them look nothing like sacks of money. Yoon Jeming had packed 4 such sacks in total, along with a small nylon bag containing 10,000 yuan, all stashed under the bed. Afraid that dragging the sacks across the floor would make noise, Ganhwa carried each one on her shoulder, moving one at a time. Thus, she made 4 trips, hauling all 4 sacks out and stacking them on the balcony. After that, she used a rope with a hook to latch onto a sack and gently lowered it down to the ground. Once the sack reached the bottom, she gave the rope a slight shake to release the hook, pulled it back up, and then lowered the second sack. But just as she was lowering the third sack, she suddenly noticed someone approaching. A flashlight beam shone directly onto her. In the next moment, the sound of several people running reached her ears. Grab her. She muttered a regretful curse under her breath and quickly jumped down from the balcony, landing on top of one of the sacks of cash. After rolling on the ground, she hoisted a sack of money onto her shoulder and tried to flee. However, a sudden sharp pain struck her left knee, causing her to stumble forward. She scrambled to her feet, intending to escape, but this time she didn't bother to pick up the sack of cash. Her only thought was to get away first. Chapter 1264, Stealing from Yoon Revolution. However, as soon as Ganhwa stood up, a sharp pain struck her right leg again, and she fell to her knees once more. Moreover, this time, she noticed a small stone embedded in her leg. For a moment, she tried to struggle to her feet and flee, but 2 police officers rushed over and pinned her down. By now, the neighbors had been woken up by the commotion. They looked over and asked what was happening. Is this a thief being caught? Did they catch the thief? Yes, they caught him. This thief is so stupid, he was still carrying the stolen goods while trying to escape. How could he get away? There are 2 burlap sacks on the ground over here. I saw him jump down from the second-floor balcony just now. Go up and check, are there more stolen goods on the balcony? There's another burlap sack on the second-floor balcony. He jumped down from Director Yun's balcony. Director Yoon is still sleeping. Director Yoon hasn't woken up yet. This thief is really bold, daring to break into a government compound, and of all places, Director Yun's home. What's wrong with Director Yoon? How could he not wake up with all this noise? But Director Yoon continued to snore loudly, showing no signs of waking up. Someone in the crowd speculated, he must have been drugged before the break-in. He won't wake up for a while. At that moment, 2 police officers brought over the stolen goods that Ganhwa had taken out and emptied the contents. Oh, look at this. What did the thief steal? Just old clothes. Another officer found it hard to believe that Ganhwa would steal old clothes. What thief would steal old clothes? Dump everything out and take a look. So the officer grabbed the bottom of the burlap sack and turned it upside down. Out came neatly bundled stacks of cash. What's that? So many bundles. The officer tore open the newspaper wrapping. It's money. Wow. Oh my. So much money. Even the officers started murmuring among themselves. This sack has 50,000. This one does too. No need to count, each sack has 50,000. 4 sacks total, 200,000. Should we take these sacks, bring the thief, and go wake up Director Yoon to ask what's going on? No, this is too much money. We need to report it to our superiors first. This is beyond what we can handle. This was 1981. 200,000 yuan was an enormous sum of money. Yoon Revolution had kept such a huge amount of cash at home, disguised as bags of old clothes. The officers from the town police station realized that this was no longer just a case of burglary. Moreover, this burglary hadn't been discovered by them. It had been reported by someone who refused to give their name. With all the neighbors watching, there was no way to cover this up. At this moment, the most frustrated person was Ganhwa. On her very first day back in action, she had already failed. She hated herself. Why had she tried to carry away all 4 sacks? If she hadn't been so greedy, if she had just grabbed 1 sack of money from the room and fled, the police wouldn't have had time to catch her. But Ganhwa, wallowing in self-pity, didn't know that someone had been watching her. As long as she dared to break in and steal, she was doomed to be caught, if not by the police, then by the compound's security guard. LaShawn had chosen to call the police instead of having the guard catch the thief himself precisely to make this incident as big as possible. Soon, the authorities arrived. After inspecting the money, They ordered someone to wake Yoon Revolution with water. Chapter 1265, Greed Knows No Bounds. Yoon Jemming was a bit bewildered. After waking up from a nap, how had the world changed like this? He couldn't explain how 20,000 yuan had been stolen from his room by a thief. No, it's not mine, not mine, he tried to shirk responsibility. But the thief, Ganhwa, had already confessed in detail how she had followed him from the black market to his home, thrown a cigarette but to knock him out, used a master key to open the door, quietly moved the sack to the balcony, and taken all of Yoon Jemming's money in one go. Caught red-handed, Ganhwa had no way to argue further. So, she decided to hide nothing, even revealing the reason for the theft. Her son had gotten into a fight at school, accidentally pushed someone onto a rock, and the other party demanded 50,000 yuan for surgery. Desperate, she had mortgaged her yard to a loan shark and then went out to steal money to repay the debt, all of which she confessed readily. Upon investigation, it was true that Ganhwa's son had injured someone, and the hospital records showed he had been near death upon admission. Zhang Zhao's father also admitted to demanding 50,000 yuan from her, and it was confirmed that Ganhwa had indeed borrowed money. Thus, Ganhwa's theft, caught by the police at the scene, naturally couldn't be false. However, Yoon Jemming refused to admit the money was his. He also denied going to the black market or anything else, claiming that the large sum of money in his home might have been placed there by someone after knocking him out. At that moment, someone from the petition office reported that the yard where Yoon Jemming had previously lived had burned down. Over 20 neighbors came to find him, demanding compensation. After a representative spoke with him in the director's office for over 10 minutes, the neighbors all left. They left quietly, without any signs of dissatisfaction, indicating that both sides had reached an agreement. Thus, Yoon Jemming's neighbors were investigated. Yes, we did go to see Director Yoon. Yes, on the day we went, the petition office treated us very well. Since the fire started in the yard where Yoon Jemming used to live, naturally he should compensate everyone for their losses. Yes, that yard wasn't originally Yoon Jemming's, but when it burned, he hadn't yet handed it over to the yard's owner. So it was still under his control. Everyone felt that Yoon Jemming should be responsible for the compensation, which is why we went to him. Yes, the yard's owner, Miss Nan, voluntarily represented everyone in negotiating with Yoon Jemming. Then she told us that Yoon Jemming had agreed to compensate each affected neighbor 1,000 yuan, and each neighbor who helped put out the fire 500 yuan. What? You're asking if the yard's owner sought compensation for herself? She helped us get ours, so how could she not ask for her own? It's said that Yoon Jemming agreed to rebuild the yard to its original specifications. Why was it so easy to negotiate? You should ask Miss Nan about that. She was the one who reached an agreement with Yoon Jemming. When the investigation team found Mingyu, she looked somewhat troubled as she faced the two investigators. Comrade Nan Mingyu, on the morning of a certain day, you spoke with Yoon Jemming in the petition office director's office for over 10 minutes. What issues did you discuss? What was the content? Mingyu hesitated, looking at the two investigators. I'm sorry, but I promised Director Yoon that as long as he could help rebuild my yard, I wouldn't say anything. Investigator A said disapprovingly, our principle is to learn from past mistakes to avoid future ones and to cure the illness to save the patient. Covering up for a comrade who has made mistakes is not right. Mingyu wanted to roll her eyes. Yoon Jemming was a scoundrel, did he even need saving? Chapter 1266, Investigating Yoon Jemming, I. Investigator B quickly said, comrade, you need to trust us. What you tell us won't reach Yoon Jemming's ears. Moreover, the exposure of Yoon Jemming's money reflects a very serious problem. Besides, his money has already been confiscated. Even if he wanted to help you rebuild your courtyard, he probably couldn't. Even if you keep his secret, you won't get the money to rebuild the courtyard. Mingyu grew anxious. How can I not get the money? He clearly promised to give it to me. He doesn't have any money himself. What could he give you? Investigator B said with amusement. So, you'd better confess everything you said that day. Otherwise, we have reason to suspect you have an improper relationship with him, Investigator A said. This man's mouth was too foul. Mingyu lashed out at Investigator A, you're the one having an improper relationship with him. Your whole family has an improper relationship with him. Investigator B quickly tried to soothe Mingyu. He didn't mean it that way. What he meant was that you have a financial relationship with him. Well, anyway, if you don't speak up, it's easy for people to suspect there's something between you. But if you tell everything, then there's no connection at all. Mingyu stared at Investigator B for a long moment before finally saying, fine, for your sake, I'll talk. With that, she first closed the door. Investigator A was puzzled. Why are you closing the doors and windows? Mingyu said disdainfully, I'm recreating the process from that day. When I spoke with Director Yoon, I also closed the doors and windows first. Investigator B tugged at Investigator A, who then held back and said, can you talk now? Instead, Mingyu took out a tape recorder and pressed the play button. A voice came through, audible to both of them. Skarwu, here are the keys to this courtyard. Take them. Remember, on the 7th night, come to this courtyard and set a few fires from inside. Make sure to pick the right spots so that by the time someone comes to put it out, it's already mostly burned down. Yes, but does it have to be the 7th night? Why not another time? If you dare to make someone in my family break their leg, you'd better be ready for my revenge. I want him to come on the morning of the 11th day and see nothing but ruins. I've moved out, so they can't live here either. You must come after midnight to start the fire. Otherwise, if you're discovered, I won't be able to protect you. Don't worry, boss. It's not like this is our first time working for you. Look at the Sure families matter, the Wang families. The pregnant woman had been nurturing her spirit within the soul bead for a few days, and her mental strength had grown considerably. She could manage to let the two of them hear her voice briefly. Of course, Mingyu still didn't let her form an image, only sound, to minimize mental strain. The two investigators' eyes lit up. Where did you get this recording? This was solid evidence. Mingyu shook her head. I found it on my bedside when I woke up that morning. It was only after listening to this recording that I remembered my 10-day appointment with Director Yoon to take over the house. So I brought the recorder with me. When I got there, I found that the courtyard my father had transferred to me was already burned down. When I went with the neighbors to demand compensation from Director Yoon, I remembered the recorder in my hand and asked to speak with him alone. Chapter 1267, Investigating Yoon Revolution 2. Director Yoon agreed to talk with me. After I closed the door, I directly played this recording, and then Director Yoon asked me what I wanted. I said I wanted compensation, my courtyard needed to be rebuilt, and the wood used for the reconstruction had to be the same red sandalwood as before. It would take at least 200,000 to restore it to its original state. I also demanded compensation for the neighbors, 1,000 for each household that suffered damage, and 500 for each household that helped put out the fire but wasn't damaged. Director Yoon agreed. When the two investigators heard Mingyu say this, they finally understood why Yoon Revolution had kept 200,000 in cash at home. Investigator B asked curiously, didn't he try to take the recording from you? Mingyu nodded. He did try, but he couldn't overpower me. As she spoke, Mingyu picked up a metal cup from the table and squeezed it, crushing it into a lump in her hand. The two investigators were stunned. This girl was no ordinary person. They quickly recalled that the young woman before them was the eldest daughter of the Nan family. Investigator A, who had initially been somewhat condescending, now became respectful. Oh, I forgot, Comrade Nan is a martial artist. Investigator B pointed at the tape recorder. Can we take this as evidence? Mingyu was a bit reluctant but still said, I can lend it to you, but you must return it afterward. She was somewhat unwilling to part with such a compact tape recorder. However, as she picked it up, she opened it to check the tape inside, glanced at it, then put it back in. She handed the recorder to Investigator B. What the two investigators didn't know was that when Mingyu opened the recorder to check the tape, she had already removed the soul bead stuck inside and stored it in her space. Thus, even if they took the recorder, it would be completely useless. Sure enough, after the two investigators returned with the recorder, they reported to their superior, eager to claim credit. Investigator A briefed the leader. We've made a major breakthrough in the investigation. The reason Yoon Revolution exchanged the antiques he embezzled for so much cash was to compensate for a courtyard he had burned down. He had previously forcibly occupied someone else's large courtyard. Some time ago, the owner came to demand he vacate within 10 days. Since the owner had the property deed, Yoon Revolution had no choice but to move out. However, he was unwilling to accept being forced out of the large courtyard. Out of resentment, he hired a thug, Skarwu, to set multiple fires the night before the handover, burning the entire courtyard to the ground, even causing damage to the neighboring houses. Afterward, the courtyard owner brought the neighbors to confront Yoon Revolution, demanding compensation. They played a recording of Yoon Revolution ordering Skarwu to burn the courtyard. Left with no choice, Yoon Revolution took the antiques he had embezzled during the Great Movement and exchanged them for cash, hoping to settle the matter quietly. Unfortunately, this was discovered by Ganhwa, who was being pressured for money after his son injured someone. Ganhwa followed him into the courtyard to steal and was caught by the officers from the Changwon police station. That's the whole case. Well done. You've worked hard, the leader praised the two investigators. Play the recording. Let's hear it. Investigator A quickly took the recorder, checked it to make sure everything was in order, and firmly pressed the play button. The recorder emitted a faint, hissing sound. Investigator A quickly said, that's just the blank part at the beginning. The recording is later. However, after a few more minutes, there was still nothing but the sound of static. The leader's expression darkened. What's going on? Chapter 1268, Investigating Yoon Revolution, Part 3. Investigator A anxiously turned on the tape recorder, took out the tape to examine it for a moment, then put it back in and pressed the play button. What came out was still the hissing sound of a blank tape, occasionally accompanied by a clicking noise from a jammed reel. That's not right. We clearly listened to the recording earlier. There was sound on it. Investigator B also found it strange. Yeah, we listened to it together. It shouldn't have gone silent. Investigator A said angrily. That southern woman must have deliberately swapped the tape. Let's go find her. But Investigator B stopped him. Don't forget, she played the recording in front of us. When I asked for the tape recorder, she just opened it in front of us, took a look, then closed it and handed it over. When did she have a chance to swap the tape? Besides, she brought out the recording as evidence. Why would she swap out the tape that was supposed to serve as proof? You say she swapped it, but she had no motive. Indeed, the tape recorder had been handed to them right in front of their eyes, and she had no motive, so they couldn't suspect her. The leader listened, snorted, and said, "You must have damaged the tape on the way back. Since you both heard it together, just tell me the content of the recording." Oh, right, do it separately. And so, the two were separated into different rooms, and each recounted the content of the recording as they remembered it. Because their accounts matched, the leader believed in the existence of the recording. Judging by their expressions, they didn't seem to be fabricating evidence. Moreover, their reactions when the tape failed to play earlier also indicated that the recording was real. To be safe, the leader sent another person to find Mingyu to verify the situation and had her recount the recording's content as well. With 3 people attesting to the existence of the recording and their accounts being largely consistent, and given that the judicial system at the time was not yet so rigorous, the recording recited by these 3 could essentially serve as evidence. Furthermore, because the name Scarface Wu appeared in the recording, the investigation team easily located the local thug Scarface Wu in that neighborhood. When Scarface Wu was apprehended, he was still arrogant. "Why are you arresting me? I haven't done anything wrong." Police Officer A snorted. "You know whether you've done wrong or not. I've done wrong things before, but I've reformed. If you don't believe me, go ask Director Yoon from the government office. I'm very familiar with him." His words essentially told the police, "I'm close with Director Yoon. Are you sure you want to arrest me without checking with him?" Police Officer B let out a pfft laugh. "Still trying to threaten us with Yoon Revolution? Yoon Revolution has already been arrested." Upon hearing that Yoon Revolution had been caught, Scarface Wu immediately deflated. "I knew it. If Yoon Revolution were still around, no one would dare to arrest me. So, my backing has fallen." With his backing gone, what about the bad things he had done for that backing? Name: Scarface Wu. Give your full name. Wang Lo Wu. Gender: do you even need to ask? Say it. Gender: male. Age: 30. Place of origin: Wang Laowu. At X hour on X day of X month, X year, you went to the courtyard where Yoon Revolution used to live. What did Yoon Revolution say to you? At X hour on X day of X month, X year, what did you do in that courtyard? Confess honestly. Scarface Wu's heart jolted violently. They even know when I went to the courtyard to receive my orders. Has the arson at the courtyard been exposed? Chapter 1269, Investigating Yoon Revolution, Part 4. Scar La Wu, I. Interrogator A, what I? Just confess honestly. No, I never went to Director Yun's house that day, and I didn't do anything. How could Scar La Wu admit it? Although the interrogation room was hung with the slogan leniency for confession, severity for resistance, in his view, it was leniency for confession means rotting in prison, severity for resistance means going home to farm. So, no matter what, he would never confess to the things he had done. But just then, Interrogator A began imitating Yoon Revolution's voice. Scar La Wu, here's the key to this courtyard. Take it. Remember, on the evening of the 7th day, come to this courtyard and set a few fires from inside. Make sure to choose the spots well, so that by the time someone comes to put out the fire, it's already mostly burned down. And Interrogator B mimics Scar La Wu's voice. Yes, boss. Does it have to be the evening of the 7th day? Why not some other time? Interrogator A continued imitating Yoon Revolution. I want him to see nothing but broken walls and ruins when he comes on the morning of the 11th day. If I move out, they won't get to live here either. Interrogator B, yes, boss, don't worry. It's not like this is our first time working for you. Look at the Sure families matter, the Wang families. Interrogator A, shut up. The two interrogators vividly mimicked the conversation between Yoon Revolution and Scar La Wu. Scar La Wu was stunned. Their conversation back then had actually been overheard. Was someone following him? And also, did that mean everything he had done for Yoon Revolution was already known to others? Interrogator A looked sternly at Scar La Wu. Scar La Wu, are you still clinging to hope? The masses have sharp eyes. Your actions have long been exposed under the supervision of the people. The reason we're giving you this chance to confess on your own is to embody the principle of learning from past mistakes to avoid future ones, curing the illness to save the patient. As long as you confess, you can strive for lenient treatment. Interrogator B promptly took out a pair of canvas shoes and placed them in front of him. These were found under your bed. They're the rubber shoes you wore on the night of the arson, and they match the footprints at the scene. Scar Laowu, are you still going to resist? The interrogators knew that Scar Laowu was a seasoned troublemaker, and getting him to talk was nearly impossible. That's why they had staged this act, performing the recorded conversation that Mingyu and the two investigators had memorized and written down. At the same time, they brought out the rubber shoes he had worn during the arson. Scar Laowu fell for it, believing that everything he had done was already exposed, and that the person behind this had only waited until after he acted to catch him. Thinking about how Yoon Revolution had also been arrested, he suddenly lost all his spirit. He dropped to his knees with a thud. I was wrong. I am guilty. He then lost his nerve and spilled everything Yoon Revolution had ordered him to do, like beans pouring out of a bamboo tube. This time, it wasn't just about the arson. It also involved the Wang family and the Sher family matters. Back then, Yoon Revolution had taken a pair of yuan blue and white vases from the Wang family. Later, after the Wang family was rehabilitated, they accidentally discovered their vases in Yun's home and demanded them back. Yoon Revolution returned the vases, but that very night, he ordered Scar Laowu to steal them back. The Wang family suspected Yoon Revolution was behind the theft, but they had no evidence. Unexpectedly, it was all exposed this time because of Mingyu's courtyard. Chapter 1270, Interrogating Scarface Wu. Soon, news spread throughout the district. Someone had broken into Director Yun's home in the government compound to steal. A citizen filed an anonymous report. The Chungwon police station bravely caught the thief, and both the thief and the stolen goods were apprehended. However, the 200,000 yuan in stolen funds uncovered a shocking major case. It turned out that Yoon Jae-myung, dissatisfied with the owner reclaiming the large courtyard he had lived in for over a decade, had bribed the thug Scarface Wu to burn down the owner's yard. Afterward, the yard's owner approached him with a recording of him ordering the arson, demanding that he rebuild the yard to its original specifications. The owner specifically required that all wood materials in the yard be made of red sandalwood. This meant rebuilding the yard would cost 200,000 yuan. To scrape together the money for the reconstruction, Director Yoon sold off bribes he had accepted and antique artifacts he had seized during the Great Movement under the guise of destroying the Ferolds, raising 200,000 yuan, which he kept under his bed, ready to hand over to the yard's owner. It was this 200,000 yuan in cash that attracted the thief's greed. This case also led to the exposure of several other cases, all committed by Yoon Jae-myung, abusing his position to seize assets by force and oppressing the people. Once the news spread, needless to say, Yoon Jae-myung not only lost any chance of promotion, but could no longer even remain a cadre. He was arrested on charges of being the principal arsonist and embezzler. Also arrested were the burglar Gan Hua and the arson accomplice Scarface Wu. Although their fates were unknown for now, Mingyu knew one thing: whether it was causing exceptionally significant property damage through arson or committing burglary involving an exceptionally large sum of money, the penalties ranged from over 10 years of fixed-term imprisonment to life imprisonment or even the death penalty. She finally felt a sense of relief. Yes, when Yoon Jae-myung thought Mingyu only wanted to recover her losses, Nan Mingyu had never intended to let him off just because he agreed to compensate her. Agreeing to let him offset his crime of arson with compensation was merely a ploy to force him to sell off the valuables he had seized from others over the years, drawing the attention of those with ulterior motives and exposing this worm hiding within the government apparatus. As for the 200,000 yuan, she naturally didn't care. Would someone with assets worth over $1 billion care about such a small sum? That wasn't entirely true either. If she could get the 200,000 yuan, she would still want it. But honestly, Gan Hua's decision to break in and steal the money, which resolved both Yoon Jae-myung and Gan Hua in one case, left Mingyu feeling quite satisfied. As for Gan Hua, as long as she ended up in prison, Mingyu had no intention of letting her out. Let Gan Hua spend the rest of her life behind bars. She believed that being in prison would be far harder than dying. Gan Hua's future fate might not be much better than her own in her past life as a shared wife. Another enemy had finally been dealt with. With the yard matter resolved, Mingyu handed the reconstruction blueprint to Zhou Dasha and washed her hands of it. That was just how she operated no matter which company it was. She only gave instructions, provided funds, and then left it alone. Even with the kindergarten, she had merely transferred another million yuan into its account. She simply couldn't be bothered to manage things. However, she still needed to prepare the wood for the yard's reconstruction. She entered her space, used her mental power to search for golden nanmu wood, and after locating a large grove, she mentally felled the trees, processed and dried them, turned them into square timber, and placed them in Ho-hai's yard. She gave the yard's key to Zhou Dasha, telling him to pick up the wood when needed. Zhou Dasha was startled by the sight of so much golden nanmu wood. "Miss, where did you get all this golden nanmu?" Chapter 1271, Interrogating Scarface Wu, Part 2. In feudal society, this was a type of wood that only the imperial family could use. Not to mention its value rivaled gold, the main issue was that there was nowhere to buy it. Minyu smiled slightly. Why do you need to worry about so much? As long as you have it to use, that's enough. This courtyard no one else can enter. When you bring people to move it, have them wear this token. This courtyard had been set up with formations by Minyu, so ordinary people couldn't enter. Zhou Daxiao was still a bit afraid. But after the wood is moved to the rebuilt courtyard, there's no place to hide it either. What if someone steals it? Minyu thought for a moment and said, over there, when rebuilding the courtyard, build the walls first, then move a little at a time. You can have the workers make it here and just transport it over there to assemble it. Zhou Daxiao had no choice, but to think about assigning more people to keep watch. Finally having some free time, Minyu thought of Gu Dongxing. She wanted to call him, but then remembered he was on a mission and didn't know if he could come back for the new year. She picked up the phone and put it down again, ultimately not dialing. Instead, she picked up a pen and wrote him a letter. Thinking of him out on a mission, she remembered that she had promised to make him jerky but had never done it. After a moment's thought, she grabbed a wild ox from her space and started making beef jerky. Ever since her space had expanded, the newly appeared areas had started as some farmland, but later turned into primeval forests filled with various animals. Now, if Minyu wanted to eat game, she didn't need to go hunting outside anymore. She could just catch it directly in her space. Catching prey in the space was very easy. With just a thought, Minyu could immobilize the prey, kill it with her mental power, butcher it, and store it in the underground warehouse. Moreover, the beef in her space carried a faint trace of spiritual energy, making it far more delicious than ordinary beef. Minyu marinated the beef with seasonings, steamed it, dried it, and made it into finger-sized strips of jerky. The aroma was so enticing that she couldn't help but eat her fill first, then sealed the rest into 1-jean bags. However, when she packed them up and wanted to send them to Gu Dongxing and Qing Jiuhe, she suddenly thought, why send them? Wouldn't it be better to deliver them in person? So, she put the homemade beef jerky back into her ring. Since Hai Shui and Gu Mingxing had followed Gu Ming to the compound and weren't in the courtyard, Minyu could leave as she pleased. But thinking that the new year was approaching, she decided to buy some new year goods to bring along. However, after walking around, she realized that buying things here required ration tickets. She didn't manage to buy much. Thinking that she already had beef jerky, a large amount of various fruits, and homemade fruit wine, all of which could serve as gifts, she only bought some paper-wrapped candies that didn't require tickets. Then, stepping onto her 5 elements fan, she vanished into the air. 3 hours later, Minyu arrived at the outskirts of Gu Dongxing's military unit. Sweeping her spiritual sense, she found that Gu Dongxing wasn't at the regiment headquarters, and she couldn't even detect any trace of Qing Jiuhe. She didn't enter the camp, but instead turned and headed towards Xiangyang County Town. At the southern courtyard, she didn't see Jing Suizhu, but she did discover Axin at the northern courtyard, though there were several more children than before. Minyu thought for a moment, then took out 10 1-jean bags of beef jerky, over 200 jean of various fruits she had grown herself, and about 10 jean of paper-wrapped candies, a fairly generous haul. Axin, come out quickly and get the New Year goods. As Minyu's voice fell, a crowd of children rushed out, calling out teacher. Teacher, teacher, teacher is here. Teacher has brought us New Year goods. Teacher, what New Year goods did you bring us? Wow, teacher brought so many New Year goods. The children rushed out, scrambling to carry the goods. Some hugged Minyu's legs, and she pinched one, patted another, feeling very happy. Minyu had previously taught the children cultural lessons and later basic martial arts, so everyone called her teacher. Axin, however, stood still, staring at Minyu with tears glistening in his eyes. Chapter 1272, Let her spend the rest of her life in prison. Although only half a year had passed, Axin had grown up. At 17, he had already reached a height of 1.8 meters, and the aura of the great entrepreneur from his past life was already beginning to show in him. What's wrong, Axin? Don't you recognize your master? Originally, Mangyu wanted to say big sister, but seeing the deep affection in Axin's eyes, she hesitated. She couldn't respond to that affection, so she used the master-disciple relationship to block it, and thus referred to herself as master. Besides, Axin had indeed called her master before. Then she looked at his cultivation level. Oh, not bad. You're already a 5th level martial artist. Without a master guiding him, being able to cultivate to the 5th level was quite impressive. Of course, this was also thanks to the Peiyuan pills Mangyu had given him. Mentioning his cultivation level made Axin fully realize that no matter how unwilling he was still the disciple of the heavenly beauty before him. Yes, they were master and disciple. Though similar in age, there was a generational gap between them. Moreover, his master had shown him great kindness. Without her, he would still be a trash picker, not President Lin. And finally, he remembered that his master had a fiancée named Gu Dongxing, and they were deeply in love. So, he shouldn't disturb her. He would just watch her from afar, manage her company well, and earn a lot of money. Axin suppressed his deep feelings, and the love in his eyes turned into gratitude toward his master. He respectfully called out, "Master." Seeing the look in Axin's eyes, Meng Yu's gaze showed approval. The strong and confident Axin shouldn't be trapped by love. She looked at the mountain of scrap in the yard and asked, "Is the company doing well?" Axin nodded. "Yes, master. The company now has two parts. One is the recycling and selling of scrap, and the other is the collection and organization of antiques. Master, come with me to see the antiques we've collected." Axin led Meng Yu to a room and pointed at the boxes filling it. "These are all the things we've collected over the past 6 months." Yes, over the past 6 months, Axin and the children had collected a lot of scrap. Among the items recovered as scrap, many were quite valuable. Axin had separated them, wrapped them in newspaper, packed them in boxes, and stored them here. "Wow, so many antiques, so much essence value." Xiao Tao shouted from the space. Meng Yu asked, "How much essence value is there?" There's over 3 million, Xiao Tao exclaimed. "Even if we keep some items intact, we can still get about 3 million essence points." "Master, do you want to expand the space?" Meng Yu hesitated for a moment, then said, "Let's keep it for now." Her peach blossom space was already large enough, spanning over 10,000 square kilometers. She suddenly felt that such a vast space wasn't of much use to her. She took out the bankbook she had prepared for Axin. "There's 30 million in this bankbook. Use it as expansion funds for the company. Also, how much did you spend on these antiques you collected?" Axin took out a notebook, a total of 124,381 yuan. Meng Yu was astonished. The items these children had collected were much cheaper than what Wu Jiangxing and his group had gathered. She thought for a moment and said, "Oh, these antiques can't be sold for now. I'll appraise them at 3 million points. Deducting the 120,000 cost, that leaves 2.88 million points. Do you want to use them to pay off your storage bag debt, or do you want to withdraw the money?" Chapter 1273, Axin's Thoughts. Axin hadn't expected that the items they had collected over half a year could earn them 3 million points. That meant he only needed another year or two to pay off the points he owed for the storage pouch. He said excitedly, "Can I use points to buy a few Peiyuan pills?" Meng Yu was puzzled. "Didn't I already give you the Peiyuan pills you need for cultivation?" "No, master. I want to buy some for a Chang and the others." "You want to teach them cultivation?" She had taught those children before, but only accepted Axin as a registered disciple. Thus, the pills were only given to him. Meng Yu nodded inwardly. "Good, you didn't misuse the Peiyuan pills I gave you." She paused and asked, "At 10,000 points per pill, how many Peiyuan pills do you want?" "Out of the 3 million points, about 1 million belong to them. Let's exchange for 10 pills for them." "All right." Meng Yu instructed Xiao Tao to deduct 1 million points from Axin's 3 million and took out a bottle. "This bottle has 30 Peiyuan pills. 10 are for their exchange, 10 are for you, and 10 are for you to use as rewards. From now on, hold a monthly evaluation, and the one with the best results in collecting old items will receive 1 Peiyuan pill as a reward." "Yes, master." Axin was a bit dazed. "Can I participate?" "Boss, you're back." A cheerful voice came in. Meng Yu was delighted. Township Chief Jing is here. Jing Suizhu stepped into view, radiating sunshine. "Boss, you still call me Township Chief?" "I haven't been one for a long time." Meng Yu smiled slightly. "All right, I'll call you General Manager Jing from now on." "How many roads have you built in the past 6 months?" Jing Suizhu looked a bit embarrassed. "I spent most of the past 6 months setting up the garment factory. You wouldn't believe it, no matter how much fabric we bring in and turn into clothes, it all sells out. So, road building and school projects have fallen behind." Meng Yu asked Xiao Tao, "How much merit has General Manager Jing brought me this half year?" Xiao Tao, 21 points. Meng Yu was a bit disappointed, only 21 points. Her purpose in finding Jing Suizhu wasn't to start factories. But seeing Jing Suizhu's entrepreneurial enthusiasm, she didn't want to discourage her. She sighed and said, "Indeed, juggling both charity and factory work is hard to manage. General Manager Jing, I'd like to separate road building and school projects from the factory work. You decide, do you want to run the factory or focus on charity?" Jing Suizhu was surprised. "Boss, are you serious?" Meng Yu nodded earnestly, "Of course." Jing Suizhu pondered, "Can you give me some time to think?" Meng Yu, "All right. I'm going back to the village for a bit. When I return, I hope to hear your decision, whether it's entrepreneurship or charity." Next, Meng Yu took Jing Suizhu to the free market to buy 200 jin of pork for the children to make cured meat. They had a lively lunch with the kids, then said their goodbyes. Before leaving, she said to Axion, "How about I send an auntie to cook for you?" Axion naturally agreed when his master suggested it. That would be great. We're all just kids here. Having an auntie to take care of us would be wonderful. Then it's settled. Mingyu was very pleased. She was going to visit Aunt Ding, who had once shown her warmth. In her previous life, she had passed away 3 days before the new year this year. In this life, she wouldn't allow her to die so early. She had given her some enhanced food before, but she wasn't sure if Aunt Ding had eaten it herself. If she had, her health would surely improve. But she feared Aunt Ding might have been reluctant to eat it or shared it with others, only consuming a tiny bit, which would weaken the effect. One of her goals in returning this time was to take Aunt Ding away. Chapter 1274. So many essence points. Mingyu had already shown her face, so it wasn't wise to fly on the 5 Elements fan. If anyone found out she was in the county town at 1 in the afternoon and then arrived at Xiaoyao village at the same time, it wouldn't be good. Therefore, Mingyu went to the station to catch a bus back to the countryside. Because of the reform and opening up, more people were entering the city, and the number of bus routes had increased accordingly. It was said that the buses had been contracted out. Mingyu bought some candy and liquor, and carrying fruit she had picked from her space, she arrived at the station. When the bus doors opened, it was very crowded, and Mingyu squeezed her way on with her things. Mingyu smiled wryly. She had the 5 Elements fan but couldn't fly, and instead had to endure the squeeze of a bus. What a hardship. Sigh, if she had known it would be this crowded, she might as well have used the 5 Elements fan. At most, she could go slowly, as long as no one noticed. Just as she was smiling bitterly, a hand reached toward the pocket on her back, pulling out a wallet. But as it was about to withdraw, Mingyu grabbed it like lightning. "What are you doing?" The pickpocket, caught red-handed, tried to struggle and escape, but couldn't break free. The thief wanted to drop the wallet and run, but Mingyu had grabbed him by the hand along with the wallet. The wallet was still on him, so he couldn't get rid of it even if he wanted to. He warned her in a low voice. "Damn it, are you grabbing my hand because you like me or something? Let go of me." If it were an ordinary girl, being asked by a man if she liked him for grabbing his hand would probably make her let go immediately. Unfortunately, Mingyu was no ordinary girl. What she hated most were these thieves on rural buses, stealing the hard-earned money of farmers going to the city. Whenever she encountered them, she never let them off. She sneered, raising his hand that held her wallet. "You reached into my bag and pulled out my wallet. Tell me, shouldn't I grab you?" She shouted to the people on the bus. "Everyone, this man stole my wallet. What should we do with him? Beat him up, or send him to the police station?" As soon as this happened, 5 or 6 young men on the bus quickly squeezed off, and the bus became more spacious. Clearly, those people were the thief's accomplices. When boarding, they deliberately crowded in, creating a scramble for seats. In reality, they were squeezing among the crowd to steal wallets. If someone succeeded, the wallet would be passed away immediately. Even if nothing went wrong, they would get off before the bus departed. Now that someone had been caught, they naturally fled at once. This thief who targeted Mingyu was unlucky, stealing from a cultivator like her. Not only could he not steal anything, but even if he focused his attention on her bag, she would notice. Letting him succeed was just to catch him in the act. When the thief heard Mingyu speak, he didn't want to be beaten or sent to the police station, so he immediately roared fiercely, "Let me go." As he spoke, he clenched his other fist and swung it at her face. Seeing the thief not only steal but also try to hit someone, a few people on the bus shouted, "He steals and still thinks he's in the right. Beat him to death, beat him to death." A tall man in military uniform rushed over in one stride and grabbed the thief's hand that was about to hit Mingyu. He twisted it behind the thief's back and pressed him down onto the seat. In truth, even if the man hadn't intervened, Mingyu wouldn't have been hit by the thief. But since someone else took care of it, she naturally didn't mind. She still hadn't let go of the hand holding the wallet. Seeing the man in uniform had caught the thief, she handed the wallet to him. The man in uniform looked puzzled. Chapter 1275, Taking Aunt Ding Away. Mingyu said, "You're taking this man to the police station, right? He stole my wallet, and I'll testify for you." The uniformed man glanced at the wallet. Such a bulging little pouch. Could it be full of money? He looked puzzled. "Aren't you coming? You caught him. Do I need to go?" The uniformed man found it both amusing and frustrating. "Clearly, you were the one who first grabbed his hand as he stole the wallet." But thinking back, it seemed this girl hadn't actually caught the thief. She had merely grabbed the fingers of the thief holding her wallet, which was several times larger than an ordinary one. Yet, with just those few fingers, the thief couldn't break free. Perhaps this girl wasn't simple either? Even if she hadn't acted, the thief probably couldn't have harmed her. Looking again, the girl was not only beautiful but also radiated an aura of vitality. A faint smile broke through his usually icy expression. "Comrade, whether you caught him or not, he stole your wallet.
You should come along. Mingyu looked reluctant but followed as the man pressed the thief forward, trailing behind with a busload of onlookers to the police station. The police station chief laughed as soon as he saw the thief. Little guy? Tell me, what should we do with you? They really had no good solutions for these thieves. Most passengers on the rural buses were farmers heading into town, carrying only a few dozen yuan at most. Stealing that much didn't warrant prison time, just a few days in detention before release. These habitual thieves loitering around the station were a real headache. Mingyu asked curiously, shouldn't the law decide what to do with him? The station chief smiled bitterly. Little girl, these guys commit minor offenses constantly but never major crimes. We lock them up for a few days and let them go. What do you suggest? The uniformed man who brought the thief in frowned. This was indeed a problem. Mingyu held up her wallet. How so? According to Article 264 of the Criminal Law on Theft, stealing public or private property in relatively large amounts, or committing multiple thefts, burglary, theft with a weapon, or pickpocketing, is punishable by up to 3 years in prison, detention, or control, with or without a fine. For huge amounts or other serious circumstances, the penalty is 3 to 10 years in prison, plus a fine. For especially huge amounts or particularly serious circumstances, the penalty is over 10 years in prison or life imprisonment, with a fine or property confiscation. I recall that the Supreme People's Court and Supreme People's Procuratorate set relatively large amounts starting at 400 yuan, huge amounts at 4,000 yuan, and especially huge amounts at 30,000 yuan. Theft amounts close to especially huge, combined with multiple offenses across regions causing serious harm, count as particularly serious circumstances. Note, this data is from the 1992 criminal law. The 1979 version is unavailable. Today, he stole my wallet, which contains 10,000 yuan. That's already a huge amount, right? Plus, there's a passbook in my wallet with 100,000 yuan in deposits. That qualifies as an especially huge amount, doesn't it? When Mingyu said this, everyone was stunned. At that time, households with 10,000 yuan were rare, let alone those with 100,000 yuan. And this girl had stuffed over 10,000 yuan in bills into her wallet. That was 110 yuan notes. Chapter 1276. Beat him to death. Although Mingyu's wallet was a bit large enough to pass as a small bag, and the money inside was so new that the bills were still in sequence, it was still a stretch for this small bag to hold 10,000 yuan, wasn't it? The police station chief immediately took out the money from the small bag and began counting it. Normally, a thief would want the wallet they stole to contain as much money as possible, but right now, he wished it had as little as possible. In the end, the police station chief counted it over and over, and it really did amount to 10,000 yuan. At that moment, the thief was dumbfounded. He knew Mingyu's wallet had a lot of money, but he didn't realize it was that much. No wonder it felt heavier than an ordinary wallet when he picked it up. It actually had 10,000 yuan. 10,000 yuan, that was already a large sum, enough to warrant a prison sentence. Moreover, the police station found the bankbook Mingyu mentioned at the bottom of the small bag. Counting the zeros, it indeed showed a balance of 100,000 yuan. 100,000 yuan, at least 10 years in prison wouldn't be spared. The thief was in despair. He shouted at Mingyu, "Are you ****ing messing with me? How can you have so much money? Are you deliberately flaunting all this money for me to steal, just so I'd get sentenced? What grudge do I have against you? Why are you setting me up like this?" Hearing this, the crowd actually found the thief's words somewhat reasonable. One by one, they looked at Mingyu with suspicion in their eyes. Was this girl really setting up the thief? Mingyu was speechless. I didn't even want to come earlier. It was this comrade in military uniform who said I was the victim and insisted I come. If I were setting you up, why would I not come in the first place? The crowd thought about it. Yes, this girl hadn't wanted to come earlier. Mingyu continued, I grew up in the countryside. Now that I have money, what's wrong with taking some back to share with the villagers? I have a friend who started a brick factory in the village. What's wrong with me investing 100,000 yuan in him? My money and my bankbook were all in my bag. How was I flaunting them? You had no eyes and stole from me. Does that mean I'm to blame for having money? Besides, I have even more money in this big bag. The money in the small bag was just a little pocket change. If I were deliberately setting you up, why wouldn't I give you more money to steal? With that, Mingyu deliberately opened her big bag, revealing a neatly packed stack of cash inside. It was at least 100,000 yuan or more. The crowd couldn't help but gasp. This girl was way too rich, wasn't she? And she was carrying all this cash on a bus. Wasn't she too bold? Seeing the crowd's suspicious looks, Mingyu added, this money is for donating to my alma mater, so I withdrew it directly. She turned to the thief. Do you still think I deliberately set you up? Hearing this, the crowd naturally realized it wasn't the case. If she were really setting him up, wouldn't using this 100,000 yuan have been better? The thief had nothing left to say. In truth, The thief wasn't wrong. Mingyu had indeed set him up. Yes, she recognized this thief. His name was Xiaoqiang, and he had once stolen a person's life-saving money. There was an Aunt Ding who lived next to the Jiang family and often gave Mingyu food when she was starving. Aunt Ding once had a son who fell gravely ill. She sold the family pig to pay for his treatment, but the money from selling the pig was stolen. Aunt Ding had no money to treat her son. By the time she borrowed money and took him to the hospital, it was too late. Her son couldn't be saved. Chapter 1277. Sentenced to prison. It was only later that Mingyu heard from Aunt Ding that a 12 or 13-year-old boy had bumped into her at the time. She had scolded him a few times, and he had run off. By the time she got home, she realized the money was gone. Thinking back, the only person who had been close to her was that boy. And that boy was Xiaoqiang, the one who had stolen Mingyu's wallet today. It could be said that if Xiaoqiang hadn't stolen the money meant to save Aunt Ding's son, Xiaozu, Aunt Ding wouldn't have been left all alone in the world. In a way, Xiaoqiang had indirectly caused Xiaozu's death, but without evidence to catch him, he had remained free and unpunished. When Mingyu entered the station today and noticed a group of people loitering around, including Xiaoqiang, her mind started working. She went to the restroom, tossed the fruit from her large bag into her space, then took 10,000 yuan in cash from her ring and placed it in the large bag. On top of that, she put a few pieces of clothing and then a slip of paper showing a deposit slip of 100,000 yuan. Her purpose in doing all this was to lure Xiaoqiang into stealing her money. As they boarded the bus, Xiaoqiang's group immediately started pushing and shoving to get on. Mingyu knew at once that they were deliberately creating chaos to pickpockets. She effortlessly squeezed her way next to Xiaoqiang, and sure enough, as she had hoped, he reached out, opened her large bag, and pulled out the smaller bag. Just as Xiaoqiang thought he had succeeded and was pulling his hand back, Mingyu grabbed his fingers along with the wallet. In truth, the entire process had been deliberately orchestrated by Mingyu. And sure enough, Xiaoqiang had walked right into the trap. Xiaoqiang was now held at the police station. This time, he would definitely be sentenced to at least 10 years in prison. She had finally avenged Xiaozu. However, when the bus arrived at Damian Township, Mingyu was stunned. Standing under the pavilion by the roadside that served as the bus stop were several men and women. She recognized them as the school leaders from Damian Junior High, where she had studied for a year. Beside them was a banner that read, "A warm welcome for Jiang Mingyu back to her alma mater." Mingyu wanted to throw up her hands. What is this nonsense? When she stepped off the bus, the principal of Damian Junior High came over to greet her. "Jiang Mingyu, welcome back." Mingyu stiffly extended her hand and shook the principal's outstretched hand. "Hello, Principal Nian." "Hello, Vice Principal Chen." "Hello, Director Zheng." As she shook hands with the leaders, she exchanged pleasantries. It wasn't until Principal Nian kept glancing at the large bag she was carrying that it dawned on her. At the police station, she had mentioned donating to her alma mater. These people weren't here to welcome her. They were here to welcome her donation. She immediately relaxed and became composed. "Principal Nian, Vice Principal Chen, Director Zheng, even though I only studied at Damian Junior High for a year before transferring to high school, I am still very grateful to my alma mater. I have now found my paternal family and been reunited with them, so I have changed my surname to Nan. When I was studying at Damian Junior High, the place where I sat would have rainwater dripping on my head every time it rained. And in winter, because the windows had no glass, the cold wind would always blow into the classroom, making my hands so cold I couldn't even hold a pen. Back then, I thought to myself, if I ever had money, I would definitely repair the classrooms so that the students wouldn't have to endure the rain." Before coming back this time, I immediately recalled the feeling of being soaked by leaks and blown by the cold wind. So, I asked my father for this 100,000 yuan, hoping the school could use this money to repair the classrooms so that the younger students wouldn't have to suffer from the rain in summer or the cold wind in winter. Consider it a small token of my gratitude to my alma mater. Chapter 1278. You set me up. Principal Nian's heart ached as he listened to Mingyu's words. Damian Township was too poor. The only funds allocated to them were for teachers' salaries, and there was simply no money for classroom repairs. The roof tiles in the classrooms were leaking, and the teachers often had to prop them up with sticks, protecting one spot only to have another leak. He had always thought that if they could add some new tiles, the leaks would stop. Then there were the classroom windows. The children were playful and would accidentally break the glass, but the money to buy new glass was always out of reach. The classrooms were in disrepair, and as the principal, he felt embarrassed. But now, with this 100,000 yuan, all the dilapidated parts of the school could be properly fixed. Student Nan, you are kind-hearted. Even after entering higher education, you haven't forgotten your alma mater. Having a student like you fills us with great comfort. On behalf of the school, I extend our heartfelt thanks for your generous donation. Student Nan, would you like to sit for a while at the school? Tonight,
Let's have a meal together at the street eatery. Mingyu handed over the 100,000 yuan and, using the excuse that she needed to deposit the money before the business office closed, managed to shake off the school leaders of Damien Middle School. She then set off towards Xiaoyao village. Her large backpack was once again filled with cured meat, pastries, and fruits from her space. By the time she arrived at Xiaoyao village, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. As she reached the village entrance, people noticed her. Hey, which family is this fairy-like girl visiting? Yeah, where did such a beautiful girl come from? Indeed, she's really beautiful. I've never seen anyone so pretty. Oh, she's walking over here. Mingyu walked to the large drying ground at the head of the village. Even though it was winter, people who had nothing else to do still liked to gather here and chat. Of course, it was also because the sun had come out today, a rare occurrence. Although it was already past 4, the sun hadn't set yet, and those who loved basking in the sun were reluctant to go home. Mingyu went straight over to greet everyone and handed out candy for them to share. Aunt Wu, enjoying the sun? Have a piece of candy. Sister Wang, Sister Chiu, come on, have some candy. Little Fuzi, little Mei, come here. Big sister will give you candy. It wasn't until Mingyu started handing out candy that the crowd recognized her familiar and warm tone of voice, finally identifying her as Mingyu. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. Oh, it's Mingyu back. How did you become so beautiful? I didn't even recognize you. Yeah, really too beautiful. I didn't realize it was you just now. Some even joked with Mingyu. Mingyu, are you treating everyone to candy because you're getting married? Mingyu wasn't offended and replied with a smile, getting married? I'm still in university. Someone immediately chimed in. That's right, that's right. Mingyu is studying at a university in the capital. Mingyu has made it big. After university, she'll go out and work for the government. If only I had such a capable daughter. Dream on. In our entire village, Mingyu is the only girl who passed the exams and got out. Listening to their chatter, Mingyu kept a smile on her face as she continued handing out candy to everyone. Once she had distributed all the candy in her hands, she waved goodbye to the group and headed toward Aunt Ding's house. Behind her, the villagers murmured quietly, "Hey, she's carrying big bags and heading to Aunt Ding's house. Is she going to give those things to Aunt Ding? She's carrying such big bags, there must be a lot of stuff inside. Are those all for Aunt Ding?" I saw when she opened the bag to get the candy, there was a lot of meat and some fancy candies. Aunt Ding is lucky. She's gained a daughter. Even a real daughter wouldn't be this generous. Chapter 1279, A Warm Welcome for Classmate Jiang Mingyu, Returning to Alma Mater. The words of these people were filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. Someone spoke impartially. That's also because she reaped the rewards of her good deeds back then. If it weren't for Aunt Ding, Mingyu might have starved to death at the hands of Jiang Haidong and Li Chunhua. Yeah, Aunt Ding really treated Mingyu like her own daughter. Jiang Haidong and Li Chunhua had no fortune. Yeah, such a good daughter, and they didn't want her. They tried to sell her deep into the mountains. Exactly. They reap what they sow. Don't say anymore. Jiang Huainian is here. He's the pitiful one. Both his parents are in prison, and his sister is nowhere to be found. Who would have thought? Never thought Jiang Haidong and his wife were human traffickers. Who knows how long they'll be in prison? Listening to the crowd's chatter, Mingyu felt puzzled. Hadn't Jiang Haidong and Li Chunhua been killed by her father? Could they still be alive? Actually, Mingyu had gathered from her father's tone that he intended to kill them, but now she thought, he probably didn't mean to let them die, but rather to make their lives worse than death. Indeed, letting them die so easily would be a release. Making their lives a living hell was the most painful. Still, Jiang Huayu's younger brother was somewhat pitiable. After all, aside from treating her poorly and ordering her around like a maid, he hadn't committed any serious wrongs. A child is essentially a blank slate. Paint him black, and he's black. Paint him white, and he's white. As for him treating her like a maid, that was because his parents had always positioned her as the family's servant. So, she thought, when she went to find the team leader later, maybe she should pay attention and give him a meal to keep him from turning dark. Of course, before helping him, she had to probe his intentions, to avoid raising an ingrate who might come after her for revenge. Is Aunt Ding home? Mingyu pushed open the slightly ajar door of Aunt Ding's house. In the countryside here, doors were rarely locked. Even if the owner was out, the door was just left ajar. So, when the owner was away, guests could enter and wait for their return. Mingyu found Aunt Ding wasn't home, but she wasn't anxious. She took out the items from her large backpack one by one, 10 strips of cured meat, 10 pounds of candy, a bag of fruit, and a few bottles of fine liquor. Just as she laid out the items, she heard footsteps at the door, followed by a voice. Mingyu's back. Oh, you're back. Why buy so many things? Isn't that a waste of money? You're on your own out there, with plenty of expenses, and you still bring so much for your aunt. Mingyu turned around and saw Aunt Ding. Her face was glowing, her voice strong, clearly. She was in great health. Moreover, Mingyu felt that Aunt Ding's spirits were much better too. Mingyu said, "Auntie, you look like you're doing well." "Of course I am," Aunt Ding said. "I'm cooking at the brick factory now. I have a salary too, 15 yuan a month." Mingyu was surprised. "Ah? You went to the brick factory?" Aunt Ding said, "Yeah, the team leader said you told him to arrange something for me. I can't do much else, so I just cook." "What, you didn't know?" Mingyu was a bit taken aback. "I just asked him to look after you. I didn't expect him to put you in the brick factory." "Auntie, are you tired there?" Chapter 1280, Returning to Xiaohua Village. "Auntie, I'm still young. How tiring can cooking a few meals be?" "You don't know, but this position of mine, many people want it," Aunt Ding said cheerfully. This was Mingyu's factory, and she had to go in and keep an eye on things for her. If Mingyu knew what she was thinking, she would probably find it both amusing and exasperating. She had invested 50,000 yuan with the team leader to set up a brick factory, not to make money, but to repay the team leader for his kindness over 2 lifetimes. "Auntie, since you're cooking at the brick factory, why did you run out here? Isn't it time to cook now?" "Oh, it's almost New Year's, and the factory has already closed for the holidays. I was just watering the vegetables in my own plot when little Dong Dong ran over to tell me you were back, so I rushed out. Now that you're here, are you planning to spend the new year with me?" Aunt Ding looked at Mingyu with hopeful eyes. Mingyu was at a loss for words again. She couldn't fulfill this wish of Aunt Ding's. After a moment of thought, Mingyu said, "Auntie, actually, I've found my biological parents." Aunt Ding was shocked. "You found your biological parents? Where are they? How did they end up abandoning you? How could they be so heartless?" When Jiang Haidong and Li Chunhua adopted Mingyu, they told outsiders she was an abandoned baby girl left by someone else, nearly dead, and they had saved her. In the countryside, some women, after giving birth to one daughter after another, would grow resentful and abandon their newborn girls at hospitals, bus stations, or even on the roadside. So, the villagers all assumed Mingyu had been abandoned by parents who favored sons over daughters. Mingyu sighed and said, "I was deliberately swapped and then given to the Jiang family to raise for money." Yes, back then, when Nan Ming confirmed that Mingyu had already fallen into Li Chunhua's hands, he gave money to Li Chunhua and Jiang Haidong and instructed them to suppress Mingyu and keep her from rising above her station. Mingyu simply told Aunt Ding her life story. Aunt Ding exclaimed, as if narrating a tale, "I always thought there was something noble about you, something that came from deep within. So you really are from a well-bred family. Oh, Jiang Haidong and Li Chunhua have done such evil, you've suffered so much." She reached out and stroked Mingyu's hair, her eyes full of affection. Mingyu shook her head. Plum blossoms bloom fragrantly after enduring bitter cold. "I'm doing very well now." Suddenly remembering the matter she had brought up with Ashin, she quickly said, "Auntie, I've set up a waste recycling company in the county town. My apprentice Ashin manages it with a group of children who have no parents. I'd like to invite you to cook for them. Would you rather stay at the brick factory or go to the county town to help those children?" Aunt Ding was surprised. "What? You want me to go to the county town to cook? Auntie's cooking skills are nothing special. I'd be embarrassed to show them off." "Auntie, the real reason I'm asking you to go is that they're all children without parents. They need maternal love. If you go and give them a little more care, they'll live better lives." When Aunt Ding heard it was a group of children with no parents, her heart softened. "All right, I'll talk to the team leader and go." But soon, she realized something. "You're trying to take me away to enjoy a comfortable life, aren't you?" Mingyu laughed. "Auntie, that waste recycling company is mine, and those children without parents really need looking after. It's not like the brick factory, where someone else is eyeing your position just because you cook. And the pay is only 15 yuan a month. I've already told Ashin that besides room and board, she'll give you 30 yuan a month." "All right, I understand. But, Mingyu, Auntie wants to stay here. If my little brother comes back, he can still get a bit of care from me." Chapter 1281, Jiang Haidong and Li Chunhua are not dead yet. Aunt Ding understood in her heart that the so-called waste recycling company was probably set up by Mingyu to take care of those children, right? Asking her to cook for the children and look after them was one thing, but more than that, she likely wanted to take care of her, a lonely old woman. She knew that Mingyu was a good person. After being mistreated by Li Chunhua's family like that, she hadn't turned bad. Her heart was still so kind. But she really couldn't leave. Her husband was a different matter. He belonged to the nation, died for the country, and that was an honor for him. He must have already been reincarnated. But her son was different. He could have been saved, but because the money for his life-saving treatment was stolen by a pickpocket, he missed the critical window for help. He held resentment in his heart and couldn't be reborn. If she left, who would pour him a bit of water or burn some paper money for him? Seeing Aunt Ding's expression, Mingyu knew she was thinking about her son again. She took Aunt Ding's hand and said, "Auntie, I want to tell you something." She told her about how today at the train station, Xiaoqiang had stolen her bag. She caught him and sent him to prison. There was 10,000 yuan in cash in my small bag, along with a 100,000 yuan deposit slip. This time, he won't get out without serving at least 10 years in prison. I suspect that if it drags on until next year for sentencing, it'll be even harsher, maybe even the firing squad. Really? Aunt Ding was shocked. But then she asked suspiciously, why were you carrying so much money on you? Did you deliberately lure him into stealing from you? Mingyu said proudly, that's right, I did it on purpose. I deliberately flashed the money, deliberately lured him into stealing from me, deliberately squeezed my way in front of him to tempt him into the theft, and deliberately sent him to the police station. He killed my little brother, so I had to avenge him. Aunt Ding looked at Mingyu, her eyes gradually reddening. Suddenly, she rushed over, hugged Mingyu, and burst into tears. Mingyu knew that over the years, Aunt Ding had hated herself for her son's death, for not watching over the money, for not being able to earn enough, for not taking her son to the hospital first. But the person she hated most was Xiaoqiang, who had stolen the money from selling the pig that was meant to save her son's life. However, she had no ability to catch Xiaoqiang, and even if she did, petty theft would only get him locked up for a few days before release. But now, Mingyu had used tens of thousands of yuan in cash to set a trap for Xiaoqiang, finally avenging her son. After years of pent-up emotional pressure, how could she not cry? Aunt Ding cried for a full half-hour before slowly calming down under Mingyu's soothing. But this cry also released the long-term emotional burden she had carried. Once released, her whole demeanor changed. She took Mingyu's hand and said, thank you, child. From now on, Auntie will listen to you. Wherever you say to go, I'll follow. If you say to go work in the county town, I'll listen and go to the county town to work. Great, Mingyu said, seeing that Auntie had agreed. She pointed at the items on the table and said, since Annie has decided to go to the county town, you can give these things away as gifts. Pack up at home, and I'll come back in a few days to pick you up. But Auntie was a bit reluctant. These are all good things. Take them to the county town for the children to eat. Mingyu found it a little amusing. She hadn't even arrived yet, but she was already thinking about those children. When Mingyu met with the team leader, she handed over the 100,000 yuan deposit slip she had prepared for him long ago. The team leader was overjoyed to hear that Mingyu was investing again. Chapter 1282, Are you trying to take me to enjoy a good life? The team leader grinned widely. This is really great. I'm just about to expand the scale. Don't underestimate our brick factory, it's quite profitable. In just this 1 year, we've earned 120,000 yuan. After wages and expenses, we've still got 80,000 left. Our bricks have been in such high demand that supply can't keep up. I wanted to tell you, I was planning to use this 80,000 to expand production, but I didn't want to act on my own without discussing it with you. Besides, in my opinion, 80,000 is still a bit short. Now it's perfect, with the large sum you're investing, we can expand right after the new year. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Oh, right, this is the brick factory's account book. I brought it back specially. Take a look. If you find any mistakes, just point them out. Mingyu had no interest in looking at the account book. She had invested in the brick factory purely to repay the team leader for protecting her back then. Uncle team leader, when would I have time to look at the account book? I still have so many things to take care of. Please let me off the hook, Mingyu said jokingly, then asked the team leader, if you want to expand the investment, is this money enough? Mingyu had always known that the team leader was an ambitious man. In her past life, he had been suppressed by Jiang Huayu, which kept him from realizing his potential. In this life, he was still very ambitious, and without Jiang Huayu's interference, coupled with her financial support, his career would surely take off quickly. The team leader hesitated for a moment, then said, now that reforms and opening up are underway, many places are building infrastructure. If I follow my plan, Mingyu interrupted him. I'm very wealthy now. She pulled out a passbook with 1,000,000 yuan saved in it. Take a look. See how rich I am. When the team leader saw the passbook with 1,000,000 yuan, his eyes lit up. But then he immediately asked seriously, Mingyu, where did this money come from? Mingyu felt a warmth in her heart. The team leader cared about her like a younger relative, which was why he was so concerned. Don't worry, Uncle Team Leader. I've found my biological father, and he gave me all of this. Why is your biological father so wealthy? My biological father has even more money. This 1,000,000 is just my pocket money. The team leader believed her then and said with great relief, you're studying now, so it's a good idea to invest the money. But are you sure you want to put it all in? What if it fails? Mingyu thought to herself, I have over 1 billion. Even if this 1,000,000 goes down the drain, it wouldn't matter to me. But of course, she couldn't say that. She looked at the team leader very seriously. I trust you, Uncle Team Leader. The team leader was immediately moved. Good, good. Since Mingyu trusts me, I can't not trust myself. If you're willing to put your money in, we'll reallocate the shares based on the capital.
Mingyu nodded inwardly. This team leader was indeed the right choice. He wasn't greedy. She thought for a moment and said, how about this? I'll invest this million, taking 70% of the shares. You'll take 30%, combining your dividends and management. The team leader was taken aback. The brick factory had a bright future, and its value was at least over 200,000 yuan. With Mingyu investing another 1.1 million, the factory's total value would reach 1.3 million. His 30% share would be worth 390,000. Without Mingyu, he wouldn't have been able to start the brick factory at all. Now, she was giving him so many shares and entrusting him with full management authority. This trust moved him deeply. He grasped Mingyu's hand. Mingyu, I won't let your investment down, and I won't let your trust down. I'll make sure the brick factory thrives. Let's make big money together. Mingyu smiled and nodded. Good, let's make big money together. Chapter 1283, Your son's revenge has been avenged. Mingyu told Enting that she had found her a job and would come to pick her up in a few days to start working. The team leader sighed. With you taking care of Aunt Ding, I can rest assured. Yes, he had also realized that although Mingyu said she had found a job for Aunt Ding was already 45 years old. Which employer would want a 45-year-old woman? Clearly, Mingyu was repaying Aunt Ding's kindness from back when she had taken care of her, intending to bring Aunt Ding along to enjoy a better life. When the team leader's wife heard that Aunt Ding was going to work in the county town, she was very jealous. Wasn't it just that she had given Mingyu a few sweet potatoes and taro when she had nothing to eat? And yet, she could receive such care from Mingyu. Back then, her own husband had also taken care of Mingyu quite a bit. Why couldn't she go to work in the county town? The team leader's wife completely forgot that the brick factory her husband ran was invested in by Mingyu. Her family had already become the wealthiest in the entire village. Moreover, every household in the village had one person working at the brick factory. In fact, it meant the whole village had benefited from Mingyu's care. She quickly spread the news. As expected, all the women in the village became envious. A woman in her 40s or 50s could still go out to work. How could they not be green with jealousy? Even when they spoke to Aunt Ding, their words were laced with thorns. I never realized that Ding woman was so blessed. What blessing? She's just calculating. If she were truly blessed, how could she have outlived her husband and then her son? Yeah, she must have foreseen that Mingyu would become successful, so she won her over early on. To be honest, Mingyu is still too young to see people's true intentions. But there were also those who spoke up for Aunt Ding. Who are you directing these sarcastic remarks at? What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Has Aunt Ding ever wronged any of you? No, right? Yeah, Aunt Ding has had a hard life, but she has a good heart. She helped Mingyu, and now Mingyu is repaying her. What's wrong with that? Aunt Ding went to the river to wash her bedding, planning to take it to the county town. On the way, she was stopped by a few women. Among them, Song Big Mouth asked, Third sister-in-law Ding, I heard you're going to work in the county town? Aunt Ding's face was full of joy. Yes, all thanks to that girl Mingyu. She was worried about me having no children, so she found me a job at some company. It's just cooking for a group of kids. Oh, so it's looking after children. Song Big Mouth glanced at Aunt Ding with envy. You didn't use the fact that you gave Mingyu a few sweet potatoes and taro before to force her into helping you, did you? Aunt Ding was surprised. No, I never mentioned anything about taking care of her in the past to Mingyu. If you didn't mention it, why would she find you a job? You're so old, you won't be able to work many years before retiring, right? The other women chimed in. Yeah, there are plenty of younger people here. Why didn't she pick someone else? Why you? Clearly, you used your past kindness to force her into finding you a job. Exactly. If you hadn't pressured her, how could a young girl like her have the ability to find you a job? Maybe she even paid some price in front of the company's boss. Hearing the insinuations that insulted Mingyu, Aunt Ding was furious. She wanted to say that the company belonged to Mingyu, but she was afraid of causing trouble for her, so she was momentarily speechless. Chapter 1284, Let's make big money together. The team leader happened to pass by and saw a group of women harassing Aunt Ding. He immediately shouted, What are you doing? Got nothing better to do after eating, huh? Did Aunt Ding eat your food or use your things? She's going to work in the county town because of Mingyu's kindness. When Mingyu was in trouble, what help did you give her? None at all, yet you expect Mingyu to give you benefits. Why don't you reflect on what you've done wrong instead of being jealous of those who've been repaid? Have you ever thought that without Mingyu bringing money back to set up the factory, could you be working at the brick factory and earning money? You've all benefited from Mingyu without realizing it, yet you're jealous of those who took care of her? Who are you being fair to? Scolded by the team leader, the women shrank back like quails. However, this scolding also woke them up. Yes, wasn't it thanks to the brick factory Mingyu funded that each family could have one member working there, earning wages without leaving their hometown? What Aunt Ding gave Mingyu back then were just a few sweet potatoes and taro, but to Mingyu, they were like charcoal in the snow. So Aunt Ding was Mingyu's benefactor.
If they were grateful to Mingyu, they should take care of Aunt Ding on her behalf. What right did they have to be jealous of Aunt Ding? Mingyu knew nothing of what happened in Xiaoyao village. After saying goodbye to the team leader, she set off on the road to Tiger Hollow. At first, she walked obediently, but once she saw no one around, she jumped onto the 5 Elements fan and flew toward Tiger Hollow. As soon as she entered the mountains, the little ones in the space clamored to come out. Especially Big White and Big Black, who kept shouting in Mingyu's mind. Mommy, mommy, I want to go out. Mommy, I want to go out too. Mingyu felt helpless about these 2 animals that looked like dogs. She had taught them many times not to call her mommy, and they would agree at the time, but soon after, they'd go back to it. She had no temper left to deal with them, so she let them be. After all, they only communicated with her in her mind. What puzzled her was that ordinary dogs would be fully grown after a year, but Big White and Big Black, though a bit bigger, still looked like puppies, weighing only about 10 pounds. She released the creatures from the space. Little Tao was sweet, Little Lee was enchanting, and Big Black, Big White, and Little White were all adorable. Mingyu set the 5 Elements fan down, letting everyone experience the mountain air firsthand. Little Tao followed behind Mingyu, her eyes starting around in curiosity. It was her first time being let out in the mountains. Little Lee held the space bottle Mingyu had given him, occasionally taking a sip of water. It was spiritual spring water from the space, his favorite. Big Black and Big White darted around, occasionally returning to Mingyu and dropping prey at her feet, rabbits, pheasants, or even silly roe deer. Mingyu tossed them all into the basement of the space, where time stood still, so they wouldn't spoil, and she could deal with them later when she wanted to eat. Only Little White stayed perched on Mingyu's shoulder, curiously looking around. As a result, Mingyu, who could have reached Tiger Hollow before dark, found herself only halfway there as night approached. But she wasn't worried. If it got dark, she could just go into the space to sleep. Suddenly, she heard Big White and Big Black barking wildly. Mingyu wondered, what had they encountered? Chapter 1285. Aunt Ding is jealous. Mingyu quickly headed toward the sounds of Dabai and Dahe. Turning around a mountain bend, she saw a large tiger in a patch of forest. Her Dabai and Dahe were fighting with it, and this tiger was a white one. Was there really a tiger in Tiger Hollow? Moreover, the tiger seemed to have some intelligence. Seeing their group, why didn't it retreat? Mingyu hesitated, wondering whether to strike down this tiger that had dared to offend her group or to call Dabai and Dahe back and turn around. Suddenly, she caught a whiff of blood. Spreading her divine sense, she discovered a yellow tigress in a cave behind the tiger, giving birth. It seemed the cub was too large, causing a difficult labor. So, the big tiger was protecting its family, which was why it had dared to challenge Dabai and Dahe. Mingyu called out, Dabai, Dahe, come back. Hearing this, Dabai and Dahe immediately ran back, frolicking around Mingyu. The white tiger looked at Mingyu and then began walking toward her. Mingyu was puzzled. She had already called Dabai and Dahe back. Why wasn't the tiger taking the hint? Why was it still coming toward her? Suddenly, Dabai's voice rang in her mind. Mama, mama, it wants to come to mama. Dabai and Dahe won't let it. Mingyu was stunned. So, it wasn't that Dabai and Dahe had provoked this white tiger, but that the white tiger wanted to approach her. As soon as Dabai and Dahe saw the white tiger heading toward Mingyu, they immediately attacked it again. This time, no matter how much Dabai and Dahe tried to stop it, the white tiger kept coming toward Mingyu. Dabai, Dahe, come back. When Mingyu sensed the tigress's difficult labor, she understood what the white tiger meant. It was asking for help. Before reaching Mingyu, the white tiger prostrated itself before her, whimpering softly. Mingyu sighed and said, all right, I'll follow you. Lead the way. The white tiger seemed to understand her words. It immediately jumped up and walked ahead. After a few steps, it turned back to look at Mingyu. Seeing her following, it continued on. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at the white tiger's den. A foul smell nearly made Mingyu vomit. She quickly switched to internal breathing before following the white tiger into the cave. Inside, the yellow tigress was barely alive. Mingyu took one look and said to the white tiger, her belly is too big, she can't give birth. I need to take her somewhere to perform surgery. Do you agree? The white tiger, tears in its eyes, looked at Mingyu and nodded. Mingyu waved her hand and brought the tigress into her space. She first took some spiritual spring water and fed it to the tigress. However, as soon as the tigress disappeared, the white tiger outside became restless, pacing around. It even bared its teeth, trying to intimidate Dabai and Dahe. Mingyu reappeared beside the white tiger and scolded, do you want to go in too? The white tiger immediately prostrated itself before Mingyu again, tears streaming from its eyes. Mingyu sighed and had no choice but to bring the white tiger into her space as well. As soon as it entered the space, the white tiger's eyes lit up, and it began looking around. Seeing its expression, Mingyu said, don't get any ideas. Once your mate gives birth, you'll have to leave. My space can't house outsiders. The white tiger was visibly deflated, its ears drooping. But it quickly ran to the tigress's side and noticed that her vital signs were stronger than before. Its eyes lit up again. Chapter 1286. What right do you have to be jealous of eldest aunt? Mangyu had no time to deal with it. She brought the tigress to a wooden cabin she had built in the space. Sometimes she stayed overnight in the space, but didn't want to enter the time-accelerated thatched hut, so she built a wooden cabin herself. The white tiger tried to follow her in, but was blocked by the formation Mangyu had set up outside the thatched hut. Mangyu placed the tigress on the bed and took out a small flying knife from her set of knives. After sterilizing it, she first used spiritual power to immobilize the tigress's limbs, rendering it unable to move. She shaved the fur off its belly. Since there was no disinfectant, Mangyu directly used spiritual spring water to wash the area, then cut open its belly and removed the cubs inside. The tigress knew Mangyu was helping it. Although there was no anesthetic, Mangyu used spiritual energy to temporarily sever its nerve sensations, so it felt no pain. Mangyu took out one cub after another from the tigress's belly, only to find there was still one more inside. Only then did she realize the tigress was carrying triplets, 2 white and 1 yellow. No wonder its belly was so big. Seeing that the 3 cubs were tiny and weak, Mangyu fed each of them spiritual spring water. As she did, she muttered, "Other tiger cubs never get to drink spiritual spring water. You're lucky." She carefully removed the placentas before beginning to stitch up the tigress. Before sewing, she poured spiritual spring water over the wound. She didn't have catgut, so she used ordinary needle and thread. After finishing, she poured more spiritual spring water over it. Thanks to the spiritual spring water, the wound on the tigress's body quickly healed. Before long, a scar had formed. Hearing the restless roars of the white tiger outside, Mangyu called out impatiently, "What are you yelling for? Your wife is fine, and your cubs are all safe." Hearing Mangyu's voice, the white tiger immediately crouched down, letting out a whimpering, aggrieved sound, as if blaming her for not letting it inside. Helpless, Mangyu had to open the door and let it in. The white tiger immediately dashed to the tigress's side, nuzzling her and sniffing the cubs beside her. The wooden cabin was already small, and with the large tiger inside, it felt even more cramped. She turned to watch the white tiger fussing over its mate and cubs, licking first the cubs, then the tigress, the family of 5 radiating warmth. For a moment, she couldn't bear to drive them out. Besides, the cabin now smelled of the tigress's labor and the odor would linger for a long time. She no longer wanted to stay there. Mangyu thought about whether she should build a bigger house in the space. After forming her golden core, her spiritual power had greatly increased, and with her spiritual root, building a wooden house was easy. Or perhaps she could build a living house? As soon as the idea came to her, Mangyu acted on it. She transplanted several fragrant manhwa trees from the forest and used spiritual power to accelerate their growth. Before long, the 4 manhwa trees began to grow, their roots intertwining underground to form a foundation. Above ground, saplings sprouted in 4 directions, and under the push of Mangyu's with spiritual power, they grew. The 4 rows of saplings quickly became 4 rows of large trees, tightly packed together, forming 4 solid walls. Above, the branches intertwined to create a roof. On the roof, the leaves flourished, covering every part. On the ground, the roots grew upward, spreading out to form a floor. However, having such a large house with only 1 room wasn't ideal. With a thought, Mangyu made dense saplings grow from the roots, dividing the house into several rooms according to her wishes. Even in the bedroom, the roots rose up to form beds, tables, stools, and other furniture. Chapter 1287. There really is a big tiger. Now, apart from the openings for doors and windows, every other part of the house was no different from a 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment in the city. Of course, there was still a difference, because this house was alive. Even the door and window openings could be closed at Mangyu's will when she wanted to sleep. After all, the house was alive and wouldn't feel stuffy from lack of ventilation. Still, Mangyu brought some cloth and hung curtains over the door and window openings. With a living house, Mangyu set up a formation around it using spirit stones, making it her own dwelling, while she gave the wooden house to the family of white tigers. The great white tiger watched in astonishment as Mangyu instantly raised a house, and one that was alive. The wonder in its eyes was impossible to conceal. Seeing the various expressions in the white tiger's eyes, Mangyu's heart stirred. This great white tiger might already possess intelligence. She rolled her eyes and said to the tiger, "All right, your cubs have been born safely, and your mate's wounds are nearly healed. I'll send you all out now. Take your mate and cubs back to your den." Upon hearing this, the great white tiger was struck with dismay. Having seen Mangyu's space and felt the spiritual energy within, it no longer wanted to leave. Moreover, it had caught the scent of spiritual spring water around the cubs and the mother tiger's mouths, realizing that Mangyu had paid a great price to save them.
So, it stepped forward and prostrated itself at Meng Yu's feet once more. This time, it placed both paws over its head as a gesture of submission. Meng Yu was surprised and asked, "Are you willing to acknowledge me as your master?" The white tiger released its paws, nodded, then placed them back over its head. Seeing the white tiger's behavior, Meng Yu suppressed a smile and said, "All right, I'll make a contract with you." Xiao Tao's voice suddenly rang out, "Master, you can currently contract only 10 spirit pets at most. If you contract with these 5 tigers, you won't be able to contract any more spirit creatures you encounter. Don't waste the slots." Meng Yu was taken aback. There were limits on spirit pet contracts? Still, she couldn't bear to part with this great white tiger, so she said to Xiao Tao, "Then I'll only contract with this white tiger." After the contract, the great white tiger exclaimed in surprise through their spiritual connection, "Thank you, master." It told Meng Yu that the environment was becoming increasingly unsuitable for tigers to survive. Humans now had firearms and would shoot tigers on sight, forcing it to retreat deeper into the mountains. But deeper in the mountains, there were beings more powerful than itself, and with its mate about to give birth, it had risked returning to the area where it had grown up. When it first saw Meng Yu, it sensed spiritual energy on her. Just as its mate was struggling with labor, it wanted to seek Meng Yu's help, and if possible, to acknowledge her as its master. It hadn't expected Meng Yu to have so many powerful beings around her. It was both surprised and afraid, but for the sake of its mate and to follow a strong master, it braced itself and approached Meng Yu. Finally, its persistence paid off, and it managed to enter Meng Yu's space and acknowledge her as its master. Meng Yu's space was vast, so having the white tiger family around didn't matter. She gave them all names. The great white tiger was called Old White, the mother tiger was called Big Yellow, and the 3 cubs, each the size of a fist, were named Fei Bai, Fei Yun, and Fei Huang. Because of treating the tigers and building the living house, half an hour had passed. By the time Meng Yu and the others arrived at the small mountain village in Tiger Hollow, it was already past 7 in the evening. In the mountains, night fell early, especially in winter. By then, it was completely dark. In the small village of 38 households, the glow of kerosene lamps could be seen from every home. Chapter 1288, Chapter 1287, Building a Living House. Meng Yu let Xiao Dao, Xiali, Dabai, Xiao Bai, and the others roam freely, while she herself entered the village. Her spiritual sense quickly enveloped the entire mountain hamlet. Because she had lived here for 6 years in her previous life, Meng Yu was familiar with every household, the shrewd headman who turned a blind eye, the couple Zhang, who had adopted the child with double pupils but often beat and scolded him, the Zhou brothers, who had bought her as a shared wife. In her previous life, Meng Yu only knew that everyone in this village practiced martial arts and understood herbal medicine, assuming it was because the village had few households and needed to defend itself. But now, the more she observed, the more she felt this village was somewhat mysterious. Earlier, she knew the villagers practiced martial arts, but modern martial arts and ancient martial arts cultivation were 2 different things. Yet Meng Yu had already discovered that several people in this village were 3rd or 4th level martial artists. She even found an 8th level martial artist. This was already a high-level martial artist. Generally speaking, in a small mountain village like this, most people belonged to one clan, but here, every household had a different surname. Moreover, before she was sold here last summer, all the wives in this village had been bought, and once they entered, they lost their freedom. The human trafficking ring had even used this place as a base, until because of her, Gu Dongxing came in to wipe them out. Mixed surnames, martial arts practice, disregard for the law, this village was definitely not ordinary. Suddenly, Meng Yu spotted Pa Yuhua, who had been trafficked along with her, in one of the houses. At that moment, Pa Yuhua was cooking for the whole family. She remembered asking Gu Dongxing what had happened to Pa Yuhua and Jiang Haiyan, who had been trafficked with her. Gu Dongxing assured her that both had been rescued. But why was Pa Yuhua still here? Had she come on her own, or had she been trafficked again? Given Pa Yuhua's intelligence, she shouldn't have fallen into the same trap twice. Meng Yu recalled that in her previous life, Pa Yuhua had fallen off a cliff and died while entering the mountains. At the time, she had just stumbled slightly, and because her hands were still tied, she couldn't grab onto a tree or anything else, so she fell to her death. In this life, after Meng Yu was reborn, she had found a way to make the traffickers untie the ropes binding the 3 of them. However, when she jumped off the cliff to survive, Pa Yuhua had also been ready to jump to her death. But because Meng Yu jumped first, Pa Yuhua was restrained and didn't jump. In other words, Pa Yuhua had died seeking death in her previous life, and in this life, she had also sought death but failed because of Meng Yu's intervention. At first, Meng Yu thought Pa Yuhua sought death because she feared the life she would face after being sold. But unlike Meng Yu, who was reborn, Pa Yuhua wouldn't have known the living conditions in Tiger Claw Hollow.
So why did she want to die? And more importantly, having been rescued, why did she return to Tiger Claw Hollow? This made Mingyu suspect that being sold might not have been the reason Paiyuhua sought death. The fact that she chose to return to Tiger Claw Hollow after being rescued suggested that Tiger Claw Hollow was better than her home, making her prefer to stay there rather than go back. Perhaps her original home was the source of her desire to die? Mingyu looked again at Paiyuhua, who was cooking. There was no sign of coercion on her face. Instead, she seemed somewhat happy. Mingyu sighed. Perhaps, for Paiyuhua, this man-eating Tiger Claw Hollow was actually a place to settle down and live. Chapter 1289. Are you willing to acknowledge me as your master? Mingyu withdrew her divine sense from Paiyuhua and continued scanning elsewhere. Suddenly, scolding came from a household. How dare you eat Debeo's things? Go die. Immediately after, a small figure was thrown out from the back door, and then the door slammed shut with a bang. Mingyu sighed. Just from the voice, she could tell that the scolding came from the couple who had adopted Goer. As for the one thrown out, it was undoubtedly the double-pupiled child, Goer. Mingyu walked toward Goer and called out, Goer. Goer was curled up with his head down, crying. Hearing this call, he looked up dazedly. After staring for a long time, he barely made out Mingyu by the faint light coming from the house. He rubbed his eyes and called out, Fairy Auntie. Mingyu found it strange. He shouldn't be able to see her clearly, so why was he calling her Fairy Auntie? Amused, Mingyu took out a piece of pastry and handed it to him. Don't cry. Auntie will treat you to some sweet rice cake. Starving and with his stomach pressed against his back, Goer's eyes practically glued themselves to the pastry. Go ahead, eat it. Auntie is giving it to you. Thank you, Fairy Auntie. Seeing that Mingyu truly meant for him to eat it, Goer thanked her, grabbed the pastry, and shoved it eagerly into his mouth. But he immediately choked. Mingyu quickly handed him a water flask. Quick, drink some water. The water in the flask was, of course, diluted spiritual spring water. Goer's body was too weak to handle pure spiritual spring water. After finishing half the pastry and drinking half the flask of diluted spiritual spring water, Goer only managed to take the edge off his hunger. He felt that this was the best meal he had ever had, not just because the food was good, but because after eating, his whole body felt incredibly comfortable, a sensation he had never experienced before. Though his stomach was still not full and he craved more, he held back and tucked the remaining half of the pastry into his chest to hide it. I'll save this to eat tomorrow morning. Mingyu's heart ached. Her eyes grew moist as she looked at Goer. Eat up. If it's not enough, Auntie has more. Tomorrow morning, Auntie will give you something even better. Mingyu looked at Goer with pity. This child's circumstances were much like her own childhood, adopted by foster parents who couldn't have children, only to be mistreated after they gave birth to their own, though Mingyu's mistreatment was tied to the Nan family, unbeknownst to her in this life. Because of this, in her past life, when she met Goer, she often secretly fed him behind her family's back, and she was frequently beaten and scolded by old Lady Zhou for it. When she was sold to Tiger's Nest Hollow, Goer was only 3 years old. By the time she escaped from Tiger's Nest Hollow, Goer was 13. He was a grateful child who knew that his survival was thanks to Mingyu, so he always held deep gratitude toward her. In fact, it was Goer who helped her escape from Tiger's Nest Hollow. Yes, the drug Mingyu used to knock out old Lady Zhou and her son was provided by Goer, and when she fled the village, Goer first scouted the path to make sure no one was around. The only person there was led away by him, allowing her to escape Tiger's Nest Hollow. The Goer before her now was only 4 years old, but he was already despised by his foster parents because they had given birth to a younger brother. If they weren't afraid that the younger brother had come because of him and would leave if he left, they would have sold him off long ago. But at 4 years old, Goer looked like a child under 3. Severe malnutrition had left him thin and stunted. Chapter 1290. This village is no ordinary place. Mingyu let Xiaodao, Shelly, Dabai, Dahe, and Xiaobai roam freely while she entered the village herself, her divine sense quickly enveloping the entire mountain hamlet. Because she had lived here for 6 years in her previous life, she was familiar with every household, the shrewd yet selectively blind village head, the Zheng couple, who adopted a child with double pupils, but often beat and scolded him, the Zhou brothers, who bought her as a shared wife. In her past life, Mingyu only knew that everyone in this village practiced martial arts and understood herbal medicine, assuming it was because the village had few households and needed self-defense. But now, the more she observed, the more mysterious this village seemed. Previously, she knew they practiced martial arts, but modern martial arts and ancient martial cultivation were two different things. Yet Mingyu had already discovered several people in this village who were 3rd or 4th level martial artists. She even found an 8th level martial artist. This was already a high-level martial artist.
Generally, a small mountain village like this would be dominated by a single clan, but here, every household had a different surname. Moreover, before she was sold here last summer, all the wives in this village had been bought in, and once they arrived, they lost their freedom. The human trafficking ring even used this place as a hideout, until her involvement led to Gu Dongxing's raid to wipe them out. Mixed surnames, martial arts, disregard for the law, this village was definitely not ordinary. But why was Pa Yuhua still here? Had she come on her own, or had she been trafficked again? Given Pa Yuhua's intelligence, she shouldn't have fallen into the same trap twice. Suddenly, Mingyu spotted Pa Yuhua in one of the houses, the same woman who had been trafficked alongside her. Pa Yuhua was now cooking for the entire family. In this life, after her rebirth, Mingyu had found a way to have the traffickers untie the ropes binding the three of them. She remembered asking Gu Dongxing what had happened to Pa Yuhua and Jiang Haiyan, who had been trafficked with her. He assured her that both had been rescued. But when she jumped off the cliff to escape death, Pa Yuhua had also been preparing to jump to her death. It was only because Mingyu jumped first that Pa Yuhua was restrained and didn't follow through. Mingyu recalled that in her past life, Pa Yuhua had fallen off a cliff and died while entering the mountains. She had stumbled, and with her hands still tied, couldn't grab onto a tree or anything else, so she fell to her death. In other words, Pa Yuhua had sought death in her past life too, and in this life, she had also tried to die but failed because of Mingyu's intervention. At first, Mingyu thought Pa Yuhua sought death out of fear of her future after being sold. But unlike Mingyu, who was reborn, Pa Yuhua wouldn't have known the living conditions in Tiger Claw Hollow. So why did she want to die? And if she had been rescued, why had she returned to Tiger Claw Hollow? This made Mingyu suspect that being sold wasn't the reason Pa Yuhua sought death. After being rescued, she still chose to return to Tiger Claw Hollow, suggesting that this place was better than her home, making her prefer it over going back. Perhaps her original home was the source of her desire to die? Mingyu looked again at Pa Yuhua, who was cooking. There was no sign of coercion on her face. Instead, she seemed almost happy. Mingyu sighed. Perhaps, for Pa Yuhua, this man eating Tiger Claw Hollow was actually a place to settle down and live. End of chapter. Chapter 1291. The Boy with Double Pupils. Mingyu withdrew her divine sense from Pa Yuhua and continued scanning elsewhere. Suddenly, from a household came a scolding voice. How dare you eat Debao's food? Go die. Immediately after, a small figure was thrown out from the back door, and then the door slammed shut with a bang. Mingyu sighed. Just from the voice, she could tell that the one scolding was the Zhang couple who had adopted Goer. The one thrown out, needless to say, was the boy with double pupils, Goer. Mingyu walked toward the boy and called out, Goer. Goer was hanging his head, curling up his body and crying. Hearing his name, he looked up in confusion. After staring for a long time, he managed to make out Mingyu by the faint light coming from the house. He rubbed his eyes and called out, Fairy Auntie. Mingyu found it strange. He shouldn't be able to see her clearly, right? Why was he calling her Fairy Auntie? Amused, Mingyu took out a piece of pastry and handed it to him. Stop crying. Auntie will treat you to some sweet rice cake. Starving and weak, Goer's eyes practically glued themselves to the pastry. Go ahead, eat. Auntie gave it to you. Thank you, Fairy Auntie. Even though his stomach was still empty and he craved more, he held back and tucked the remaining half of the pastry into his chest to hide it. I'll save this for tomorrow morning. After eating half a pastry and drinking half a flask of diluted spiritual spring water, Goer only managed to take the edge off his hunger. He felt this was the best dinner he had ever had, not just because the food was good, but because after eating, his whole body felt incredibly comfortable, a sensation he had never experienced before. The water in the flask was, of course, diluted spiritual spring water. Goer's body was too weak to handle pure spiritual spring water. Mingyu looked at Goer with a pang of sympathy. This boy's circumstances were similar to her own childhood. Both were adopted by couples who couldn't have children, and both were mistreated after their adoptive parents gave birth to biological children, though Mingyu's suffering was tied to the Nan family, unbeknownst to her in her past life. Because of this, in her past life, after meeting Goer, she often secretly brought him food, which frequently led to beatings and scoldings from old Lady Zhou. When she was sold to Tiger Gully, Goer was only 3 years old. By the time she escaped from Tiger Gully, he was 13. He was a grateful child, knowing that he had survived thanks to Mingyu, and he always held deep gratitude toward her. Seeing that Mingyu truly intended for him to eat, Goer thanked her, grabbed the pastry, and eagerly stuffed it into his mouth, only to choke immediately. Mingyu quickly handed him the flask. Quick, drink some water. Mingyu's heart ached, and her eyes grew moist as she looked at him. Eat up. If it's not enough, Auntie has more. Tomorrow morning, Auntie will have even better food for you. It was Goer who helped Mingyu escape from Tiger Gully.
Yes, the herbs Mengyu used to drug old Lady Zhou and her son were provided by Goer. And when she fled the village, it was Goer who scouted the path, ensured no one was around, and lured away the only person she encountered, allowing her to escape. The Goer before her was only 4 years old, yet he was already despised by his adoptive parents because they had given birth to a younger brother. If not for their fear that the younger brother had come because of him and might leave if he did, they would have sold him off long ago. But this 4-year-old boy looked no older than a child of 3, severely malnourished, his body thin and small. End of chapter. Chapter 1292, Dog is also reborn. Mingyu reached out and touched the clothes on Dog's body, her heart aching again. He was wearing only a tattered cotton jacket, torn in several large holes with the cotton showing through. This ragged cotton jacket was probably something a child from some family had outgrown and discarded, then given to him. What made Mingyu's heart ache most was that beneath the torn cotton jacket, aside from a thin single layer, he seemed to have nothing else on. Mingyu's heart went out to him. Fortunately, when she had planned to visit Chongtongzi, she had bought several sets of clothes and stored them in her space. Now, she set up a barrier around herself and Dog using her spiritual energy to block the surroundings, then pulled out thermal underwear, sweatshirts, sweatpants, a sweater, and a heavy cotton coat that would fit Dog. Come, take off your outer clothes and put these on. To make it easier for Dog to change, she took out a luminous pearl to light his way. Dog felt the cold wind suddenly stop reaching him, and as the pearl's light shone, he saw Mingyu clearly. He said in surprise, "Fairy Auntie, I've seen you before." Mingyu was startled. She was certain she had never met him in this life, yet Dog claimed to have seen her. How could that be? Could it be that Dog also had memories of a past life? She pretended to ask casually, "Oh, Dog has seen me? When was that?" "I remember it in a dream," Dog said seriously. Mingyu listened to Dog's words, her heart shaken with astonishment. "I still remember. The old witch who lived halfway up the mountain gave me a ring. I wanted to give it to you, so I took it to your house, but Zhou Erlang snatched it from me. I said it was for you, and Zhou Erlang said he would give it to you. Later, I even remember you wearing that ring." "Hey, Auntie, you're not wearing that ring on your hand." Mingyu was stunned. She had always thought that green ring was something Zhou Erlang had stolen from the old witch and given to her, but it turned out Dog had gotten it from the old witch and brought it to her. He had lied to her. She had even considered, because of that ring, whether she should forego taking revenge on the Zhou brothers for tormenting her. Mingyu's emotions flickered in her eyes, and Dog seemed to understand something. That Zhou Erlang must have been lying. Dog saw Auntie in a dream, and Auntie also saw Dog in a dream, so Auntie came to find Dog. "But this must stay a secret between us. You can't tell anyone." Dog quickly nodded. "I won't tell anyone." "Then listen to Auntie and put on these clothes so you don't catch cold." Dog was a bit shy. "Auntie, you're a woman and Dog is a man. Please turn around." "Haha, Dog, you're only 4 years old." Mingyu held back a laugh and turned around. "All right, I've turned around. Hurry up and take off your clothes and put on the ones Auntie gave you." What she didn't see was that under the light of the luminous pearl, a flicker of cunning flashed in Dog's eyes. Yes, Dog had also been reborn. This chapter ends. Chapter 1293, Taking a Godmother. In his previous life, Goer helped Mingyu escape from Tiger Hollow, but the Zhou brothers discovered him and threw him off a cliff. When he woke up again, it was the summer of 1980. In his past life, the woman who had always protected him and given him maternal love was sold into Tiger Hollow at this time. He had been reborn and knew a path out of the mountains. He only wanted to rescue her before she gave birth to that heartless son. But unexpectedly, the time when she was supposed to be sold and had passed, and she hadn't been sold yet. Instead, the military had come in, arrested the human traffickers hiding in the village, and rescued the poor women and children who had been sold there. At that time, someone suggested that Goer had also been trafficked in, but he said he was willing to stay, so he wasn't rescued. He had a feeling that since she hadn't been sold, chances were she had also been reborn. Since she had been reborn, as long as she found her footing, she would come to take him out. So he endured humiliation, hunger, and cold, hoping that this woman he regarded as a mother would come for him. Sure enough, his waiting wasn't in vain. She came for him. Goer put on the clothes Mingyu had brought him layer by layer. When it came time to put on the thick cotton coat, he hesitated for a moment, but still put on the one with exposed cotton wadding. Mingyu found it strange. "Why don't you wear the new cotton coat?" Goer hesitated before saying, "If I wear the new cotton coat, Mom will keep it for younger brother to wear." Mingyu's heart ached again. This child was only 4 years old, yet he already knew to wear good clothes under tattered ones to keep his adoptive mother from taking them. She sighed, looked into Goer's eyes, and asked, "Goer, would you like to come with Auntie?" Goer had been waiting for Mingyu to come for him. How could he not want to? He answered repeatedly, I do. "Auntie isn't leaving, she's just stepping away temporarily."
This pouch is a gift from Auntie. Hide it well and don't let anyone see it. If you get hungry, quietly touch this pouch and think about eating something inside, and it will appear in your hand. Minyu reached out and touched his head, saying, bear with it for now. Auntie still needs to check on others, and when I leave in a couple of days, I'll take you with me. Goer found this strange, so he followed Minyu's instructions, touched the pouch, and thought about the things inside. Sure enough, he saw a 1 cubic meter space inside, packed with beef jerky, pastries, fruits, and other ready-to-eat foods. When he thought of eating an apple appeared in his hand. After thinking it over, he took out a small 1 cubic meter pouch filled with food and hung it around his neck. Goer's eyes reddened, and he rushed over to hug Minyu's legs. Auntie, I don't want you to leave. What an incredible treasure this was, yet Auntie had just given it to him. Tears streamed down Goer's face. Auntie was still the same as in his past life, unconditionally good to him. Seeing Goer cry, Minyu grew anxious and quickly hugged him. What's wrong? Auntie isn't abandoning you. I see you as my own child. I'm just leaving temporarily. When I go, I'll definitely come for you. Don't be sad, okay? Goer wiped his eyes in surprise. Does Auntie really want Goer as her son? I want Auntie to be my mom too. The chapter ends. Chapter 1294, Living Like a Dog. In 2 lifetimes, Goer had only ever felt maternal love from this Aunt Minyu. He desperately wanted to hold on to this love, so he immediately knelt down, kowtowed 3 times with a thud, then looked up and called out, Godmother. This title of Godmother was something he had wanted to call her in his previous life. In this life, he had finally gotten his wish. Minyu felt both amused and saddened. How starved for affection must he be to latch onto her and insist on calling her godmother? She sighed, helped him up, and wiped away his tears. All right, from now on, you're my godson. Your godmother will never abandon you. Just stay here peacefully. Goer nodded vigorously. I'll listen to you, godmother. I'll wait at home for you to come get me. Minyu smiled bitterly to herself. If Gu Dongxing found out that she had taken on a godson after just 1 trip to Tiger's Nest Hollow, would he blame her? Still, Goer was a good child, and he was the key to her obtaining the Peach Blossom's face. She hadn't known before, but now that she did, she had to take responsibility for this karmic bond. From now on, she would do her best to nurture this child and grant him a great opportunity. With tender care, she helped him tuck the 100 treasures pouch into his clothes so that no one could see it from the outside, and repeatedly instructed him, the things in this pouch can stay fresh for years without spoiling. In the future, you can put anything good in here. Remember, don't let anyone see it, or they'll snatch your pouch away. Goer's heart swelled with joy, so this palm-sized pouch was called the 100 Treasures pouch. I definitely won't say a word. He wasn't really a 3-year-old child. He would protect the treasure his godmother had given him no matter what. Fearing he might eat too much out of worry that the food would spoil, she also explained the pouch's preservation function. Minyu was worried he wouldn't have anything to eat in the coming days, but if she gave him food outright, others might take it. So she had given him the 100 Treasures pouch instead. Fortunately, she had obtained millions of essence points, so spending 10,000 on a small pouch didn't pain her. She exchanged one for him and filled it with food. Luckily, the shack was built between 2 houses, blocking the wind from both sides, with a pile of hay to the north, offering some shelter. Minyu took out a sleeping bag she had sewn herself and had him crawl inside, leaving only his head exposed. Goer felt that today was the warmest day of his entire life. Following Goer into his shack, Minyu's eyes grew red again. His adoptive parents, the Zhongs, were truly heartless, using the excuse that he wet the bed at night to make him sleep here. When Goer heard that the pouch could keep things fresh for years without spoiling, he was even more astonished. Fortunately, Minyu didn't notice much, or she would have realized something was off about him. The blanket in his nest was a lump of grimy, blackened cotton wadding, full of holes here and there, unable to cover his entire body. Goer's dwelling wasn't inside the house, but in a straw shed beside the main wall, enclosed by bamboo mats with thatch hung above, and a nest made of straw on the ground. Once Goer was settled, Minyu finally came out and headed toward Paiyuhua's house. She couldn't hold back any longer. She had to figure out why, after being rescued, she had ended up back in Tiger's Nest Hollow. Paiyuhua's family was having dinner in the main hall, with only Paiyuhua eating by the stove, leftover lunch from midday. In the mountains, people usually worked from dawn to dusk, so breakfast and dinner were the main meals. Lunch was called snack time, just a light meal, usually a few boiled sweet potatoes or taro. And at this moment, Paiyuhua was eating leftover sweet potatoes from lunch by the stove. End of chapter. Chapter 1295, If she leaves here, her brother will die. Paiyuhua ate as tears fell. She wanted to become a formal member of this family, to enjoy the treatment of a student's family member, unless she became pregnant with a child. Otherwise, she would forever do the most work and eat the worst leftover food. Mingyu looked at Pai Yuhua and recalled her own past life, where she too, like Pai Yuhua, did the heaviest labor and ate the worst meals. No, her past life was even worse than Pai Yuhua's. Because Pai Yuhua had freedom, while she herself had none. Whether working, eating, or sleeping, she was under tight surveillance. If she couldn't finish the assigned tasks, she wouldn't be allowed to eat. After she tried to escape once, chains were even locked onto her feet. It was said those chains were communal property of the whole village, used on any daughter-in-law who didn't obey. Only when she became pregnant were the chains removed. Living like that, she existed like a dog. No, a dog wouldn't be abused, she was abused. As Pai Yuhua wallowed in sorrow, she suddenly felt as if something dangerous was watching her, sending a chill down her spine. She slowly turned her head and looked toward the back door. "Who are you? Get away!" Pai Yuhua shouted angrily. But her strength was no match for a man's. He grabbed both her hands with one of his, reached his other arm around her waist, and pulled her close. Such a man, huh? Humph. Hearing the conversation from the main room, Pai Yuhua was furious. She struggled even harder, cursing loudly. "Jian Dalin, you can't even protect your own woman. You're a coward. No, you're not even that. You're a man without balls." Mingyu wanted to step in, but then remembered that Pai Yuhua's family was still sitting in the main room. She didn't believe her husband would do nothing, so she held back. A man burst through the back door into the house, grabbed Pai Yuhua, and began kissing and groping her wildly. Pai Yuhua screamed, "Jian Dalin, are you dead? Letting another man bully your woman." Hearing this, Jian Dalin actually sat back down. "Damn woman, stay still." The man ignored her resistance, holding her hands with one hand and carrying her with the other, dragging her toward the room. No matter how she struggled, she was pulled into a side room facing the kitchen door and pressed onto the bed. Mingyu saw the tears on Pai Yuhua's face and the despair in her eyes. But what disappointed Mingyu was that no one from the main room, where they were eating, came out to intervene in what was happening by the kitchen door. A medium-built man eating paused and was about to stand up, but a man in his 50s beside him held him down. "It's a bio. Don't get involved. Besides, you've been with her for a year and she hasn't gotten pregnant. Let someone else try. If she does get pregnant, sell the child to a bio and we'll get some money." Pai Yuhua's eyes finally focused. Seeing Mingyu, she burst into tears. Mingyu, I'm so miserable." Mingyu patted her back. Don't cry. Let's leave this place, okay? Leave this place." A voice cut in. "You want to take her away? Ask her first, does she dare to leave?" Mingyu looked up and saw the man she had thrown out, a bio, charging back in. End of chapter. Chapter 1296, A Stepmother Brings a Stepfather. Mingyu frowned. She had put some force into that throw, yet this man wasn't injured? And he could still come back to threaten her? Without hesitation, she picked up a biao again and threw him once more, this time farther and harder. It seemed a biao wouldn't be returning anytime soon. But Pai Yuhua, upon hearing his words, suddenly became terrified. "No, I can't leave here. I can't leave here. If I leave, my brother will die." Mingyu frowned. Pai Yuhua was indeed being threatened. Mingyu hung a protective talisman around her neck. "Do you know where your brother is?" She didn't even glance at the tall 5th-level martial artist, a biao. To her, anyone below the innate realm was an ant. Pai Yuhua's eyes burned with deep-seated hatred. "My brother is in their hands. When you tried to die on the road into the mountains, and after being rescued from here, you came back, was it also because of your brother?" Pai Yuhua sobbed. "I thought he could protect my brother, but in truth, he couldn't at all. After I was rescued, I found out my brother had also been sold by them. Because my mother didn't give birth to a son, my grandmother treated her coldly, and outside, our family was cursed as heirless." Pai Yuhua shook her head, crying, "No, I just wanted to get my brother back. Someone gave me his address. I found him, but I didn't have the money to ransom him. Yes, I was sold by my stepmother. She said that to afford the hospital bills for her to give birth to a little brother, one of us, me or my brother, had to be sold. And my father let my stepmother decide. So I chose to be sold myself, to keep my brother." "So you tried to die on the road because you thought your father would protect your brother?" Mingyu sighed inwardly. This woman had risked her life to give birth to a son, only to lose her own life, leaving her children to be mistreated by others. So, women must take care of themselves. Otherwise, after you die, another woman moves in, spends the money you earned through blood and sweat, beats, scolds, or even sells your children and sleeps with your man. What use is it to risk your life for a son? Mingyu sighed, looking at Pai Yuhua. "So you sacrificed yourself again to exchange for your brother's return?" "My mother took medicine for 10 years to conceive my brother, and she gave her life to bear him. But my father never cared about my brother at all. He let my stepmother sell me, and then sell my brother too." "So you sold yourself to get money to ransom your brother?"
No, you just said that if you leave here, your brother will die. So your brother was also sold to Tiger Hollow. You found your brother at Tiger Hollow, so by coming here, you delivered yourself to them. And they threatened you. If you dare to escape, they'll kill your brother. Pa Yuhua wept bitterly. She sold both of us, brother and sister. I want to kill her. Minyu knew that hurt referred to her stepmother. That woman was truly despicable. First, she gave Pa Yuhua a choice, sell the sister or the brother, and the sister chose to be sold. Then she went behind her back and sold the brother too. Of course, the most despicable was the father. His own children were sold by his second wife, and he said nothing. Worse, he sided with her. Otherwise, his wife wouldn't have dared to sell his children from his first marriage. So it's true, a stepmother brings a stepfather. That saying couldn't be more accurate. Chapter end. Chapter 1297. Do you want to kill me? Minyu heard that Pa Yuhua's younger brother was at Tiger Hollow. She extended her divine sense to cover the entire mountain village, searching for a 5-year-old child. Sure enough, she found the boy in one of the houses. At that moment, he was being held in a man's arms, eating. The man appeared to be at least 35 or 36 years old, with no woman by his side. It was clear that he had bought a boy to be his own son, someone to carry on his family line. She asked Pa Yuhua, "Does your younger brother have a birthmark the size of a soybean on his earlobe?" Pa Yuhua was startled. "How do you know?" Minyu asked again. "The family that bought him, do they live in the second-to-last house at the west end of the village?" Pa Yuhua said excitedly, "Yes, that's where he was sold to." Minyu sighed. The person who bought him treats him well. After confirming that the child was Pa Yuhua's younger brother, she immediately commanded Xiaoli, go to the second-to-last house at the west end and take away the child with a red birthmark the size of a soybean under his left earlobe. Xiaoli replied, "Understood, master. I will complete the mission." Shout Ao, "It's by my side and won't be discovered." Shout Ao disagreed. "No, master, I am the artifact spirit of the space. I cannot stray too far from you. The child with double pupils is too far from here. Let Dabai and Dahe go, they can handle it." As the voice spoke, a man walked into the kitchen, followed by 2 other men. Minyu felt relieved and turned her attention back to Pa Yuhua. She asked, "Do you want to take him away?" Pa Yuhua thought of something and suddenly knelt before Minyu. "Minyu, I know you have great abilities. Please save my younger brother. He is very well behaved. He will achieve great things in the future and repay you." Minyu felt a sense of entrustment from Pa Yuhua's words. Minyu shook her head. "Only you can save your younger brother. Don't think about leaving him to me. Your brother is yours to take care of. However, I can take both of you out of here." Minyu hesitated for a moment, then agreed. "What about Xiaobai?" Pa Yuhua couldn't believe that Minyu intended to take them all out. She stared at Minyu in disbelief. Just then, a voice interrupted. "Miss, you speak so boldly. Aren't you afraid of tripping over your own words?" Minyu also ordered Xiao Ao, "Go guard the child with double pupils. Don't let him be taken hostage when the time comes, or we won't be able to take him away." Minyu was startled. This child was worth more than she was? Back then, Li Chunhua had sold her for only 500 yuan. Pa Yuhua suddenly looked up. "Can I take him away?" When Pa Yuhua heard Minyu say that the man treated her younger brother well, she paused, then said, "But he was born from my mother's life. He cannot be someone else's son." Her mother had given her life to bear him, and now her stepmother had sold him for money. How could she accept that? She thought for a moment and added, "He was sold by his stepmother for 700 yuan. As he arrived, the door from the main hall to the kitchen was also opened. Jian Dalin, who had been eating just moments ago, finally looked toward the kitchen door, though he did not enter. Minyu's divine sense had already noticed someone approaching the Jian family. However, she paid it no mind and continued talking to Pa Yuhua. This man was the 8th-level martial artist Minyu had noticed earlier. At first, Minyu had only focused on sensing the man's cultivation and hadn't looked closely at his face. But now, as he walked into the kitchen, she looked at him and was shocked. This man was the second in command of the human trafficking ring, one of Minyu's enemies from her past life. End of chapter. Chapter 1298. I am the law. Of the 6 leaders of the human trafficking group, she had already taken out 3, leaving only the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd in command. She never expected to run into the 2nd in command today. Wasn't that a pleasant surprise? At that moment, Yu the second was sizing up Minyu with his hawk-like eyes, a flash of admiration in his gaze. In all his years of trading in women, he had never seen such a high-quality one before. His voice rang out with a roguish tone. "Not bad. Are you here offering yourself up because you know the men of Tiger Ravine can't find wives?" Minyu said coolly, "You people are truly audacious. In your eyes, human lives are nothing but bargaining chips for trade." Yu the second chuckled. "Isn't the world just like this? The strong prey on the weak. If you're weak, you deserve to be devoured by the strong. And miss, you've got quite the nerve, coming alone to my tiger ravine and even daring to demand to take away the goods we've bought here. Pa Yuhua was stunned. You came alone? Minyu nodded. Yes, I came alone. Though she hadn't come entirely alone, aside from herself, none of the others were human. Pa Yuhua's hopes turned to ice water, and her gaze toward Mingyu shifted to despair, even resentment. You came alone, and you told me you'd take me away? Are you trying to get me killed? Xiao Tao shouted in Mingyu's mind. Master, this woman can't stand on her own, and she dares to blame you. She's not worth your sympathy, just leave her be. Mingyu found it strange now. Back then, Gu Dongxing and his team had come to arrest the traffickers in this village and rescued many abducted women and children. But now Yu II was here in this village, and when she had swept her divine sense over the entire village earlier, she had found him in the tallest house, clearly not a guest, but more like the master. Still, his attitude toward her was genuinely off-putting. Regardless, she was trying to help him by offering to take him out, and yet he accused her of getting him killed. Forget it, she wouldn't stoop to his level. Mingyu ignored Pa Yuhua and looked at Yu II instead. You're wrong. People are not goods. They cannot be bought or sold. Moreover, the law prohibits human trafficking. Aren't you afraid of being held accountable by the law? Mingyu sighed inwardly. He didn't know her capabilities, so naturally, he couldn't believe she could take him out. Could it be that when Gu Dongxing and his team came last time, they only arrested a few superficial outside traffickers, leaving the real ones untouched? And thinking back to her earlier suspicions about this village, a mixed surname settlement without a market, everyone trained in martial arts, contempt for the law, and now with Yu II being a native of this village, Mingyu was certain. The Tiger Ravine where she had lived for 10 years in her past life was nothing but a den of bandits. How blind had she been in her past life not to see it? As the saying goes, the emperor is far away. Huh, miss, you're telling me about the law here in Tiger Ravine? Don't you find that ridiculous? Let me tell you plainly, here, I am the law. Anyone who enters this village must obey me, and you're no exception. Mingyu smiled. That sounds like something a bandit would say. Is this place a bandit's nest? Does your whole village live off robbing and trafficking women and children? This chapter ends. Chapter 1299. She now hates Mingyu to death. Yu Laoer's eyes suddenly widened, then narrowed again. Miss, you seem like a very clever person. How dare you speak out someone else's secret like that? Since you already know things you shouldn't, you now have only 2 paths left. Either stay here and become my wife, or die. Showing your hands so soon, Mingyu sighed. But I don't want to take either path. What now? Yu Laoer stared at Mingyu, unable to figure out what she was relying on. However, years of living outside the law gave him a hunter's instinct. This woman was not to be trifled with. Thus, even as he spoke of keeping Mingyu as his wife, he didn't dare act rashly. Instead, he kept probing her with words, trying to uncover her real trump card. Mingyu pulled an apple from her bag and took a crisp bite. What, you don't believe me, she said, as if she didn't take Yu Laoer seriously at all. Yu Laoer looked into Mingyu's eyes. Are you sure you came alone? Mingyu raised 3 fingers. I swear I came alone. She added in her mind, not counting non-humans. Yu Laoer looked puzzled and asked again, How old are you, miss? Mingyu scoffed. A girl's age is not to be asked, don't you know? But I suppose it doesn't matter telling you. I'm 17 by full years, 18 by Chinese reckoning. Surprised that someone my age has this level of skill. Was she mistaken? Why would Pa Yuhua hate her? When Pa Yuhua saw Mingyu still calm and composed in front of Yu Laoer, she had hoped that Mingyu's claim of coming alone was a lie. So she had calmed down again. The second tier were the core members who went out to capture women and children. Yes, a 17 or 18-year-old girl, no matter how skilled, she had limits. Without backup, what could she do to him? No, it should be, he could do whatever he wanted to her. Mingyu suddenly heard the sound of gritting teeth. Turning her head, she saw the hatred in Pa Yuhua's eyes. Yes, the people in this hollow were ranked. The first tier was naturally Yu Laoer himself, the Mountain King. But this time, she couldn't say a word, her face full of despair. Now, seeing Mingyu swear she came alone, she broke down. You came here alone not to save me, but to harm me. Hearing Mingyu's words, Yu Laoer couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. This girl was his. No, not only would she suffer, but her brother might also be affected. Even if he survived, he would lose favor and become no better than a slave. Mingyu saw the despair in Pa Yuhua's eyes and was puzzled. Even if she had come looking for her, it was her own doing. Pa Yuhua was just passive. Why would she be so terrified? The fourth tier were women and children like her who had been trafficked. But even among the trafficked, there were grades. Grade A were those who never tried to escape and lived contentedly in the mountains. Once they had a child, they could rise to the third tier. The third tier were the local villagers, who didn't know how to act and would give themselves away if they went out, so they could only farm and hunt.
Mingyu didn't know that Payuhua's earlier words and her kneeling plea to take her brother away had already counted as betrayal against Tiger's Nest Hollow, enough to warrant her death. Grade B were those who had escaped once and been reformed, but they could never become third tier. Thus, they could never become proper wives. At most, they were their buyer's women. If another man came and the buyer agreed, she could be shared for entertainment. Grade C were those who had escaped twice or more and refused to change. Such people would be demoted to slaves with no hope of advancement. If a woman, she became a shared wife, if a child, a slave. Payuhua had come looking for her brother and ended up back as Jian Dalin's woman, already grade B. But after today, if she didn't escape, she would become the entire village's shared wife. She now truly hated Mingyu to death. End of chapter. Chapter 1300, The Pitiable Person Has Their Hateful Aspects. Yu Lauer thought he had fully understood Mingyu's background and couldn't control himself as he revealed his true colors. Girl, don't blame others for hating you. You really did cause her and her brother's deaths. Now, you'd better come with me obediently. Other than death, your only way out is to become my captive wife. Lao San, take Payuhua to the shared wife room. From now on, she'll be everyone's shared wife. The man behind Yu Lauer replied with a yes and moved to grab Payuhua. But Mingyu, upon hearing Yu Lauer call out Lao San, was stunned again. This man was actually Tai Lao San? To be honest, she had deliberately forgotten the punishment after her second escape in her past life, so her memories of those men were somewhat blurry. If Yu Lauer hadn't called him Lao San, Mingyu wouldn't have recognized him as Tai Lao San. She locked onto the man with her divine sense and indeed found him somewhat familiar. Recalling the vague memories of her past life, she finally confirmed that this man was indeed one of her enemies, Tai Lao San. Today was truly fortunate. Not only had she found Yu Lauer, but she had also found Tai Lao San. By capturing these two, only the boss remained among her enemies in the human trafficking ring. She was so delighted that she momentarily didn't notice Yu Lauer's words about taking Payuhua to the shared wife room. No, I don't want to be a shared wife, Payuhua screamed and stepped back, refusing to let Tai Lao San grab her. But Tai Lao San's first grab missed, which surprised him. Normally, even a third or fourth level martial artist, let alone a powerless woman, would be caught by him in one go. Payuhua quickly explained, it's true. She was sold into Tiger Pit with me and Jiang Haiyan in the same batch. How could I be mistaken? This was wrong. But she really didn't want to be a shared wife, so she had no choice but to betray Mingyu. Oh. Yu Lauer waved his hand to stop Tai Lao San from grabbing Payuhua and looked at her. Go on, what secret does she have? Payuhua glanced at Mingyu and suddenly felt a pang of guilt. No matter what, Mingyu had come to save her, yet she was betraying her. Her conscience stirred uneasily. She lowered her head. She is the shared wife bought by Zhou Delang and Zhou Erling. She glanced at Mingyu again and quickly looked down. Also, her fiancé is the regiment commander who led the troops to clear us out last time, rescuing the trafficked women and children. Mingyu was stunned. Payuhua knew her secret? And she was about to expose it to gain merit? After stepping back, Payuhua suddenly pointed at Mingyu. I want to earn merit. I want to expose this woman's secret. What? She's that Jiang Mingyu? Yu Lauer was startled. No way. A girl as heavenly as her, sold for $500 to Zhou Delung and Zhou Erlang as a shared wife? Are you mistaken? This time, everyone stared at Mingyu with wolf-like eyes. Because that incident had been the biggest loss for their entire Tiger Pit. So it was because they had bought the fiancé of that commander Gu? Yu Lauer and Tai Lao San looked from Mingyu to Payuhua and back. No way. Mingyu stared fixedly at Payuhua, sighing inwardly. She never expected that Payuhua would do something like betraying her. Truly, the pitiable person has their hateful aspects. End of chapter. Chapter 1301. Do her. Xiao Tao was furious. Master came to save her, even sent Xiaoli to protect her brother, and yet she betrayed Master. Master, let me kill her. Payuhua suddenly felt as if she had fallen into an icy abyss, a bone-chilling cold. She looked at Mengyu. Could it be that she couldn't bear the torment of her conscience? Mengyu sighed. Xiao Tao, go set up a large formation to surround this entire village. Xiao Tao replied, yes, master. But then immediately added, but if I leave, what if something happens to you? Mengyu smirked. Xiao Tao, have you forgotten that your master is a golden core cultivator and at the 3rd level of innate? Do you think I'd be in trouble facing a martial artist at the 8th level of acquired? Xiao Tao was still uneasy, but what if he uses poison? Though reluctant to leave Mengyu, Xiao Tao eventually took the spirit stones and went to bury them at the spots Mengyu had indicated. Meanwhile, Tai Laosan kept pressing Payuhua. Are you telling the truth? Yu Lauer was also stunned. He had genuinely taken a liking to Mengyu and wanted her as his bandit chief's wife, but now Payuhua was telling him that Mengyu was a shared wife bought by Zhou Daolong and Zhou Erling. He didn't want to believe it. If this woman was a shared wife bought by the villagers, how could he take her as his bandit chief's wife? But Pa Yuhua also said that the Commander Gu who had caused great losses to their village was Meng Yu's fiancé. How could that be? And that fiancé of his was naturally someone the entire village wanted to capture and destroy. Some had even sworn that if they caught Gu Dongxing's fiancé, they would make her the village's shared wife, taking turns with her 100 times a day. At this moment, Pa Yuhua, desperate to avoid becoming a shared wife herself, was eager to earn merit. So she anxiously argued, I'm telling the truth. She is the shared wife that the Jiang couple sold to Zhou Dalong and Zhou Erling. When we walked in together, halfway there, I wanted to die, and she even comforted me a few times. But who knew, when we reached the big rock, she jumped off the cliff. So I couldn't be mistaken. Yu Laoer looked at Meng Yu, then at Pa Yuhua, and insisted, Pa Yuhua, you have to take responsibility for your words. Is she really the shared wife of Dalong and Erling? Someone immediately shouted angrily, second brother, do her. Gu Dongxing was the common enemy of the entire village. Was that person really the celestial beauty before them, whom they couldn't help but kneel before? Yes, do her. Avenge our captured brothers. Throw her into the shared wife room. Let 100 brothers have her every day. She suddenly showed up at my house today, saying she wanted to rescue me, but I didn't ask her to come, she came on her own. So you have to believe me, she really is Jiang Mingyu, the shared wife bought by Zhou Daling and Zhou Erling. To make Yu Laoer and the others believe her, Pa Yuhua, disregarding everything else, spilled it all. Hearing her words, everyone showed looks of contempt. Damn, she was so good to you, comforted you when you wanted to die, and when she saw you still suffering here, she came to save you, yet you betray her. Such an ungrateful person, calling her heartless and beastly would be an insult to heartless beasts. Yu Laoer suppressed his emotions and asked again, then how do you say she is Commander Gu's fiancé? Did you know her before? Dear readers, the 100-chapter burst is over. Rest now and we'll continue bursting in the afternoon. Chapter end. Chapter 1302, How does it feel to be betrayed by your own people? Pa Yuhua quickly shook her head, I didn't know her before. We're not from the same place. We only ended up on the same path because we were both sold into Tiger Hollow. Originally, I didn't know she was Commander Gu's fiancé. Last year, when Commander Gu came here to rescue people, didn't he? He specifically asked me and another woman who was sold in with me if we had been rescued, and he even met with us. At the time, to curry favor for his fiancée, he said he saved us because of her. Jiang Haiyan and I asked him, who is his fiancée? He told us that his fiancée was the one who was sold into Tiger Hollow with us and jumped off the cliff halfway, Jiang Mingyu. She pointed at Mingyu. She is Jiang Mingyu. Yu Laoer looked at Mingyu, his eyes full of mockery. How does it feel to be betrayed by the very person you came to save? If you're willing to be my bandit queen, I'll avenge you. As soon as he said this, Pa Yuhua was shocked. If Mingyu agreed to be Yu Laoer's bandit queen, what would happen to her? What about her younger brother? Mingyu rolled her eyes dramatically. Not great. She looked at Pa Yuhua and gave a bitter smile. There's truth to the saying that the pitiable have their hateful aspects. You're betraying me right in front of me. Don't you think that if I didn't have some skill, I wouldn't dare come alone to rescue someone? Do I look like a fool to you? Mingyu then pointed at Yu Laoer and Tai Lao San. Look at them. They're all talk, but haven't dared to lay a hand on me. Yet with you, they act without hesitation. Do you think they look like fools? Yes, they hadn't rushed to act. First, because they thought they could toy with her like a cat with a mouse, savoring the game. Second, because Mingyu was too calm, making them hesitant and wanting to test her again and again. Third, because this was their turf and Mingyu had come alone, everything was under their control, so they didn't think she could escape. They couldn't help but heighten their vigilance inwardly. She wanted to speak, her mouth opening and closing, but she didn't know what to say, so she just shut it. But now, hearing Mingyu's words, it seemed they hadn't fully probed her secrets. Why were they wary of her? Naturally, because she had the ability to make them cautious. Yu Laoer, who had thought he'd already figured out Mingyu's background and was ready to act, froze again, momentarily afraid to move. And Pa Yuhua was stunned. Yes, why had Yu Laoer and the others been talking to Mingyu the whole time without making a move? Indeed, since she dared to come alone to rescue her, she must have some skill. Otherwise, she didn't seem stupid, and unlike herself, who had her younger brother as a threat, would she willingly deliver herself to Tiger Hollow? Were they afraid of her? Had she bet on the wrong horse? Mingyu sighed and, with a wave of her hand, retrieved the protective talisman from her. Since you don't trust me, I'll take this back. Pa Yuhua panicked. What did you take from me? That's mine. Give it back. Huh. Mingyu sneered. What I took isn't yours. It's a protective talisman I put on you earlier when I intended to save you. With this talisman, no one could have harmed you. Not even if they wanted to make you a shared wife or hit you, they couldn't land a blow. Even bullets couldn't kill you. But, end of chapter. Chapter 1303, You are not worthy of my protective talisman. Mingyu glanced contemptuously at Pa Yuhua. The protective treasure my master gave me, you are not worthy of using it. A protective talisman? Are you kidding me? Pa Yuhua couldn't believe it. But Mingyu didn't answer her. Instead, she suddenly grabbed Jian Dalin, who was leaning against the middle door watching the show, hung the talisman around his neck, and then punched him, sending him flying into the wall, bouncing off the opposite side, and landing on the ground. Jian Dalin was first grabbed by Mingyu and tried to dodge but couldn't, then was punched flying and still couldn't evade. He thought he was going to die this time. But after getting up, he seemed fine. Recalling what Mingyu said about the talisman, he realized he was unharmed because of it. He touched his chest, jumped a few times, and laughed joyfully. I'm fine? I'm really fine? This talisman is mine now, haha. However, Mingyu waved her hand, and the talisman on Jian Dalin's body detached and flew back to her. Jian Dalin shouted in panic, my talisman. Mingyu shot him a fierce glare. Get out of the way. At this point, Tai Laosan finally understood why he could usually catch 4th-level martial artists with ease, but today, when he tried to catch Pa Yuhua, he failed. If they were outside the mountain, and if Jian Dalin wasn't one of her people, they would almost suspect he was deliberately cooperating with her act. He had thought his skills had declined or that this woman was formidable, but it turned out it was because she was wearing the talisman Mingyu had given her. Pa Yuhua was stunned. This talisman was so powerful, even when someone was sent flying, it still protected its owner without a scratch. And earlier, Mingyu had actually placed such a protective treasure around her neck. If she hadn't betrayed her, the talisman would have been hers. With it, no one could hurt her. Yet she had gained it, only to lose it. Was this talisman really that incredible? Mingyu, seeing her pale expression, seemed unsatisfied and dropped another bombshell. As for your brother, I've already sent a companion to take him away. Since you chose to betray me, let your brother come back. But here, not outside the mountain, and Jian Dalin wasn't her man, yet she used him to perfectly demonstrate what the talisman could do. Everyone was stunned first by Mingyu's strength, as she sent a grown man flying into the wall with a single punch. Jian Dalin, though not very heavy, weighed at least 150 to 160 pounds, yet Mingyu struck him as if it were effortless, not even using her full strength. Second, they were amazed that Jian Dalin was unharmed, and that was because he wore the talisman. Jian Dalin was intimidated by the force in Mingyu's eyes and dared not ask for the talisman again. Pa Yuhua was filled with regret and fell to her knees. Mingyu, please forgive me. I was blinded by greed. I had no discernment. Don't let your companion take my brother back. I beg you, my brother is innocent. Mingyu sneered, I came to save you, yet you betrayed me, am I not innocent? Besides, I don't have the kindness to raise your brother. She even began to suspect that her stepmother sold her and her father didn't care, and that it was related to her character. She hadn't come here to save her, she just happened to run into the situation and helped on a whim. And she got bitten back for it. End of chapter. Chapter 1304. The mother-in-law from the previous life has arrived. If Mingyu hadn't possessed absolute martial superiority and had only been an ordinary martial artist, even a grandmaster, being betrayed by Pa Yuhua like this, given the village's hatred for Gu Dongxing, she might have struggled to even leave the village. As for Yu Laoer and Tai Laosan, Mingyu's series of words and actions had dealt them a blow. She had allies, and those allies had already made their move. He shot a glance, and someone immediately left. Not long after, a short flute sound came from the west, proving that Mingyu wasn't lying. The boy had already been taken away. The faces of Yu Laoer and the others turned grim. This girl had come to rescue someone, and she had simultaneously placed a protective charm on Pa Yuhua while sending someone to take her brother away. It was clear she had prepared thoroughly. If she could put a protective charm on Pa Yuhua, she could certainly put one on herself. They weren't afraid of being hit, but they could hit others. Judging by the force with which she had punched a man flying earlier, this girl was a trained fighter. If Pa Yuhua hadn't betrayed her, and she had tried to take Pa Yuhua away, she might have actually succeeded in the rescue. Yu Laoer felt a weight in his heart. Pass the order. Surround this place. Do not let her escape. Yes, Yu Laoer realized that Mingyu was both the shared wife the Zhou brothers had bought and truly Gu Dongxing's fiancée. But he felt no gratitude for the information Pa Yuhua had provided. He ordered, take this woman to the shared wife room. Mingyu's heart skipped a beat, and her body involuntarily trembled. Pa Yuhua was terrified and screamed, no, I did my part. I don't want to be a shared wife. Behind her stood two tall men. But this time, she had no protective charm, so she couldn't escape their grasp. They grabbed her and dragged her away. This was the deepest memory in her body. The mother-in-law from her previous life had arrived. Sure enough, following that brash voice, an old woman in her 50s came running over, panting heavily. Mingyu saw that this old woman was the mother-in-law from her previous life, old lady Zhou, who had tormented her at every turn. The two men behind her were naturally Zhou Daoling and Zhou Erling, who had taken pleasure in torturing her in that past life. When Yu Lauer saw this family approaching, his eyes flickered, and he pointed at Mingyu, saying, "That's right, she's the wife your family bought." It turned out that when they heard their purchased wife was here, they had rushed over immediately, eager to take her back. She screamed for Mingyu to save her, but Mingyu had just played the role of the naive Mr. Donghua once. How could she do it again? Yu Lauer ordered Pai Yuhua seized, then turned to Mingyu and said, "I've avenged you. How about becoming my wife? Otherwise, we'll have no choice but to beat you to death." A sneer appeared on Mingyu's face. Just as she was about to speak, a shout rang out, "Have you brought my daughter-in-law back? We've already paid the money, and she dared to run away. Beat her first to make her obedient." When old lady Zhou and the Zhou brothers saw Mingyu, they were all stunned. This was the wife their family had bought? Was this a celestial maiden descending to Earth? A girl like this would be sold? And even if she were sold, shouldn't she be sent to a place like that for a high price? How could they have bought her for just $500? And her gaze, it was terrifying. End of chapter. Chapter 1305, A newly bought wife must be beaten to be tamed. Hee hee miss, I was just joking, old Mrs. Zhou said. But behind her, Zhou Erling started shouting at Mingyu, "I've seen you before. You're the girl who came down from the cliff. So you're our wife. We had you trapped in the net, but you kept saying your fiancé was Gu Dongxing, went on and on about it, and still managed to escape. Zhou Daoling also recognized her, so you really are our wife. That day, you were just making things up, weren't you?" His fierce gaze immediately turned to the Zhou brothers. Seeing his second brother's look, Tai Laosan's heart skipped a beat. So this woman had already declared she was Gu Dongxing's fiancé back then, and those two fools hadn't reported it. They just kept pestering her. The fiancé of a regimental commander, how could she be trafficked and humiliated? No wonder Gu Dongxing had launched that operation. Though they weren't afraid of the law, they knew how to read the situation. If they had known earlier that this Jiang Mingyu was the fiancé of the regimental commander stationed nearby, they would never have bought her. Yu Lauer asked Tai Laosen in a low voice, who decided to buy her in the first place? Hadn't they investigated her background thoroughly? Tai Laosen also whispered, Big Brother told fifth brother to handle it. Hearing it was Big Brother's decision, and that fifth brother, who carried it out, was already locked up and had taken a bullet, Yu Lauer dared not pursue it further. Their martial arts were all taught by Big Brother, and someone as formidable as him feared nothing. But inwardly, he resented it. Big Brother wasn't afraid, but they were. The person Big Brother had ordered them to buy had brought them such disaster. And it was all those two simpletons' fault. If they had reported it, they would have been prepared and wouldn't have suffered such losses. So many men's wives had been taken away, some outside brothers had been arrested, and for a whole year, they hadn't dared make a move. All of this could have been avoided. Old Mrs. Zhou said awkwardly, I was just joking. Zhou Erling quickly chimed in, right. She's our wife, we're taking her back. And Mom, don't talk about beating her to make her behave anymore. Such a tender girl can't take a beating, one hit, and she'd be ruined. But his son's attitude made her feel something was off again. Oh my, they say a son forgets his mother once he gets a wife. The wife isn't even in the house yet, and you've already forgotten your mother? No, this new wife still needs a beating to be tamed. Thus, the crowd's looks at the Zhou brothers were filled with resentment. Those two dimwits had messed things up. This wouldn't do. Who would be in charge of that household from now on? Zhou Erling was a bit troubled. Mom, this girl is too young. She really can't be beaten. Zhou Daoling, thinking everyone resented him because his wife was beautiful, grew smug. Don't look at me like that. If you've got the skill, go buy yourself a pretty wife too. Besides, this girl was so alluring that even he had almost felt pity for her. Old Mrs. Zhou insisted, no, if you don't beat her, she won't learn. She has to be beaten. Zhou Daoling didn't want to defy his mother, but he couldn't bear to beat his wife either, so he said, then, Mom, just give her a couple of light hits to show her who's boss. The crowd watched coldly as the three Zhous had already treated Mingyu as their purchased property, to be beaten as they pleased. They didn't notice that the two leaders seated above had darkened faces. And Mingyu stood there, casting a contemptuous glance at the three Zhous, saying nothing. Chapter end. Chapter 1306, To be a shared wife or a captive bride. Mingyu was waiting for shout out to report that the formation had been set up. Finally, Yu Lauer let out a sigh and said, Miss, you'd better decide for yourself. Will you be a shared wife for the Zhou brothers, or my captive bride? Before Mingyu could speak, old Madame Zhou objected, that won't do. This is my Debao and Erbao's wife. How can she become the headman's captive bride? Others called her two sons De Lung and Erling, but she had actually named them Debao and Erbao. Zhou Daoling and Zhou Erling also refused. Though they feared Yu Lauer, they would yield on other matters, but not on their wife.
Zhou Daling said, no, this woman is our wife. Zhou Erling added, exactly. We can give up anything, but not our wife. Our wife is our wife. No one else can touch her. Mingyu suddenly recalled her past life. After she escaped a second time, she was supposed to be sent to the shared wife room and become the village's communal wife. But Zhou Daling and Zhou Erling had stubbornly protected her, refusing to let anyone else lay a hand on her. In that regard, as men, they were far better than Jian Dalin. Startled by Yu Laoer's threat, the Zhou brothers turned and left. His gaze held blatant contempt. In this tiger claw hollow, your authority doesn't seem so great. Yu Laoer knew full well that Mingyu was trying to provoke him into conflict with Zhou Daling and Zhou Erling, but damn it, he was provoked anyway. And weren't you the one who said you were the law here? Huh, you can't even settle the will of those two dimwits, yet you ask me whether I want to be a captive bride or a shared wife for the Zhou brothers. Yu Laoer asked sternly, then who should you listen to? Didn't he see he was locked in a battle of wits with this woman? Yet they dared to embarrass him in public. Usually, they were just dense, but at a critical moment, they dared to pull the tiger's whiskers? Yu Laoer coldly stared at the Zhou brothers. Who's the biggest in Tiger Claw Hollow? Mingyu looked at Yu Laoer with a half-smile. Since you asked me, I'll give you my formal answer. First, if you're proposing to me, then my reply is, I am unwilling to be your captive bride. Second, I am a person, not a commodity. No one can buy me, and no one has the right to sell me. We listen to you, the Zhou brothers quickly replied. Yu Laoer shot Mingyu a smug glance, then glared sternly at Zhou Daling and Zhou Erling. Since you listen to me, then go home. This matter is not for you to meddle in. But Mingyu wasn't having it. When Mingyu saw the Zhou brothers and old Madame Zhou, she had already thought of avenging the grievances of her past life. Yes, she had once thought that, given Erling had given her the witch's ring, if they didn't come before her, she wouldn't seek revenge against them. But now that she was here and had seen Goer, hearing him speak of the dream, she knew the ring had never been stolen from the old witch by Zhou Erling and given to her. Instead, Goer had obtained it from the old witch and brought it to her, only for Zhou Erling to snatch it away. That meant the debt of gratitude she thought she owed never existed. If Mingyu owed anyone gratitude, it should be to Goer. End of chapter. Chapter 1307, you've played the Sit on the Mountain and watched the tigers fight card well. Mingyu and Goer had already sworn kinship, and from now on, they would be family. This kindness could be repaid slowly. But as for Zhou Erling, since there was no kindness owed, she would have to take her revenge thoroughly. However, the Zhou brothers were simpletons. Yu Laoer worried they might ruin things, so he didn't let them participate in the human trafficking. At most, the brothers had tried to buy a wife and they hadn't even succeeded. Using the law to punish them wasn't an option. Beating them would only dirty her hands. So, she decided to use Yu Laoer's hand to teach them a lesson. Zhou Erling glanced at Mingyu, who looked at him with a half-smile, and a surge of masculine pride rose in his chest. He shouted at Yu Laoer, second brother, I'll obey you in everything else, but she's our wife. A wife can't be given away, or we wouldn't be men. So, second brother, I can't listen to you on this. Zhou Daling heard this and felt his brother was right. If a man couldn't protect his own woman, was he even a man? He followed up, second brother, this really isn't right of you. A brother's wife should not be coveted. How can you make our brother's wife your pressing the stronghold lady? With these words from the Zhou brothers, they pinned a crime on Yu Laoer, stealing a brother's wife. If this bot wife had committed an offense and been demoted to become the village's shared wife, then whatever he did would be his business, but even then, her husband's consent would be needed. Moreover, old Mrs. Zhou was there cheering on her sons. As soon as she spoke, the surroundings fell silent. Everyone stared at her in shock. This old woman dared to say anything. It had to be said that Zhou Daling and Zhou Erling's bluntness had a lot to do with their mother. Old Mrs. Zhou rolled her eyes. No matter what, this is our family's bought daughter-in-law. Yu Laoer may be capable, but no matter how capable he is, he can't steal another man's wife. Seeing no one refute her, old Mrs. Zhou grew more smug. Besides, if Yu Laoer can take our Zhou family's daughter-in-law today, what's to stop him from eyeing any of your wives tomorrow? The men in the village looked at Yu Laoer with changed expressions. This could really happen. But as soon as old Mrs. Zhou said that, someone objected. That's not right, Mrs. Zhou. She came in on her own. Exactly. We just bought this daughter-in-law. Yu Laoer saw the looks from the men in the room and felt a vain throb in his forehead. This crazy woman. He rolled his eyes and looked at Mingyu, who was watching the drama. Miss, you've played this Sit on the Mountain and watched the tigers fight card well. You've stirred up discontent among my brothers. Are you satisfied? Hearing Yu Laoer's words, the men all tensed up. Yes, they had fallen for this girl's trick. They had started fighting among themselves. Sure enough, the more beautiful a woman, the more trouble she brings.
All the men now glared at Mingyu, as if she were some seductress like Bao Si or De Ji, sent here specifically to harm them. Mingyu smiled. Second brother, don't forget, it was you who let her choose between being the Zhou brothers' shared wife or your oppressing the stronghold lady. How did that become me sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight? This chapter ends. Chapter 1308, Decided by Force. The men were also a bit confused by Mingyu's words. Yes, it was second brother who said she should first decide whether to be a shared wife or a bandit chief's wife. What did that have to do with this girl? Yu Lauer was stunned again. This woman was truly not simple. I told you to choose, so just choose directly. Why do you talk so much? Mingyu smiled faintly. I am a woman. How do you expect me to choose? If I choose the Zhou brothers, that would be looking down on you, the king of this mountain. Do you think you could accept that outcome? Yu Lauer's breath caught. If this fairy-like girl really chose the Zhou brothers, he definitely couldn't accept it. That would mean the Zhou brothers were more favored by women than he was. Mingyu looked at the Zhou brothers and smiled again. But if I chose second brother, could the Zhou brothers accept it? After all, they spent 500 silver coins on me. I believe that was their life savings, wasn't it? If they weren't poor, would two brothers buy just one woman to share as a wife? The Zhou brothers were enchanted by Mingyu's blooming smile, and when they heard her words, they felt she was the one who truly understood them. They really had no money. Mingyu turned back to Yu Lauer. Second brother, you tell me yourself, aren't you just making things difficult for me by asking me to choose? Seeing that Mingyu's words had everyone nodding in agreement, Yu Lauer realized he couldn't let her keep talking. At this point, Zhou Erlang challenged Yu Lauer. Second brother, whenever the brothers in the village can't settle a dispute, we solve it with force. Whoever wins is in the right, and everyone listens to him, or the thing in question goes to him. If you want to fight us for the woman, then fight us brothers. If you lose, it means we brothers are better than you, and this woman becomes your bandit chief's wife. If you win, she becomes our wife, and you can't fight us for her anymore. Yu Lauer was stunned at first, then his face flushed red with anger. He had been challenged by two simpletons. Zhou Daling and Zhou Erlang were both a bit simple, but such simple-minded people were also the most focused when practicing martial arts. Yu Lauer had reached the 8th level of martial artist because of the pills his elder brother gave him, but Zhou Daling and Zhou Erlang had relied solely on gathering herbs in the mountains to cultivate, reaching the 5th level of martial artist. Moreover, because they were twins, they had a unique that often allowed them to fight above their level. But even so, they were only 5th level martial artists, while he was 8th level. Did they really think that two 5th level martial artists added up to 5 plus 5 equals 10 and could defeat him, an 8th level martial artist? End of chapter. Chapter 1309, 5 plus 5 does not equal 10. When old Mrs. Zhou heard that her son wanted to decide Mingyu's ownership through a martial duel, she refused. Son, let's not fight. This woman was bought with our money. How can we use her to duel with someone? We're not fighting. It wasn't that she feared her son would lose, but she thought it wasn't worth it. In her eyes, her two sons were the strongest in the village because they were twins, sharing a unique mental connection that allowed them to act simultaneously in fights, making them far more formidable than others. Yu Lauer glanced at old Mrs. Zhou, his brows twitching a few times, and said, fine, since you two want to fight, then fight. Resolving disputes through force was a tradition in Tiger Gully, but since he was the one taking, if the Zhou brothers hadn't proposed it, he wouldn't have been able to bring it up easily. However, their proposal gave him a convenient way out. If it was decided by force, then it wasn't him using his status to take his brother's wife. It was simply that they were inferior in skill and couldn't match him. Seeing that the duel had been proposed by her sons and Yu Lauer had agreed, leaving no room for change, old Mrs. Zhou could only slap Zhou Dalong on one side and Zhou Erling on the other, cursing them as two fools. Thus, a group of people lit torches and immediately headed toward the village's martial arts arena. Mingyu, being a spectator, naturally followed along. At the arena, Tai Lao San, in charge of the duel, stood there and asked the Zhou brothers again, are you sure you want to duel with second brother to decide Jiang Mingyu's ownership? If you lose, you won't regret it. Although the Zhou brothers were simple, they weren't completely foolish. They understood that if they didn't fight, they had no chance at all, and they would forever be pointed at behind their backs. Look, that coward, he gave up his wife as soon as second brother said the word. Zhou Erlang added, we absolutely won't give in. Tai Laosan raised his left hand, holding a whistle in his right, and asked, are you ready? At my whistle, begin. As soon as the whistle sounded, the Zhou brothers were about to assume their starting stances when they saw Yu Lauer leap into the air, legs spread, kicking toward them. Thus, Zhou Daling answered seriously, yes, we want a duel with second brother to decide Jiang Mingyu's fate. If we lose, we won't regret it. If we win. But by fighting this match, it would be because they were outmatched and lost in the duel, not because they gave up their wife. Were the Zhou brothers bored out of their minds?
How dare they challenge second brother? Yet, seeing Zhou Dalang and Zhou Erlang puffing out their chests in the arena, everyone had to believe that these two simpletons were really going to duel with second brother. News that the Zhou brothers were facing off against Yu Lauer stirred up the entire village. Their proposal for this duel seemed reckless, but in truth, it was calculated. Besides, who knew for sure that the two brothers would lose to Yu Lauer? The two quickly tried to change their moves, first dodging Yu Lauer's attack, then each throwing a punch at him. At that moment, Yu Lauer's move was fully extended, leaving no time to adjust. But just as they were about to shift their stances, both felt a sudden heaviness in their bodies, and for a moment, they couldn't dodge. Yu Lauer kicked each of them, sending them flying. Good. The crowd erupted in cheers, gazing at Yu Lauer with admiration. Their second brother was truly formidable. End of this chapter. Chapter 13:10. Killing Intent. Their gazes toward the Zhou brothers changed. Usually, relying on their twin bond, martial prowess, and aggressive nature, they bullied their way through the village without anyone daring to provoke them. But today, 2 against 1, and they were defeated in a single move. Those they had tormented naturally felt a schadenfreude. The Zhou brothers scrambled up, covered in dust. Before they could speak, old Madame Zhou started shouting again, pointing at Yu Lauer and cursing, "You kicked my Debao and Erbao before they were ready. That doesn't count. No, you have to do it again." Zhou Daling and Zhou Erlang, reminded by her, glanced at the stunningly beautiful Mingyu again. Unable to bear the thought of giving up such a lovely wife, they immediately chimed in, Yeah, we weren't ready at all when second brother kicked us. That's a sneak attack, second brother." The crowd thought back. The Zhou brothers were 5th-level martial artists, known for their ferocity and not to be underestimated. How could they be so easily defeated? Moreover, it did seem like they hadn't been prepared when Yu Lauer kicked them out, lending some credibility to the claim of a sneak attack. Everyone assumed that Yu Lauer, wary of the brothers' brute force, had struck first to gain the upper hand, taking them down before they could brace themselves. They didn't know that the Zhou brothers had actually been ready. It was just that, at the very start, Mingyu had suppressed them with her aura, freezing them momentarily, allowing Yu Lauer to kick them out. Yu Lauer, feeling guilty about taking their shared wife, had held back. Otherwise, if he had kicked with full force, the two would have been dead or crippled. No one else knew Mingyu was behind it, and with it being night, their vision was unclear, so everyone misunderstood. Yu Lauer ended up taking the blame. He had only struck after the whistle, but his speed gave him the advantage, yet old Madame Zhou accused him of sneaking. How could he stomach that? He first swept a deathly glare at old Madame Zhou, then coldly looked at the two brothers. "Fine, if you say it doesn't count, then it doesn't." Turning to Tai Lao San, he said, "Let's do it again." He glanced at Mingyu and added, "Second brother, be careful not to kill anyone." Tai Lao San raised his hand. "Second brother versus the Zhou brothers. Second match, begin." But Tai Lao San caught the killing intent in his second brother's eyes and his heart sank. Damn it, that foolish old woman, trying to help her sons, has only angered second brother. She'll regret it soon enough. Yu Lauer, however, had a plan. "I'll know my limits." But the Zhou brothers, though suppressed by Mingyu earlier, thought they had just been slow to react and got kicked out. This time, as soon as the whistle blew, the Zhou brothers charged first, one from the left and one from the right, fiercely attacking Yu Lauer. Yu Lauer stepped back, dodging their strikes, but they pressed on, attacking again with kicks. Yu Lauer chose to retreat again, evading the Zhou brothers' assault. The crowd was puzzled by his 3 consecutive retreats. Could it be that his earlier one-move victory was truly just a successful sneak attack? Chapter end. Chapter 13:11. Crippled. Mingyu watched Yu Lauer's tactics and silently applauded him. He was retreating in order to advance. The first time, he suddenly rose and caught the Zhou brothers off guard, and was accused of launching a sneak attack. So this time, he simply retreated 3 times. For one, it left the Zhou brothers with nothing to say. This time, they couldn't claim he was sneaking, could they? For another, in battle, a fighter's momentum wanes after repeated attempts, once, twice, 3 times, and it's exhausted. The Zhou brothers had struck at empty air 3 times, so their momentum was surely dampened. Sure enough, after Yu Lauer retreated 3 times in a row, the Zhou brothers' momentum had somewhat faltered. They were no longer as aggressive as before. When the Zhou brothers came at him again with punches, Yu Lauer's eyes flickered. This time, instead of retreating, he advanced. His left hand caught Zhou Daling's incoming right fist, and with his right fist, he sent Zhou Daling flying. However, as Zhou Daling attacked, Zhou Erling's fist also reached Yu Lauer at the same time. Yu Lauer, focused on Zhou Daling, naturally couldn't attend to Zhou Erling. This was precisely why the Zhou brothers found it easy to fight across levels. Thus, Yu Lauer essentially endured a punch from Zhou Erling in order to send Zhou Daling flying. Those in the crowd who understood the fight felt for Yu Lauer, even as he sent Zhou Daling flying. If Zhou Erlang knocked him down, he would still lose. Would Yu Lauer lose? When Yu Lauer struck Zhou Daling, he had already calculated where Zhou Erlang would hit him. He diverted some of his inner energy to the abdomen, the spot Zhou Erlang was targeting. Just before Zhou Erlang's fist landed, he sucked his abdominal muscles inward, neutralizing most of the force of the punch, and then kicked out, sending Zhou Erlang flying as well. Right, they thought 5 plus 5 equals 10, but who knew, 5 plus 5 still equals 5. For the sake of their wives, what face do they have left? The crowd only heard a series of thuds, and then the Zhou brothers, one sent flying by a punch, the other by a kick. Both fell to the ground and didn't get up. After a moment of stunned silence, cheers erupted. Yu Lauer, with his strength, had once again asserted his authority at Tiger Hollow. Yeah, earlier they said he launched a sneak attack. This time, without sneaking, he still defeated them in one move. Second brother is too formidable, taking down the Zhou blockheads in one move. Right, and 2 against 1, shameless. The first time, they called it a sneak attack. But this second time, he had retreated 3 steps before attacking, and in a single exchange, he defeated the Zhou brothers again. Everyone was dumbfounded. It had looked like Yu Lauer was about to lose, yet he won, and won beautifully. Iron Sanner raised Yu Lauer's hand and announced, Yu Lauer versus Zhou Debao and Zhou Erbao in a martial duel. Yu Lauer wins. Jiang Mingyu now belongs to Yu Lauer. Zhou Debao and Zhou Erbao are not to pester her. From now on, those Zhou blockheads won't be able to brag anymore. Yeah, the Zhou blockheads are done for now, and old Lady Zhou has no one to back her up. Old Lady Zhou is in for a rough time from now on. They completely forgot how they had felt earlier when they suspected Yu Lauer might steal their wives, and they also forgot how, when old Lady Zhou accused Yu Lauer of a sneak attack, they had silently supported her, forcing Yu Lauer into a second duel. The crowd only knew to surround Yu Lauer with cheers and words of praise, with not a single person paying any attention to the Zhou brothers. End of chapter. Chapter 13:12. I am only my own. No, there was one more person, their old mother Zhou. She threw herself onto her 2 sons, crying and cursing as she did so. Damned Yu Lauer, that bully. He beat my 2 sons like this. That daughter-in-law was clearly bought by our family, yet he used a duel to snatch her away, just using it as an excuse. Curse you, Yu Lauer, you'll die a miserable death. But her cries and curses were drowned out by the crowd's shouts cheering for Yu Lauer. Minyu's divine sense swept over, and with just one glance, she spotted the problem. The Zhou brothers' dantians had been crippled by Yu Lauer. They were ancient martial artists, cultivating inner strength in their dantians. With their dantians destroyed, their inner force could no longer coalesce. From now on, the Zhou brothers were as good as useless. As the referee, Qian Laosan finally came over to check on the Zhou brothers' condition. Zhou's old mother immediately grabbed his hand and complained, Laosan, look at my 2 sons, what's wrong with them? They're still unconscious. Isn't there anything the village can do to treat them? Auntie Zhou, don't worry. They'll be fine, Tai Laosan could only reassure her. But when he took the pulses of the Zhou brothers and discovered their dantians had been crippled, his heart tightened. It seemed Yu Lauer, having taken the Zhou brothers' shared wife, was ultimately afraid they would seek revenge. So he simply crippled them, stripping them of any means to retaliate. Tai Laosan sighed, had the Zhou brothers carried back, fed them a pill, and handed them over to their old mother to look after. Yu Lauer sneered, you didn't deny it earlier. Back on the training ground, Yu Lauer, seeing his victory, smiled at Mingyu. Miss, a bet is a bet. From now on, you're my wife, Yu Lauers. If that's the case, then in the future, if you see any woman who's pretty, can you just drag someone into a duel, win, and claim her as yours? The crowd had already accepted that Yu Lauer had beaten the Zhou brothers, and this beauty like a celestial maiden was now his. But hearing Mingyu's words, they began to think she had a point. Mingyu shook her head. I'm not related to the Zhou brothers. What does their losing a bet have to do with me? For example, could you point at your brother Laosan here and say to another brother, I'll bet you, we fight, and if I win, Laosan becomes my servant from now on. Mingyu found it amusing. Yu Lauer, right? When did I ever bet with you? Yu Lauer paused, then his expression darkened. You didn't bet with me, but the Zhou brothers who bought you did. So you have to honor the bet. Mingyu said calmly, what did I deny? What did I acknowledge? Did any of you ever ask me about anything? I'm not one of those women kidnapped here, nor a woman sold in meekly. I am my own. The crowd was a bit confused. In Tiger Pit, women were usually just commodities. No one ever thought to ask for their opinion. So none of them had considered asking Mingyu, the person directly involved, what she thought. Someone shouted, weren't you bought by the Zhou Daling brothers? Since they spent money to buy you, you belong to them. And since they lost their bet with Brother Yu, you're now Brother Yu's. The chapter ends. Chapter 13:13. Who dares to jump? Mingyu sneered, bought me? When did they buy me?
And why should I accept being bought? I never accepted it, so how could I possibly become their brother's wife? Don't forget, I came here on my own. I wasn't captured by any of you. From beginning to end, I never acknowledged that I was here to find the Zhou brothers. But weren't you sold to the Zhou brothers by your parents? My parents? Mingyu laughed. Are you talking about Jiang Haidong and his wife? They are not my parents. The Zhou brothers' way of buying people was different from others. They insisted on buying someone with a clean background, someone who wasn't trafficked but was sold by their own parents. I supported myself by collecting scraps, paid my own tuition, and got into university. To secure a spot for their daughter, they sold me to the Zhou brothers and used the money as travel expenses for their biological daughter to attend the university I had earned. Even though this village was a den of human traffickers, hearing Mingyu's story stirred emotions in the crowd. Sympathy filled their eyes. No one could say that her parents had shown her kindness, that being sold meant she should stay with the buyers to repay that kindness. But let me say it again, Jiang Haidong is not my father. They owe me no kindness, only enmity. The crowd was stunned. Jiang Haidong had stolen a child from a wealthy family and raised her as his adopted daughter? Mingyu continued, they used my birth chart to bring them children, then treated me like a servant. I started working at 3, took over all household chores at 5. I suffered endless abuse and hardship. If not for the villagers occasionally giving me sweet potatoes or taro, I would have starved to death. And now this girl, once sold to the Zhou brothers, was saying that Jiang Haidong and his wife were not her parents? Mingyu scanned the crowd. I know many people prefer buying girls sold by their parents because parents have a claim of gratitude over their daughters. Such daughters wouldn't dare to run away, and if they did, the buyers could go after their parents. She looked at everyone. Tell me, do Jiang Haidong and his wife deserve my gratitude? Should I willingly let them sell me to repay them? Because I am the daughter of a wealthy family. I should have lived in silk and luxury, enjoying wealth and honor. But they stole me from my parents and never treated me as a human being, only as a tool to bring them children. Mingyu swept her gaze across the training ground. And one more thing, I have already died once. Yes, on the day I was sold, I escaped on the way to Tiger Gully. I jumped off a cliff. To be honest, I escaped with the mindset of succeed or die. Even though I knew there was a tree jutting out from the cliff, that jump was still a gamble between life and death. I didn't know if I could land on the tree and be caught by its branches. I didn't know if, even if I landed on the tree, I would fall through the gaps between the branches. I didn't know what kind of branch would catch me, whether it would be thick enough to hold my weight and let me survive, or a thin one that would hold for a moment before I fell again, or a rotten one that would break the moment I landed. So you cannot imagine what kind of trial I endured, how I narrowly escaped death to survive. Let me ask you all, in that situation, who among you would dare to jump? End of chapter. Chapter 13-14. I came for revenge. Everyone imagined such a scene, and no one dared to raise a leg. Thus, the crowd looked at Mingyu with admiration creeping into their eyes. But he jumped. That jump was equivalent to dying once. Whether it was the Jiang family who sold him or the Zhou family who bought him, they no longer had any connection to him. Because the person he was in the past had already died. Now he is a brand new person, one who has severed all ties from his past. Mingyu looked at Yulauer, so I cannot classify him as a shared husband of the Zhou brothers. He was not captured by us. He came here of his own accord. His purpose in coming here is revenge. When Yulauer heard Mingyu's earlier words, he listened more and more, feeling pity for that girl. But upon hearing the last sentence, he nearly jumped up. She came for revenge? Everyone in the entire village was startled by Mingyu's final words. What did she say? She came for revenge? Revenge against whom? Yulauer became wary, staring at Mingyu. Who am I here to take revenge on? Among them, many were once the treasures of their parents. They had committed no evil deeds. They should have had bright futures, happy families, loving husbands, and children who adored them. But they were abducted by human traffickers, treated like livestock and sold, despite being human. Mingyu raised her voice as she spoke, looking at Yulauer, in his eyes, capturing a living person, disregarding their life or death, and selling them like livestock is a greater crime than highway robbery. Let us think, surrounded by so many wrong souls, what could he do? Hearing their stories, his heart was filled with hatred for all human traffickers. Because he was sold, after being rescued, when he jumped off the cliff, he had already died. He even went to the Hall of Yama, where he encountered many wrong souls of women who had been sold. They surrounded him, pouring out their grievances. Among them, some were sold to fools or old bachelors as tools for release. They had loved ones of their own, but because they were sold by traffickers, they were separated from their beloveds. They could either endure humiliation and live in numbness until despair, or they could simply die to preserve their purity. Some were sold into brothels, their jade arms pillowed by 1,000 men, their crimson lips tasted by 10,000. They were humiliated, cursed, unable to live or die, with no place even for burial. He could not seek justice for each of them or take revenge for everyone. But he could use his strength to eradicate every human trafficking ring and den he could find. Because highway robbery, at worst, only robs someone once, the victim might still have another path to take. But those who are sold have their entire lives destroyed. Therefore, human traffickers deserve death more than robbers. He promised those pitiful women that he would take revenge on every trafficker he encountered. And our Tiger Trap Hollow is the most deeply hidden human trafficking den. I, Yu Lauer, am the second in command of that trafficking ring, and Tai Lao Sen is the third in command. Mingyu locked onto the two of them with her spiritual power, speaking word by word. Am I wrong? So, I came here today to take revenge on all the human traffickers here. As a cultivator, Mingyu could not harm ordinary people, but that village was a sinful one. Moreover, she was now avenging a past life's grudge, which fell within permissible bounds. In Tiger Trap Hollow, over 200 people stared intently at Mingyu, listening to her talk about eradicating the trafficking den. When she directly stated her intention to destroy their trafficking ring, they felt she was telling a story. Yes, their village was once a bandit stronghold. The people there had always valued strength and were accustomed to lawlessness. To them, human trafficking was no different from their ancestors' highway robbery, nothing unusual at all. Chapter End. Chapter 13:15, Hitting a Wall. When Mingyu spoke of the tragic lives of the abducted women, some people in the crowd felt a pang of guilt. They seemed to realize that trafficking women and children was truly more deserving of death than highway robbery. But for Yu Lauer and his group, Mingyu's words meant nothing. Even though she had previously displayed the martial skill of punching Jian Dalin flying with one blow, they didn't think much of it. A fairy-like girl standing before them, declaring she would avenge the women and children they had trafficked, they found it laughable. All right, you're just a young girl. Why meddle in so many others' affairs? From now on, you can handle the logistics in this village, Yu Lauer said, moving toward Mingyu to grab her. But when he tried to move, he realized he couldn't. Not only that, but he couldn't move, and neither could his younger brother, Lao San, beside him. No, it wasn't just Lao San, everyone in this training ground who had participated in trafficking women was frozen in place. Don't ask how Mingyu knew who had been involved in trafficking. She could tell by the resentment. Anyone who had trafficked women carried traces of their victim's resentment, visible to her. This resentment, when accumulated, affected a person's character, making them irritable and discontent, driving away good fortune and inviting misfortune. Even if they had accumulated merit from past lives to offset it, they could never truly feel at ease, shortening their lifespan. Mingyu turned her gaze to Yu Lauer. I am a native of the mortal world. This large-scale immobilization using mental power was a first for Mingyu. After forming her golden core and picking up the witch god technique, her mental strength had already rivaled that of a nascent soul cultivator. Now, her spiritual sense was no longer just comparable, it was truly at the nascent soul level. Just then, a 14 or 15-year-old girl ran toward Mingyu and reported, Master, the formation is set. No one in this village can leave. Hearing the word formation, Yu Lauer was startled. You're from that place? A sensation like ants crawling over him spread through his body, making him stiffen, and fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. This resentment was invisible to others, but with Mingyu's spiritual sense enveloping the entire village, she could detect it with a single touch. She immobilized everyone involved in human trafficking, 121 people in total. When Yu Lauer realized he couldn't move, he knew he had hit a wall today. Mingyu patted Xiao Tao's hair in approval. Well done. Hearing the words mortal world, Yu Lauer knew there was no hope. Even if she wasn't from that mysterious place, she was connected to it. Perhaps she herself was one of those people, what the world called immortals, but whose true name was cultivators. Yu Lauer had always believed that as long as people from that place didn't show up, he would be safe. But who knew that a native of the mortal world could become a cultivator? Yet, why would a cultivator meddle in worldly affairs? Doesn't your cultivator world have a rule that cultivators must not interfere in mortal affairs? Since you're an exalted cultivator, why do you have to meddle in our mortal matters? Why? End of chapter. Chapter 13:16, Provoking the One Who Should Never Be Provoked. Mingyu looked at Yu Lauer with a half smile. Yu Lauer, it seems you've forgotten. I was once bought into Tiger Pit by your people. If I hadn't jumped off the cliff, I would have been a shared wife for the Zhou brothers for a year by now. Even if I did jump, I would have died if my master hadn't saved me. Yes, it wasn't that she came to meddle in his affairs, but that he had provoked her, drawing her back. While the cultivation world had rules forbidding cultivators from interfering in mortal affairs, this did not apply when mortals provoked cultivators. Yu Lauer was utterly bitter. Why did the boss have to have old five by this young Mingyu back? And specifically order her to be a shared wife?
He rolled his eyes, desperately trying to persuade Mingyu to let him go. So, you're saying that because you were sold into Tiger Pit and jumped off the cliff to survive, you gained your opportunity. In that sense, we could be considered benefactors to you. Can you just treat us like a fart and let us go? Hearing the once arrogant Yu Lauer compare himself to a fart, Mingyu burst out laughing. Haha, how ridiculous. You're willing to be a fart? Too bad I don't have the habit of letting farts go. And besides, she suddenly transmitted her voice to Yu Lauer. Since you know there are cultivators in this world, you should understand a thing or two about them. Let me tell you plainly, my family is a cultivation clan within the immortal sect. My father is a nascent soul elder in that sect. Even if I hadn't jumped off the cliff last year and been saved, my father would have found me when he came out of the immortal sect this year. Mingyu wasn't lying. As long as cultivators were in the same space and not too far apart, they could sense their own bloodline. Her father was at the peak of the golden core stage. He could sense her. What's more, all you did was kidnap and sell me to be a shared wife. I jumped off the cliff myself, so my opportunity has nothing to do with you. So don't try to claim a connection. Mingyu's opportunity came from the peach blossom's face, which Dog gave her. She only owed Dog her gratitude. These riffraff thinking they could claim a connection with her was pure delusion. Yu Lauer was shocked by Mingyu's voice transmission. First, he was stunned by her identity. She was a second-generation cultivator. How blind must his people have been to kidnap and sell a second-generation cultivator? These were people one would struggle to even find a way to curry favor with. Wasn't his boss only able to obtain cultivation techniques by acknowledging a cultivator as his master and running errands for him, then passing them on to his brothers, turning Tiger Pit into the famous martial arts village far and wide? And now, this force restraining him, wasn't it spiritual power? Terrifying. No, cultivators didn't cultivate internal energy, they cultivated spiritual power. Second, he was shocked by Mingyu's skill. She could use voice transmission. How deep must her internal energy be to achieve this? His whole body was drenched in sweat. He had provoked the one person in this world who should never be provoked, and he didn't know if he would survive this time. Enough, no more wasting time. Starting now, each of you will honestly confess how many women and children you've trafficked, who they were, and where you sold them. Yu Lauer, you go first. Mingyu said, then had Xiao Tao take out a tape recorder and place it in front of Yu Lauer. No, you cultivators can't interfere in government affairs. Sigh. Mingyu sighed. Didn't I just say? I didn't want to get involved, but you dragged me into this. I have no choice but to handle it. In her past life, she had been a shared wife in this very Tiger Pit for a full 10 years. How could she not hate it? End of this chapter. Chapter 13-17, Uprooting. Yu Lauer didn't want to talk, and he knew that what he had done couldn't be spoken of. But Mingyu directly hypnotized him, forcing him to honestly confess into the recorder all the women and children he had trafficked over the years. Hearing the criminal facts he revealed, Mingyu felt her scalp tingle. Moreover, he had a ledger in his hands, recording the origin of each trafficked woman and child, the address where they were sold, and the price they fetched. This village had long become a cancerous tumor specializing in trafficking women and children. Because the entire village practiced martial arts and was highly skilled in combat, no one dared to come here to make arrests. The last time Gu Dongxing came to sweep through this village, it was because both he and Cheng Jiohe were martial artists. At that time, their skills were a level higher than Yu Lauer's, and they also had guns, so Yu Lauer didn't dare act rashly. But they still held a grudge against Gu Dongxing, even deliberately sending people to kidnap Gu Mingxing. If not for Mingyu's discovery, Gu Mingxing would have been taken that time. Listening to Yu Lauer's confession, Mingyu wished she could kill him on the spot. But she restrained herself. She couldn't let her hands be stained with the filthy blood of such a person. Still, she couldn't help it, she had Xiao Tao cripple Yu Lauer's martial arts. After everyone had given recorded testimony, Mingyu had Xiao Tao cripple the martial arts of all those whose crimes had been clearly established. Of course, Mingyu didn't impose any further punishment on them. She felt it was better to leave them to the law for judgment. This time, Tiger Gully had been thoroughly cleaned out, uprooting this professional human trafficking ring completely. Next came Tai Lao San's recording. He confessed unreservedly to what he had done. However, his crimes weren't as severe as Yu Lauer's. But Mingyu still crippled his martial arts, just like with Yu Lauer. They had relied on their martial arts to dominate the area as local tyrants, harming countless women and children. Simply crippling their martial arts was not excessive. After that, everyone who had participated in trafficking women confessed their crimes, and Xiao Tao recorded each one with the recorder. In this way, everyone left behind recordings that could serve as courtroom evidence. After all the interrogations were done and the suspects were locked in the ancestral hall, a night had passed. Mingyu sent a communication talisman to Gu Dongxing, informing him of what had happened at Tiger Gully. Gu Dongxing, who was on a mission, was also shocked when he received Mingyu's communication talisman.
He hadn't expected that this village still harbored so many human traffickers who hadn't been uncovered. But back then, he was merely an ancient martial arts cultivator and couldn't use spiritual sense to detect resentment and identify who the traffickers were. Still, he felt ashamed that he hadn't even uncovered the two leaders of the trafficking ring. He notified the Public Security Bureau chief who had previously cooperated with him in the Tiger Gully operation to take over Mingyu's results, and then sent a message to Mingyu, telling her to hand over the case to Bureau Chief Foam of the G-City Public Security Bureau, who would arrive shortly. Mingyu locked Yu Lao-san and the others in the ancestral hall, planning to wait for Bureau Chief Foam to take over, while she took Xiao Tao and Goer to visit the old witch on the mountainside. Xiaoli, bring Goer over. This chapter ends. Chapter 13:18, Putting on the New Cotton Coat. When Goer woke up this morning, he thought everything from last night had just been a dream, but he immediately discovered that he was actually sleeping in a warm sleeping bag, with a sweatshirt, a sweater, and a brand new thick cotton coat neatly placed beside him. Only then did he confirm that last night hadn't been a dream. Aunt Mingyu, who had taken care of him for 10 years in his past life, had come. She had given him delicious pastries to eat, clothes to wear, and had accepted him as her godson. Oh, and she had also given him an incredibly extraordinary treasure, the 100 treasures pouch. Last night had been the best night's sleep he'd had in both his past and present lives. He quickly crawled out of the sleeping bag and put on the sweatshirt and sweater beside him. Finally, when he picked up the tattered cotton coat, he suddenly felt a bit of disdain. He desperately wanted to wear this new cotton coat instead. Moreover, because it had snowed last night, the weather today was even colder. After hesitating for a moment, he suddenly tossed the tattered coat aside and resolutely put on the new one. Just as he stepped out of the shed, he noticed a black dog and a white dog circling him, whimpering. He found it strange and asked the two dogs, "Did Godmother send you to call for me?" The two dogs wagged their tails, then tugged at his pant legs and walked. He said again, "Are you taking me to find Godmother?" "All right, I'll follow you." The two dogs immediately ran ahead, turning back to look at him as they ran. When they saw he wasn't moving, they came back and tugged at his pant legs again. Only when he started walking on his own did they lead the way once more. Goer understood these two dogs, one black and one white, really were here to take him somewhere. But just as he passed by the Zhang family's doorstep, a voice came from inside. "Goer, why aren't you hurrying over to take your little brother's pants to wash? What are you standing there for?" But Goer was only 4 years old. Was it really appropriate to make a 4-year-old boy wash a diaper? "Goer, are you deaf? Didn't you hear me telling you to wash your little brother's pants?" Immediately after, a woman came out, grabbed Goer by the ear, and pulled him inside. Goer, feeling the pain, quickly grabbed the woman's hand and shouted, "It hurts, it hurts. Mom, let go, it really hurts." It turned out that the Zhang family's child had wet the bed last night. Zhao Luping suddenly noticed something off about Goer today. Looking closely, she spotted the clothes on him. "Goer, where did you steal these clothes? Did you steal your little brother's clothes to wear?" A woman who had just stepped out from next door burst out laughing. "That's hilarious. Goer's little brother isn't even a year old yet, and he has clothes this big." Zhao Luping snapped angrily. "I said he does, so he does. What business is it of yours?" She then turned back to scold Goer. "These were bought for your little brother to wear when he grows up. Take them off right now." Tiger's Hollow had money, but that money was all in the men's hands. They weren't generous with household expenses, nor did they give the women much money, partly to prevent the women from running off with it, and partly because their money came from illicit sources. So even if they had money, they couldn't spend it openly. Naturally, household allowances weren't very generous. What's more, Zhang Jiaxiang was too distinctive in appearance. He had fallen from a tree as a child, been stabbed in one eye by a branch, and become a one-eyed man. And for a human trafficker, the best look was to blend into a crowd like water merging into the sea, hard to recognize. So, naturally, Zhang Jiaxiang hadn't been chosen by Yu Lauer to get rich together. End of chapter. Chapter 13:19, If you run, don't come back. To drag the entire village into the mud, or rather to seal everyone's lips, Yu Lauer set aside a portion of the money he earned from trafficking women each year and distributed it to every household, roughly 100 yuan per household annually. It wasn't much, but it was enough to sustain the villagers. Since the Zhang family didn't take part in the traffickers' activities, they could only receive a share of the village's public welfare. As a result, the Zhang family's finances were poor. When Zhao Luping saw Goer wearing new clothes, her first instinct was to strip them off him and save them for her own son to wear when he grew up. But Goer now had his godmother backing him up, so why would he fear Zhao Luping? When Luping told him to take off the clothes, he pretended to comply. But the moment Luping let go of him, he turned and ran. Luping hadn't expected him to dare defy her. Furious, she shouted, "How dare you run? If you've got the guts to run, then don't come back." The
The two little dogs saw Goer disappear again. Turning back, they spotted Zhao Luping chasing after him. They exchanged a glance, then charged at Zhao Luping together. Dabai and Dahe struck as one, knocking Zhao Luping to the ground. If you hate him that much, why not just sell him? Zhao Luping screamed and cursed at Goer. Goer, you bastard with a mother, but no father to raise you. If you don't come back, never come back. But grinding him down like this every day, aren't you afraid you'll grind him to death? And then her own son would be gone too. Just throw him to Pai Yuhua. Huh, a foster son is meant to bring out the real son. He's already brought out his little brother, his use is over. Mingyu heard the commotion and immediately used her spiritual sense to summon Shaoli, hurry and bring Goer over. The neighbors heard Zhao Liuping's curses and sighed one after another. But Goer had already run off. Wrong, it's that Goer somehow got a big cotton coat today and put it on. Luping said he stole it from his little brother and told him to take it off. He refused. Word is she's saving it for her little brother to wear when he grows up. Her little brother's only a year old, right? How could he wear a 4-year-old's clothes? What happened today? Did he steal pig feed or chicken feed? After Pai Yuhua was sent to the communal wife room, men lined up to take her. She was utterly despondent, lying like a log, motionless while the men used her. What a sin. Sounds like she made the foster son wash his little brother's pants. She's afraid that if she sells him, she'll lose her own son too, so she doesn't dare sell him. Shaoli, master, I'm still holding Pai Yuhua's little brother. The Zhang family is cursing that foster son again. That kid's only 4, how could he know how to wash pants? All right, master. Shaoli, holding Pai Yuhua's little brother, appeared at the communal wife room. Alas, can that thing on the kid even be called clothes? Someone must have taken pity on him and given him a piece of clothing. Luping doesn't buy clothes for her foster son, and now she makes him take off what others gave him. It's too much. Even if he's not her own child, you can't treat him like this. Later, it was Yu Lauer's brawl with the Zhou brothers that drew the men at the back away, finally giving her some relief. At that moment, Shaoli arrived at the communal wife room with her little brother in his arms. What he saw was a woman lying there like a corpse. Shaoli said to the child in his arms, "Look, that's your sister. Go to your sister." When Pai Yuhua saw her little brother, her lifeless eyes immediately stirred. She grabbed him and burst into tears. "My little treasure." End of chapter. Chapter 13:20. He wished he could beat the dog to death with one palm. Shaoli glanced at her disdainfully. "Listen, his master rescued my younger brother, originally planning to return my brother to me after rescuing me. But I disdain his master's rescue, so he gave my brother back to me. From now on, I have no connection with his master." Pai Yuhua heard Shaoli's words and was filled with regret. "I was wrong, truly wrong." "He knows he was wrong, Mengyu. He was wrong to me." Mengyu said she had rescued her brother, and it turned out to be true. She really had the ability to save her and her brother, but she had betrayed her. Now she regretted it. Even if she hadn't revealed that Mengyu was Gu Dongxing's fiancé, it would have been better if she had just begged to escape the village with her brother earlier. Now she was alone, facing the entire village that treated her as an enemy, unable to even take care of herself, right? Now, who would come to save her and her brother? Her own death was not worth regretting, but her brother, her mother had risked her life to give birth to him, and before dying, she repeatedly told her to take care of him. He could not die. If he died, how could she face her mother in the afterlife? Shaoli ignored Pai Yuhua's fragile heart and, after tossing Pai Yuhua's brother to her, went to find Goer. At that moment, Goer, with Dahe and Dahong blocking Zhao Luping, had already run out of the house. The women heard this and shuddered in unison, that Zhang Jiaxiang was truly a vicious dog. He did evil deeds but forbade them from speaking of them. The man grabbed Goer but did not hit him. Instead, he turned and glared viciously at the gossiping women. "Listen, we're not standing up for that brat, are we? The more we stand up for him, the more he'll be beaten. From now on, every time he hears us gossiping about him, he'll be beaten severely. If he gets beaten to death, it will be because of us gossiping women." Judging by his force, it was clear he was using considerable strength. A 4-year-old child, if struck by him, would likely lose half his life. Thus, the women shut their mouths and a few even covered their mouths, staring at Zhang Jiaxiang in fear. That man was Zhang Jiaxiang. He was fortunate not to have participated in the human trafficking operation, so he hadn't been detained and interrogated by Mingyu. Thus, he had returned home early to sleep. Whether he could actually sleep was another matter. The most hateful thing was that he didn't vent his anger on them, but on his adopted son. If what he said was true, then those who originally sympathized with Goer would become the ones who caused his death. Just as he ran out, he was grabbed by the collar from the front and lifted up. "I wore my brother's clothes, and I still dare to run? Watch me beat him to death." He heard the neighbors gossiping and was filled with rage. Those people, eating his salt, meddled in his affairs. Thinking that all the talk was because of Goer, he angrily came out from the back door to the front door. So, as soon as Goer came out, he caught him. Zhang Jiaxiang was satisfied with the effect he had created. He turned around and viciously slapped Goer across the face. He now wished he could beat Goer to death with one palm, to avoid bringing any more gossip to his family. The women gossiping nearby saw Zhang Jiaxiang's stance and feared he intended to beat Goer to death. They all knew Zhang Jiaxiang was furious and taking it out on Goer. One by one, they screamed in alarm. Goer saw his foster father's expression and knew he was going to use beating him as a warning. He now regretted it. If he had known, he wouldn't have worn that new cotton coat. Was his godmother still in the village? Would she come to save him? End of chapter. Chapter 1321. Someone is snatching the goods. In her past life, every time Zhang Jiaxiang beat Goer to death, it was her godmother who stopped him and spoke up for him, saying he was a blessed child who had brought them a son, and that if he kept beating him, the fortune she had brought would be beaten away. Although her adoptive parents still beat him every time regardless, each time, her godmother could use such words to make them stop. But this time, Zhang Jiaxiang was clearly intent on killing. Could her godmother save him? However, after waiting for a while, Zhang Jiaxiang's palm did not fall. He looked up and saw that the hand about to strike him was caught by a handsome young man. What kind of hero beats a child? The man grabbed Zhang Jiaxiang's hand and threw him out. Zhang Jiaxiang scrambled up and cursed at the young man. Where did you come from, you wild brat? I'm disciplining my own child. What business is it of yours? Goer stood there, looking at the handsome young man, feeling very puzzled. Who is this? Why is he helping me? This handsome young man was naturally Shaoli. After throwing the man out, he reached out to pull Goer, but his eyes were filled with undisguised disdain. How could my master acknowledge someone like you as a godson? You're too much of a disgrace to my master. But that would mean the buyer would have to spend money to feed the laborers. Therefore, no matter what, families who bought a wife or a child were unwilling to have such a guardian appear. Thus, there were often those who wanted to take the person away directly, but as soon as the buyer shouted, the whole village would come out to surround and intercept them, preventing the person from being taken away. At this moment, Zhang Jiaxiang was thinking along these lines. He really hadn't expected that the boy's godmother would come looking for him. Of course, those who came to claim someone had to return the money the buyer had spent. You say you didn't sell them? Sorry, I only care that I spent the money, not whether you got it. If you want to take the person back, bring the money to redeem them. But then he immediately straightened his back. Even if the guardian came, so what? He had spent 300 yuan to buy this child. There was no way he'd let him go for free. When the time came, he'd just wait to fleece them. It just so happened that he already had his own biological son and didn't want to raise this brat anymore. Shaoli had no idea that a few exchanges between him and Goer had sparked so many thoughts in Zhang Jiaxiang. He took Goer's hand and was about to run toward Mengyu. When Goer heard the young man's words, his eyes lit up. Did my godmother send you? Even if the other party called the police, it was useless. The law couldn't punish the masses. If they were surrounded, the police couldn't leave either and would ultimately have to give up on the rescue. Zhang Jiaxiang, who was about to rush forward, stopped when he heard the conversation between the young man and Goer, looking suspiciously at Goer and then at the handsome young man. How many families of the abducted could come up with that much money? Moreover, to prevent their purchased person from being redeemed, these people would inflate the price they paid, claiming they spent 600 when they only spent 300, making it impossible for anyone to redeem them. The worst fear for a bought child or woman was the family coming to claim them. It was like stolen goods being discovered by the owner. The owner could rightfully demand them back. Even if you weren't the thief, they were still stolen property, and the owner had every right to take them back. Who told you to receive stolen goods? But then, a woman's shrill scream came from behind. Someone, come quick. Someone snatching people. Someone snatching the goods. The one shouting was naturally Zhao Luping. And goods was the common term for abducted women and children. When Luping shouted like that, the whole village heard it. Everyone paused. The people who had just participated in the trafficking of women and children had only just been caught, and now someone was snatching the goods? Should they go and catch them or not? Today's bonus updates are over. More updates tomorrow. Don't forget to leave your votes and 5-star reviews, dear readers. End of this chapter. Chapter 1322. Don't mistake hatred for kindness. On a normal day, if goods were snatched away or escaped, the whole village would have to help chase and intercept them. But tomorrow, even Yu Lauer, that human trafficker leader, was dejectedly holed up in the ancestral hall. Who would dare to go after the goods they had kidnapped and sold to the villagers? So, Lu Ping shouted for a while, but no one came to help catch them. Lu Ping was furious and yelled again, Jin Laotu, Zhu Aci, and Zhang Jionyang. Back when our family's goods escaped, their family sent people to help catch them. Now that their son has been taken, are we all going to hide and not lift a leg?
Everyone's hearts were tightening. Their own men were too afraid to step forward, or else they were lost in thought, actually calculating how much money to ask from Goer's godmother. How could they make them chase? Ju Aci, called out by name, had to step forward. Lu Ping, don't mistake hatred for kindness. Back when his wife ran away, it wasn't the words I shouted that made her jump off the cliff. Yes, Ju Aci was a dwarf. He bought an 18-year-old girl as his wife when he was over 30. Naturally, the girl was unwilling. His old mother got knockout drugs, trying to trick her into drinking them so her son could sleep with her. But the girl was strong, snatched the drugs, and forced them into his mother's mouth. Then she knocked him down and escaped. That Xiangxiang girl was already heartbroken over being sold, and when she saw she was sold to a dwarf, she grew even more resentful. Hearing Lu Ping's words, she despaired and leaped straight off the cliff. She didn't have Mingyu's luck, caught by a tree branch sticking out from the cliff. Instead, she crashed straight to the bottom, shattered to pieces. So, Ju Aci bought a wife, lost his money, and lost the person too. He had also called the villagers to chase her. They chased for half the night before catching up. Seeing the girl cornered, he secretly closed in, ready to grab her. He had always blamed Lu Ping for running her mouth, forcing the wife he bought to jump off the cliff. Now hearing Lu Ping dare to use that matter of helping him catch her to pressure him, he naturally refused. If I hadn't run, I would have had children and become part of that village. That run of mine, how miserable it was. After that, I was no longer Aci's woman, but any other man in the village's woman. Lu Ping, hearing Ju Aci say, mistake hatred for kindness, got angry too and shouted at Ju Aci, Ju Aci, he at least helped me catch someone. What he said was the truth. Clearly, he did me a favor, how is that hatred? But Jia Xiang's wife, Lu Ping, shouted at his wife, Xiang girl, why don't you come back honestly? You've been sold to the dwarf Aci. Live as Aci's person, die as Aci's ghost. In Lu Ping's view, a man like Ju Aci definitely couldn't protect her. If she didn't run, as Aci's lawful wife, no other man would come for her. But if she ran and was caught back by the villagers, she was no longer just Ju Aci's woman. Although second-class goods required the husband's consent for other men to approach, if other men came, would Ju Aci dare to refuse? That's why she said those words. Ju Aci shouted back, right, I helped. I helped drive her to death. What a great favor I did. Zhang Jianyang, also called out earlier, said, stop arguing. Lu Ping, look for yourself. That man with the child isn't running out of the village. He's heading toward the training ground in the middle of the village. Everyone looked. Wasn't that the case? That handsome young man had now carried Goer in his arms, walking straight toward the training ground. He wasn't leaving the village, so how is that stealing goods? Dear readers, take care. This chapter ends. Chapter 1323. Really want to sell him. When Goer asked for a hug from Xiaoli, he said, are you really my godmother's person? Xiaoli naturally replied, yes, I am your godmother's person. Didn't you just ask that? Goer rolled his eyes cleverly and said, oh, I actually wanted to ask, why do you call my godmother master? Xiaoli's eyes grew even more disdainful. I call her master because she saved me, and I willingly acknowledge her as my master. What, do you want me to call you young master? Goer quickly said, no. After a moment, he added, what's your name? Xiaoli didn't want to answer him, but when Goer asked again, he replied, my name is Xiaoli. Then I'll call you brother Xiaoli. Being called brother by a little brat was something Xiaoli really didn't want, but since the child's godmother was his master, he said, you're so young, just call me brotherly. Goer grumbled inwardly, calling me young. My actual age isn't much different from yours. In Goer's view, he had lived 14 years in his past life and 1 year after rebirth, making his mental age 15, about the same as Xiaoli's. Okay. But Goer didn't know that Xiaoli letting him call him brother was already out of respect for Mingyu. As a millennia-old demon, being called brother by a 4 or 5-year-old brat would definitely make his past life friends laugh at him. Brother Xiaoli, what are their names? Xiaoli, hearing him repeatedly say brother Xiaoli, felt helpless. Asterisk forget it. What difference does brother and big brother make? They're both brother. Asterisk so he stopped worrying about whether Goer called him brother or big brother. Demon Xiaoli, asterisk, is this brat really my master's godson? I really want to sell him. What should I do? Asterisk. Goer sensed the malice from Xiaoli and struggled to get down. I'll walk by myself. Xiaoli quickly spoke up for Dahai and Dabai. They're still young. Besides, how could any animal other than humans talk? Wouldn't that make them harmful demons? Xiaoli glanced disdainfully at Dabai and Dahai. After eating so many good things, they can't even say a word. Dabai and Dahai almost burst out laughing. The one in front of you is a demon. Whether he's harmful or not is another question. Dabai, Dahai. Actually, Goer had already confirmed this when he woke up to find Dahai and Dabai guarding him. In this world, only his godmother cared about him. Brother Shelly, were these two dogs sent by my godmother too? Oh, Dabai and Dahe are so capable. When Dabai and Dahe heard Goer praising them, they immediately lifted their heads and barked, woof. Goer exclaimed in surprise, they understand what I'm saying? Dabai and Dahe felt a heavy blow. We're only 1 year old. Shelly, who looked to be about 15 or 16, was already being generous by letting him call him brother, and he still wanted to be called Big Brother. Shelly had no choice but to put him down. As soon as he was on the ground, Goa moved away from Shelly and stood behind Dahe and Dabai, pointing at Shelly and saying, do you want to sell me? To stop me from seeing my mother? Shelly was astonished. He had only thought about it. How did Goer know? Goer tilted his head. What, did I hit the mark? Don't deny it, you gave off malice. But I'm my godmother's godson, so you wouldn't dare kill me. The only thing you could do is sell me, so I can't see my godmother. How can you be so vicious? Vicious Shelly. When Dahe and Dabai heard Goer's words, they immediately shielded him and looked at Shelly suspiciously. Asterisk, does he really want to sell the master's godson? They were sent by the master to protect Goer. Asterisk. This chapter ends. Chapter 1324. Little Lee's Bluff. Little Lee had no choice but to patiently explain to Doggy, Doggy, be good. I'm not trying to sell you. The hostility I gave off just now was because I remembered that Zhang Jiaxiang. When I took you away earlier, he didn't stop us and now he's following behind. I suspect he's plotting something bad in his heart. Doggy turned to look behind him but didn't see anyone. Still, he knew that with Zhang Jiaxiang's nature, he wouldn't just let him slip out of his control so easily. He was following them, probably trying to find his godmother and then blackmail her. But then again, his godmother could even produce treasures like the 100 treasures pouch. If Zhang Jiaxiang met her, he'd only end up getting beaten by her. So Doggy wasn't afraid of causing trouble for his godmother. After all, he was going with his godmother anyway, and she'd have to face Zhang Jiaxiang sooner or later. Still, he couldn't see Zhang Jiaxiang, but Little Lee could. It made sense that seeing Zhang Jiaxiang's scheming expression as he followed them would stir up hostility. So Doggy was somewhat inclined to believe what Little Lee said. Even so, he still wanted to follow behind Little Lee on his own with Dabai and Dahe, rather than being carried. But his legs were too short. Years of malnutrition meant that at nearly 5 years old, he was shorter than most 3-year-olds. He could only trot behind Little Lee. After walking for a while without reaching their destination, he asked, Little Lee, where is my godmother? Little Lee slowly raised his hand and pointed to the highest point in the village, over there. That single godmother left everyone inside and outside the ancestral hall utterly stunned. So not only had they sold this girl Mingyu once, though she had escaped, but her godson had also been sold into their hands. So my godmother is at the ancestral hall, Doggy said, a little regretful that he hadn't let Little Lee carry him. His short little legs would have a tough time climbing that high. Looking at Doggy again, everyone felt uneasy. Her godson hadn't been treated well in the Zhang family. As soon as Doggy saw his godmother, he rushed over. Godmother, I missed you so much. When would this body of his ever grow up? By the time they reached the ancestral hall, Mingyu had already recorded all the human traffickers' confessions and locked them inside. She had casually set up some small restrictions on the front and back doors and windows of the hall. He himself knew exactly how his family had treated Doggy. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't care. But this Doggy's godmother was this girl. Now, he wasn't even thinking about extorting her. He'd be grateful just to send Doggy off like a little Buddha. No, not well, it was terrible. A child of nearly 5 had been worn down to the point where he wasn't even as tall as a 3-year-old. This fierce girl, who knew how she would punish the Zhang family? No wonder she had come for revenge. And Zhang Jiaxian, who had been so determined to find Doggy's godmother and extort her, was dumbfounded when he realized that the godmother his adopted son had found was none other than the fierce girl from last night. At that moment, he wanted to flee. But as soon as he turned around, he found he couldn't move. Panic surged in his heart. Last night, he had seen those human traffickers frozen in place, unable to move no matter what was done to them. He had thought it strange at the time. How could they just stop moving like that? Now that he was in the same situation, he finally understood what it felt like to be unable to move. Seeing Doggy arrive, Mingyu was delighted. Doggy, you're here. You woke up pretty early. Did you sleep well last night? Doggy sniffled and said, Godmother, I slept great last night. But after I woke up, it wasn't so good. That woman saw the clothes you gave me and said I stole them from my little brother. She told me to take them off and save them for him to wear when he grows up. This chapter ends. Chapter 1325. The Dog Tattles. The dog began to tattle without any pressure. As soon as the dog arrived, he quickly assessed the situation. Yu Lauer and his group were locked inside the ancestral hall. In his previous life, he had lived in this village for 11 years.
Unlike Mingyu, who only thought about escaping, he observed and understood the villagers and their actions. Of course, he also did this to help Mingyu escape. Thus, he immediately recognized that everyone locked in the ancestral hall was a human trafficker. Moreover, he noticed that the gate of the ancestral hall was not closed. Those people desperately tried to squeeze out but still couldn't leave. They could only glare at his godmother with hateful eyes. This meant that his godmother had set up a formation in the ancestral hall. Don't ask him how he knew about formations. He not only knew about formations, but also about cultivators. Of course, all of this was told to him by the old witch who lived halfway up the mountain and gave him a ring in his previous life. His godmother in this life was truly formidable. Thinking further about how she had given him a treasure pouch, it was possible that his godmother was the cultivator the old witch had mentioned. Although cultivators were not supposed to interfere in mortal affairs, the old witch had said that seeking revenge for oneself or one's family did not count as interfering. Thus, he knew that no matter how much he tattled, he wouldn't put his godmother in a difficult position. Moreover, in his previous life, his godmother had suffered a lot from Zhao Luping because of him. Since his godmother had been reborn, she naturally wanted to vent that anger. He was just giving her an excuse to deal with the Zhang couple. But I heard that you relied on my godson to bring you a son, yet you tormented him every day, even trying to torment him to death to clear the way for your biological son? Minyu, however, bluntly bypassed his phrase, my dog, and said with a stern face, you're Zhang Jiaxiang, right? My godson was kidnapped and sold to you. I don't blame you for that. After all, you were destined to have no son, so buying a child who could bring brothers into your life was normal. That foolish woman of mine didn't understand. She thought it was clothes I bought for Xiao Bao, so she made him take them off. I'll go back and tell her that the clothes were bought by Miss Jiang for my dog, not stolen from my Xiao Bao, and tell her to stop blaming my dog. He now deeply regretted not buying a girl when he bought the child, instead buying a boy. When Zhong Jiaxiang heard Mingyu's words, his mouth turned bitter. He had no choice but to turn around, and as he did, he realized his body could move again. When Mingyu heard the dog tattling, she raised an eyebrow. What? The clothes I gave my godson have become stolen goods from the Zhang family? Zhang Jiaxiang, I know you came with my godson. Step forward and explain yourself. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiaxiang's face turned pale. His first instinct was to flee, but he immediately realized that if he ran, an even harsher punishment awaited him. Moreover, he was asserting his authority, wasn't he? The dog belonged to his family. If you wanted the dog, you had to please him and let things slide. He kept saying my dog, making it sound as if he cared deeply for this adopted son he had bought to bring children into his life. He thought for a moment, then stood still, pretending nothing was wrong. I was wondering who gave my dog such nice clothes. So it was Miss Jiang. But at the time, he wasn't sure if his wife could conceive. He only thought that if he bought a boy and his wife couldn't have children, the bought child would become his son and support him in old age. After having a biological son, he feared the adopted son would compete for the family property. He did consider selling the adopted son, but he had heard that the biological son was brought by the adopted son, and if the adopted son left, he might take the biological son with him. Thus, he didn't dare sell the adopted son, but he didn't want to raise a boy for nothing either. After all, boys were different from girls. Girls could be married off, but boys would need to start families and careers. And so, a vicious plan was formed. End of this chapter. Chapter 1326, A Vicious Plan. Zhang Jiaxiang's plan was to wear this boy down until he died. That way, even in death, the boy would still count as a Zhang family son, and the brother he brought with him by fate would naturally remain with the Zhang family. So, from the moment his own biological child was born, when Goer was 3 years old, the couple began their campaign of torment against him. Cursing him at every word, striking him at every opportunity, this was the least of it. Denying him meals became a daily routine. When Goer grew so hungry it became unbearable, he would sneak off to eat the pig slop after they had set it down and walked away. Or, when they fed the chickens, he would steal their feed as soon as the adults left. But if he was caught, a beating and scolding were inevitable. To hasten Goer's death, they even used the excuse that he wet the bed, often driving him out of the house at night and making him sleep in the shed. When he fell ill, they refused to let him see a doctor. Yet Goer had an extraordinarily strong will to live. Several times, he was so sick he was on the verge of death, but he always pulled through. Once, Lu Ping discovered Zhu Aci secretly brewing medicine for Goer and realized he had been quietly helping him all along. She flew into a rage, cursing Zhu Aci for meddling and accusing him of ulterior motives, wanting Goer to grow up and support him in his old age. Zhu Aci had indeed harbored such thoughts, which was why he secretly aided Goer. Exposed by Lu Ping, he bluntly proposed to Zhang Jiaxiang, now that you have your own child, why not let me take Goer? As for the other neighbors, Lu Ping's ferocity made them afraid to openly give Goer food. But when Goer, driven by extreme hunger, failed to steal from his own family's pig or chicken feed and instead sneaked into a neighbor's house to eat, they turned a blind eye to the pitiful child stealing pig slop. In her past life, Mingyu saw Goer and was reminded of herself as a child. No, Goer had it even worse than she did. After all, the Jiang family had only exploited her and denied her food. They had never beaten her to the brink of death. Later, when Zhu Aci bought a wife, Lu Ping deliberately twisted the rules, claiming that a woman who had run away was not a proper wife and could be taken by other men. But she intentionally omitted the rule that other men could only do so with the husband's consent. This drove the woman, Xiangxiang, to leap off a cliff in despair, all because Lu Ping resented Zhu Aci's interest in Goer. Even so, if the Zheng couple caught Goer stealing from the neighbors, he would still be beaten and scolded without fail. After that, Zhu Aci no longer dared to help Goer, but he kept a close watch on the Zheng couple. As a result, they didn't dare to kill Goer outright. At the very least, they allowed him one meal a day. But Zheng Jiaxiang sternly rejected Zhu Aci's proposal and gave him a thorough scolding, accusing him of ill intentions and trying to buy Goer's loyalty. He warned that if he ever saw Zhu Aci showing Goer any small favors again, he would beat him on sight. That was why, in her past life, every time Mingyu saw this child, she felt a deep sense of shared suffering. No matter how much the Zheng couple cursed her, she still gave him food. When they tried to beat him to death, she would rush in to stop them. Sometimes, even when the Zheng couple knew Mingyu was holding Goer, they still struck, and the blows would land on her instead. However, the Zhou brothers often tormented Mingyu, but couldn't stand seeing others hit her. So the Zheng couple dared not go too far in beating her, allowing Mingyu to protect Goer until she escaped, and Goer was thrown off a cliff by the Zhou brothers. It could be said that without Mingyu, Goer would never have lived to the age of 14. Now, with Mingyu exposing Zheng Jiaxiang's plan, how could he not be shocked? Along with the shock came fear. This Goer was truly Mingyu's adopted son. The chapter ends. Chapter 1327. The enemy of the entire village. Zheng Jiaxiang suddenly thought of another question. No, the boy was abducted at just over 2 years old. How did he become this woman's godson? Could she be trying to trick him? Yes, Tiger Pit had its own rules. Everyone minded their own family affairs. Unless someone died, no one had the right to interfere in another family's business. Of course, unless the person being bullied was your own relative. Could it be that Mingyu saw how pitiful Goer was and wanted to take charge of his situation, so she deliberately claimed him as her godson? He abruptly looked up at Mingyu. Miss, when did Goer become your godson? Mingyu met Zheng Jiaxiang's eyes, knowing he was suspicious. Even if he doubted her, so what? She happened to know Goer's background. Goer was a bit nervous. He had acknowledged Mingyu as his godmother only last night. If a god-relative relationship was established after being abducted, the buyer's consent was required. Therefore, the Zheng couple could refuse to recognize the god-relative bond he had formed last night. She lifted her chin. What does it matter when I took Goer in? Or do you think I'll follow the rules of your tiger pit? Zheng Jiaxiang immediately deflated. Yes, this woman was so formidable. She had even locked up Yulauer and his men. Did she need to follow this village's rules? As the buyer, Zheng Jiaxiang naturally knew Goer's background. Seeing Mingyu reveal it in one breath, he felt even more defeated. She knew everything. She knew it all. So, her claim of being Goer's godmother must be true. But then Mingyu glanced at Goer and added, however, I can tell you, Goer's full name is Qin Wenju, and his father is Qin Chaoen. To be honest, my purpose in coming here is for Goer, no, for Wenju, my godson. I heard from a woman who was rescued last time that a 2- or 3-year-old boy had been sold to Tiger Pit and was being tormented and abused by his buyer every day, unlikely to survive to adulthood. At this thought, Zheng Jiaxiang trembled all over. If the villagers found out that it was his adopted son who had brought this plague, Mingyu, to their village, the consequences. So, my goal today is to rescue my godson. As for dealing with Yulauer and his men, that's just catching rabbits while beating the grass, an added bonus. He even had a feeling that Mingyu hadn't come to rescue Pai Yuhua, but to save Goer. Upon asking, I suspected it was my godson Qin Wenju, so I rushed to Tiger Pit without delay. When I saw Goer, I immediately recognized him as my godson. And he remembers me as his godmother. Sure enough, Mingyu's next words confirmed his guess. When the people of Tiger Pit heard this, their fiery glares turned to Zheng Jiaxiang. It was all his fault for tormenting Goer so inhumanely and without any concealment, making the entire village aware of it. Otherwise, those rescued women wouldn't have talked about it. Especially Yulauer's venomous gaze, which nearly turned into something tangible. If looks could kill, Zheng Jiaxiang would have been riddled with wounds by now. Zheng Jiaxiang wanted to deny it, but what could he deny? He had indeed abused Goer, and he had harshly scolded the neighbors who fed Goer and gave him medicine. To prevent the neighbors from helping Goer again, he had even retaliated against Ju Aci, who had aided the boy, establishing his authority among the neighbors. How could those neighbors possibly cover up his abuse of his adopted son? Chapter end. Chapter 1328. Hating someone you can actually hate. Under the knife-like gazes of the crowd, Zhang Jiaxiang could no longer hold his ground and fled in disgrace. He had become the village's public enemy. Now, forget about extorting money from Mingyu. He would be burning incense to thank the heavens if Mingyu didn't come looking for him again. No, what he should be worried about now wasn't Mingyu causing him trouble, but the families of the human traffickers coming after him. Because it was his mistreatment of Goer that led the trafficked women to bring up Goer's tragic story, which in turn brought Mingyu here to wipe out all the traffickers in Tiger Gully. Mingyu deliberately revealed her purpose for coming, making Zhang Jiaxiang the village's common enemy. She didn't need to strike at him herself, others would do it for her. Especially the families of the traffickers, they would surely hate him to the bone. In truth, the families of the traffickers should hate Mingyu the most. But Mingyu had left the entire village with the impression that she was too powerful, with unfathomable methods. No matter how capable you were, she wouldn't even bother fighting you. She would just immobilize you, and then do whatever she wanted, whether it was beating or killing. It was as if everyone in the village was fish on her chopping board, and she could cut them however she pleased. People wanted to hate her, but they couldn't muster the ability to do so. So they had to find another target for their hatred, someone they could actually hate. And Zhang Jiaxiang was exactly the substitute Mingyu had found for them to hate in her place. Zhang Jiaxiang, however, was a native of Tiger Gully. His home was in Tiger Gully, his family was in Tiger Gully, and it was easy to take revenge on him. When Goer heard that his father was called Qin Shaowen and that he himself was called Qin Wenju, his eyes widened as he looked at his godmother, his whole body trembling slightly. Moreover, Mingyu was an outsider. Once today's business was over, she would leave Tiger Gully, making it very hard to find her. Still, the fact that Zhang Jiaxiang and his wife could devise such a vicious plan targeting a child showed they were not good people, perfect scapegoats for hatred. If it was true, would he have to go back to his parents? If he returned to his parents' home, could he still stay by his godmother's side? Mingyu glanced at him, her expression somewhat complicated, and said softly, "It's true. Don't worry, I'll help you find your family." He seemed to be asking, is this real? Did his godmother really find his parents? Or was she just saying that to deceive Zhang Jiaxiang? It was true, it was actually true. Goer had heard someone mention his biological parents for the first time in 2 lifetimes. He could actually find his biological parents. What he feared most was that his parents didn't want him. Did they not want me? He asked in a trembling voice. No, you got lost on your own, Mingyu said with a complicated expression. Of course, there was more she didn't say. He had gotten lost while looking for his mother. Seeing Goer clutching her clothes tightly, as if afraid she would abandon him, Mingyu sighed, picked him up, looked into his eyes, and said, "Of course, your godmother won't abandon you. Once we find your father, you can decide for yourself whether to go with him or stay with your godmother." Hearing this, Goer finally relaxed, wrapped his arms around Mingyu's neck, and said, "I only want my godmother." In his previous life, he never knew about his biological parents, but he had felt a mother's love from Mingyu. So he didn't want to leave his godmother, even if he found his biological parents. End of chapter. Chapter 1329. Chapter 1329. Chapter 1328. Several women sharing one husband. Mingyu thought he was just talking like a child, and that once he met his biological father, he would surely follow him. But she didn't argue, only said, "All right, no matter when, as long as you miss your godmother, you can come back to her side. Your godmother will never abandon you." She didn't know that because of these words, a little shadow would follow her from then on. Fortunately, after he turned 5, he was tested and found to have spiritual roots, the same single with spiritual root as Mingyu. That was when she decisively took him as her disciple. Otherwise, she wouldn't have known what to do with him. Director Feng finally led a large team to Tiger Hollow. He had heard that Commander Gu's fiancé had already captured several human traffickers, and even 2 leaders of the trafficking ring had been caught by her. When Mingyu saw Director Feng, she noticed he had brought a large number of people, nearly half of them soldiers. The entire village was packed full of people everywhere, and she couldn't help but twitch her mouth repeatedly. Director Feng extended his right hand to Mingyu. "Hello, you must be Miss Nan? I'm Feng Qishan, a friend of Gu Dongxing. Thank you very much for your contributions to social safety. I'm here to take over the human traffickers you've captured." These account books were naturally obtained after she interrogated Yu Lauer and Tai Lao San, and she personally retrieved them from the underground palace beneath Yu Lauer's house. Although he knew Gu Dongxing's fiancé was no ordinary person, Director Feng still didn't quite understand. "Comrade Nan, how did you know that these local people were the core group of the trafficking ring?" He took another tape and inserted it, pressing the play button. From it came Yu Lauer's voice, recounting his achievements in the trafficking business. The data shocked Director Fong. Mingyu smiled slightly. Director Fong, are you doubting that I might have arrested the wrong people? She took out a tape recorder and cassettes. These are their confession recordings. You can listen to each one. Mingyu shook Director Feng's hand. Hello, I'm Nan Mingyu. The local traffickers are locked up in the ancestral hall. She gave him the original tapes and kept a copy for herself. It wasn't that she didn't trust Director Fong, but she was habitually prepared for any contingency. When Director Fong heard Mingyu emphasize the word local, he felt deeply ashamed. The two of them had brought a large number of soldiers and police officers, only to capture the traffickers' peripheral members while letting the local core members slip by. If Mingyu hadn't gone into the mountains and caught them this time, he would never have known that this remote mountain hollow had become a stronghold for human traffickers. The reason Mingyu emphasized local was that the traffickers Gu Dongxing and Director Fong had jointly captured last time were all outsiders. Director Fong took out a tape and inserted it, pressing the play button. From it came a trafficker recounting the women he had sold over the years. At that time, they had only thought the traffickers were using Tiger Hollow, a place far from the law, as a hideout, unaware that the hideout was actually centered on local traffickers, with the outsiders merely being peripheral members they had recruited. Mingyu seemed to feel that Director Fong hadn't been shocked enough by what he'd heard, so she pulled out a stack of the trafficking rings account books. Yes, Yu Lauer's house looked almost identical to ordinary villagers' homes on the outside, but underground, he had dug a very luxurious living space. It was practically a miniature underground palace, where several stunning women lived. Yu Lauer himself called it his underground palace. Not only did he have an underground palace, but the other traffickers also had their own underground living quarters, all more beautifully built than their above-ground homes, each housing 1, 2, or even 3 or 4 beautiful women. Men, given the means, always want to possess as many beautiful women as possible. End of this chapter. Chapter 1330. Hello, sister-in-law. What Nan Mingyu found unbelievable was that these women were all willing. This was the early 1980s. Were there already women at this time who accepted sharing a husband with multiple women? Last time, Gu Dongxing and Feng Qifeng came to make arrests, but failed to catch these local human traffickers because, as soon as they caught wind of the situation, they retreated into the underground chambers. The underground chambers were stocked with large amounts of food and water, making it no problem to stay there for months, or even half a year. Moreover, their underground chambers were interconnected, with shared activity areas and multiple tunnels leading out of the village. If it hadn't been for Yu Lauer underestimating Nan Mingyu this time, capturing them all in one fell swoop might not have been easy. Feng Qifeng picked up an account book and found it recorded the sources, destinations, prices, and commissions for the direct personnel involved in the trafficking of goods over the past year. Bureau Chief Feng's mind was reeling from wave after wave of shock. These pieces of evidence all revealed the core secrets of this human trafficking ring and highlighted its strict organizational management. Nan Mingyu handed over all the traffickers to Feng Qifeng and said, "This trafficking ring still has a major leader, their boss, who hasn't been caught. I asked around. The boss doesn't usually stay here and rarely contacts Yu Lauer and the others. I suspect this major leader is a super expert." Feng Qifeng frowned. With the entire trafficking ring dismantled, but the major leader absent, it would likely be difficult to catch him in the future. Feng Qifeng grew curious. How did you manage to catch over 100 traffickers? He knew that everyone in Tiger Gully practiced martial arts, and many were folk experts, renowned for miles around. Remembering that he had brought over 500 people with firearms into the area, Feng Qifeng wore a wry smile. Seeing Feng Qifeng frown, she knew he was uneasy, so she said, "Don't worry, I've crippled their martial arts. Now they're just ordinary people with slightly stronger bodies." Feng Qifeng was shocked. So many traffickers had their martial arts crippled? Nan Mingyu rolled her eyes and said, "I drugged them. I put them all under a sleeping potion, so they were at my mercy, weren't they? Last time, if he hadn't come with Gu Dongxing, he wouldn't have dared to enter the mountains easily." Nan Mingyu thought he was worried about the subsidies, since if you hire people to work, the subsidies naturally come from you. She patted his shoulder. "It's fine, this trafficking ring is loaded. With this criminal gang captured, you won't have to worry about your travel subsidies." Thinking of the amounts in the account books, Feng Qingfeng's eyes lit up. Right, no matter how many people come, the mountain entry subsidies can always be paid out. At least, treating the military comrades to a meal wouldn't be a problem. Those soldiers had once been Gu Dongxing's subordinates. When they learned that Nan Mingyu was Gu Dongxing's fiancé, they got excited one by one and shouted in unison at Nan Mingyu, "Hello, sister-in-law." The sound shook the heavens, startling the village dogs into barking and chickens into jumping, leaving Nan Mingyu both amused and exasperated. These soldiers were truly adorable.
Among the soldiers, Nan Mingyu spotted a few vaguely familiar faces, especially the company commander, who she had some memory of. She then realized that these people had once been soldiers under Gu Dongxing's command. End of this chapter.